Oh man, it has been a grueling 2 weeks. We finally got a new chapter for Four Knights of the Apocalypse. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a short one, but it was a good one nonetheless, as it gives us enough to hold us over for the next chapter, and this continues to make me hyped for the time skip, because some things have happened in this that I have not expected, and I am very excited to talk about this chapter with all of you. But before we get into this chapter, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and you want to see more. Now with that out of the way, let's get right into the chapter. So chapter 134 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled The Stranger. As we start off where the main group ends up falling through a chaos hole, and they are falling down into a forest. Donnie just barely manages to use his telekinesis to stop them from just splatting onto the ground. They then begin to catch their breath as Donnie is basically exhausted from what's going on. But An is incredibly concerned over Gowther as he just lost basically 2 limbs. She's panicking and noticing that they don't have any medical gear with them. Donnie's saying he can't help who's here and who's not as they lament that Nazians isn't there with them. An goes on to say that he might die if he doesn't get any type of treatment, but Gowther just flops his head up and says, not a problem. Losing your limb or 2 won't kill me or anything, as this freaks out An immediately. Pretty honestly, I say a normal person would have this reaction right away. As Gowther just says, it's a little annoying, but Thetis can repair it later. Honestly, we all kind of figured that Gowther would have a way to repair himself later, but this does confirm a theory that we all had, that Thetis would be the one to repair Gowther. And I just like how Gowther's just nonchalant about losing a limb. Like I stated in the last chapter review, Gowther losing a limb or 2, it's just an average Tuesday for him. An rightfully asks him how he can be so calm after losing an arm and a leg, but Gowther just says, didn't I tell you guys? I'm a doll created by a great wizard long ago. As they're like, a doll? And they even come to the conclusion that that's how Gowther managed to enter Camelot, as we all kind of figured that that would be the case, since it basically accounts for all the other races like demons, goddesses, fairies, and giants, but not a doll like Gowther, as he's more or less just a creation from somebody else. But Gowther gives off an air of warning, saying that there's a more pressing concern that they need right now. And that is Arthur's minion, Beltrep, the Green Knight of the Four Evils. If they encounter him again, it's very likely that escape won't be possible, as this obviously gives these guys concerns and also solidifies Beltrep as an actual threat that we need to look out for. Because even though Gowther is one of the 7 deadly sins, arguably he is physically the weakest. He's not the most combative type, he's more more specializes in tricks and mental battles. But everyone then begins to check out their surroundings, wondering where they are. They're not even sure where they are and they should just start walking. The older brother that they picked up asks, can't they just take them back to Britannia right now so they can lose their pursuers? But An says they can't from where they are. Obviously the brother is just saying, wait, that means you guys can't bring us back, right? I knew it, you guys are lying. But Donnie just tells them to calm down, as to explain their whole situation. He goes on to say that 2 years ago they found info that led them to the door to Camelot, which is the portal that was in the demon realm that they found in the previous arc. And they found it in the constant alive of one of their friends, which is Percival. But Gowther goes on to say that it is a warped, unstable crack in dimensional space. And right now it's being maintained by Thetis, the Mage of Leonis. Which first off, really goes to show how good of a magic user Thetis is. She's able to keep that crack in space-time managed by herself. And I legitimately do think we can actually have Thetis do something in the future. I am praying for that. But they go on to say that as long as they can tip Thetis off at their location, she'll toss the door in their direction. But they still need to be very careful, as that is their only ticket back to Britannia and out of Camelot. If they let the enemy see it, they'll destroy it on sight. It's also a pretty damn big gate too, so they gotta be careful with where they summon it. Meaning that right now they have to find a good place where they not only won't be followed, but will be a good place for them to tip Thetis off on where the location is, so she can open the gates where they are so they can go home. That the group begins to walk. And I do like how Sylvain is actually asking for one of those magic carrots that will give him the ability to fly and make him into an actual stallion. Which, legitimately, I do think that the only reason he wants the carrot is so he could actually look like a majestic horse Pegasus thing. Also, I like that now he has the ability to talk so An can understand him now, which is kind of funny. But yeah, if they fly around, it'll only alert the enemy to their location. An looks over and notices that there is a big building up ahead through the forest, and it might be a castle. We then get a panel of something running as the group is heading towards the castle, as Gowther reminisces of the old days, saying that 18 years ago, Hauser actually carried Gother just like Donnie is right now, and that was during the original Leonis arc in Seven Deadly Sins, where they had to take back the capital. Gother states how Hauser treated him very well despite them being enemies at the time. And he goes on to say that him and Donnie are a lot alike. Like uncle, like nephew, I kind of like it. Even down to the pompadour. The older brother then goes on to ask if there's really no hope for his sister, because he really wants her to see their mother. But just then, they hear a rustling as An tells them to be quiet for right now as there's something out there. We then see a giant wolf, just like the one we saw in Chapter 2, appear right before them. Even Donnie knows this is roughly the same wolf that they saw from the beginning of the story. And as he's like panicking, he says, yeah, not this Donnie, not right here, right now, as he hovers it up with his telekinesis. And he's like, how about I toss you to Kingdom Come, as An tells Donnie to hold on and to look around him, as they notice that they are surrounded by at least 5 different wolves right now. So, yeah, they are in the wolves' den seemingly, they're in their territory, but just like that, the brother points out that there are collars on them, meaning that they are in their owner's territory. I was wondering who their master might be, as somebody walks in off screen stating, well, of all the unexpected guests, how did you make it over here? As they instantly recognize this particular knight, as they get ready to basically face this guy off. He says, well, I guess you might call it fate, but as Donnie and An are ready to fight, he tells them to hold on, I don't want to fight you right now, as they're asking what they want from us, with the final page of the chapter showcasing that the knight that they meet is Pelgard, and he says, why don't we have a nice little conversation, as it looks pretty serious in this image. And that is the end of the chapter. Pretty short chapter despite the 2-week break, but I think Nakama wanted to end things off with the reveal of Pelgard. And I'm honestly very happy to see Pelgard once more in the story. As we all know, he's one of my favorite characters in Four Knights, and he always brings an extra layer to the story a lot of the times, and his interactions with the main Percival group is always fun to see. But this does leave the question, what does Pelgard want to talk to him about? Is he going to ask him about what happened to Percival, or Percival's origins, or does he want to find out why they're here in Camelot, and maybe he'll help them just get away, because he doesn't really like fighting people a lot. He doesn't like to resort to violence, as that has been shown a lot of the times. Even when he was in enemy territory in the Leonis arc, he didn't want to fight the Four Knights, and he just opted to just find Percival and make him his apprentice, and when he saw that they wanted to fight, he just bolted, not really wanting to fight. Now, if they do end up having some sort of fight, it'd be nice to see Pelgard actually try in his fights, because he only really fought twice, and both times he wasn't using his full power, and he was either just testing Percival, or he was literally just trying to get away and not wanting to do an actual fight. Either way, I'm excited to see what happens next, as we're going to see how they get out of Camelot, what this interaction with Pelgard will entail, and what they'll discuss, and who knows, maybe we'll find more out about Arthur and what happened in the last 2 years through the other characters, and maybe who the prisoner actually is. My money is still on it being Naziennes, so let's see what happens next. And before I end off this video, I was actually going to make this a separate video in and of itself, but I didn't find the time. I made a Four Knights of the Apocalypse bingo card. Now on here are predictions from you in the community tab, or those in the 7 Deadly Sins Reddit, on predictions on what will happen in the Four Knights story. So as the chapters progress, if one of these predictions comes true, we will mark it off the bingo board and see if we get a bingo. I got this from Grand Line Review, and I figured it would be a fun idea to introduce into these videos to add an extra layer of interaction between us, and just to make a bit more to look forward to in the chapters. But that's really all I got for you guys today. Very short chapter, not too much happened. We got Pelgard's reveal, we got more explanations on the gate and how they get out of there, as well as showcasing, basically foreshadowing how strong Thetis could actually be, as she's maintaining a whole gate and being so precise about it by herself. So we gotta look forward to what's gonna happen next. But what did you guys think of this chapter? Did you enjoy what you saw? Are you excited for what happens next? Let me know in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I'm making here on the channel and you want to see more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 135 is out, and it was amazing. I was not expecting this chapter to not only be as good as it is, but it gives us some more answers to not only involving Camelot, but also Arthur himself. And also, This solidifies Pelgard as not only one of my favorite characters in Four Knights, but probably the best and most well-rounded character in the story in and of itself, at least in my opinion. Before we get into the actual review, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. I've been really enjoying this arc so far, but I do have one criticism that I will get to towards the end of the chapter. So, let's get right into it. Chapter 135 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled The Conversation, which is literally the entire chapter, but it is intriguing in and of itself. But I want to pay attention to the cover image, because it literally shows Gowther's severed arm and leg somewhere in the woods around Pelgard's castle. You know, this didn't come to mind previously, but since everybody fell into the Chaos Hole and ended up where Pelgard's house is, imagine Gowther's limbs just falling on a random civilian in Camelot out of nowhere. That would be horrendously hilarious. That would be gruesomely funny, and I just would have really loved for that to be the cover image just for a quick gag. But anyway, the chapter starts off, and we are in Pelgard's house, as Donnie and Anna are asking a simple question if this is like a trap, or is this for real, and we see that Pelgard actually invited them over for dinner, and this is insane, and I am agreeing with Donnie, as no rightful enemy would invite their enemies for a lovely dinner. So, yeah, and I just like in the background, Gowther is testing the wine, and he's like, yeah, nice acidity, fully bodied. This is very good wine. As you can tell that Donnie is actually kind of drooling over the fact that he hears that this is good wine. Pelgard then enters the room and says, if you like it, then have all you like. An looks at him menacingly, but then notices that he brought his wife and son. And Pelgard then asks them to introduce themselves. His wife introduces herself as Fiona, and basically asks if they are holy knights just like her husband. And they introduce their son, who is named Dick. Okay, look, every time I hear the name Dick for a character, I immediately think Dick Grayson from Batman. Nightwing, that man is awesome. Is Nightwing implying that this guy will become Nightwing? I'm getting off track. Pelgard then sits down and then begins to say, imagine running into a legendary hero in this world. It's an honor, Goatson of Lust. I am, as then Gowther just says, you can keep quiet, please, as then launches one of his telepathic mind invasion light arrows towards Pelgard, but Pelgard quickly blocks it with his chalice as he says, are you sure about that? And that impresses Gowther, as Gowther just says, not bad. Go on then. As Pelgard introduces himself as Pelgard of the Four Evils, the Black Knight in King Arthur's service. And it says, now, what brings all of you here today? If you'd like to tell me, I'm all ears. An, obviously being the ever-cautious one here in the group outside of Gowther, ends up saying, is that a question or is it meant as an order? Pelgard puts his cup down and is like, okay, how about we do this? We'll take turns asking and answering questions. We're all free to lie, of course. Now, as for me, I'm going to be completely open and honest, mind you. You've got a specialist in controlling people's minds, and by this point, An is very well known in Camelot for her magical prowess, since lying doesn't work on her and they get laid down and pancaked if they lie to her. I like how they're giving An credit where she is basically well due. Her power is very cool, and it is very well utilized within this world in her mission that she's been going through. Fiona ends up asking if they should leave Pelgard and them alone, and Pelgard just is like, oh yeah, could you bring us a few more bottles of wine? As his wife and son end up leaving the room. An then ends up asking, if that's your offer, then I'll go first. Tell me, what's behind all the strange things happening in Camelot? Why are people who were once dead now alive and well in this world? Obviously, the older brother is like trying to tell her to just hold off for a second, but An goes on to say, should we even call them the same person at all? We saw a report that the moment a reborn person is taken back to Britannia, they simply disappear like they were made of smoke. Now we're going to be getting some more answers for the revived people of Camelot. Pelgard tells them straight up that they're neither the real thing nor Marat, telling them to call it like a illusion based on reality maybe. Camelot holds the power to manifest people's strongest wishes. It used the land taken from Britannia to create an environment where you can live with your dead child just as they existed. More extreme wishes such as to destroy or save the world are impossible because they're simply too large and vaguely defined. However, things in Camelot here cannot wither and die. They retain their form forever. As you say though, if they set foot outside of Camelot, there's no saving them. It's how the world works. Already we got a really good explanation of how Camelot works. More or less using the magical energy that's within the ground of Britannia that Arthur has been taking for Camelot, people are actually able to bring forth the memories of the people that they've lost. They're not real, they're not fake, they're kind of somewhere in between, created from their memories, and begin to act exactly as if they were real people, and it's based off of that person's individual wish. but if the wish is too large or too vague, it is impossible. At least it has some sort of rules or boundaries towards it, making this not really something that can be used to destroy the world entirely, or to basically save the world either. It's nothing too grand like that, but at the very least, it can revive your loved ones. If there's anything else for it, I feel like this would be explained at some later point, and perhaps it could have something to do with Arthur's grander plans, but for now, it's literally just for basically bringing back the dead, or creating wishes for people so they could live their happiest lives in Camelot. After hearing this, the older brother begins to leave as he says he's kind of got a stomachache. He then drags his sister outside as well. Pelgard asks, are those two with you as well? As An just answers, no, he just wanted to bring his sister back to Britannia from here. And Pelgard says, and you're lending a hand, eh? You know, the more people you bring out of this world like that, the smaller our source for wishes, the more land we lose, and the worse King Arthur's mood gets. As An slams down on the table and is just like, it's King Arthur who's the cause of all this, isn't it? You have no right to criticize us for it. But as Pelgard is eating his food, he doesn't really have any real reaction to An, as he's perfectly calm and states, I'm not criticizing you at all. In fact, it's perfectly valid for you to feel that way. Honestly, I haven't understood my king's thoughts for 10 years now. As this shocks Donnie and An and catches the eye of Gowther. Now I'm going to pause again, because there is a lot within these last 2 pages that we've got in terms of information, but the most important thing right now is that we have a time frame. That's right, Pelgard gave us a 10-year time frame. And what's so important is that this is when Arthur had changed. This is where Arthur had changed from the person that Pelgard once knew when he first started serving him, and how he lost interest, or at least doesn't understand what Arthur's thinking anymore. Because we had no idea when Arthur went through his change, when he wanted to make a world just for humans and humans alone, when he created the Chaos Staves, created the Chaos Dimension of Camelot, stealing land from Britannia. We had no idea where the time frame was, but now we have a time frame of 10 years before the time skip. Meaning, this was back when like Tristan and Lancelot were like 8 years old. And not only that, if my math is right, Arthur's change happens 2 years before Lancelot disappears for 6 years. And this all happened around the time when all the 4 knights were around 8 years old. Obviously, the whole thing with Percival had already started and happened already, and he was being raised on God's finger. But at that point, Arthur had not really gone how he is right now. Meaning that around that time, Arthur was still relatively calm and wasn't actively going upon war or enacting his will upon others. At least that's what I'm getting from Pelgard's actions. But yeah, that's incredibly interesting. We finally have a time frame for when Arthur seemingly started to act the way he does. That is very vital information that Pelgard is giving us. And I feel like we're going to be gearing up for what caused Arthur to change at some later point. But for now, let's get back to the story. Pelgard, after answering the question, is about to be like, alright, it's my turn to ask the question now, but Gowther's like, no, I think I'm up next now. He begins to ask the question, are those two with you as well? Which was his question, and that was kind of a slip up on Pelgard, as obviously this is more like Pelgard asking if they're allies or friends or something like that. As Pelgard then laughs, is like, so that's your game, eh? Well, excellent. Throw another question at me then. And Gowther is about to ask Pelgard a question, but An says, let me ask the question instead. And that is the more rightful way to do so, as Pelgard's like, you're no fun. That's the face he's giving off right now. And obviously it's better for An to ask the questions anyway due to her magic power. But An just asks him, square up. Are you our ally or are you our enemy? Because I sense no hostility, no murderous intent from you whatsoever. Pelgard says, oh, I see. Well then, how about I answer it like this? Yeah, I'm your ally, but also your enemy. I mean, that's kind of how he's kind of been. It is confusing, even for the main group, because even Donnie's like, Percival has said this too, that Pelgard isn't really a bad guy. But if not, why are you duty-bound by Arthur? And we then take a look outside as Pelgard stares at his wife and son. As he goes on to narrate and give us his backstory, stating, at the age of 4, my son Dick died after falling off a horse. If he was alive, he'd be about as old as you guys by now. That could also explain why Pelgard was so attached to Percival. Maybe he saw how his son would have ended up if he had survived his illness or injury when he was young. Also, this probably nips in the bud of the Percival's secretly Pelgard's original son theory. That is something that's been going around. I wanted that to be the case, but this doesn't really seem like it is. I'm not too bummed about it. But then it's like, so you serve Arthur to keep your son safe then? But Pelgard's like, not that, no. I fully accepted the death of my son. What you see is simply an illusion crafted by Camelot. His real soul is safely resting in heaven, I'm sure. I've dreamed it many times though, of course. Riding with my son, teaching him the sword, sharing a drink, just those silly kinds of things. An then begins to ask, but if you're that over it, then who even wants your son here? As he then realizes, Pelgard gives her the answer. Who else could it be? It's Fiona. As you see Pelgard just staring at his wife very happily at the illusion of their son, going on to say that his wife wished she could spend an eternity with their son. He truly meant everything to her and was an irreplaceable treasure. I know. He even goes on to say, I know well enough that this world's a big mistake, but do you want me to take him from my wife? I just can't do that. Heck, this is the main reason why Pelgard isn't swapping sides. He's staying in Camelot for his wife to spend time with the son that they lost so many years ago. And that is just heartbreaking. He doesn't like how Arthur has been acting lately. He doesn't like everything that he's doing, but he's doing it so his wife can live out the dream with the child that they love so much. He's accepted everything. He's accepted not only the world that Arthur created as a mistake, but he accepted his son's death and that the world is a cruel place. Pelgard is very realistic, and he's dealt with his emotions, but he doesn't want to take anything away from his wife. And I think that's heartbreakingly beautiful. He can't do anything about it because he wants his family. He wants the person he loves most in the world right now to be happy no matter what. We then take a break from the main group for a bit as we see the big brother sitting on the side outside the house with his sister, as he begins to cry and basically is like, it's nothing at all. I'm not crying, but it's not your fault at all. It's all mine. It was just so hard to lose you. So sad I couldn't believe it. So when I heard about Camelot, I ignored Mom's pleas and left home. I'm sure Mom wishes I could take you back. I know how happy she would, or that's what I decided. But I was wrong. I was the only one obsessing over you. So much so that I left our worried mother all alone for it. As in the next panel, the little sister begins to fade away. As the brother says, I'm sorry. I'm sure you're up in heaven right now smiling. So it's time to, as when he looks over, the sister is gone. As he fully accepts her death, his wish no longer exists. So there's another way for these illusions to disappear. If these people kind of come to terms with the fact that not only they're illusions, but also that they accept that their loved ones are gone. That is what's binding everyone to Camelot right now, to see their loved ones again because they haven't gotten over it. And that's something they truly wish for. But accepting it is a key to just moving on, not dwelling on the past and how they were, but to live on for them. Not be bound by their memories, but to use those memories to live on with your life as fully and as well as you possibly can. Because you can't bring the dead back to life. And I think that's what Nakaba is going for with this chapter, most likely, as well as the message of Camelot and why it's not really right. As when the sister disappears, Pelgard begins to talk and says, haven't any of you ever wished for it in your life? The return of a beloved friend, as a panel of Percival flashes by. Pelgard says, that's my question. Will you answer it for me? Azan says, of course. Many times, in fact. That's how deep the sense of loss ran for us. But if we did that, it'd be pretty hard for the real him to come back, wouldn't it? As Pelgard drops his glass in shock, he's like, wait. As An looks at him sternly, with the final image being her saying Percival is actually alive, with an image of a sleeping Percival with long-ass hair, ending the chapter. Now then, I really like this chapter, but I am very torn on the ending that Percival is alive. Reason being, it has been 7 goddamn chapters since the guy died. I believe it is way, and I mean way too soon for Percival to come back. I do like the reveal, but at the same time, narratively, I really don't like this reveal. Now, obviously, this could just be that Percival's body is still alive, but his soul is gone, and his body is still aging. That's why his hair is growing up, and perhaps it's still a vessel that his soul can return to at one point. But An's dialogue implies that Percival is going to return at some point. Then again, she got angry when people were talking about Percival's death and all that. So it's very weird. I feel very weird about this right now. But either way, it all depends on the execution. Plus, I think Meliodas was dead longer than, well, Percival was in this series at this point, which that kind of puts a damper on things, but it all depends on how he comes back. So, depending on how Percival comes back, I'm fine with this reveal. If not, I really don't like. But other than that, this chapter was great. We got more insight into Pelgard, his reasons for serving Camelot. We learn more about Camelot itself and why people were being revived. We get a time frame for when Arthur started acting batshit crazy and started being the true king of chaos. And it solidifies for me that Pelgard is one of the best characters in the series. Don't at me, you know it to be true. But yeah, that's basically the chapter. I enjoyed it. I'm not too fond of the ending, but depending on where it goes and how it's handled, I'll be okay with it and I'll deal with it. And everything else was just amazing. But what did you guys think? Let me know in your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. It really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make on this channel and shows you want to see more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. We're back here again with another chapter of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, and this one I just really liked. This is more of a transitionary chapter, so not too much happens, so this will probably go by a bit short, but it's just an interaction between Pelgard, the main group, and the initial confrontation of their pursuers eventually, and something interesting that's going to happen with Pelgard towards the end of the chapter. So there's not too much for me to really dive super deep into, at least at the moment. But for now, let's just get ready to head into this really good chapter. But before all that, don't forget to like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make on the channel and you want to see more. I like Four Knights of the Apocalypse as always, and I'm really enjoying this arc so far, and I cannot wait to see what happens next. So with all that out of the way, let's just start the chapter. Chapter 136 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled The Advancing Dragnet, and I just like this most wholesome image of just Pelgard standing over Percival, about to pat his head. These two characters have had so much in this series, and I really do believe that Pelgard sees Percival as a kid that he could have had. And this is just really wholesome, especially after the big bombshell that we got at the end of the chapter. So we start off directly afterwards, where An tells Pelgard that Percival is actually alive, and Pelgard, like myself, was shocked over this. Now, I personally think this is too soon to be getting this reveal, but it is what it is. Pelgard feeling incredibly relieved that Percival is okay, as he was in fact worried. He thinks it's great news. An says she can't really say beyond that, as he hasn't woken up this whole time. Pelgard then asks where he is, but An says, I can't tell you. It's not that I don't trust you or anything, but Pelgard stops and says, yeah, you're right. I'm your enemy after all. As then the older brother barges in with Sylvain, saying that there's a bunch of noise at the front gate, and that it's likely their pursuers. And Donnie is shocked by this, and An asks where his sister is. But the guy says not to worry about it for now, as Pelgard obviously knows that this is a bit of trouble for him right now. And we then get a smash cut to the front gate with a new Chaos Knight with his very weird looking helmet, as he says, oh yes, I saw it all. Me with these very eyes here. Here's the thing, I do kind of like how with the four perils, they have really cool looking armors with different colors, save for Ironsight. I'm still not a fan of his helmet, but the rest of his armor is cool. And the rest of the Chaos Knights have a mix of either cool and distinct or creepy and misleading, or just wacky and out there, kind of fitting the whole chaos aspect of their character designs. But with the idea of him seeing things with his eyes, and his staff having a finger that can point towards his eyes, it's very likely that his magical power is some sort of foresight or can see from very long distances. Though it's also another thing that he could see through what he deems his empty servants. So these are probably like some sort of chaos dolls that he can control and see through, thus allowing him to see from a multitude of different angles and directions, as he saw some very suspicious characters entering her house. As she's about to enter, Pelgard comes in and says, what's all the racket? What you saw were just my old friends visiting. Chaos Knight is happy to see Pelgard, one of Arthur's elite knights, and says, these are suspects that match the descriptions that Sir Beltrap, I can't pronounce his name for the life of me sometimes, sent across Camelot. And Pelgard's like, go right ahead, search the castle, do whatever you want, as he shouts to his servants, stating not to let the suspects escape, as we see in the one single page that they manage to escape to the bottom of Pelgard's castle area, back into the forest. As the group is beginning to go through the forest to try and get a way out, they end up coming to the conclusion that Pelgard indeed was not lying, obviously because he was afraid of her powers, but also Pelgard had no real reason to lie to them. In all honesty, he likes them, and he doesn't really like keeping secrets. And as An says, Percival is a good judge of character, and yeah, he's a shonen protagonist. That tends to be the case like 99% of the time, but with someone like Percival, he nails it basically every time. But in that instance, Sylvain ruins their whole escape plan as a bug crawls up his leg, and he shouts loud enough for them to hear at the top of a mountain, as the servants end up seeing them and spying them as they all begin to descend down into the forest to chase after them. Pelgard's wife then ends up saying, wait, your guests were on the run. Pelgard says, don't worry about it, just take Dick and stay with him for me. as the Chaos Knight ends up asking Pelgard for his help in capturing them, as obviously Pelgard does see this as trouble, but he obviously has no real choice. Our group begin to run through the forest trying to escape the pursuers, but they're catching up, and there is a good number of them. And Donnie then uses his telekinesis, grabs one, squishes it into a ball, and then just knocks him into every single one of them. And while the tag-along essentially is saying how good Donnie looks, Donnie just says that the enemies are just too vast in number, and he can't really keep up with them, as more and more of them begin to lunge at them. It's at that moment that they are engulfed by a giant fireball, the Immortal Fire, which obviously we all recognize is one of Pelgard's signature moves. Everyone immediately recognizes that attack. The Chaos Knight in present ends up asking why Pelgard is destroying his servants, but Pelgard just yells at him, telling him to move aside and get your minions out of the way. I gotta work. And as Pelgard goes down on his flying shield, which I actually continue to love, it's like he's on a mini flying saucer, he ends up telling the group to forgive him, but he has his duties to the king, so he has to pursue them. Donnie's like, wait, are you kidding me? But Gothar just tells him, look, given his position, he doesn't really have much of a choice, especially if he wants to defend his family. And Pelgard obviously does not look like he wants to pursue them after this heartfelt conversation they just had. As he does view them as friends, but also enemies, it's a complicated situation like last chapter's conversation ended up giving. But Gothar confidently says, but we won't take this pursuit lying down. As the Chaos Knight that is cheering on Pelgard saying, oh, they're gonna get it now, as he says, you pitiful rebel scum, he is then pinned down to the ground, squished down by one of Pelgard's giant wolves, and it's revealed from the top that one of Gothar's severed arms was actually on top of it. A part of me was afraid that this would not get touched on, I never mentioned it, but I am glad that Gothar can actually manipulate his severed limbs at will wherever they are. I don't know if there's like a distance thing, but that's actually really cool, that his left arm is basically on top of the giant wolf and he's been using his invasion to just control it. I wouldn't be surprised if this is what he was doing as they were having their conversation as like a contingency plan to get them out of this, and it seems to be working. And Pelgard notices that his pet is being controlled. Gothar's severed arm pushes itself off of the wolf and then uses an attack hitting Pelgard square in the head with a good invasion. As the knight, obviously still alive unfortunately, watches as Pelgard is hit in the head with this mental attack. Gothar says it's called Mindstorm, and it confuses the target, making them do themselves in, as Pelgard falls to the ground off his shield and seems to be struggling, perhaps with a bit of a smirk. Ending the chapter. The main takeaway from this chapter is Pelgard has to pursue the main group, and Gothar managed to find a way to maybe get around and get them to escape. Whether he actually managed to get Pelgard to help them escape through this, or gave Pelgard an out to essentially manipulate him to help them, even though Pelgard could just help them and just give the excuse that Gothar is controlling him. That is a very logical possibility. Or Pelgard is going to be controlled to take out the Chaos Knight and maybe knock himself out so he doesn't even know where they go, or Gothar will erase his memories of ever talking to them. That is a very likely possibility. But yeah, the main chapter was essentially just Pelgard learning of Percival being alive, being relieved about this situation, having to pretend that everyone here is not related to him in any way, shape, or form. Now he has to pursue them, and now Gothar's doing something to Pelgard's mind to help them escape. Honestly, I'm honestly very glad that his severed limbs are actually playing a role in here and are not just thrown away. It'd be really cool if they just all fly back to him and they can just carry his severed limbs back so they can be reattached. I would find that kind of funny. And that also gives Gothar more usefulness too. I don't know if there's like a radius for this to actually work, but I still find it incredibly useful, and I do think that he was working on this in the background. Also, this is actually something that I think you guys would probably be excited about. Apparently the next chapter's title is called The Forest of Laziness and Envy. Which, yeah, that is literally the titles of King and the Yan, Serpent Sin of Envy, Grizzly Son of Sloth. Now, obviously, they can make it into Camelot. They're a giant and a fairy, but again, hybrids can make it in, which means it's very likely they'll get unlikely help from the one character that we know is canon, their daughter Tiore. I can make an entire video on Tiore once I get more information, and I really hope that she does make an appearance, because this is something that fans have been wanting to see ever since her reveal for the 7 Deadly Sins Origins MMO game that was announced over a year and a half ago at this point. So I really do want to see this be a thing. It'll be a nice last minute save and can actually put in the final Sin kid in the main series that people have been wanting for the longest time. So that was very likely. But that's basically it. There's nothing else for me to add on for this chapter. What did you guys think? Do you like how this chapter progressed? How do you feel about Pelgar potentially being kind of mind controlled so the main group can get out? How do you feel about him learning that Percival's alive and all that? Let me know in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, ensures you guys enjoy the content I'm making on this channel and shows you want to see more. Again, sorry for this short video. The chapter wasn't super dense, so there wasn't too much for me to really dig into. But hey, next week, very likely we'll get something big, so fingers crossed, we get that particular character showing up to make a save. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 137 is out, and this was another great chapter. We opened things up pretty bombastically from where we left off, and we kind of slowed down towards the middle half, and then we get another big reveal towards the end, as well as some pretty interesting pieces of information for what we could expect at least the first section of the time skip to focus around, which I will get into once we get towards that later portion of the chapter. But before we get into things, don't forget to like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. It really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. I've been really enjoying these time skip chapters and I cannot wait to see what happens next. So let's get right into the chapter. Chapter 137 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Forest of Sloth and Envy. This literally comes into play in the last 5 pages. I know that's technically a spoiler, but I assume the majority of you who are actually watching these reviews have read the chapter already. Anyway, the cover page is literally just Gowther's disfigured arm that he used to hit Pelgar with an attack, and a panel of Pelgar at the bottom holding his head, seemingly trying to fight off Gowther's mind powers. But the very next page, we see that Pelgar is like, do you really think I cannot handle this? As literally he just charges up his attack, swings his giant iron mace, and just says, none of your cheap tricks could work against Pelgar's iron will. Besides, you're far too wounded to bring out 100% of your power. And then he swings his iron ball straight towards the group as he engulfs them in his funeral pyre. A giant flaming wall surrounds all of them. Really quick piece of information. Even though, with what we know in the later portion of this chapter, Gowther technically is not at 100%. He lost an arm and a leg, so chances are he ain't in fighting shape if it isn't obvious. But yeah, I just don't think that really attributes to his own magical capabilities, just physically, and Gowther is by far physically the weakest sin, maybe outside of Merlin, but maybe that's just me. Anyway, they are surrounded by this flaming storm, and it is slowly encircling them ever so slightly, and it seems like they can't even escape. As Donnie just says, it looks like Pelgar really was their enemy after all. Pelgar goes on to say, don't resent me for this. That vortex of flames converges towards its center, burning down anything in its range, as we see everybody beginning to slowly be engulfed and surrounded by the flames. Pelgar says, I'm glad we were able to talk today. Farewell. As the next page is literally just a giant fireball that it encroached everybody, and we even see the charcoal that it's leaving behind, as we soon cut to Pelgar's little castle with the smoke piling into the clouds. As we see the aftermath where nothing is left, that whole area is charged straight to the dirt. As the Chaos Knight that is with Pelgar says, I knew you had it in you, sir. There's no saving them now. He even picks up On's rapier, which was melted by Pelgar's attack, saying that there's no way they survived this. And the goofy Chaos Knight, along with his mindless minions, just kind of dance off in the corner to celebrate their victory, even though they basically did absolutely nothing. The first 11 episodes of the Four Knights anime are up right now on Netflix, and I just wanted to say that looking back, it really shows just how far apart the likes of like the Four Perils and even some of the higher tier knights are just that much powerful than the fodder knights Percival has faced throughout the story up until this point, and even I presume this guy is more or less kind of just fodder. But as these knights are dancing, Pelgar looks up at the sky and says, let us meet again. As we then cut to On, Donnie, the older brothers Sylvain and Gowther waking up, asking if they're alive and where they are. As the next page is revealed that Thetis is there, finally making her debut in the time skip, and roughly 30 chapters since her previous appearance. That is practically a year now that she has not been in the manga whatsoever. Now, I made a bingo board for Four Knights for this year, and on it I said Thetis shows her power. This was not that, so I am not cleaning off the bingo board, unfortunately. But yeah, they're back in Britannia, and they're all wondering what happened. As Gowther gets up, saying that Thetis came through for them. But being all a little bit snarky, she just says, yeah, thanks for just occupying my entire lunch break, you guys. Donnie goes over to ask Gowther how they survived, because they were surrounded by those flames. Gowther just ends up saying that the way the flames were consuming all the vegetation around them, it left enough room to kind of create the ideal space for Thetis to open a doorway to Britannia and bring them back before they were basically engulfed by flames. Anth is asking if it was pure luck, but Gowther clarifies no, Pelgard actually helped them. He created that whole circumstance to help them escape, as the attack that Gowther landed was obviously Gowther's broadcast. With that, he transmitted the information Pelgard needed to help them escape and make it look believable so that he didn't seem complicit in their escape and maintained his standing as one of the strongest knights and most loyal knights in Camelot, despite him not wanting to fight them whatsoever. Heck, the whole encirclement wasn't really fully in Gowther's plan. Pelgard improvised that on the spot, and Gowther even apologized to An because he literally threw her rapier over because they needed like a way of evidence so that nobody would suspect that they had survived Pelgard's attack. So I guess leaving something behind, especially something as precious as An's rapier, would more or less be a good way to leave behind some sort of evidence that your enemies have basically been burnt to a crisp, nowhere to be found. And Donnie ends up asking Gowther about that whole Mindstorm thing he was talking about, and Gowther just says, I just made the whole damn thing up. Honestly, I kind of like when Gowther just does random bullshit just to mess with people. That tends to be Bond's thing, but I just like it when Gowther, the guy with actual powers to literally scramble people's brains, could come up with some sort of attack like that and just make it up right on the spot just to screw with people. I'd probably do the exact same thing if I had his powers. But everybody calming down, Thetis ends up asking if they learned anything new during this round trip to Camelot. An says that they learned a decent amount of new information, but still no news on the Cauldron, the prison that seemingly anybody accused of treachery or basically trying to sabotage Camelot has been sent. Gowther says that, and they still have some fearsome people on their side, looking over to Beltrop, who literally split the sky and cut off Gowther's left arm and left leg, seemingly effortlessly, surprising even Gowther, as he even said that he was stronger than he initially anticipated, building up the threat that is Camelot, and I cannot wait to see more of this. But then Donnie brings up some interesting piece of dialogue, as he basically says Isolde and Chion are both looking for Tristan too, but no leads yet, and says maybe it's safe to assume he's in the Cauldron like they figured. So Tristan has disappeared. Chion and Isolde are looking for him God knows how long, and one of the main reasons why they were looking into the Cauldron was because presumably Tristan might have been in there. So that would be an interesting thing to go for, and I think this is what this first part of the timeskip is going to lead up to. The reforming of the four Knights of the Apocalypse, or at least three of them. Right now we have no idea where Lancelot is. He might still be sulking and hiding himself away in Benwick. Gawain is still nowhere to be found, and Tristan is nowhere to be found, but they assume he was taken captive by Camelot. There's still a lot we don't know, but the fact that Tristan is MIA gives us enough information that he might be a prisoner of war at this point. And the question ends up being, what happened these last 2 years? Where is Tristan, and if he was captured, how was he captured in the first place? There's also a possibility that Gawain is the prisoner of war, but since they haven't mentioned her at all or any concern for Gawain, chances are she's off doing her own thing for all we know. But yeah, that is a strong possibility. Tristan might actually end up being the prisoner that they were looking for. But it's still interesting that they don't even know who the prisoner they're looking for is. Donnie ends up bringing up how Meliodas is taking things, but Thetis says he's doing well, at least on the surface. So it's obvious Meliodas is obviously worried about his son, but is trying to keep a calm front to not make obviously the people of Leonis panic, and as well make Elizabeth worry even more. And just, yeah, he's a king and a father. He's got to keep his act together even when he wants to go out and raise hell to find his kid. Thetis looks over to the guy that they brought with them, and Anna introduces him as someone who fled from Camelot. She begins to mention his sister, but he says, it's not your fault, don't worry about it. Anna apologizes for the things that she said, that they were terrible, and it wasn't the time. She said them without thinking, but he said, don't worry, you saved our lives multiple times. And introduces himself as Boris, as she introduces himself as An, and they shake hands. Thetis goes on to say that not to change the subject, but Gowther, if you're free, pay a visit to the palace so I can fix you up. And even mentions that Bon paid an unexpected visit to the capital yesterday. Gowther then pops up his head and says, alright, I'll gladly pop my face in then, probably for a joke as Donnie is freaking out in the background, and as Gowther holds up his severed head, he says, did you tell King in the end too about Bon? As Thetis says, more or less, But you know them, the fairies and giants' sense of time can be very loose, which is very true. As we then finally cut over to the fairy realm, as we see a bunch of fairies floating in the area, a giant mushroom, and that really nice landscape shot. As we were teased with this back before the time skip, as Team Percival was supposed to go to the Fairy King's forest in order to essentially talk to King Indian and maybe get some help from there to find a way into camp. We then cut to somebody picking berries as they find a mutated belladonna plant. As somebody begins to perhaps, I think, speak through telepathically, what is a human like you doing here? This is the holy forest of the Fairy King and Giant Queen. As the person picking the berries looks up and says, "Telling me again, Tiare?" Popping out of the tree, we finally get the proper manga debut and introduction to the daughter of King Indian, Tiare. And that is our first thing off our bingo card, the appearance of King Indian's children. Specifically Tiare, I'm just encompassing it all in all because we're definitely going to see her siblings at some point. And yes, she has siblings because Tiare has been marketed very heavily with the 7 Deadly Sins Origin MMORPG open world game, where she and Tristan are essentially like the main characters in that game. And she was part of a lot of the marketing and was even showcased some of her abilities throughout that game's trailers and gameplay. So people have been hyped up to see Tiare for well over a year now, ever since she was first revealed for the gameplay trailers. So with that, we basically get all the kids for all of the sins right now. Interesting piece of information that was also said, Tiare is the 7th child of King Indian, meaning that they have 6 other children alongside Tiare that we'll probably get introduced to in this series, unless that was retconned for the manga for all we know. But that'll be very interesting. Either way, with how heavily Tiare has been stated to be in the game and her appearance now in the manga, she's gonna be the most relevant character at this point, and I legitimately cannot wait. Based off of her introductions in this chapter and her interactions, she is a very upbeat, bubbly person and tends to just view the positives of everything and is very attached to people, as is shown with the person that she is talking to in this chapter. They go on to say, "Oh, you saw me?" As the person says, "Is this alright though? Your mother and father don't like you being with me very much, do they?" As she goes on to say, no. That's not true at all. Mom and Dad are crazy in love with you. But the person begins to walk off and says, "Don't try to gloss it over. I know a lot of fairies don't have very much favor for humans." As Tiare just grabs the person's hand and says, "I just told you, that's not true at all. Hey, listen to me." As she pulls the hat and reveals that this is Nazienz. As Nazienz has officially cut his hair, cut his bangs, and now we see his full face right off, and this is his post-time skip design. Seemingly still having his basic herbalist attire, just with shorter hair. He has the simplest change out of the main Percival trio, and I kind of like it. It's simple and makes him look kind of cool as well. And also, I just like that Nazienz has seemingly been in the Fairy King's forest in the fairy realm, basically looking through herbs and different berries, crafting different poisons and medicines, as, the fairy realm would basically be the ultimate treasure trove for a herbalist and pharmacist like Nazienz to make more medicines and poison. So it makes sense why he would stay there as well. And it seems like he's developed a very strong friendship with Tiare over these last few years that he has been there, presumably. And it seems that they will be the next pair that we'll see within the oncoming chapters. And we'll probably see King of the Am within the next chapter or two, which I am very excited about as well. Anyway, Nazienz ends up asking Tiare if she wants to accompany him to the Tunnel of Whispers to test out a new medicine. She says yes, but wait, there again? As Nazienz says yes, with the final page of the chapter being the two of them heading towards this cave, saying, "This is the resting place of my hero," with the chapter ending. And my goodness, was this an awesome chapter. Not only do we get the main group basically being brought back to Britannia, meeting Thetis, and even dropping some interesting pieces of information like Bond going to Leonis, Tristan being missing for God knows how long, and Meliodas obviously trying to keep it all together, and Tristan might be the prisoner that they were looking for in Camelot, but now we see Tiare's official introduction into the story, and Nazienz introduced post-time skip, as he has been in the Fairy King's forest for a while seemingly, developing new poisons and medicines with the herbs and berries that he has found there. And he has developed a strong relationship and friendship with Tiare, which I cannot wait to see this next couple of chapters to see their dynamics. The next chapter is also called Nazienz in the Fairy King's Forest, which is interesting because a good piece of information as well is that they're seemingly going here in the Cavern of Whispers is where Percival is presumably sleeping. So we might get an actual explanation for how Percival is still technically alive but hasn't woken up, and Nazienz making these new medicines is probably a way to try and bring Percival back to consciousness or fully revive him from the dead for a week. So I'm kind of curious to see how this is going to play out and the proper explanation for Percival's revival. But that's really all that's left for this chapter. What did you guys think? Did you enjoy what we saw here? What do you think is going to happen next week? Do you think we'll see King of the End within the next chapter or two since we're in the fairy realm? How do you think this time skip is going to play out? Are we going to go with what I thought that we were going to go with, and is a reformation of the Four Knights of the Apocalypse post time skip all stronger than they ever were before? Or do you think we'll just focus on getting Lancelot, Tristan, and Gawain back together for an official way to revive Percival by the end of the next arc? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comments section down below, and if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you enjoy the content I'm making on the channel and shows that you want to see more. I cannot wait for the next couple of chapters, and I know for a fact that we are all hyped for more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 138 is out, and once again, we got another good chapter. Obviously a Tayori and Nazigen's focus chapter, but this chapter not only gave us some more characters to be fully introduced to, but we also get potentially some more insight into how things have been between humans and the fairies, as well as a bit of Nazigen's when he was found by Ordo. But I'll get into that when that section comes in. Not only that, but we finally get to see the last remaining members of the Seven Deadly Sins fully in this chapter. So we'll get into that in just a second. But before everything, don't forget to like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Been really enjoying this stuff, and I cannot wait to fully get into it. Now that said and done, let's get right into the chapter. Chapter 138 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Nazians in the Fairy King's Forest. And we got a nice, honestly really well done 2-page color spread of Nazians, Percival with the long hair in his head, and we also get to fully see all of King of the Ant's kids in this image with their full color schemes. And I'm liking a lot of their designs, and we'll get to see them more in this chapter in particular. Either way, really beautiful color page, and I cannot wait to see more. We start things off with Nazian's Tayori going into the Cavern of Whispers, with Tayori asking Nazian's why they call it that, if he knows. He said it's probably because the way the branches are and the wind, it comes off like somebody's whispering. Tayori says her dad told her a long time ago, but she forgot, and she even wonders herself why that is. Now, she either actually forgot and is just playing at ditz, or perhaps she's just lying or something. Doesn't seem like something that she would do, but we just gotta wait and see. Nazian falls to the ground comedically, but then catches himself back up as they walk towards the center of the cavern. As Nazian goes over and says, "Well, I'm back. I hope that you're feeling well," as we get to see Percival fully with a huge mane of hair that legitimately covers his entire body. Tayori goes on to say that no matter how much Nazian talks to Percival, there's no sign of him talking back, but his hair just keeps growing and growing, and even asks if they should cut it. And Tayori ends up asking Nazian that if they should just go play somewhere else. Oh, like Mushroom Mountain. Nazian looks up as she's just lackadaisically flying in the air, just, whistling about like she said nothing. Nazian says if she's bored, she can go in somewhere else to do whatever she wants. But Tayori just flies off and just says, "Bored? Oh, never." Anyway, Nazian gets another piece of medicine ready, and he taste tests it first, and then he bites his lip, gushing blood, like he tends to do when he gets excited. So that character quirk and that bad habit has not gone away. I'm actually kind of glad. Tayori reacts to this as she just laughs hysterically, as she just loves all of Nazian's reactions to all of his different medicines, and that it is hysterical to her. So yeah, I honestly kind of like this little bit that she hangs out with Nazian's because she likes the guy, but also because legitimately he's a funny guy whenever he just goes over the top when he tries out new medicine. Nazian tries to give the medicine to Percival, but there's still no reaction, and he doesn't even wake up from it as well, as he has most likely been trying to do this for the last 2 years, finding different ways of medicine to try and finally wake Percival back up. Tayori looks solemnly at Nazian and says, "I have to say, that kid's being pretty selfish, isn't he? You and your friends care so much for him, and he just ditches all of you and vanishes." And apparently Tristan said the exact same thing, and he was very angry when Percival essentially died. Tayori gets kind of getting me, he's like, "Oh, Tree? It's actually funny that she gives Tristan a nickname. They are childhood best friends after all. And she says, I guess we really do think alike, don't we?" But Nazian goes on to correct her and says he doesn't think he's selfish, and that it's their fault for being so powerless. Percival was afraid that his presence would only drag them into more and more danger, and so he made his choice this way. And that Percival has the ability to sense other people's pain and feel like it belongs to him. He really is such a kind-hearted person. And yeah, that is essentially what was going through Percival's mind. He was afraid to drag everybody into this whole quest and get them all hurt and eventually killed because of him, and he felt the weight of the world on his shoulders and didn't want anybody to get hurt because of him. Tiore smiles at Nazienz, places her hand on his shoulder, and laughs, as she just says, "Boy, Nazienz, you must really love Percival, huh?" As she just smacks him and is like, "Don't be so embarrassed." This is actually, legitimately, I think they have a really nice friendship going right now. This is kind of adorable. And I just like how Nazienz isn't, like, overly blushing and getting embarrassed like he did previously about Percival. I think it shows that he's maturing a bit, and also still got the feelings for the guy. Still kind of cute. We then leave the cave as Yuri says that she will come and do herb hunting with him whenever he wants, but he ends up saying that right now he has to pay a visit to the Fairy King. As we then cut to a giant flower, as we then take an aerial view at the top with multiple people on top, with Nazienz kneeling down with Tiore behind him and says, "I have arrived, my lord. May I offer my assistance in some way?" Fairy King and Giant Queen as well, as we get a nice page showcasing King and the Ant sitting on their thrones, with all of their kids present, all 7 of them. And based off of what we see, 3 of them are giants and 4 of them are fairies. And based off of this image, I believe two of them are boys and 5 of them are girls. I can't tell what the fairy that's in the hood, even with the color page. It could be one or the other, and I could be proven wrong. Right now, I'm just going with that for now, but it's very possible that it's just 5 girls and 2 boys that they've had. But yeah, we finally get to see King and Deanne after all this time, and all of their kids, and we now see them in their throne room. King goes on to say that there's no need for such formalities, and I've heard that you've completed a new medicine. How have things gone? Nazian says that it hasn't gone well this time either, and that he's afraid he hasn't connected it to actual results yet, saying that they've kindly kept Percival safe all these years and allowed him to stay here as well. But Deanne cups him off and says, "If it's our captain asking, we'll do anything we can to help. So don't worry about it. Take all the time you need for your research, okay?" As Nazienz is just being like, "I am greatly honored, your majesties." As I just love this one instance where Tiore, King of the Ant, just blankly stare at King, just says, "You're being way too stuffy, stop it." As all of their kids basically end up laughing at the hilarity of the situation. I kind of like how, despite them literally being the rulers of this place, they're not acting like literal king and queen right now, or royalty. They're just, stop being so formal. We're basically friends at this point. There's no need for all this crap. And I kind of like how literally King Deanne and Tiore were just on the exact same page in that instance. And it's just seeing all the kids just laughing like that is honestly kind of funny. King Deanne end up laughing and say that he should just call them King in the End, no need for all the formalities and titles. But Nazian says he really can't. But then he notices King of the End kind of looking kind of solemnly and seriously at him. He wonders what's wrong, but King just says, "Never mind. How are things going health-wise for you?" So it's very possible that something might be up with Nazienz that even he might not be aware of, or maybe he's just not telling anybody. But he says that he's pretty good, and that apparently he sleeps pretty fine throughout the night, and it's very possible that the fresh air in the Fairy King's forest has essentially given him much better health. And based off the few panels, the kids seemingly are confused by King in the End's question. But as Nazians ask why they ask, King says that they're their honored guest. But then seemingly their oldest son, Myrtle, ends up saying that they don't have to be that friendly with him, and that they're being a bit too unguarded around Nazien. King tells him to stop, and the end just freaking pouts and says don't talk to him that way, as he just stares right at Nazi and just basically gives us a brief flashback on how, well, the humans have kind of given giants a very strife throughout the years, and even King in the End have lost their best friends in the process, showcasing Helbram, obviously, and Matrona, which, interestingly enough, this is an image of Matrona when Deanne thought she was dead. She's alive at the end of Seven Deadly Sins. I got no clue if she actually did end up dying in between. I don't know if that's what they're referring to, but based off the design they show, I don't think that's the case. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen. King says, yeah, we do have this kind of dark and troubled history, but Nazians isn't like that. But it is then that the conversation then gets urgently interrupted by a bunch of fairies coming in and saying that they found a changeling, and that it was just lying on the outside of their border, as this shocks King and the Anne and all the kids, as apparently that this hasn't happened in ages. Nazians doesn't know what's going on, but Myrtle says how dare they, as he runs out of the room, and as everyone goes to where this changeling thing is, Tiore ends up giving Nazians an explanation of what a changeling essentially is, and apparently it's like a substitute child. It's when a fairy plays a trick and swaps out a human baby for a fairy one. And Nazians then stops and looks over as the little, I forgot what those little troll-like creatures are on the ground are, but Nazianz picks up a baby and asks where it was brought from. As Tiore looks at Nazianz, as Nazianz holding the baby says, "This child, it's me back in the day." Now, it's very possible, we all know Nazianz's backstory is that he was found in Echo Gorge by Ordo somewhere in the area. Now, we don't know who his parents are, so it's very possible that this was a prank from some fairies in the area that swapped out a fairy baby for a human one, and Nazianz was the human one and was brought to Echo Gorge by some person playing a trick. Or it could be the other way around. We have no real clue, but this might be just how Nazianz sees himself, as he was a human baby that was left somewhere else. Now, Nakaba has stated in an interview or in a data book, I forgot where this was, that apparently Nazianz is a human with a question mark. So it's very possible this arc will give us a bit more insight into Nazianz as a whole. Maybe he actually is a fairy, and we have no real clue. But it's interesting to think about, as this could potentially change Nazianz at the moment. But all of a sudden, someone is asking for help, as we see Myrtle holding up a little creature by the head, stating that my father ordered you miscreants to stop these malicious pranks, didn't he? He told you not to wreck the relationships we have with the humans, and now look what you've done. I ought to take your head right now. So even though he does not really like the humans, he very holds in high regard his father's whole, good relationship and standing they have with the humans, so they don't cause any trouble for one another. So it obviously does show that he isn't completely one-sided with all this. At least that's what I'm getting from it. Nazianz tells Myrtle to hold on for a bit, and that's not going to solve anything. Myrtle asks Nazianz, "I don't need outsiders like you butting in. This is fairy business." But Nazianz says, "I'm afraid that I can't keep quiet about this." As Tiore is wondering, look at those two. What'll I do? As she just gets incredibly excited, thinking that this is just going to be so much fun to watch. Okay, I have come to the decision that Tiore is now my favorite character outside of Lancelot and Gawain at this point. Belgart's still number 3, but Tiore is inching up there, and she's right next to Tristan for me. She is probably just going to be a bundle of chaos, just causing mischief, or just enjoying mischief and just complications all around, and I'm kind of here for it. It seems like a lot of fun. But yeah, that was essentially the chapter. Another good one, and I honestly cannot wait to see more of what's going on in the Fairy King's Forest, what Nazianz is going to do about this whole situation. They're going to have to return the kid. What will this do with the relationship with the humans in the area? I've got no real clue. But I am very curious to find out. Not to mention, this could potentially mean that Nazianz was actually a fairy this entire time, just didn't know it. Or maybe he was just a victim of this whole changeling prank thing by some ruffian fairies that were just wanting to play pranks on humans. I also like that in this chapter we got to see King and the Inn, as well as all of their kids. Unfortunately, we don't have all their names, unless Nakaba gives a statement giving us all of their names after this chapter came out, but I'm not entirely sure. And it's also another thing off of our bingo card where we meet King in the Inn. Unfortunately, for some reason, my editing software is not letting me put up the finished bingo board. I'll probably give an update and post it somewhere on my community tab or on my Twitter. But either way, we got to meet all their kids, and we got to meet King in the Inn. That's 2 things off our bingo board, and I am so happy, and I cannot wait to see what else we see with the rest of this time skip. Whatever happens for the rest of the year, and how this arc will continue on. I feel like we're going to be doing a bit more building with characters and the world post-time skip until we eventually get to see what's up with the 4 Knights, and I'm kind of loving it right now. But what do you guys think? Tell me in the comment section down below, and if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I'm making on this channel, and you want to see more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Tiore is really coming in close with taking the best scroll spot for man at this point, I swear. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 139 is here, and overall, this was a pretty solid chapter. We got Myrtle and Nazianz's confrontation, we get more stuff with Tiore, and we potentially get the tease of Nazianz's true identity, potentially giving us the answer to Nazianz and who he truly is by the end of the chapter, and next week we might get all our answers and theories confirmed or completely disproven. There is a section at the end of this chapter that I will most likely not show, and we will get to it. But all I gotta say is, all around pretty decent chapter. Now with all that out of the way, let's get into things. So chapter 139 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Unseen Pain. And cover image is just an image of Tiore acting cute, while Nazianz just staring off in the background wondering what's going on. The chapter starts off with last week, where Nazianz confronted Myrtle over the fairy who did the changeling prank. Myrtle goes on to say, why is a human meddling in fairy affairs. Nazian says before you resort to violence, you should probably ask him why he did something like this. Myrtle goes on to say that to these lot, changelings are just a game they play. Asking them why is a waste of time. Nazian says, well, first we need to return the baby to its parents and get the fairy child back. It'd be easier to ask him to guide us. That's what I think, at least. And I like how Tiori's in the background just sticking her tongue out, mocking her brother, agreeing with everything Nazian says. Myrtle goes on to say, who do you think you are? You think I'm not aware of that? Your sight disgusts me, human. Get out of the fairy domain at once. And Nazian just looks kind of solemnly at Myrtle as he goes on to say, oh, don't worry about that. I will. Once my valued friend opens his eyes, I will leave. I like how Tiori in the background is just being like, no, hey, we can't leave, and just calls her brother a blockhead. Myrtle drops the fairy, as he just says, I said at once. As Nazian just passes the baby over to Tiori, as he begins to get ready to square up against Myrtle. So we get a fight this chapter. And yeah, I like how Myrtle's being pretty cocky about it, being like, oh, you're gonna get ready to fight me? In that case, I won't hold back, as he lunges towards Nazian, and Nazian continues to dodge and then parries some of Myrtle's attacks, as he pulls out his two blades and enchants them, ready to fight back. Myrtle says, that's what I like to see, but do you really think those cheap knives can beat me? As him and Nazian continue to fight, and Nazian parries a few more. Myrtle slices at Nazian once more, and Nazian ends up dropping his weapons. Myrtle launches at Nazian, but Nazian then ends up saying enchant. Henbane and Henbane, as he launches two needles at Myrtle's chest, as he wonders what's going on. Tiori cheering in the background. I'm concerned that she is tossing the baby up in the air like she's it's a ball, so probably don't trust Tiori with a baby. But Nazian walks up to Myrtle slowly and says, and that's the end of it. You'll be too numb to move for a while. But then Myrtle just quickly kicks Nazian square in the chest, knocking him into the ground. And Nazian is asking why. That poison acted instantly on you, as Myrtle just takes a sword and points it towards Nazian's neck. As he says, it's over. He looks down at Nazian, with Nazian panting but still looking ferociously at him, full of determination. And that pisses off Myrtle, as Isolde just calls out no. And then she summons a giant pig, saying summon sin, bore sin. Now this is confirmed because of the games that Tiori is a summoner type magic, and her summonings are based off of the emblems of the 7 deadly sins. So right now, we got the boar sin, so that's funny, and it literally just looks like Hawk. But yeah, Myrtle just says, don't meddle in a man-to-man duel. As Tiori just says, well, I'm going to, alright? And she then launches that boar sin attack at Myrtle, knocking him into the ground, as he says goodbye to her summon after it hits him. As Myrtle gets up from the rubble, he begins to get incredibly dizzy. He tries to compose himself as Tiori goes towards Nazian's. Myrtle ends up saying, that's enough. You're such a killjoy. I'll go return the baby for you. As he asks Tiori for the baby. But Tiori just ends up being an airhead and just says, no eating it, alright? And I just like how they're just doing some kind of sibling banter of Tiori just teasing her older brother. But then Myrtle then begins to get sick and I believe throw up and choke as well. Nazian tries to help him, but he knocks Nazian's hand away and says, keep my name out of your mouth. He pulls out what looks like a drug and eats it. After a second, he then composes himself and he starts to feel better. He then kicks the fairy that did the changeling prank and says, get up and guide me. Run on me and you're dead, got it? As he then walks away. So this potentially means that Myrtle has some sort of illness and needs to take this medicine for potentially an illness that he might have. Now people have had theories that he is not actually the child of King Indian. It might actually be a human that just grew up in the fairy realm believing he was a fairy. So maybe this medicine was a way to that king made to help him survive in the fairy realm, because potentially humans can't stay in the fairy realm for too long, and maybe that's why they were asking Nazian if he had any trouble health-wise while being in the fairy realm for so long, and could also end up going towards the theory that Nazian isn't actually human. We then cut to sometime later as Nazian and Tiori are walking around. Nazian ends up saying, I first came to the fairy kingdom 2 years ago, but Myrtle's treatment of me as a nuisance this entire time. Tiori just says, it's all in your head. Myrtle cops an attitude with everybody. But Nazian says, really? Because normally he's quite kind to the other fairy. Nazian looks solemnly as he says, I do think my humanness is a factor here. Fairies generally have a tendency to stay on guard with us. Tiori kind of looks over and sees that there are a couple of fairies hiding behind the tree. She flies up and says, well, maybe some fairies are like that, But there's me, you know? And mom and dad and all my siblings besides Myrtle all love you. But Nazians asks if that's really so, because he says that sometimes King and Leanne essentially give him the scariest looks, referring to what happened last chapter, and that he'd like to believe he's imagining it. Now, there are theories that maybe they think he is a fairy, maybe think he's hiding something, or something like that. Might know something about Nazians that he himself does not. Or maybe Nazians is probably imagining it as something else, and that is not King and Leanne's initial intentions. But as Nazians is getting in their head, Tiore just says, "Well, you are, okay?" as she grabs Nazian's hat and begins to fly away, stating, "Keep going on like that, and you'll never get your hat back," as Nazians runs after Tiore. Nazians runs after her, as Tiore says, "If anything, I don't understand you. Why do you defend the fairy who changed out the baby?" She says, "Honestly, he went too far with this one. It's a huge stress on the parents of both children." Nazians asks, why did I defend him? Well, he deserves to be condemned, yes, but he stops walking and says, "I was abandoned as a child," as this takes Tiore off guard, as he begins to say, "I don't know why my parents decided to do away with me, but I don't think it matters, Frank. For me, spending my years with Ordo and my sister, then getting to meet Percival and my friends, I couldn't be happier. Maybe others think I've had a rough life, but if anything, I'm glad of my parents doing what they did." And I like how Nazians takes the fact that he was abandoned and just says, "That was a good thing. My life has been pretty good, all things considered. Ordo, his sister Dolores, and Percival and the rest of his friends. He's aside from having to fight Chaos Knights and fighting for his life, obviously, his life's been pretty good." And he kind of is content with that. But Tiore is just goofing around saying, "And that's why you are taking his side?" That makes no sense at all. And to an extent, yes, but I think Nazians just feels more for the baby in this instance, and maybe probably putting two together, maybe he was part of a prank in the past. A few minutes pass as Nazians goes to a huge lake with Tiore, as he says how pretty it is. Tiore says that this is Lake Olorso. Its waters are super relaxing and make your skin shiny and release the bonds of your heart too. Nazians ask what they're doing here, as Tiore just basically removes all her clothes and gets ready to take a bath, inviting Nazians to get in with her, as she begins to pull off his jacket, as Nazians just denying everything. She shouldn't take off her clothes in front of other people, and that he really means that she should just stop. But Tiore just says, "What's the big problem? After all, you're not even a boy, are you?" As the chapter ends with Isolde behind Nazians, as Nazians has a shocked look on their face. Now, obviously, throughout this entire series, we've used basically he for Nazians, as everyone has said he was a guy. Even Nazians said that they were a guy. But now it seems like the theories of Nazians secretly being a girl have been essentially confirmed, perhaps in this chapter, by Tiore and her presumptions. And next chapter, we'll most likely get the full-on reveal of Nazians potentially being a girl. Maybe Nazians is trans if we go with that logic. If this is what Tiore is getting from Nazians. And this is an interesting way to go about things. Obviously, I did not touch upon the fact that Tiore is naked right now because I'm not showing that in this video. Monetization and all that, and even the last page, I might just be censoring it, or I might not even show it whatsoever. So I feel like that was kind of unnecessary to get to this point. But hey, silver linings, I guess. She's 18. I'm not a fan of this scene, but to each their own. But I will commend Nakaba. He basically went a whole year without having any actual fan service in this series, so that's more than a lot of series that do have fan service in them. So gotta give credit where credit is due, I guess. And when you really think about it, Fortnite has had very little fan service in comparison to like 7 Deadly Sins, so every now and again, I guess it's gonna happen. But that's really all my thoughts on the matter. We might have actual things with Myrtle potentially being an actual human and thinking that he's King of the Ants' kid. Maybe he was adopted for all we know. Nazians might be a fairy. Nazians is probably secretly a girl. We have no real conclusive evidence, but Tiore seems to have this conclusion about Nazians, and this might be where the story is going, and we're going to explore Nazians a lot more in the next chapter, and might even get more insight on why King of the Ant had been giving Nazians this look ever since they came to the Fairy King's Forest 2 years ago. But that's really all I have to say on the matter. It was nice seeing Tiore using her magic. It was nice seeing a quick battle between Nazians and Myrtle, Nazians holding his own. He did get taken out by having his guard taken down in that 1 second, thinking that he affected Myrtle in a split second, but it probably took a second to affect them for all we know. And there might be more to Myrtle than meets the eye. And Nazians potentially being a girl based off Tiore's assumptions, but we won't know for sure until next chapter. But what did you guys think? Leave your thoughts in the comment section down below, and if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 140 is out, and man, was this a chapter filled with revelations and reveals. We also got the names of all of King Indian's children, as well as some really important information pertaining to Nazianz's actual secret. It also has a lot of Tiore and Nazianz in the lake, swimming. And I would have to censor so much in the opening pages of this chapter. So, bear with me as I am most likely just going to have either a lot of censorship, or just images of Tiore and Nazianz that don't pertain to the actual images in the chapter, and just throw in images from the chapter that I don't need to censor at all for particular types of information. So please bear with me for that, but that's only for the opening pages of the chapter. Before we get into this review, don't forget to like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows that you want to see more. Also, thank you all for over 10,000 subscribers since the last time I made a video. I am so happy. I will make a video for 10K at some point, but I just want to say thank you all so much. I really, really appreciate it. Now with that out of the way, let's jump right into this chapter. Chapter 140 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled The Shape of Truth. And the cover image is just Nazianz studying and making herbs, with Tiore sitting around in the background, probably wanting to try and prank him. So, the opening pages start off with Tiore giving a narration about the fairy tree in the sky, saying, "Hey, what did you think when you first saw the fairy realm's sky is green? They say it's spread out leaves of the sacred tree. Can you believe that? The tree's trunk is so far away we can't see it from here, but the top is filled with lots of strange plants. Only my dad, the Fairy King, is allowed up there." Tiore goes on to say that giant mountain-like mushroom there, it's called God's Seat. They grow on the sacred roots of the sacred fairy tree. Isn't that amazing? As she just jumps into the lake and pops up right behind Nazianz. And as she's just chatting with Nazianz ends up asking, "How long did you know that I'm not a man and not a girl either?" So that is a big revelation. I had an assumption that Nazianz was probably secretly a woman, or maybe even potentially trans, but there were also people in the comments saying that Nazianz was neither. So it looks like a knockabout win with Nazianz not having either gender for this. So Tiore just goes on smokily saying that, "Don't kid yourself, it was easy. You always bathe by yourself, so I just took a peek." And Nazianz is obviously embarrassed on this, and Tiore catches her and is like, "Oh right, that's not really a thing with humans. You're not supposed to look in on people." And Nazianz says, "Well, of course, I'm not a man or a woman, so of course I would hide it." So before Tiore says anything else about Nazianz, she actually goes on a nice big exposition dump that I think we all kind of needed, as we actually go on to her naming all of her siblings. So we finally get to know all the names of her siblings, and she is the 7th youngest, so she just goes by order of who's the oldest. So she starts with the one that looks the most like King, saying that Sixtus, my second oldest sibling, has a lot of fairy blood in him, but he hates how he never grew any wings. And Belt, my third oldest, hates how he has the only pointy ears out of our whole family, but she says she doesn't see the fuss. She then goes on to talk about her two oldest sisters, Zana and Zillium, the 4th and 5th oldest. They inherited a large amount of giant blood, but they're a lot shorter than the average giants, and it bothers them a lot. And she goes on to say that the 6th oldest, Fao, they still don't know whether or not she'll be her brother or her sister yet, as this shocks Nazianz, as we kind of assumed that this was her sister, but Tiore goes on and says that apparently when Fao falls in love with a man, someday she'll become a girl, but if she falls in love with a woman, she'll become a man. And apparently that's what happens with fairies pretty often in the fairy clan. Nazianz thinks about that and says how that's kind of strange, but Tiore says it's not to us fairies, as this is a very interesting thing about the fairy clan. Apparently their gender is dependent on who they fall in love with, which is an interesting piece of lore that I didn't know we really needed, but this is just nice to fully flesh out the fairy clan, as it is basically just because of like the fairy blood. Now this is going to tie back into Nazianz, as Nazianz pauses after hearing this, with Tiore just staring at him, as Nazianz gets up and says like, "Wait, what are you saying? I'm human." As Tiore just like, "Why do you say that? Because humans pick you up?" As Nazianz is like, "No, that's not what I mean. I don't have wings and I can't even fly." As Tiore just shoots Nazianz down and says, "Well, there are a lot of flightless fairies. It's actually pretty common. And didn't you say you're feeling healthier since you came to the fairy realm? As Tiori just goes on to say, well, that's what's strange here, because normally a human wouldn't be okay at all trying to live here, as this shocks Nazians, as Nazians asks, why is that? As Tiori just says that the air in the fairy realm is really thick and sweet, and it's actually pretty bad for humans. It may not kill you, but spend too much time and it causes dizziness and asthma. It makes you frailer. As this shocks Nazians, as obviously Tiori just says, so if you ask me, Nazians, there's no way you're not part of the fairy clan. Fully revealing that Nazians not only has no gender right now, but is a fairy, just like King in the End and Tiori. Which, look, we've all kind of figured that Nazians might be a fairy, and this was a huge theory ever since Nazians' introduction, and a lot of things get confirmed in this chapter, which a lot of people predicted. And I do think that the way all this has been revealed, actually not bad. And I think it really does add more to Nazians, and perhaps even adds a whole new layer to Nazians' story with perhaps an identity crisis. Being raised as a human, believing that they're human, but also being different from humans in this one aspect, in the fact that Nazians doesn't seem to have a gender. And now we've learned that Nazians is a fairy. Their gender will be dependent on who they fall in love with. So that is an interesting piece of lore and also adds more into Nazians, and I feel like this will probably add a whole conflict to Nazians' identity and how he talks with his friends and how he's basically evaluating his entire life. As Nazians begins to think that them being a fairy is kind of crazy. But Tiori goes on and explains that that's why humans who visit this realm have to take a mullein pill on a regular basis. And we get brief little exposition saying that it's from an herb that's good for asthma and coughing, and that they actually give resistance to toxins, as Nazians thinks back to their fight with Myrtle, and that Myrtle took this pill after their fight. It says that's probably why their poison didn't affect him that much. Or maybe not, as he took it after their battle, which means he took it before as well, as Nazians comes to a realization about Myrtle, as it then cuts to Myrtle with the fairy as they have just finished basically swapping back the babies before any actual harm could have happened. And he tells the fairy that pulled this prank, hopefully you don't do that again. As Myrtle just says, alright, you're free to go. And sorry for pointing my blade at you. As it does kind of shock the fairy as well. And then this also points back into what Tiori said last chapter, where Myrtle is pretty kind to all the fairies. So obviously, he didn't want to point a blade at another fairy, but he just was afraid that shit would go bad. Myrtle looks down at the fairy baby and says, I envy you. Anyone can tell that you're a fairy. As we get a flashback to Myrtle as a child, as people are like, hey Myrtle, are you really the son of the Fairy King and Giant Queen? As he then ends up talking back to them and says, of course, I'm Harley Quinn and the Yan's son. That's true. As Myrtle begins to cough uncontrollably. As then cut to him with King of the Yan as they give him a mullein pill, telling him he has to take it regularly. The Yan says that it's bitter, but it's for his own health. We cut to Myrtle a bit older as he's training, getting muscle and learning how to wield a sword, with other fairies going off wondering what's Myrtle doing, and reveal that he is training and that he's kind of a weirdo. Myrtle also hears other comments from other fairies, we presume, as they go on to say, why is the son of the Fairy King unable to fly? He's awfully small to be the Giant Queen's son. And this is actually comments that people have had with the previous chapter after we got the reveal of King of the Ant's children, which is pretty interesting to see. We then cut to King and the Ant as they begin to comfort and talk to Myrtle, saying, don't push it too much, alright? No need to worry about what people say. Deanne goes on to say, you're fine just the way you are. After all, you're a precious son, no matter what. As Myrtle goes on to say in an internal monologue, I'm fully aware of the unconditional love I receive from them. But whenever my mother and father offer me their kind comfort like that, I just feel like the anxiety could crush me. It begins to think, what if I wasn't your actual child? What if I was a changeling? As what people were speculating from the last chapter as well. As this comes from a literal person that talked, probably a fairy, that said this in Myrtle's presence, saying like, Myrtle looks nothing like his parents and siblings, huh? As it then cut to what we see as presumably the day Nazians enter the fairy realm, as Myrtle goes on to think, would you say the same things to me if your actual son ever came to your doorstep? As Nazians comes by, first meeting, and says, I'll be staying here for a while. As the second Myrtle looks at Nazians, he puts two and two together and says, he looks like them. So if any real things of people saying that Nazianz might not be the child of King in the End, this seems like Myrtle is full on confirming that Nazianz is a changeling baby of King in the End. Now, this makes us question, how did King in the End not go searching for their child after this whole thing? Why did they just keep the human child? Maybe something happened. We'll probably get more information sometime soon. But that piece of information of Nazianz being a changeling, while a big revelation, also makes you question what King in the End were doing these last 16 years before Nazianz showed up in the forest. And yeah, for sure, King in the End probably know that Nazianz is their actual child that went missing so many years ago. But that's neither here nor there. We'll probably get an explanation within future chapters. And I like how this adds into Myrtle's own identity crisis, as he seems to be a human child based off what we got from 2 and 2 together with the information we got from this chapter, as he doesn't look like anything from King of the End. He can't fly, he doesn't have wings, he doesn't seem to have any type of magic based off of the fairy or giant clans whatsoever. He has to take pills that are required for a human to stay here. It's fairly obvious that he is human and he is not King of the End's biological child. And since he had to grow up with this mentality, with everything that was going on, this obviously adds more to his own insecurities, and I think this is great. This adds in to making Myrtle a more fleshed out character. And this also adds more depth to, well, King of the End's other children. Primarily the 2 fairies and the 2 older giant sisters, as since they're of their mixed blood, they don't really seem like a lot of the other fairies. The second oldest has no wings and is relatively short. The third oldest basically just has wings but has pointier ears compared to the rest of the family, but doesn't seem anything too abnormal. But the giant sisters are a lot shorter than regular giants, and that bothers them a lot, especially amongst other giants and even their mother. So that adds into a whole new layer of, well, an identity with these characters. Now, whether or not Nakaba will go into full detail into each of these other characters and give them their own moments to shine, I doubt that. That was my main concern when introducing Tayore and having her have 6 other siblings. Right now, Tayore and Myrtle most likely are going to have the most development out of the entirety of King of the End's children. But that's just my thought process on it. Now, we continue with the chapter as we cut back to Myrtle in the present day, as the fairy is calling out to Myrtle. As Myrtle's like, oh right, you're still here. Sorry, the rope. As he then notices something's wrong with the aroma, as the fairy he's with begins to basically foam at the mouth and begins to collapse. And he even notices that this is starting to happen to the fairy baby. As someone off in the distance says, what's the meaning of this? This poisonous incense has an immense effect on fairies. So why? As Myrtle hears this voice and says, who's there? Show yourself. As we see 5 hooded figures in the distance, with the final page of the chapter being Myrtle facing off against what I can say are Chaos Knights, stating, wait, you're human, aren't you? Confirming that Myrtle is human. But also, what's interesting is that this is the exact same, I presume, Chaos Knight or Chaos Creature that gave the prophecy of the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse in Chapter 5. We have not seen this particular character since Chapter 5. Meaning that we're finally get to see what this person who gave the prophecy looks like, and perhaps they might be someone we know in the past that's been chaosified, or maybe a brand new character. People from what I've seen when the spoilers dropped, saying that this might be Morgan Le Fay from Arthurian legend, and that could be true. That would be pretty interesting for us to actually dive into. But yeah, that's how this chapter ends. And I have to say, really good chapter. I think Nakaba did a pretty decent job with the Nazianz mystery, even though I personally do think that he's not the best at doing mysteries. We all know everything what's happened with Gawain, their power and appearance looking a lot like Merlin and Escanor. But Nazianz being the child of King of the End has been something that people have speculated for a while, but it wasn't really, hinted at or shown to us too much. And people only really started to speculate that Nazianz might be a fairy based off of a volume entry stating that Nazianz was human with a question mark. So now, full-on Nazianz is confirmed to be a fairy, and as well, Nazianz does not have a gender, as Nazianz has not fallen in love with somebody. So, maybe Percival is a crush and hasn't evolved into full-on love yet? That's interesting for us to get with actual fairy lore. And it was nice to get some actual stuff for the fairy clan, as we still don't know all too much about them. So this is some very nice pieces of information. and now Myrtle is going to face off seemingly against 5 Chaos Knights, one of which probably just being a Chaos Mage. And this is outside of the Fairy Realm, so he's not protected by King and the Anne. So I'm curious to see where this is going to lead into. Hopefully we get to showcase what Myrtle is truly capable of. Maybe he'll even unlock his own magical power in this fight. Who knows? This might end up leading to the downfall of the Fairy Realm or an attack on the Fairy Realm for all we know. But that's really all I got for you for this chapter. I discussed what I needed to discuss, and this was a really big one, and I'm really happy I covered it. The censoring at the beginning, or just full not showing multiple pages and panels, is something that I regret, but it was worth it just to talk about the events of this chapter. But what did you guys think? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps. It shows you guys enjoy the content I'm making on the channel and shows you want to see more. And with all that said and done, hope you all have an awesome day. So Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 141 is out, and this was honestly a really good chapter. We got that interaction with some of these Chaos Knights, we got the name of the new mage, we got to see one of King's sons in action, and it surprised me as a whole because it was something I wasn't really expecting. We got some nice lore for the Fairy Realm, as well as spirits in general. We got a nice interaction between King and Nazianne's, and moments of the Anne being a mom, so a lot of wholesomeness, a lot of lore, and some pretty good action at the very start. But before we dive headfirst into this chapter, don't forget to like and subscribe, and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and want to see me do more. Now with that out of the way, let's get right into this chapter. Chapter 141 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled The Drug of Yore. And we begin this chapter right where we left off last week, with Myrtle encountering this Chaos Mage along with their acquaintances. And they ask Myrtle, why isn't human leading fairies around? While Myrtle asks them what they're doing here. And Mage's like, alright, fine. I am the mage Kilbegin, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, a servant of Arthur Pendragon, the leader of Camelot. And after hearing that, Myrtle grabs his sword, gets ready, and says, the guy's causing havoc around Britannia, seeking to eliminate all the other races. And the mage states, yes, don't be wary of me. It's all the other races that are dragging all the humans into this. Myrtle tells him not to waste his time, and says, you are speaking to Myrtle, first of 7 children of the Fairy King Harlequin and the Giant Queen Diane, which surprises the people around the mage, as the mage's like, oh, what a surprise, the son of 2 legendary sins? Myrtle asks them for the reason why they're here, because this is holy territory. This was once a forest ruled by his father, and even now the entryway to the Fairy Realm, which means the area we're in right now seems to be the original Fairy King's forest. I believe the one that was burnt down by the Red Demon when Elaine was killed and Bond gained the Fountain of Youth, if that's what they're referring to, which is very interesting to think about if this is in fact the original Fairy King's forest. I could be overthinking things, but based on what Myrtle said, that is a nice piece of information. Myrtle and the mage stare down, as then all of a sudden someone floating up above says, oh, I get it, you're after the drug of yore, aren't you? As the mage is surprised someone read their minds, and it's revealed that Sixtus, King's second son, has arrived. And look, we've said this a lot, but Sixtus looks so much like King in the hoodie. Myrtle asks if Sixtus followed them, but Sixtus just said, nah, I just picked up on a really bad feeling. The mage is being kind of wary as he's wondering if this is actually a fairy, because the incense isn't working on him. It says, you lack wings. Are you human as well? But this kind of ticks off Sixtus, as Sixtus just revealed that the incest isn't reaching him. Or to be exact, he's dispelling the incest, thanks to the silent airflow he's been conjuring up around him, as we see a bunch of winds surrounding the area that all of them are in. As in the next page, we see that Sixtus summons the Spirit Sword Magliastera, Form 2, Hummingbird Quiet Storm, as, yeah, King's second son has a spirit weapon. Now, if we all remember, King has the Spirit Chastity, and all the Fairy Kings have their own spirit weapons created from the wood of the Sacred Fairy Tree. Now, before anyone gets any ideas, no, this does not mean that Sixtus is supposed to be the next Fairy King. Remember, Helbram also had a weapon created from the Sacred Tree. So this is just another instance of a fairy being chosen by the fairy Tree to have a weapon. That doesn't mean he'll be the Fairy King, but based off of the forms that we see, it's very similar to King's, and if there was to be another Fairy King that wasn't born from the Fairy King's forestry, then it could be Sixtus for all we know. But yeah, Sixtus summons his Hummingbird attack, the second form of his Sacred Sword, and the mage ends up summoning a Buster Ice attack, launching it straight at Sixtus. As the ice comes roaring towards him, Sixtus makes an arm motion as he makes his Quiet Storm combine together to create Magliastera Form 1, scorpion stinger as he breaks through the ice and then creates a little bit of a crater. And really quick with this one panel, we see Sixtus without his hood on, and yeah, 100% this is just King with pink hair. And I kind of find it funny, but also I feel like Nakba probably wanted to draw King with his original design, but also wanted to keep him like serious with his Fairy King form. So I guess he wanted to have his cake and eat it too at some point, which makes sense. Nostalgic reasons, and also makes sense for a kid to look like, you know, their father or their mother. I mean, the end literally has a daughter that's basically a spinning image of her but blonde. So, yeah, pretty fair. But it's revealed that the mage and the rest of the King's Knights basically disappeared and ran away in response to Sixtus's attack. Sixtus asks if Myrtle is okay and suggests they head back to the fairy realm for now. As they walk back and head to what seems like a little gate created from a tree, Myrtle asks what this drug of yore the mage mentioned was, which Sixtus learned of from reading the mage's mind. And I didn't mention this like earlier in the chapter, but yeah, Sixtus can read minds. He inherited that gift, which is actually really cool because now Lancelot isn't the only like fairy hybrid to read mind. Maybe Lancelot is a bit stronger, or Sixtus and Lancelot have around the exact same level of being able to read people's minds and hearts, which is actually really cool. And this does give somebody who can make a weapon have multiple forms and utilizations essentially have different capabilities in battle and get one over on their opponents. This could also mean that Lancelot might actually get his own sacred treasure too at some point that is from the sacred fairy tree, since he is half fairy. But speculation's over. Moving on with the chat. Myrtle says that King mentioned it to him a long time ago, but he not sure what it was. Sixtus says, "Oh, you forgot already, Myrtle?" As Myrtle just says, "Look, your memory's just too good, so tell me what it is." As Sixtus goes on to explain that it has the effect of instantly curing any disease or curse, even bringing back life to that which is almost lost. And it is a holy water obtainable only by their father from the heir's flower growing atop the sacred tree. That is what they call the drug of yore. So this might be similar to the elixir of life, the fountain of youth that we had in the sacred in the Fairy King's forest in the original Seven Deadly Sins story that gave Bon his immortality. But why the Chaos Knights are looking for this is interesting to think about, because yeah, this could cure diseases and everything, but if it could bring back that which is almost lost, there could be another thing going on in Camelot that Arthur needs this for. Or maybe it's this mage having its own agenda, for all we know. That's something to speculate over. But this is another piece of good fairy realm lore, where there's this specific drug that does all this, and it's at the top of the fairy tree that only King can access. We then get an insight into Myrtle's mind, and he says, "The drug of yore. Maybe that's what my body needs the most." As Sixtus did hear Myrtle's mind, and just turns away. Obviously, he knows that Myrtle is human, but is still his older brother. And maybe Myrtle will get this drug at some point, to help him with the fairy realm. But if King hasn't given it to him yet, there might be some sort of side effects that there might be unaccounted for. Because I doubt if he had something to basically help his adopted son that he does in fact love as his own, then there has to be some good reason why King hasn't given it to him at all. But we then cut to sometime later at the main room of King and Deanne, as it is now lunchtime for Deanne and the kids, as she asks everyone in the room what they want to eat. And this is literally just a really nice and wholesome panel with Deanne spending time with her kids, trying to get them to figure out what they want to eat for lunch, with her giant daughters being more meat eaters, wanting boar and rabbit stew, with her fairy son basically just wanting to have, fruits and stuff, and Fao basically wanting either or. So that's actually just funny and wholesome details that they're all just going out to get lunch now. Deanne looks over and Tiori is walking over towards her as she's asking where Naziennes was, because she was with him earlier. Tiori just says that Naziennes is off at the Tunnel of Whispers all alone again, as one of her sisters ends up asking, "What's up? You look kinda down." And Tiori just brushes it off like it's nothing, but Deanne definitely picked up on something. We cut back to Naziennes at the Tunnel of Whispers as he goes on to talk to Percival's body, stating, "Am I a man or a woman? I've wondered myself, and now I suddenly have an answer." Along with another truth that's even more important. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's fully dawned on me yet. Apparently, I'm not human at all, but part of the fairy clan. Can you believe that? As Naziennes just looks lovingly at Percival. As Naziennes is basically like wondering what Percival would say, and says, "But I'm sure he'd just smile and say, 'Oh, was that it all along?' Like it was nothing." And that is what Percival would say. Percival is just the most accepting person in the world, so if you learned this about Naziennes, Percival would just be like, "Cool, you're still Naziennes." And I like how Naziennes also acknowledges that it's true. Human or fairy, I'm still me in the end. It just means that the parents who abandoned me are fairies now, huh? As, Nazianz kind of nervously chuckles to lighting up the mood. As then, someone says, "Don't be so sure about that," as King comes into the Tunnel of Whispers to meet Nazianz. And I just like this image, mainly because I just like seeing King again. And yeah, honestly, I don't really have much else to say. I just like seeing King again. He meets Nazianz in the Tunnel of Whispers, as he just goes on to say, "Since I lost you, perhaps I've been unconsciously searching for you this whole time." This confuses Nazianz, as King just brushes it aside and says, "Sorry, I couldn't help but follow you. I saw you come in here during my walk." But yeah, obviously, King is probably just trying to hide the fact, or trying to let Nazianz in on the fact that, yeah, Nazianz is his kid. So yeah, I do kind of see how King's just not sure how to say it, but King just brushes off what he just said, says, "No, sorry, that's a lie. I just wanted to help you out in any way I could." He looks seriously at Nazianz and begins to talk to him, stating, "I believe you said that Percival was a life spirit, that he disappeared out of fear that he brought disaster upon those around him." He goes on to say that if he died as a human, his soul would have gone to the city of the dead or remained where it was. But as a spirit, his fate takes a wholly different turn. As he goes on to talk more about spirits and add more to the lore of the world, saying that spirits provide essence to all things. Like fire spirits are on fire, and wind spirits are anywhere the wind blows. But life spirits are entirely different, as they're worldwide. They exist within all races, all animals, and all plants. This shocks Nazianz, as King ends up stating, "Yes, right now, even where we stand, floating are a vast number of spirits." Nazianz asks if King can see them, but King just says, faintly, "Fairies and spirits were always closely related, although spirits are closer to that essence." Again, that is interesting. He says that essence. He might mean like the source of all life in the universe. Heck, maybe even referring to chaos or something else beyond that. People speculate that chaos isn't the only like creator deity thing in the Seven Deadly Sins verse for all we know, but probably means like the essence of all life for all we know. But King goes on to say, "But life spirits you'll find here, but I'm not sure if they belong to your friend or not." Nazianz then begins to cry out to Percival, asking if he could hear his voice, stating that they're right there. But King speaks to Nazianz in his mind, stating, "Just hold on. Do you know why they call this the Tunnel of Whispers? Because it's a quiet place where fairies can easily gather. Keep quiet and you can hear them. The whispers of the spirits." For a second, Nazianz begins to see and feel the essence around him, as with his mind, he says, "Percival, I've been waiting for you to come back, and I'll keep waiting." King then grabs Nazianz's shoulder and says, "There's something I want to give you later. Call it a gift from me," as the chapter ends. So, while things have not been super action-packed this chapter, we did get a really cool opening sequence with Sixtus basically causing the Chaos Mage and their acquaintances to just run away and cower, though most likely come back and probably try and find that drug that is in the fairy realm. But now we got a nice interaction between King and Nazianz. Basically, King kind of admitting that Nazianz is his kid, and that even though he's been in the fairy realm, he's been trying to search for Nazianz for a long time. There's also the fact that we got more lore about the spirits, how it works, as well as just teasing of some greater essence that spirits are very close to. And the end being basically the best mom from what we can tell from it. And yeah, that's basically the entire chapter. Now, I do think we're going to get some more with Myrtle and his whole identity crisis, and this drug of yours, since it's been introduced, is definitely going to be utilized in this section of the story for all we know, but it's still curious to see how this is going to play out. Not to mention, while we do have basically all the sins except for the real Merlin showing up, we still have to see the rest of the 4 knights in this time skip. I like that we're focusing on Team Percival after everything that happened, but I feel like a lot of us are waiting for Tristan, Lancelot, and Gawain to show back up, so we could get the story rolling again, and eventually Percival's revival, so we can get all 4 knights back together and progress through the fight against Camelot. But yeah, this is a really interesting chapter. I did talk for a bit, but we got some nice lore bits and character interactions and a cool action sequence. And honestly, it'd be funny if King's kids were actually secretly OP, since one of them has a sacred fairy weapon. But that's my thoughts on the chapter. What did you guys think? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Also, really quick challenge for you guys. If I can make it to 20,000 subscribers by the end of April, I changed it this time, I will change my profile picture on my YouTube channel and on my Twitter account to Cheon. So, yeah, you guys got something to look forward to if I make it to 20k, I guess. But with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Honestly, I low-key kind of hope you guys don't make me hit 20k so I don't have to have Cheon as my icon. I don't know why I said all that. we're getting into some real family drama in Four Knights of the Apocalypse. And I'm honestly enjoying it right now. Things are getting very interesting and intense. By the end of this chapter, I feel like things are going to take a much more sinister turn. But before we get right into this review, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and ensures you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. But with that out of the way, let's get into another good chapter of Four Knights of the Apocalypse. Chapter 142 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled A Sad Crossing. As we start this chapter off, we check back in with the Cayenne kids as they're all having their lunch with their respective meals. But then they wonder where Deanne and Tiori are, as we then cut to later in the forest where Deanne and Tiori are having a conversation. As Deanne goes on to say, "Well, Tiori, I knew it would take a lot for a problem to get you down, but this is what you're thinking, isn't it? You're wondering if Nazienz is your mom and dad's son. You think that he might be a brother to all of you." As, yeah, Deanne is kind of like confirming these theories that are basically being confirmed from the previous chapters based off interactions that we all kind of think is obvious. But where I think this is starting to shine is actually in the response and the conversation Tiori's having with her mother, and I'm glad we're taking the time to actually think about this, as Tiori goes on to say, "I heard the rumors before about your first child being a victim of a changeling plot. That's why you strictly prohibited Puck from all that nonsense. They were just rumors, so I didn't pay them much attention. But 2 years ago when I ran into Nazienz in the fairy realm, it surprised me. I mean, how close to you and Dad can you even get?" As Deanne tries to joke about it, being like, "What, you mean her looks?" But Tiori says, "No, a lot more than that." As she goes on to say that Nazienz doesn't have a gender just like Fao. How many other humans are like that, do you think? And only fairies and giants can adapt to the air in this realm so quickly. And most of all, I only found out about this just now. But it turns out Nazienz was abandoned as a child too. And we're talking about an 18-year-old here, just like Myrtle. As Deanne just starts to really come down and realize that Tiori is stating the truth, and that she can't really hide this any longer. As Deanne goes on to say, let's just pretend for a moment, alright, that you're right and Nazienz is your brother. Is that bad for you? As Tiori just shouts out, "No, of course not. I love Nazienz a whole bunch." And as Tiori has tears in her eyes, she says, "But where does Myrtle fit in then? Does this mean Myrtle's no longer you and Dad's son? He's not our big brother anymore?" As she then says, "Because that can't happen. It'd just be too hard for all of us," as she flies away in tears. And this is something that I do like. Also, really quick thing, Pao overheard this as they were hiding in behind one of the trees. So the rest of the siblings are gonna find out about this now too. But what I like about this is that things are gonna be complicated, because for all these years, all the siblings thought Myrtle was their brother, and they did kind of hear a bunch of rumors about Myrtle and the changing plot and all that stuff, but they didn't really pay too much mind to it because Myrtle's their brother, King and Deanne love him, and they all grew up together as siblings. Despite the telltale signs that he was human were relatively obvious, and chose to ignore it as they were family. But now realizing that they had a long-lost brother come in and come back, Tiori is not just worried that, Nazienz essentially was away from the family that he could have had, but now she's worried a lot about Myrtle, her older brother, who she thought was their brother to begin with, and she just doesn't want anything to change, because now that Nazienz, the original, is back, she's afraid that Myrtle will be heartbroken and that he won't be their family anymore. And this causes some really good family drama. Now we can go on to say how King in the End could not find their original child somehow. I have no idea how this is possible. We need a good explanation for this. But we could also just boil it down to fairies and giants not having the best sense of time, especially in the fairy realm. So for all we know, it might not have been too long for them, because we all know like a century just go by in the blink of an eye for these characters. But Tiori's right, it was a long time and she doesn't want anything to change. Myrtle's their brother and that's never going to change for them, and she doesn't want King and Deanne to think any differently. Now we all know Deanne especially, she's not going to think any differently of Myrtle or Nazienz, but King does something kind of stupid in this chapter that is rightfully called out on, and I'll get to that in a second. But for now, we cut back to Myrtle and Sixtus, as they return the fairy baby to their family, as they thank Myrtle and Sixtus for bringing their child back home. And I like how Sixtus is like, "Hey, good thing Puck and the baby recovered. And also, did you hear those parents? They called you their guardian angel." And, well, Myrtle's like, "Well, yeah, but I'd prefer to be a giant or a fairy." And then he begins to open up to Sixtus about their talk from earlier, but Sixtus just shuts him down and says, "Look, I know what you're after." And he says, "Let's go talk to Dad, alright? Well, ask him to let you drink the drug of yore." Sixtus and Myrtle begin to head up to the top of the mushroom where King and the Ant were staying, as Myrtle goes on to say, I can't fly like a fairy, I have no wings, but I'm not as big and strong as a giant either. All my siblings resemble my mother or father in some way. I'm the only one who doesn't. If there's anything that'd make me your brother at all, it's the ability to adapt to living in this realm. But would father let me have something so precious? As Sixtus says, didn't you say that Dad's a kinder king than anyone out there? As Myrtle gets a smile on his face. And look, I like how the kids have great faith in their dad through all the years that they have been together and have been raised by them. And I like that they have a nice sibling bond. And Sixtus, second oldest, and the ability to read hearts, knows what Myrtle wants and is being a good brother here. And I kind of love that. But the two of them then get up to the top of the mushroom as Sixtus tells Myrtle to hold on, as they see King and Nazianz together. But as they're staring on, King begins to chant as the tips of the vines of this mushroom begin to glow and conjure together. As in his hands, he reveals to Nazianz, and by extension Myrtle and Sixtus who are staring on, the drug of yore. As King goes on to say, this is the drug of yore, taken from the Ares flowers that grow atop the sacred tree once every millennia. It can heal any sickness or curse, and bring souls and bodies back from the brink of death. As Sixtus is like, well, hey, look, it really does exist. And Myrtle is getting his hopes up as he's about to call out the King. But King, in that instance, says, listen to me, Nazianz. This is my gift to you. I want you to have this. As the next page is the utter shock and betrayal portrayed on Myrtle's face, as the one thing he was about to ask his father to give him to help him and essentially truly feel like their son is being given off to someone who he already had doubts on and probably thought was their original child. And man, I feel so bad for Myrtle here, and wow, that is just crazy. But Sixtus says something interesting. He's giving our treasure to a human. What is he thinking? Obviously, Sixtus hasn't read Tiore's mind or anyone yet, and so he doesn't know that Nazianz is actually a fairy and might actually be their real sibling. But in that moment, Myrtle just runs away as Sixtus chases after him. I'm curious to see how this interaction is going to go out and how Myrtle could probably interact and confront his father over everything that's happened just now. But King goes on to say, don't be shy now. I just want to be of assistance, and I earnestly hope it can help you wake up the Night of Prophecy. Nazin says, I truly appreciate your consideration for me, but I'm afraid I can't accept this, as King is like so shocked by this rejection of a gift that he turns into his fat king form. Man, I cannot believe I missed this comedic gold right here. That King has a human form that is just really fat. I don't know why did they find this funny, but I kind of missed it. Nazianz then begins to berate King, saying, if you had this kind of drug, why didn't you tell me about it sooner? Why bring it up with me now? Was it that I'm using to see me run around creating medicines only to fail every time? That's in very bad taste, as King's trying to be like, wait, hold on, let me explain this. And I like how Nazianz just brings up, look, and what angers me the most is how thick-headed you are. If you call yourself a father, you should know who actually needs this drug, as we cut back to Myrtle with tears in his eyes as he's running away. With the mage from Camelot, Kilbegin, saying, I sense strong feeling, deep, dark feeling. Feelings of rage and despair. This could be useful, as Myrtle is coming in, running away, with this aura around him as the chapter ends. Whew! Okay. Family drama has officially begun in this series, and I can honestly say, King, you messed up. Like, very badly. Now, here's the thing. I get why King wants to help Nazianz. I think his reasoning is that he wasn't sure it would work, or he just wasn't sure about giving something so precious to Nazianz, even if he did believe that Nazianz was his actual son to begin with. Now, also, how he didn't give this drug to Myrtle at all could be because it's something very precious, but also maybe it doesn't work too well with adapting to the fairy realm for humans. I don't know. We could get a proper explanation in the future chapters, but for right now, King, you messed up. And it's hard for me to like give you much credit unless I get an actual explanation from you. Deanne, I still got to think about this too, because it's obvious with her talk with Tiore that she is hiding the fact that she probably was heartbroken for a long time that Nazianz was gone, and now she finally has her son back. And it's obvious that maybe Tiore's fears, or what Deanne and maybe by extension King were kind of afraid of if they revealed anything to Nazianz or to the kids about Nazianz being like a changeling and their actual brother, and afraid of how they would think about each other and how they would see their family as a whole right now. And with Pao basically overhearing all this and going off to probably tell the rest of their siblings, this could end up being a whole big family drama thing, and I'm all here to see how this concludes. I feel like Diane would be the one to kind of calm everyone's nerves down and properly explain things, while King would kind of fumble his way through it. I don't know why, I just feel like that would be the situation, but I am glad that Tayori brought this up to Diane, that she figured it out with her talk with Naziennes, and is very realistically talking about her concerns and worries over her brother Myrtle, who, while not by blood as her brother, still considers her family and is afraid that they'll abandon him or not consider him family anymore now that Naziennes is back in their lives. Which would, if this was real life, I'm pretty sure siblings would actually, well, be afraid of things like this, and I kind of like that Nakaba's adding this layer into the story, and shows just how strong that this sibling bond that the Cayenne kids do actually have. And I like how we see a lot of it through Sixtus and Myrtle's interaction within these last two chapters, and now with Tayori talking to Diane about Naziennes, and how she feels about Myrtle and everything. So I really do hope things kind of work themselves out, but things aren't going to be simple, because at the end of the chapter, we got that Chaos Mage showing up, and based on how we got the cliffhanger, they're probably going to use Myrtle for some sinister plot and manipulate him, or who knows, turn him into a Chaos Beast or something, just like what happened with Ordo in the Chaos Gorge. I'm curious to see how this is going to turn out. My worst case scenario that I'm thinking of right now is that after Pao shares information with the rest of their siblings, they're going to go after Myrtle, and if they have these negative emotions and they stick with Myrtle, the Chaos Mage might actually use that against them and turn them into a Chaos Beast and turn them against King and Diane, forcing them to fight their own kids, with only Naziennes and maybe Tayori probably figuring out a way to save them, for all we know. This is a very morbid and dark turn that I do see happening, but I kind of hope that's not the case. I kind of hope things figure themselves out, but for now, Myrtle at the very least being targeted by the Chaos Knights, and will probably be used to hurt King in the end and maybe steal the Drug of Yore from Naziennes. Because I don't think we're going to revive Percival anytime soon, if the Drug of Yore could end up being used to bring Percival's spirit back into its body. But yeah, that was the chapter. I really enjoyed it. I'm liking the family drama. I'm liking the cliffhanger that we're getting with Myrtle, and I like how King is kind of an incompetent parent at times, and Diane is trying her best to keep things together. And the reactions to the rest of the family, I cannot wait to see once they find out this news. Next chapter is going to be intense, and I'm all here for it. But let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. I'm really enjoying how the Fortnite is turning out post time skip, and I cannot wait to see how things truly turn out. But with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. So Fortnite's The Apocalypse chapter 143 is out, and man, this really feels like we're entering the third act of this Fairy King's Forest arc, because a lot of stuff is going on and the family drama has essentially hit its tipping point. And we get basic 100% confirmation of stuff that we all kind of figured out, but it's just nice to see it fully confirmed, as well as setting up the final conflict seemingly of this arc. But before I dive headfirst into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. It really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Now then, I know what you guys are here for, so let's jump right into the chapter. Chapter 143 of Four Nights of the Apocalypse, titled Tragedy. And I just like how this cover image is literally just Diane and King, as King is holding a baby, which I presume is not baby Naziennes or baby Myrtle. And Diane's like, King, are you nervous? As King says, me? No, never. As he's in his Uncle Fart form, his Fat King form, which is hilarious, because he goes into that form whenever he's nervous and angsty. So, funny cover image. So we start off after last week, where Myrtle runs out of the Fairy King's forest. He takes out his whip, and then he begins lashing it at the ground, shouting, "Why? Why my father? Why did it have to go to that outsider? Why didn't it go to me?" As last week, King brought Naziennes somewhere and gave him the Drug of Yore, a very special drug that's said to cure curses, illnesses, and revive those who are close to death. And Myrtle saw him give it to Naziennes, as him and Sixtus went to try and ask King for that drug to help Myrtle essentially try and make his body able to survive in the fairy realm. But after hearing try and give this to Nazianz as a gift. This shattered Myrtle, as he expected his father would care more for him than Nazianz, and he also had suspicions that Nazianz was actually the child that King originally had, and that he himself was a changeling. So this more or less confirmed these doubts for him, and so he ran away. But after he does his little outburst, the cloaked mage of chaos shows up, stating why they're angry, and what brings them to such despair. Myrtle is surprised that this mage is still there, but the mage goes on to say, "Don't glare at me. Perhaps we misread each other earlier, but I believe we both stand to benefit. What do you think? Could you lend me your power? Then I will make your wish come true instead." Myrtle tells him that bargaining isn't going to work on him, especially someone like this mage. But the mage then takes off their cloak and says, "We've both been rejected by our peers. I think we'd understand each other." As we finally see what this mage looks like, and something I did not expect, apparently it is a two-headed lizard man. One with the head of a seeming dragon, and the other like a turtle with an eye patch. Okay, I won't lie, this is literally the most out of left field design I have seen in Four Knights of the Apocalypse or 7 Deadly Sins. I was not expecting this. I was expecting more of a demonic looking thing, but a two-headed lizard man. I think this is the first time we've seen a lizard man in this series, so hey, another race in this world adds a bit more to the world, I guess. We then essentially get a page of the lizard man basically giving off his lore, that he's a pitiful race created by an ancient mage on a whim. That lizard men were once feared as descendants of dragons, but now they're reviled as ugly monsters. Similar to him, as this guy is just a monstrosity among its own kind. He goes on to say how no one likes to live alone, and that no world is willing to accept a sinister-looking lizard man, sorcerer like himself. But he goes on to say that Arthur was different. Arthur offered him a place in Camelot to live, and that Arthur is a true king who offers his hand to all, even the least privileged. Obviously, Myrtle goes on to say that that's not what I heard. I hear detests all non-humans. But the mage Kilbegin goes on to say that it's just a difference in perspective. Arthur really only doesn't like the four races that have constantly tormented the humans with war: giants, fairies, goddesses, and demons, which it does make sense. And if this is true, maybe Arthur does want a world for all, but based on our glimpse of Camelot, we only saw humans, so perhaps he's only giving this to this one lizard mage, perhaps to use them for their own magical power that they might have something very unique that Arthur needs, and figured might as well manipulate this one to think that it belongs, and so he could actually keep this power around, for all we know. Because Arthur can be pretty manipulative now, so we just have to wait and see. The mage goes on to say, "So returning to my offer, our king is seeking a certain drug of yore passed down by the fairy clan, but they're clamping down on outsiders going into their realm. As I see it, they must have a trap near the entrance that identifies and fends off enemies. Even reaching their king is difficult, much less opening talks with them." So last chapter I neglected to mention this, but based on how Myrtle and Styxis entered and exited the Fairy King's forest, it seems very likely that, well, people could wander into the Fairy King's forest. But it having some sort of trap spell to identify friend from foe does make sense, especially since it was more or less out in the open. So it makes sense that there is some sort of security, and it's not just unguarded, so that is nice to know. Myrtle then has a nervous smile, stating, "Well, sorry, but trying to negotiate won't help you. The Fairy King would never give that drug to a human." Now, Myrtle's playing strong right now. However, he said Fairy King, not my father. So his doubts and his heartbreak is already getting to him. At least that's what I'm getting from the dialogue. And the mage notices this and goes on to say, "Lend me a hand. My king needs that drug to help those who suffer in his domain." So this is definitely what Arthur is going for with the drug of yore, but for what exact purpose and how people in his domain are suffering, I have no clue. Maybe it's to make himself stronger and to make the illusions in Camelot more solidified, so that perhaps they can even exit Camelot, or maybe make them more into real human beings. Who knows? He then asks Myrtle for his help in order to dispel all the anger in his heart if he helps him. As we then cut to a field in the fairy realm, as Diane is running around scaring a couple of deer, as she's trying to find King, as she is incredibly worried. She then sees him walking towards her, as she is incredibly worried, stating that she doesn't know what to do. Apparently, Tiore is starting to piece things together about Naziennes, and she thinks Myrtle is not too far behind. But King just looks up at her, flies, and plants his head in her chest. I'm gonna be honest, I would do the same.
Hey, yep.
Don't look at me like that. We all know if we had a giant girlfriend like Diane, we would do the exact same thing King would do whenever we're upset. And if you say otherwise, then you're lying to yourself. But moving on. King is literally just unloading all of his sadness with Diane right now, saying that he's hated, he'll never recover from this, and Diane is wondering what King is talking about, who hates him. As he says, it's Naziennes. He called him thick-headed, in bad taste. He said he angers him, and he had the biggest look of scorn on his face. And King thought giving him the drug would, make things right. It would be the right thing to do. And now look at things. As, at the end of last chapter, Naziennes literally berated, and rightfully so, King's decision to give him the drug of yore after 2 years, and even stated, "You're an idiot. Why would you give this to me instead of one of your sons that desperately needs something like that right now?" And this is classic King. He gets worked up and in his own head, gets a bit of tunnel vision when it comes to the people he cares about, but tends to fumble the ball when it matters a lot of the time, or screw things up to the point where the opposite effect happens. This has kind of been King's whole spiel for a long time. But as he tells Diane about the drug, Diane is just shocked and like, "Didn't you say that you would keep quiet about the drug of yore?" And King's like, "Well, yeah, but I knew how hard he was working, and I thought just giving him the drug would be trampling all over his efforts." But he just says flat out, every single day he trudges out of the tunnel of whispers, shoulders slumped down. And I just couldn't stand seeing my own child like that. 100% confirming. I mean, we kinda got that confirmation last chapter anyway, but from King's mouth, Naziennes is 100% their child, their missing child, their firstborn. I know I'm kind of milking this, but I'm just stating that this is 100% confirmed by King and Diane themselves. 100% flat out. So, no doubts there. If there were any other, none of us had any doubts. But yeah, he literally wasn't going to give him the drug at all, but he just caved in after seeing all of Naziennes' hard work over 2 years and just couldn't stand just having him do this seemingly for nothing, and wanted to try helping him out now. So, bless King's heart. He fumbles it, but he's trying his best to be a good dad, even though Naziennes doesn't know he's his dad. Gotta respect the effort, but the guy is kind of thick-headed a lot of the time. But they are then ambushed by their kids saying, "So it's true," as they confront their parents. King's asking them why they're here, and it's there that Fao told them. Last chapter, Pao overheard Tiore and the aunt's conversation, and so we all kind of figured that they would end up going to tell the rest of the kids. Belt goes on to say that it's no wonder that they were so oddly close to Naziennes, who is a human. And Zana says that she can't believe that Naziennes is actually their brother the entire time. But Sixtus gets down to the point it confronts his parents. Says, "If all this is true, why did you keep the drug from Myrtle, who you raised as your own son, and instead just give it to some guy you happen to be related to?" King says it's not like that. Heck, I tried giving it to him, but he refused it. He then asks Sixtus how he even knows about it. Sixtus looks at his dad square in the face and tells King and Leanne that him and Myrtle saw everything. They heard what King and Naziennes were talking about. As this shocks King and Leanne, as now Myrtle, their secret is out to everybody, especially to Myrtle. Really quick, I just want to say this right here. I think Sixtus, the way Nakaba is just writing him, second oldest, great brother. I just feel like Sixtus is being written as the king who never fucked up. Essentially, like the one who never fumbles the bag a lot of the time. Which I find kind of funny. At least that's where I'm getting this from. And Sixtus right now was one of my favorites, as we got the most time with him outside of Tiore, and I'm liking what Nakaba's doing with him. We then cut back to Naziennes in his little workshop in the fairy realm, as he is still very pissed off at King from what just happened, and goes on to say, now we gotta bring Percival back, not because of him, but for me. I gotta wake him up for me. As Nazianz then notices Tiore kind of walking in the middle of the forest, kind of a bit in a daze. But then she looks up and notices Myrtle. She then goes on to say that, I know I chided you about being too big for your britches, but like Nazianz says, you're so kind to everyone, I know all your good traits. So, no matter what, you're still our big brother, alright? And this is something that I like, because Tiore basically pieced everything together over the last 2 to 3 chapters, and was very concerned for Myrtle the most, because she didn't want anything to change. He's her older brother, and she doesn't want to lose him, and she just wants to stay a family like they've always been. And now after seeing him, just starts to kind of unload on him and tell him that everything's going to be okay, he doesn't have to worry, we're still a family. But Myrtle gets up to her and just says Nazianz and all who sided with him, as he then grabs Tiore by the throat with all his strength, as the final page of the chapter showcases a demonic looking Myrtle stating, all have to pay. Do you want to take everything from me? As he begins strangling Tiore with all his strength, veins popping all over his body with black, dark eyes, as it seems that his negative emotions are taking control over him, and it's most likely what that Chaos Mage did to him that is making him hurt his family. And that ends the chapter. So, gotta be honest, family drama, I'm liking it. They're doing a good job with what we're given. I like Sixus taking the initiative as the eldest brother in the room right now, and thinking about Myrtle, thinking about their family, and confronting his dad over his decisions. We got the reveal of who the Chaos Mage is. In my honest opinion, underwhelming. I was kind of hoping it would be someone like Morgan Le Fay or previous character that we grew to know over 7 Deadly Sins that is now back. A lot of people had Grey Road as a potential character, but unfortunately, if we're going to get Grey Road again, it'll probably be sometime later down the road, maybe as a Guardian of Camelot or whatever. But, two-headed lizard man, a nice twist, did not see that coming. But we still have to see what this guy could do at all. And manipulating Myrtle's negative emotions is most likely one of the main things it's doing. The family dynamics are shifting. Everybody knows the secret that King and Deanne have been keeping for years, and now we're finally getting the fallout for it with this proper build-up. And I also kind of like that Deanne had no idea that King was going to just give the drug of yore to Nazianz, as he never talked to her about it, and apparently they more or less seemingly agreed that nobody would know about the drug whatsoever. So, King, I love you, man, but you're gonna do this a very important decision, especially if it involves one of your kids. You gotta tell your wife about it. Also, it's about something very precious to the realm that the two of you are protecting and ruling over. Kinda seems like something that you would want to go over with your queen. But this is King. Does not think things through a lot of the time, especially when it comes to the people he cares about. Love the guy for it. He still fumbles the bag. And now a possessed Myrtle is strangling his sister. So, not the best thing going on in the fairy realm right now for this family. But hey, things will work out most likely, and right now it's being set up for Nazianz to essentially save Myrtle and help him, as perhaps, hopefully, reconcile things and finally truly be a part of the family that he has essentially been a part of for a long time. This is a Nazianz focused story, and I'm liking what we're getting with him so far. Hopefully things develop a bit more and we see what's going on, what'll happen with Myrtle. Will he join Chaos? Will he be a pawn, or will he be free? I got no clue. All we know is there is something that's going to happen that will not be good with the fallout of this arc. But that's all I gotta say. What did you guys think of this chapter? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comments section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Look, I'm just saying, if I had a giant wife or girlfriend like Deanne, if I was upset, I would 100% bury my face in her chest, like King. I am not a degenerate, I'm just stating facts. After a week-long break, we're finally back with Four Knights of the Apocalypse, chapter 144, and this was another great emotional chapter, setting things up for the confrontation with these Chaos Mages, and King and Deanne and their kids, Myrtle's internal struggles, Nazianz getting involved, and a very special surprise at the very end of this chapter. But before we get into things fully, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. It's been a crazy 2 weeks, and I'm really happy that we're finally back to some regular and consistent Four Knights content. So let's get right into things. So chapter 144 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Cracks, and the cover image is literally just a possessed Myrtle, which the more I look at him, the more I kind of like this design. So we come back from the last chapter where he is basically choking his sister to death. What a very dark and bleak and disturbing way to open up a chapter, but okay. Hope this sentence doesn't get me demonetized, but let's keep rolling. The possessed Myrtle goes on to say, "I hate fairies and giants. I was never either of them at all, and all of you knew the truth, but no, you were tricking me the whole time." As it looks like Tiore is about to pass out, two balls are thrown at Myrtle and pollen goes everywhere, as he then, in a rage, throws Tiore aside. As when she gets up, she notices that Nazianz has come to her rescue, as he threw something that's called a dust shroom, which is a smoke screen making mushroom. As Nazianz stands protecting Tiore, he says, "No matter what the reason, isn't she a cherished member of your family?" But Tiore goes on to say that to be careful with Myrtle. He isn't normal. He's not doing the things that he should. And as Nazianz goes over to Myrtle, Myrtle then punches him square in the face with a nice sucker punch, just flat out saying that he hates him. And then he kicks Tiore away as she tries to tell him to stop. He then goes on to say, "Everything I've built up the past 18 years, you've all too easily taken it from me," as he keeps trying to beat the ever-loving hell out of Nazianz consistently with a barrage of punches, laying out everything that he's felt towards him this entire time, saying, "My sole aim my whole life was to win my mother and father's love. But they didn't choose me. No, they picked you, some random boy from out of nowhere. How can this be allowed?" As Nazianz is being beaten down, he begins to actually rationally put things together, saying that normally when Myrtle's agitated, he's never agitated like this before. And he thinks this is from some kind of herb or poison, and begins to think that maybe the pill they took earlier probably should have made him mostly immune to these things. But to be safe, Nazianz injects him with a needle similar to what he did a couple of chapters ago during their fight, as he tries to use detoxification on him. And as Myrtle bounces away, Tiore picks up Nazianz, revealing that he has no injuries, no scratches, no bruises whatsoever. He is completely fine. As Nazianz goes on to say that he actually ate grounded up Keranos antlers, boosting his physical strength and resilience, which is a nice callback to all the way back during their fight with the Dark Talismans 2 years ago. When he ate the Keranos powder, it ended up giving a boost that allowed him to survive literally being hit by a poison and just being beaten to hell. So it's nice seeing something that he did post time skip being brought back to really aid him in a fight. But back to Myrtle. He then begins to throw up uncontrollably and then starts to wheeze and cough like normal, as Nazianz says that the detoxification should have cancelled out the Molin plus whatever drugs that had put him in this state. As it seems like Myrtle might be back to normal now that he's back to his usual wheezing, Nazianz goes up right to him and says, "Don't worry, the pills that you have should most likely help you with what you're going through right now," and asks if he has any. But in that instance, Myrtle grabs Nazianz's arm and pulls it behind his back, holding it there. As Myrtle says, "Why was it someone like you?" and Tiore tries to shout, telling him to stop, we hear a loud crack as he breaks Nazianz's arm. So it showcases just how strong Myrtle is physically right now in this state, as he is still under this type of possession. And even with that Keranos boost, Nazianz's bone was still able to be broken. Nazianz falls to the ground as Myrtle lets him go and begins to cough and wheeze like normal. Nazianz begins to think that perhaps this isn't some type of poison and it must be something from magic or maybe even a curse. Tiore goes on to say that this is enough and that she's not going to stand for this. And Myrtle says, next is his head. And right before he does anything else, he is stopped by King's second form of Chastifoal, Guardian. And man, is this one roided out grizzly bear. Honestly, I think Guardian might actually be my favorite form of Chastifoal that King has. It is legitimately just really cool looking. and I really want to see more of just this giant bear boxing literal giants at this point. But Myrtle is stopped as we see King has finally made his appearance on the scene, as Myrtle calls out to him, and in the distance, Deanne and the rest of the kids end up following suit. King asks her why she brought the kids, and Deanne says, well, what did you expect me to do after feeling that evil magic, as the siblings look over at Myrtle, and Nazianne's on the ground. King goes on to tell Myrtle that this is a bit too far, and it's not like him at all. After saying this, Myrtle just gets away from Guardian, as if the real King wasn't really holding him back, he was just hovering over him to try and keep him from doing anything he'd regret. But Myrtle has a very heartbreaking smile and goes on to say, what do you mean, not like me? Would you prefer I shut up and keep pandering to mommy and daddy instead? As this is really concerned to King and Deanne, as the siblings are wondering what's going on right now, as he keeps on saying, or keep pretending to be all strong in front of my siblings. As now all these bottled up feelings are beginning to pour out, as he is just crying uncontrollably while he's possessed, that he says, or be racked with anxiety, only to be told I was a changeling all along, and be forced to live in fear of being kicked out of this world for good. As Deanne is starting to tear up, saying, I'm sorry, I had no idea you were feeling this way. But in that instance, Myrtle's thoughts begin to leak out, and I believe King and Sixtus begin to hear it. That's not what I'm trying to say. I don't want to do any of this. I don't want to make you too sad. As the black box, which is the Chaos Mage, obviously says, what are you doing? Keep it up. Now, I honestly thought there was going to be Sixtus hearing it, but I guess King can full on just hear people's thoughts now a bit more if he tries. I think it's just bad remembering King being able to do that. But King motions his hands and then gets Guardian to grab Myrtle and hold him in the air. The kids are trying to tell him to stop, asking what he's going to do to Myrtle. And King motions his hands again and gets Chastity Full ready with a barrage of magic-infused punches, as he then lunges them, not at Myrtle, but to the black spot beneath, and a bunch of shadowy figures hop out of it before Guardian lands the punch, landing a huge blow onto the ground, shocking everyone there as they wonder who has entered the fairy realm. King goes on to say, you're the ones controlling Myrtle, right? Lurking in my son's shadow to try intruding into our realm. No wonder our spirit sphere allowed you to get in. So this actually confirms something which I wasn't entirely sure of, so which is why I never mentioned it. But the gateway to this fairy realm does look a lot like King's first form Chastity Fold. So perhaps this ends up being a whole new alteration that allows people in and out access to the fairy realm in a different location. Meaning that most likely is the physical Chastity Fold becoming a whole-on gate, and King is able to make his multiple forms in the fairy realm. At least that's what I'm getting out of this whole piece of dialogue. Or King just has Chastity Fold just everywhere in the fairy realm and is just like, I can sense you when you come in. I like my first one better. I like the Chastity Fold gate theory. But King goes on to say, unauthorized entry to the fairy realm, and most of all, what you've done to my precious son. You've committed crimes that will never be forgiven. As King faces off against the Kilbegin, the Chaos Mage, and what seems like a barrage of Chaos Knight assassins, which, if I'm counting right, is 10 of them. So this is going to be really cool. Obviously, they're fodder against King, one of the 7 deadly sins, and the Anne's there, so 2 of the sins are right there. And with the track record from all of these Chaos Knights, not to mention this isn't one of the 4 perils, unless you have some super powerful Chaos Magic infused weapon on the level of a Sacred Treasure, yeah, you ain't going to have a good track record against this 1, let alone 2 of the 7 deadly sins. So I'm not worried there unless they pull some kind of weird chaos trick. Nazians does recognize the Chaos Staff and says that they're most likely assassins from Camelot. Teori tries to keep him still so his arm can just not break anymore because it's completely shattered. But then we get this panel off on the side with these little white bubbles appearing. As in the final page, Nazian says, we've got to save him. I can't just let myself stay here. As Teori looks up behind Nazian's, as a little mini Percival bubble is looking over him, ending the chapter. So, does this mean Percival is actually going to make his way back in this arc? Or is this just essentially either one of the mini Percivals sticking around Nazian's because of the connection with the spirits, and was responding to Nazian's feelings, and Percival's giving an extra hand while in the spirit realm or just scattered throughout the world essentially? Who knows? But this was an intense chapter. The family drama is being fully laid out on the table. King now knows all of Myrtle's insecurities, and so does Deanne. But Myrtle isn't fully complicit with what's going on. He's being controlled, and it's just all of his negative emotions are bubbling up and being spewed out to mess with his parents and his family. And I like how King doesn't immediately assume his son is doing something bad. He knows that his son is being manipulated, and he does know that, yes, he can hear the thoughts. Myrtle doesn't want to make them sad, but I think King finally is starting to understand and really be in tune with what's going on with the situation presented with his son, that he should have paid a bit more attention and maybe told more of the truth. So now he obviously found out what's going on with the Chaos Knights lurking in his shadow to get in and bypass Chastity Fold's detection of enemies, which is honestly a really cool plan. And I'm still 100% sold on the Chastity Fold as the actual gate that we saw a couple of chapters ago, allowing them to enter and exit the Fairy Realm. And now we got King facing off against Kilbegin and 10 other Chaos Knights or mages. And I'm very curious to see what's going to happen, because I would love another Sin beatdown of an enemy, because we had Bond opening up the time skip with a beatdown of Ironside, one of the 4 top bad guys. And then later on, Gowther got one shot essentially by another character from the 4 Perils. Pelgard's pretty strong, but we haven't seen him face off against a Sin, just maneuver around Gowther to an extent. And right now we got 2 Sins against a bunch of nameless mages / knights and one twin-headed lizard guy with magic power. So obviously things are going to be pretty good, but since they have a Chaos Staff, Chaos Beast most likely going to be a thing. And if my money's right, Myrtle's going to be the core of it at some point, which will make things a lot more one-sided against King in the end, because they're not going to want to hurt their son. But Percival's mini Percival showing up. I don't think this is actually Percival. I think Nakaba is just going to tease us with the potential of Percival's return for a little bit. Maybe have him help his friends out a little bit along the way, since Nazianz has been with Percival's body for so long, hoping for Percival to come back and really trying to be in tune with the spirits. I do think this is Percival's way of saying, I can't come back right now, or just yet, or I still don't know if I can come back. But he does want to at least help Nazianz out in this one instance, which I would like. And I do hope we lay off Percival coming back for a little bit longer. But if he comes back, at least in a temporary capacity with this arc, I wouldn't be too mad about it. Though, it still would be a lot better if he stayed gone for a little bit. It hasn't even been a full 20 chapters since his death, so I'll take it or leave it. But what do you guys think? Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. I've got a bunch of stuff planned for 4 nights, mainly shorts, and once the full first season ends up coming out on Netflix, I will do a full-length season review of it, so look forward to that whenever that comes out. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Four Nights of the Apocalypse chapter 145 is out, and this was once again another good chapter, as now we finally get not only the proper setup for the main fights of this arc, we also get to see King Deanne's kids all unleash their abilities, and we get a bit of resolution to that little Percival bubble that we saw in the previous chapter. And to an extent, the prediction I had about Myrtle is kind of correct, and we'll get into everything once we go through the initial chapter. But before we start anything, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. This arc seems like it's finally wrapping up and reaching the climax, and I'm excited to see what exactly happens in the coming future. So with that out of the way, let's get right into things. Chapter 145 of Four Nights of the Apocalypse, titled Family Battle, which honestly is very apt for this title, as this is literally the full-on family drama being brought into full force in an actual fight right now. Cover image is Kilbegin as its actual true form, right in front of the cloaked figure that he has presided himself as, which honestly, really cool cover page, I kind of like it, and the initial Lizardman design, I'm liking it a lot more as I see it more often. But we continue where things left off last week, where the Chaos Knight and their assassins essentially infiltrated the Fairy Realm, and the giants and fairies are wondering what's going on as these hooded figures have entered their space. Confronting the assassins, King says, I don't know who you are, but first you break your way into the fairy realm, and then you treat my precious son very badly. It'll cost you more than you can imagine. Kilbegin then tries to get into King Indian's head, and he says, if that's how you put it, Fairy King, are you sure you're not talking about how you treat Myrtle? As he then tells Myrtle to bring out all the darkness in his heart, in his gut. As Diane goes up to Myrtle and begins to ask, what's wrong? And Myrtle, compelled by the chaos magic as was fairly obvious with the last chapter, ends up saying, did you truly love me from the bottom of your heart? Diane says, yeah, it's very obvious, but Myrtle calls her a liar. Myrtle then says that King gave the drug of yore to Nazianz instead of him, and that Diane is no different. And in that instance, Myrtle's form begins to contort and twist as he seems to have chaosified into a malignant chaos beast, saying, all of you, you've all abandoned me, shocking King and Diane at the grotesque form that this chaos mage has made their son. Now, really quick, I just want to state that in the last chapter we got a peek into Myrtle's subconscious through Sixtus as well as King, as they heard his inner thoughts saying that he didn't want to say any of that and he doesn't want to make them sad. So obviously, subconsciously, Myrtle is trying to fight back. But these are some twisted versions of his darker thoughts that Kilbegin is bringing out to the surface in order to mess with King and Diane and cause some chaos for his plan. Kilbegin then tells the hooded figures now as they all scatter. As King tries to go after them, the Chaos Myrtle breaks out of and destroys Guardian. Now, do I think this Chaos Myrtle is strong enough to beat Guardian? No, I think it's primarily because King was not really holding any real power in Guardian. Myrtle is still a son, he was just holding him still so that he wouldn't hurt himself. But the chaosification was enough to break out of Guardian and slash it up, because I doubt King wanted to put all of his force into using Guardian on his son. After Guardian is destroyed, King tries to go towards Myrtle, but Diane tells him to let her handle it. As Sixtus goes on to say, better hurry, those guys are probably after the drug of yore, as Sixtus says that he heard it in the guy's mind earlier. Not to mention that their plan seems to be for the leader to lure King away so that his minions can go after the drug of yore that's in his throne room. King smiles and tells Sixtus, how about I take care of that cheap bait and follow him? Sixtus, I know you don't like it, but can you sweep up the minions? And I like how King says this, knowing full well that his son is capable of just wiping out the riffraff quite easily. So, full on, 100% confirmed, Sixtus is the strongest out of King's children by just the sheer confidence King has in him to essentially present keeping the drug of yore safe from these assailants as something more of like a chore for him to do. That he's like, I know you don't like it or want to hear it, but you mind just doing me this little quick favor? You know, like, it's kind of funny to see that. Plus, King ends up stating that it's fine, even if they get there, they're not going to be able to enter and get the drug of yore without King's voice password. So Sixtus says, okay, I'm game. But reminds King, this is all your fault because you kind of caused this whole mess in a sense. And he's not wrong. It's King fumbling the bag. I know I'm making the joke again, and it's not entirely King's fault if I'm being completely honest with you. But again, the meme is funny. King then uses Spirit Sphere Chastity Fold's 8th form Pollen Garden around Tiore and Nazianz in order to help Nazianz heal better. But it's then that the King and his son go off in their own separate directions to face the Chaos Mage and his assailants. Meanwhile, Myrtle in his Chaos form now is just causing all sorts of mayhem as he's just saying, give me the drug, let me drink it right now. As the Maelstrom is kicking up from his blows onto the ground, is pushing everybody back. As the siblings are basically telling Myrtle to stop, Zana and Ziliana end up using their earth magic, hitting Myrtle with quad hammer, fish-shaped earth rocks, constantly hitting him on all sides. It's then Belt ends up using his hands and emotion to create a Bind Ivy attack, which I'm not entirely sure if this is a spirit weapon. It's not stated. He could just have the ability to manipulate the vines, and that's his baseline magical ability, which, it's fine. It would be cool if all of King's fairy kids were able to have some sort of sacred treasure or sacred weapon from the fairy tree, but I'm fine with this if this is just a base magic power. But anyway, Belt binds Myrtle as he goes on to say, listen, cool your head for a bit. If you start struggling, those vines will rip your body apart. As Myrtle then wails out in anger as he then not only cuts himself, but breaks himself free from the vines and the quad hammers that are around him, shattering everything and blowing the rest of the kids away, even surprising Diane. Tiore in horror says that, now what are we going to do? At this rate, Myrtle and all of them are in deep trouble. It's then Nazianz gets back up, stating that it's up to us. Let's protect Myrtle and the others. Tiore brings up that Nazianz has a broken arm and should be moving, but Nazianz says, I know, but it got healed some time ago. which is interesting, and even Tiore points it out, maybe it's that weird spirit she saw earlier, referring to the previous chapter where we got a little mini Percival popping up over Nazianz. So this obviously resolves that end plot point. This was kind of sneaky of Nakaba to do, tease us with the potential of Percival's revival, but this was kind of what I was expecting. Percival essentially nudging or helping Nazianz along the way, since he's closer to the spirits in the fairy realm now. So it's very possible that Percival just brought his little Percival bubble and healed Nazian's arm since he was in a bind. And at the moment, there isn't any real sign of Percival showing back up, unless that's probably going to be a type of message he'll give to Nazianz once the fight's already over. But after mentioning this, Tiore's like, never mind, it might be my imagination, but asks Nazianz if he's okay anyway. Cutting back to Myrtle, he is yelling out, I hate it all. As the children are about to go and try and face off Myrtle again and hold them back once more, the Yam tells them to step back and says this is a job for Mom. So now Diane is going to have to try and calm down her son, and I'm going to love to see Diane actually do something. Obviously, she's probably going to not actually fight Myrtle. She'll find some way to at least calm him down or hold him still until they can basically get the chaos power out of him. But I can just tell that the next scene in the next chapter with this moment, it is going to be heartbreaking to an extent, and showcase Diane as the loving mother that she is in this series. We then cut back to King as he's chasing after Kilbegin. He unveils his hood and begins to do a chant, conjuring up a double spell, Dark Ghost Horde and Tracer Enchant, and fires them off at King, saying to die. Now, let's be honest, every single time a Chaos Mage or Chaos Knight has attempted to do something to the Sins, they have essentially gotten wiped out in an instant. I mean, look what Bond did to Ironside. Now granted, Gother was taken out to an extent by Beltrop, and Pelgar was able to react to Gother's mental attacks. But, let's be honest, Gother is at this point the weakest out of the Sins, so if anyone's gonna get actual battle damage, is the one that isn't fully capable of full-on hand-to-hand combat or brute force, like the rest of them. Even King to an extent, but he's a lot more powerful and a lot more maneuverable than Gother, so it just comes with the territory. But these Dark Ghost Hordes begin to encase and go around King. But King shouts out Spirit Chastifold, First Form Chastifold, mow down. As in a awesome 2-page spread, we see the Spirit Chastifold in all of its glory as it mows down, I know, pun intended, all of the dark ghosts that were surrounding King, blowing back Kilbegin. As King says, I've got this crazy powerful mage among my friends, you see. But you guys, I could handle you in my sleep. Which, I love how he literally just stated, yeah, you guys ain't nothing compared to Merlin at this point, so don't act like you're tough shit. Now, the fact that King, if he is referring to Merlin, and I highly think he is, he probably still considers Merlin a friend, and perhaps they even know that Merlin isn't even in Camelot anymore. Heck, he might even know where she is for all we know. I'm reaching at this point, but I just find it interesting if he is talking about Merlin, that he still refers to her as one of his friends. So, it's just nice to see. Also, 2-page spread, beautiful. Love it. Love Chastifold in all of its glory. Cannot wait to see this guy get mowed down or do some last minute BS to try and at least make him be trouble for King. I do expect something like that to happen. So yeah, that'll probably be a thing. We then cut back to the Chaos Hooded figures as they approach King's throne room, just shooting magical blasts at all the fairies and giants in the area to get them to clear the way. As they make it to the top of the flower and to King's throne, they end up looking around for the Drug of Yore, as they do detect a purified magical force. But as they begin to say this is probably the Drug of Yore, Sixtus appears in an instant and says, yeah, that's right, but you'll never get your hands on it. Wanna know why? Because you got Sixtus here taking you on, ending the chapter. So yeah, this chapter was honestly really good. We got the Matt Bane setups of this fight in the finale of this arc finally coming to a head. King is taking on Kilbegin and the Chaos Mage power. He's probably going to pull something out of his butt to try and at least give King actual trouble. Sixtus is going to take care of all of the riffraff that are with them, which if there was going to be an interesting twist on how they would potentially get the Drug of Yore, it would be interesting to get the last of the 4 Perils secretly among these Chaos Assailants to actually overpower Sixtus and steal it, and maybe it might have something to do with their magical power, or maybe they'll use Chaos power to overwrite the password, which I would be all for. That's my theory going on right now. And we got Diane, and then Nazianz and Tiore, most likely going to do something to calm down Myrtle and try and expel the chaos magic from within him in order to turn him back to normal. And we got the resolution for the Percival Golem, which it healed Nazian's arm off screen. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see more of it, But I feel like Nakba saving Percival's return for later down the road. I do hope Percival doesn't have a full-on actual return later down the road. And if anything, he gives some sort of message through his Percival Golem for Nazians about the future or how he can help. But that's really all I got for you guys at the moment. Not much else to see. I like the interactions in this chapter, and we finally got all the matchups set up, and there's still potential for some sort of last-minute twist to be had, like I mentioned. But what did you guys think of this chapter? What do you think are going to happen for things to either go completely wrong, or do you think present a challenge to the characters in this story right now? Let me know in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Things have been really heating up right now, and I hope something happens that will shake things up even more, even amongst its actual resolution. Four Nights of the Apocalypse chapter 146 is out, and this was another great chapter. All in all, these chapters have just been straight up bangers after banger, every single one. And this chapter fully concludes the family drama, and we get a bit of really nice and heartwarming moments involving Deanne in this very chapter. But before we jump right into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content here on the channel, and it shows you want to see more. Sorry if I sound a bit off today, I kind of have a cold, so try and deal with the rabbly voice. But with that out of the way, let's get right into the chapter. Chapter 146 of Four Nights of the Apocalypse, titled Love Melting Curses Like Ice. And the cover page is Sixtus against the Chaos Knights. And that is all we will see of Sixtus in this chapter. So yeah, this chapter we don't cut back to Sixtus whatsoever. So we essentially get a snippet of his fight as it literally just begins. So we'll just have to wait and see, probably next chapter, to see how things progress. But the chapter starts off with King facing off against Kelbigan as he summons Spirit Sphere Chastifold's fourth form, Sunflower. And in that instance, as Sunflower rises up from the ground, Kelbigan tries to use double casting for two magic shields and two dragon-style magic abilities to create a magical shield. However, it doesn't do all too much as Sunflower destroys it effortlessly and burns and even bloodies up Kelbigan. King says that wasn't really much of a smart plan, saying, yeah, you did well to cajole Myrtle and sneak into the fairy realm beneath the shadows, but that's where it ends. Did you really think you could seize the drug from the king of the fairy clan? And Kelbigan states, and do you think you can undo the curse of Myrtle without that drug? As he snickers. King goes on to say that he's not worried about Myrtle as he's strong of heart. He knows he'll break the curse that was put on him. But Kelbigan states that it's doubtful because what he casted works on his mind. It's a craving curse. Anyone caught by it cannot be freed until his most fervent wish comes true. And he states that, do you know what Myrtle's wish is for? He detests his human body and wants to be a fairy or a giant just like his siblings. As Kelbigan states that it will never come true. He is human. Thus, only the drug of yore can remove the curse upon him. As this shocks King as he thinks about Myrtle. As then cut back to Myrtle swailing about and hitting Deanne as she is protecting the kids. Deanne cries out that Myrtle doesn't want this, but Myrtle tells her to shut up as he continues to slash right at her with his whip arm as he then draws blood. Ziliana asks Deanne why she's not using heavy metal in this instance, as she then asks Zana to go off and do something, as they both run away from the battlefield. Now I like how this whole not bringing up heavy metal thing is shown in the story, as this essentially confirms that Deanne isn't trying to fight back or do anything to make this into an actual fight. As we then cut to the next page where Deanne's dress is cut up and she is starting to bleed, as she says, Myrtle, I'm sorry. I know it's hard for you, knowing the truth and all. As Myrtle shouts out, so you admit it, as he slashes at the ending, again at her head this time. And this is probably the coldest panel of Deanne I have ever witnessed in my whole life, as I know this is just her accepting the brunt of her son's anger and vitriol, but you can't tell me that this image of her isn't just cool as all hell. Tiori cries out for her mom as Nazians is wondering how he can get out of Pollen Garden. But Tiori says that this is a part of the Spirit Sphere and it's one of its forms. The only one that could turn it off is King. And they're kind of stuck in there until things cool down. as Myrtle goes on and continues to wail at the end, stating, "Years worth of lip service you've given me, and now you abandon me the moment your real son shows up." As Zana and Ziliana manage to show up with Diane's sacred treasure, Gideon. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it's nice seeing this sacred treasure again. I was hoping we would see this in an actual fight, but now is not that time. Zana tries to get Diane to use it in order to teach Myrtle a lesson, but Diane just waves them aside and says, "You know I can't do that." Myrtle continues to whip and wail at Diane as he has a maniacal laughter going about him. As he states, "Do you hate me now? Does that hurt? But my heart's been battering and beaten far, far, far more," as he continues to hit Diane. Tiore says stop. My mom is going to die. Now the way this speech bubble is positioned is kind of odd, so I can't exactly tell who's saying this. I think it might be Nazienz, but it could also be Tiore also. As it says, "Now I'm seriously concerned for her." I'm going to assume this is Nazienz, so let's just assume it's Nazienz being concerned for Diane. But Diane says, "I want you to listen," as she then begins to inch forward more and more towards Myrtle. Myrtle tries to push her away, telling her to stay away. "If you hate me, just abandon me and run away." Diane then goes right up in front of Myrtle and looks him square in the eye, as she then hugs him in a really wholesome panel, holding her child like a mother would, as Myrtle tries to get her to let go as he claws at her arm. Diane says, "On the day when we had our first child, we fell victim to a changeling crime. We all searched so hard, but we never found our child or your parents. I was shocked, inconsolable, not because you were human, but because our own newborn child had vanished on us. But as we raised you, our feelings changed. We saw it as God wanting us to have you instead, and we knew the child King and I had was being raised to be just as kind as you somewhere." And she's right. Ordo did raise Nazienz incredibly well. So, in that instance, she was right. Though it does fully confirm that they were searching effortlessly for Nazienz, but for some reason they just couldn't find him. And it could be primarily the reason that Nazienz, where he was being raised, was pretty close to Camelot, and they couldn't probably risk going to that area, for all we know. But that's just me crackpot theorying right now. But it shows that they were searching for Nazienz and that they couldn't really find him. And so, as they raised Myrtle in his stead, they began to love him as their own. And so, they figured, we have to raise this child, and for all we know, where our firstborn is, they'll be raised to be just as kind-hearted as the boy that we're raising right now. Diane then says that they wanted him to have a healthy life in the fairy realm. As she states, that's why King immediately gave him the drug of yore to take. So this 100% confirms that King did in fact try giving the drug of yore to Myrtle when he was just a baby. So look, I know I've been doing these King is a bad dad or screws up jokes in my last couple of videos. Were they overdone? Yes. Should I have stopped about a chapter or two ago? Also yes. But I thought it was funny. But that changes as we finally got the full-on confirmation that King did want to give the drug of yore and did give the drug of yore to Myrtle in order to help him so that he would have a healthy life in the fairy realm so he could live with his new family. As this shocks everybody. But Diane says it didn't work, as the drug has the power to heal illnesses and break curses, but it couldn't transform Myrtle into a fairy or a giant. So yeah, I kind of figured this would be the case. I was considering the fact that maybe it would help him adjust to the fairy realm if he didn't take it yet, but I'm glad we got the full-on confirmation that it could only fully work on illnesses and curses. So, even though it was stated, there was always the option that that could have happened, but this does confirm the fact that the drug of yore wasn't going to work on Myrtle. They tried, it failed, and that's how it is. So the king being a bad dad joke, let's just put it off on the wayside, because he has been a pretty good dad. He just tends to overthink things or not think things through in certain aspects, and due to what has been done and what he has done for his kids, he probably didn't think anything of it about trying to give the drug of yore to Nazienz and help him with his research. He just should have thought a bit more about it, but in King's defense, he didn't really need to fully think about it all too much. But continuing on, Deanne begins to apologize, saying that what they should have done was spare no effort to track down Myrtle's parents. But at some point, we just gave up on it. I'm returning you to the human world. After all, this whole time, you were Mom and Dad's very own child. And probably the most wholesome panel of Deanne in this entire series. I am not gonna lie, this almost had me tearing up. Heck, recapping this, I'm starting to tear up myself. Nazian's just staring off at what he is witnessing as the rest of the kids are reacting in smiles as to what Deanna said. As Myrtle says, really, I don't care what I am, as he begins to shrink down back into his true self, as in tears he states, I just wanted to be you and Father's son. I just wanted all of us to be family. As everyone then smiles, as they now have their big brother back. As he then hugs Deanne's finger and says, Mother, I'm sorry. As Deanne cheerfully says, Myrtle, thank you for coming to us. As the chapter ends, with an image of Tiori and Nazianz in Pollen Garden, as they stare off at Deanne after reconciling with her child. And that is the chapter's end. I'm just going to say this flat out. Deanne is the best shonen mom. Hands down, I will not hear anything from it. She took the anger and vitriol from her cursed child and managed to bring him back from the brink with honesty and with love. I am not going to say anything of it. This is true. And if you disagree, too bad, because I know I'm right on this. Or not. It's your own opinion. But yeah, that was the chapter. Relatively quick, no real fight. This was just Deanne coming to terms with her son, his feelings, and fully revealing the truth about him being human, and that they gave the drug of yore to him when he was just a baby, but it didn't work. So giving him the drug of yore now wouldn't have done anything whatsoever. The family drama of the Cayenne kids are finally resolved, and now King is going to be taking down Kelb again, and Sixtus is going to take on these Chaos Knights. So the next chapter is probably going to conclude that, and we might get Nazian's full-on confrontation with the truth that he is King Leanne's child, and that they, more or less, kind of abandoned him. So let's see how that goes, because that's just a whole other can of worms being brought up. But I'm pretty sure Nazian has come to terms with the fact that if he didn't end up being abandoned, he wouldn't have met Ordo, he wouldn't have been raised by Ordo, and he wouldn't have met Percival and his friends. So he's probably come to terms with everything by now, but I do think if he talks to King and Deanne about it, and they come clean to him, it'll fully resolve itself, and Nazian's a pretty understanding person, so I do see this fully coming to grips, and everyone being fully resolved with Nazian meeting his real family. But I can't wait for the conclusion of this arc, because we're gonna get King's final fight and Sixtus' final fight. So let's see how things resolve in this instance, and will they manage to steal the drug of yore for Arthur? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comments section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. The end is the best MILF in shonen. I will not hear otherwise. This is fact, this is truth. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 147 is out, and this was probably the best chapter in the last few, because not only did we get some nice pure Sixtus action and some nice wholesome family vibes, but the ending of this chapter literally left us off on a massive cliffhanger, and also a big prediction I had a couple of weeks ago is 100% correct, and I cannot wait to get into that as we get later on into this chapter. But before we get into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. This arc finally seems to be wrapping up as things are hitting their climax, and I cannot wait to see how this whole thing is going to end. But with all that out of the way, let's get right into this chapter. So chapter 147 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled The Difference in Power. And the cover image is of Deanne, as well as multiple different instances of Deanne throughout her life in the Seven Deadly Sins manga, so just a whole page of nostalgia. Two images on this, I'm like, you didn't need to include that, but everything else, cute and wholesome. Love it. We start off from where last week left us, as Myrtle then collapses to the ground after recovering from the curse that made him into a horrific monster. He starts coughing due to the fairy realm's atmosphere as his siblings surround him, asking if he's okay. Myrtle says not to worry about him and to treat Deanne, as he literally says she loves all of them so much, but just look at her. Look what I've done to her, as it shows Deanne bloody and scratched up from Myrtle. But Deanne says, no whipping yourself like that. I don't know if that was meant to be a pun, considering that Myrtle literally used a whip last chapter. Deanne then says any scars I take from my precious kids would never hurt me at all. As Deanne smiles and says, besides, this much doesn't even count as a scratch to me, as he's trying to be, cute and lightening the mood, but her daughters are just saying that she's just a monster if anything else, and I just like this little comedic moment as everyone just starts laughing over this whole instance. Tiori is relieved that things seem to be okay, as she was scared for a second. Nazian says that a mother's love truly is a marvel. Tiori then goes on to say that she's not just any mom, she's Deanne, the serpent sin of envy. She and the 7 deadly sins managed to beat the Demon King himself. Nazians laughs, as Nazians looks at Myrtle and says, now I'm envy of him a little bit. I need the whole Nazians being King of Deanne's kid thing to be mentioned to Nazians, because I feel like him realizing that he now has this massive family that would love him no matter what, I feel like that would really be a nice thing for him. But I feel like that's going to be saved for when things calm down for the end of the arc. Myrtle then begins to start coughing and wheezing as before, and Deanne asks if he has the pills on him. But he doesn't have any, he lost them in the fight. Tiori asks Nazian if he can help Myrtle, and Nazian says he could. He has gotten the effects of the mullen that was needed to make the pills. Tiori tells Deanne that Nazian can help Myrtle, but Nazian states that since they're stuck in Pollen Garden, they can't really get out. No way of getting in or anyone coming out. Belt is examining Pollen Garden as Zana just charges up, tells him to get out of the way, and then just kicks Pollen Garden as it ricochets throughout the forest. In a pretty hilarious looking scene, as Nazians and Tiori were just bounced back and forth inside of the Pollen Garden, and their wounds are being healed, but they're also getting injured at the exact same time, so I just find that hilarious. Deanne tells the kids that they have to find King so he can get more of the pills, as well as breaking open Pollen Garden. It gives a brief rundown of where King and Sixtus have gone, as Sixtus went to the throne room to stop the Chaos Assassins from taking the Drug of Yore, as King went off to take on the red-cloaked mage. Zana tries to rally the kids to go find King and help him, but Deanne tells him to leave finding King to her, as she wants the rest of the kids to go and help out Sixtus. Belt says that Sixtus would be just fine, but Deanne says, look, I'm worried, just go after it. And she then asks Myrtle to look after Nazian and Tiori while everyone is away. Now that's actually a really nice thing, because I do think this would give Nazians and Myrtle a good chance for a heart-to-heart, and maybe Myrtle will be the one to tell him that they are the child of King and Deanne, which would be a very interesting thing. It could also help Myrtle explain fully why he had a bit of animosity towards Nazians for the time that he was around. We get a brief panel showcasing the Chaos Knights over the King's throne room, where they're about to fight Sixtus, as the rest of the Cayenne kids charge over to go and help Sixtus. And just like in this one instance, they're all just talking about how Deanne's being a bit overprotective, and that Sixtus be enough to take out any of those weaklings that they've seen. And they even fully mentioned that Sixtus has enough power to take the throne of the fairy realm, which that actually does confirm, despite the fairy tree being the one that chooses the next fairy king. It would be interesting during the fact that Sixtus is a natural-born fairy from a fairy and a giant. It could be that the authority could be passed down from fairy king to fairy king in that instance. It could also be shown that he also has a sacred fairy tree made sword, so that could be a way of the sacred fairy tree making him like a candidate for the next fairy king without having to create its own fairy king, like it did with King, Dahlia, and Gloxinia in that order, which is very interesting to think about. But we're back to the action with Sixtus taking on the cloaked figures, as he says Spirit Sword Magliostera form to Hummingbird, as it creates a giant typhoon with a bunch of miniature versions of his sword, cutting up a load of these hooded figures. Some of these hooded figures then launch elemental attacks towards Sixtus, but Sixtus motions his hands and creates the third form of his Spirit Sword, which is Hexagonal Wall. So I'm liking that this Spirit Sword is very different from King's Spirit Spear in terms of how it's being utilized and its shape. Heck, even the defensive form of his sword is different than King's, which would normally be Guardian, and to an extent Pollen Garden, so it is very nice, and it does look like a sci-fi looking magical shield. If not, it looks like the magic shields that we see in Frieren. I'm rewatching Frieren, I just really wanted to bring that up. Go watch it. I'm planning to do a video on it at some point. Anyway, shameless plug to a video that may or may not be coming. Sixtus goes on to say, he didn't think to call anyone stronger than you, referring to the cloaked figures, because really, this feels like bullying the weak, and I don't like it much. And after Sixtus mentions this, 3 of the hooded figures begin to merge into one, surprising Sixtus as it launches a magical attack straight towards him. Now Sixtus still manages to block it with his third form of his spirit sword, and Sixtus is impressed, saying, "Not bad. If you had that all along, you should have broken it out sooner. But if there's that few of you left, you're kinda sunk, aren't you?" But in that instance, we get a 2-page spread with Sixtus surrounded by dozens of these hooded figures, as he is wondering when they got there. But in that instance, these mass horde of hooded figures then begin to merge together as well in that instance, as Sixtus launches his Form 1 Maglia Sterna straight towards the enemy. But in that instance, the fully merged Chaos Mage ends up creating a perfect cube around Sixtus, showcasing their hands now as they cast their spell. And they then cast 2 more spells. 4 Bouncing Elements, as it combines 4 elemental attacks into 1 elemental ball, and then uses Teleport to teleport it within the perfect cube right next to Sixtus, as the next page showcases this elemental cube bouncing back and forth between the walls, as it then explodes and breaks the perfect cube from the inside. And here's the thing, that is an impressive feat, as perfect cube is meant to be one of the primo defenses of the Demon Clan, so if a magical attack is strong enough to break through that thing, even from the inside, that is impressive even of itself. But as Sixtus is coming to after the explosion, wondering what that was, in the next page we see towering over him the 4th Knight of Peril, the White Knight from King Arthur's elites, finally making their appearance in the Fairy Realm arc. And I'm just gonna say this, I freaking called it. I stated a few videos ago that the strong possibility that one of these cloaked figures was the 4th Knight of Peril, and lo and behold, all of them were literally just this one knight split up into multiple weaker versions in order to use magical spells. And based off of how this knight's fighting style is like, this knight most likely primarily uses magical based attacks, and the fact that they're able to use it in not only an effective manner but in different combinations in a very strategic way is a really nice way to showcase just how strong this character is and how much of a threat they are. I'll talk more about this in a later portion of the video, and I might make a video in and of itself at some point because I really want to talk about the 4 perils now. But as Sixtus realizes who's towering above him, he then jumps and tries to get some distance between him and the White Knight. Sixtus says, "You were hiding your powers? Who are you?" As the knight finally makes themselves known by stating their full name, Warland. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Warland. Worlden. I'm going with Worldan. And they pronounce themselves as the White Knights of the 4 Evils. I'm going with 4 perils, it sounds cooler than 4 Evils. But we then get a panel of Sixtus in shock, as we then get an image of blood splattering, as the White Knight states, and yes, just like you, I hate to bully the weak. The final page is Worlden generating a magical sword that almost looks similar to Sixtus's, stabbing him straight through the chest, ending the chapter. Whew boy, now that was a good one. Now here's actually something very interesting. I think Nakaba, despite setting us up for the 4 perils not being anything too big, has set up not only Beltrop, but also Worlden as immense threats in this series. Now Pelgard we haven't seen go all out, and I will give Ironside his credit, he did manage to survive a hit from a nerfed Bon, even though it was enough to have him lose his breath and cough up blood and grasping his chest. That was good enough to give Ironside enough of a feat to actually be able to survive an attack like that, because if Bond was at full strength, Ironside would probably be dead. But I do like how we're not focusing on the 4 knights, we are focusing on Team Percival and the other sins, but we're also building up the 4 perils. Pelgard is more of an ally-ish to an extent, but if he's deemed to have to try and fight the 4 knights and their allies, he will for his wife and kid. So full power Pelgard is going to come at some point. We also got Beltrop, who I actually have to give this from the Japanese Raw of Volume 16, and this was added, but Beltrop didn't cut the sky in that chapter. He cut the literal dimension they were in, meaning that Arthur has a knight with a magical sword or magical ability that allows him to cut space itself, a spatial-based attack, which is already in and of itself incredibly powerful in the world of 7 deadly sins. So we're focusing a lot on the 4 perils and how strong they are. Now, next up we're going to see the rest of the Cayenne kids show up to help out Sixtus, and they're all going to get massacred probably. My main theory is that this knight is more so a mage and primarily uses magic, similar to how Gawain has a good balance of being a mage in her base form, but when she goes buff, she primarily uses physical blows and her sun-based attacks, but isn't above using magic as well, as a type of nice mixture. So for this knight, definitely magic-based. That final sword, it could have just been them copying. I saw this on Twitter, forgot who posted it, I think someone named Ray on Twitter stated that there's a strong possibility that perhaps this knight is able to copy magical abilities, which is why they can use so many different spells, and why the last panel showcased a blade behind it that seemingly looks similar to Sixtus's blade. That might not be the case, but that is a very cool possibility. Either way, I'm excited to see what happens next, because King's going to take out Kilbegin, and he's going to have to show up to save Sixtus and the kids. So I'm curious to see. This will probably be the final peril knight taking on 2 of the sins for the climax of this arc, taking the drug of yore and booking it out of there for all we know. That's my prediction for how this arc will ultimately conclude, and we'll see how things go. I feel like the Cayenne kids are going to get themselves destroyed, even if they do try and help out Sixtus, and maybe Naziens could end up saving the day for all we know. Either way, this was a really incredible chapter. The action was great, and something that I got to mention was the fact that Worlden was literally splitting himself up in order to appear weaker, in order to slip past the defenses of the fairy realm and to not go under the notice of King. So that's already a good enough strategy in and of itself. But I spent the last 4 minutes basically speculating and talking to you about my closing thoughts for this chapter. What did you guys think? Leave your thoughts and opinions down in the comment section down below. How do you feel about the White Knight's true introduction? How do you feel this arc is going to pan out? Do you think it's going to end off the way with the 2 sins staying on the final peril knight? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below, and if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. The next chapter cannot come sooner, I swear. Four Knights in the Apocalypse chapter 148 is out, and man, another good chapter, I'm not gonna lie, as 2 big things happen within this chapter, one involving King and one involving the White Knight, and things in this chapter really make me believe that there are some very big consequences happening for the rest of Four Knights, and things are really starting to go in the way of Camelot, and I feel like we're really starting to feel the repercussions of it starting right now. But before we jump into this chapter, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it showcases you guys enjoy the content I make on the channel and shows you want to see more. This arc has been really picking up momentum, and I think we're definitely in the climax of it, as things are really being brought to a head. So let's jump right into things. So chapter 148 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Dark Clouds Looming, and the cover image is literally from the aftermath of last chapter, where Sixtus has been stabbed to the chest by a magical spear as he is staring down the White Knight with a gaping hole in his chest. And a closer image of Sixtus with this injury, and man, that is not good. He is in the donut club for sure. Worldane says, "Sweet dreams to you, my little fairy." as in that instance, everybody starts to feel Sixtus's magical power dissipating, as King notices as well, as Kilbegin tries to do a sneak attack from King as he is distracted. But Kilbegin is then stabbed right through the chest with verse form Chastieful, as this is seemingly the final blow essentially to really deal a massive hit to take him down. And just like that, King has increased a barrage of Chastieful swords ready to pierce through Kilbegin and just shred him to pieces. King says, "You could have survived if you just ran away." But Kilbegin starts laughing and says, "It was all worth it to get this close to you." He begins to say that it was all for this one moment, to prepare to face the curse of my blood, as Kilbegin's blood begins to gush out of his body and spray all over King, as King says that he's taking his own life. But Kilbegin says, "This is my true goal, to defeat the powerful foe that was such an eyesore to Worldane, my creator. And now right here, the mission is complete." So before we continue with this section, because this is a really big part of the chapter, Kilbegin fully confirms that he was created by Worldane, not Merlin like a lot of us thought, which means this could potentially end up confirming, or at least setting up, that Worldane, the White Knight of the Four Perils, might actually be Merlin's student. We've all been speculating maybe these powerful mages are the students of Merlin or stuff like that, so the evidence does show, and I would like this to be the case, and it would show why there's such grand mastery of magic and why the Fourth Peril is a powerful magic user as well. So that'd be a really cool twist to really add into the series, because I feel like Merlin would have another student in Camelot. I feel like that'd be just like her to do, just like she did with Vivian, only probably try to make sure she's not, you know, how Vivian is. I'm not going to mention it, because Vivian is just deranged. But back to the chapter, because this is a big thing. So after King is sprayed by Kilbegin's blood, he states that this is his mission complete. The blood begins to grow and encase King. As Kilbegin states, "So I stake my own life, my soul, to seal your powers away, Fairy King, casting the spell Deadly Soul Cursing Grudge." And I just love this image of King in his base form, essentially getting hit by the curse. So King is officially cursed right now. So this is something really interesting, and this does showcase that they had a plan in store for King. And if Sixtus went after Kilbegin and not King, then it would most definitely have been the better choice. But no, King had to take on the person that he thought was the strongest and most troublesome. So this ended up biting King in the butt, which I'm glad for. This adds more consequences, and we'll see what this curse essentially is. Diane shows up on the battlefield as she runs towards King and manages to catch him as he's falling to the ground. Diane asks King if he's okay, but he says he's just a bit dizzy. But Diane notices something as the blood encasing him starts to crumble away. As in the next page, we see King in his OG form from Seven Deadly Sins with the tiny fairy wings. So the curse brought King back to his original form before he had his wings fully grown out to the point where he was basically one of the stronger characters in the series. As Diane mentions, King's magic force was sealed up, and that was the final curse from the Kilbegin, meaning that their plan was to seal King. They actively nerfed King, the Fairy King, and one of the Seven Deadly Sins. And I like how we're getting this pattern of the sins not being the unstoppable force of nature, unless they're Bon and, I guess, Meliodas, that they are anymore. As yes, they are incredibly powerful, and they are living legends that Arthur was very wary of, but now we have a section where a random knight was able to weaken Bon to a tenth of his strength. Yes, Bon was still able to just dominate the fight, but it didn't kill or take down Ironside in one hit. He was still breathing, and he still had some fight left in him, even though it was best for him not to fight, as if he went back out there, he would have most surely died. And Gother was basically one-shot by Beltrup in a surprise attack with a dimension-cutting sword, and now King's powers have been sealed by a curse from a creature created by one of the Four Perils. So it seems that what's going on right now is that we are really diving into the sins being nerfed or sealed or cursed in some way so that they can be dealt with. And based on this chapter, it is most 100% sure going to happen to other sins. but I doubt in the similar manner, so it shows that they have plans for the sins. But moving on, King in the end says that it's not really that important right now, as they sense that Sixtus was in mortal danger and they have to hurry. As we cut back to King's throne room, as Sixtus is just lying on the ground now with a gaping hole in his chest, as Worldane says, "I know full well the drug of yore is in this place. Would you mind telling me the location before you die?" But Sixtus is basically not gonna let the last word go out like that, as just says, "Even if I'm about to die, even if you were my preference in women, I'd never tell." So this basically confirms Worldane is a woman, and we'll see later on in the chapter. But Worldane then begins to chant a spell, as Sixtus then says the password for unlocking the drug of yore, as Sixtus can't control himself. So it's very likely that this spell essentially it's an interrogation type spell, and Sixtus is so weak that he's susceptible to it most likely. But Worldane, knowing the password, says it, but nothing happens. Worldane says that, I guess it only works the Fairy King has its own voice, and so chants another spell called Gallery of Memories, essentially replaying events from previous chapters where King was giving the drug of yore to Nazien, as Sixtus is there like, oh shit, is this replaying memories embodied within this place? As Worldane says, okay, so the drug is there, but I have to see how he took it out. And so she ends up rewinding back to the point where King said the password. And so the drug of yore was summoned by the recording of the password, and so now, in a bright shine of light, Worldane has now officially gotten the drug of yore. I had a feeling there'd be something like this in order to get the drug of yore, because I feel like, as well as consequences for King's being sealed, and his second son essentially being mortally injured and potentially dying, there is definitely consequences needed for this arc, and we are really getting them right now. The drug of yore seems to be in the hands of the enemy. King is nerfed beyond all pre-existence, so I'm pretty sure the Four Perils could probably easily take him on, and maybe some other powerful Holy Knights from Camelot, maybe? I'm reaching right now. King was still pretty strong in that state, but if his power is fully sealed, then yeah, people can probably end up taking him on. But in this instance, Sixtus ends up coming to the realization why it's here. Nazians probably didn't accept this. I mean, King did kind of mention this to an extent, like Nazians rejected it, essentially. So I guess Sixtus was more focused on Myrtle's feelings about the drug and everything, so makes sense. Worldane says, well, that wraps up my work here, I guess I'll take my leave, as Worldane is then sucker punched by a giant golem, as in that instance the drug of yore is swiped from her hands by a vine, and her helmet and her glove end up falling off, as the rest of the Cayenne kids show up saying that they're here to save Sixtus. But Sixtus says, get away, she's real bad news, with the final page of the chapter being the face reveal of Worldane, the White Knight of the Four Perils. And she's basically doing the ara meme at this point, and I kind of like it, as I love her design. Let's just say the face does it for me. And I will die on the hill that Nakaba really likes drawing mature women at this point, based off of the sheer bangers that he's drawn of the women in Seven Deadly Sins and Four Knights of the Apocalypse at this point. I know this is a hot take, but legitimately, if you read Four Knights of the Apocalypse up to this point, it's more or less MILF City. And to an extent, Dami Mommy, which I'm getting from this image. Obvious simping jokes aside, this was an intense chapter, because not only did Kelbigan basically off himself to curse King to the point of his magic being sealed away, meaning that he might not even be able to actually or properly fight in this new state. We've actually got King in his original form from Seven Deadly Sins, which is really nice hit of nostalgia. It will make some very interesting interactions with his kids, because I doubt he showed himself in that form at all. If not, that base Fairy King form has just been his base form since the end of Seven Deadly Sins, which I would feel would be appropriate. Now we also have the drug of yore back in the hands of the Cayenne kids, but considering that Sixtus was dealt with so easily by this pretty cunning mage, they're probably going to end up being taken out, and this clip really does surmise my initial thoughts, how this confrontation is going to play out.
They're gonna fucking die.
So yeah, I feel like they'll all either end up being slaughtered, or they'll be just bodied and be brutally injured until Diane and King show up to actually help, and maybe Myrtle, Nazian, and Toyori. So we're definitely gearing up for the final confrontation. Honestly, I would just love for Diane at this section to, even if Worldane escapes and evades the Yan and manages to take the drug of Yora. I would just love to see the Yan just go all out, full on pissed off mother wanting to defend and save the children that she loves, and just use Mother Earth Catastrophe. Would literally be probably the most fitting attack to really be done in this section of the story. And I just think that's probably one of her stronger attacks. She literally drops a mountain on people. But yeah, that was the chapter. I cannot wait to see the full-on repercussions of King's Curse. I wonder if this is temporary or if this will be permanent and they will have to find someone to break the curse. Perhaps Thetis, or if not, perhaps this will be a quest to find Merlin. Or maybe Gawain could probably find a way to break the curse. We have no idea what she's been up to post time skip, same with Tristan and Lancelot, so maybe after this arc we'll find out what the rest of the four knights are up to. Because as much as I've been loving this arc, meeting back up with the Sins and how Team Percival has been dealing with things, I would love to just cut back in and see what's going on with the rest of the four knights, what they've been doing and how they've dealt with the time skip at this point, because I think we all kind of want to see their title characters again, even though I am liking the focus and development of Team Percival, and I feel like we'll get that with Team Tristan once we get into a Tristan-centric story. But yeah, this chapter was great. I cannot wait to see how this arc is finally going to conclude, as all the major players are finally going to meet up in one singular place. And one last theory before I go, a lot of people are probably speculating that Worldane might not even be the real name of the White Knight. It might actually be Morgan Le Fay or Morgana from Arthurian legend, because a lot of times she is an ally or an enemy to Arthur, sometimes manipulating Arthur, and it'd be really cool if one of Arthur's four strongest knights was secretly manipulating them. That would be a nice twist. I feel like we all kind of want to see that whole twist, that Arthur was being manipulated or guided a certain way to the point where he got corrupted, and it would also add another layer if Worldane, who might end up being Morgan Le Fay, was trained by Merlin, and that would add another layer, as Merlin essentially created her own downfall and the downfall of someone that she fully believed in. So that would add a whole other thing to Merlin whenever we get to see her again. But that could be a video in and of itself when we get more information, probably when this arc ends. But what do you guys think of this video? Leave your thoughts, opinions, and theories in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, once more, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos, just so you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Look, I'm just going to say this about Worldane. Wood. Four Knights of the Apocalypse Chapter 149 has probably been one of the most intense and emotionally gripping chapters of this arc, for the main reason that so many different things happen in such quick succession that the ending of this chapter goes from full-on despair to hope in less than a second. And I'm all here for it, because not only is next week going to be chapter 150, we're going to get a color page and all that and a color spread, but we might actually get the true inheritor of the Fairy King's throne and a new wielder of the power of disaster. Also, Worldane the White Knight kind of did what I was expecting her to do to the Cayenne kids in a relatively well done action sequence. But I'm kind of rambling. Let's get right into this amazing chapter. But before we jump into things, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. I just hit 17,000 subscribers, and I am hoping, if all goes well, to hit 20k by the end of this month. So let's get us there, because if that's true, that's another huge milestone in such a short time. With that out of the way, let's get right into it. Chapter 149 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Overwhelmed. Cover image is literally just Worldane's arm. That's it. But the chapter begins back with Myrtle, Naziens, and Tiore as they are having a discussion about wanting basically the Anning King to hurry up so they can be let out of Pollen Garden, as Myrtle is coughing and wheezing like crazy due to him not being well suited to the fairy realm and him not having the drugs that he needs in order to keep his symptoms down. And Naziens is just like, he's suffering right in front of me, what kind of a doctor am I? But Myrtle goes on to say, brainwashed or not, I did a terrible thing. Or, really, I've treated you horribly since you came here. And now I've even tried to kill you. I have no idea how to apologize to you, but for now, sorry, Naziens. Naziens says, don't worry about it. I don't mind as long as you say you're sorry to Tiore, as she really adores him and looks up to him. And I like how Tiore is just being like, no I don't. She really looks up to her older brother, and I kind of like that, and she's kind of embarrassed by it. But Myrtle says, I tried to hurt you. I'm an awful brother. But will you forgive me? Tiore says, you're asking me that? Well, I will if you make up with Naziennes. And Myrtle's just like, yeah, sure. I mean, he already apologized, so all's well that ends well. And I just like that little smirk that Tiore gives off in this instance. It's kind of wholesome. She basically has her two big brothers essentially making up. But they're stating how they're worried about Sixtus's magic force just fading out all of a sudden. And they hope it's not bad news. As in a brief panel, we see them hearing something coming off in the background as Diane, holding King, rushes by them, telling them to just wait a little bit longer. They gotta go bail out Sixtus right now. And Diane, holding Gideon, just rushes past everybody. And Tiore says, wait, was that Dad on Mom's shoulder? And Myrtle says, yeah, she went by too fast for me to see, seems like it. But if something happens to Sixtus, what would I ever do? And Naziennes thinks back to the day Percival died and says, I don't want anyone else to have to deal with the things I've had to, as he clenches his fist. As in the next page, Pollen Garden is undone. Now, this is most likely because of King's magic force, but this could tie into something else at the end of the chapter, which I'll get into when I get into that point. And yeah, Pollen Garden is gone, and now everyone's getting ready to just go off to the throne room to go help Sixtus. We cut back to King and Diane as they're running towards the throne room as King senses Pollen Garden disappearing, so obviously this wasn't King doing so. He states that it's probably because he lacks the magical power to keep Pollen Garden open, and as it stands, he can't transform his Spirit Spear on the fly. Just one form is all he can do. So literally this is a weaker King in a sense to the King at the start of 7 Deadly Sins. Because when King was in 7 Deadly Sins, yeah, he only had the limit of one form at a time, but he could switch it on the fly in an instant. That is a huge nerf. He might have this, some strength, but the fact that him being able to utilize the Spirit Spear at its lowest capability at this instant shows just how prepared the Chaos Knights were. And King even goes on to say, imagine so eagerly abandoning your life just to seal away my magic power. These Camelot people are more of a hazard than I thought. They fully acknowledging that he underestimated the Chaos Knights and that in this instance, he paid for it. But Diane tells him that's alright, as the two of them are on the case. And so now they're on their way to the throne room. We cut back to Worldane taking on the rest of the Cayenne kids, as she then smirks, her helmet in the background levitates and spins up. Now these first 3 panels, it's kind of hard for me to tell, but I think this is Belt using his Vine magic to hold down Worldane, but Worldane uses magic power to break it and rip it apart, as she then hits him with the backlash of it, as he then drops the Drug of Yore. But from behind, a golem then hits her from behind, but she then seemingly uses Exterminate Ray to destroy it. As in that instance, it not only destroyed the golem, but it also hit Zana towards her throat, more so in her chest, and as Pau and Ziliana try to lunge onto her, Worldane does the coolest thing. She uses her power to spin her helmet around and slice open their guts, knocking them back. And that is kind of freaking brutal, as she just gently grabs not only the drug from falling in the sky, grabs it, but she replaces her helmet on her head as she is just standing there as all of the Cayenne kids are just laying down on the ground, beaten and bloodied. Some of them ripped open, with Sixtus still having a hole in his chest, Zana having a hole in her chest, as blood rains down. She didn't even freaking move, which is insane. That it just shows how much level of power she has in her instance. And again, I like how post-time skip we're really getting to see how much of a threat the perils truly are. Worldane floats up into the air and says, let me dispatch you all at once, you're all family after all. As everyone is just barely clinging on and Sixtus bleeding out, Saints' magic. As Worldane as well, and I like the little touch that their blood is still on her helmet. Worldane says, oh dear Harlequin, the hero is finally here. Looks like my test subject did his job. As Diane is just charging forward to the throne room. As in the next page, Diane with all of her force tells King to go, as she just lunges and throws King square into the air, flying right past Worldane and right behind her. as everyone says, was that Sixtus? No, this magic power, it's Dad. So yeah, it seems obvious that they haven't seen King in his original form, but don't got time for that, as King calls out the Spirit Sphere Chastiefol to unleash its first form, as he lunges the Spirit Spear right at Worldane, saying, "The spear I will use to protect my beloved family. Try to dodge this if you can." And she doesn't. She redirects the Spirit Spear. She uses a spell called Bend Room, which bends the space around her, and the Chastiefol literally just moves away from Worldane, goes around Worldane, and not only that, but where it's heading, it's going to do the opposite of the King's family, as she says. It's heading to where Myrtle, Tiore, and Nazienz are as they're running. And King is in utter shock and is pleading with Chastiefol to just stop. But it doesn't seem the spear is able to or is listening to him, as in this instance, Sixtus tries to call on the sacred tree to give him just a bit more power. Enough power to control the Spirit Spear. But no, the Spirit Spear is not going away. And as Sixtus drops his arm, all of a sudden a pair of hands appear right in front of Chastiefol, as everyone is in shock. As in the final page of the chapter, we see Nazienz has stopped Chastiefol in its tracks, ending the chapter. So, seemingly Nazienz can use Chastiefol. That's kind of freaking wild, if I'm being honest with you. But this literally confirms a lot of people's theories that I will wholeheartedly admit to about Nazienz getting some sort of spirit weapon, similar to Chastiefol. And I was on board with that, but I didn't expect him to actually be able to control Chastiefol itself. But that's not only it. To be able to control Chastiefol and to utilize the Spirit Spear, you need to have inherited the power of disaster, the power of the Fairy King. And if that's true, Nazienz might have awakened to a latent magical ability that was disaster. Perhaps his poison mixing magic was just an early or weakened edition of disaster that only worked with poisons, and maybe now it's much more powerful to the extent that now he can control the Spirit Spear. And with this section of the story, this shows that Nazienz, not only being the first-born child of King Indian, he seems to be the next in line for the throne if that's the case. And if that's it, it explains why the Spirit Spear would go to Nazienz. Nazienz is the first child of the Fairy King, and by all definition, the next in line for a throne. Since it's not Sixtus, it is Nazienz. And now Nazienz just gets a huge upgrade, which is Chastiefol, seemingly. I don't think he's going to keep Chastiefol, because that would end up nerfing King to an absurd degree. But he will end up getting his own Spirit Spear, most likely. And in this instance, due to him being King's child and chosen by the sacred tree, Nazienz can control Chastiefol. So in this instance, Nazienz is probably going to fight off Worldane now. Whether or not Nazienz can utilize all the forms of Chastiefol in this instance and actually fight her off, and use multiple forms at once, or just one in rapid succession like King in Seven Deadly Sins, I'm all for that. I think Nazienz having the Spirit Spear is great, but limit it to just one form at a time, and switch it off as an instance, similar to King at the start of Seven Deadly Sins, and not give him all the forms all at once. That's too big of a power-up for Nazienz at this point. Just having the powers of the Spirit Spear is insane. Also, this basically makes King in the end have to give the talk to Nazienz that, hey, where are your parents? So that's something. But also, Worldane was just an absolute threat this chapter. She did exactly what I was expecting in terms of just absolutely destroying the Cayenne kids in the span of, what, 3 pages? Which, no, 4 pages. She destroyed them, absolutely, with no effort whatsoever. She didn't even move from her spot. And she is also drenched in their blood, essentially, so, yeah. Now, I do see Nazienz managing to maybe hold off Worldane until Diane gets there, and then Diane will fight off Worldane, and then Nazienz will use Chastiefol to heal his new siblings. I see that happening. But I kind of hope some things happen to just have this end with Worldane's pseudo-victory, like getting the Drug of Yore and leaving the Fairy Realm. That's what I'm expecting. But we get Nazienz getting a power-up, and King being temporarily nerfed, because, let's face it, King will probably get broken out by either a copy of the Drug of Yore that Nazienz manages to drink, by Elizabeth perhaps, by Thetis, or perhaps Merlin in the future if we get her back in the series before they fight Arthur at the end. But yeah, this chapter was insane, and I am so happy to keep covering this series and this arc. Its climax is basically going to happen next chapter or the next chapter or two, and that means we might end up seeing the rest of the Four Knights. But this is just so nice to see King Diane, their family, their drama, Worldane being a threat, Nazianz getting a huge power boost. This chapter was insane, and I'm loving this arc even more now. But that's it of me gushing about this chapter. What did you guys think? How do you feel about Nazianz getting the Spirit Spear seemingly and unlocking the powers of disaster? How do you feel about the threat level of Worldane and how she basically obliterated King Diane's children with no effort whatsoever? How do you feel this arc is going to end? Leave all your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. I know Worldane is evil, but I think I can fix her. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 150 is out, and this was another really insane chapter. Like, this was probably the most high stakes and high intensity chapter of this entire arc. And that's saying something, considering that last week we basically had King Diane's kids basically being slaughtered. But we end up in this chapter getting to see more of how Nazianz is able to utilize Spirit Spear. We get to have a really interesting and really cool looking fight. King passes through his limits, and the chapter ends on a very honestly big way. And I just had one big what the frick moment in this entire chapter that I will get to in a second. Before we get into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and shows you guys enjoy the content I make on the channel and shows you want to see more. Honestly, this arc is probably going to end within the next chapter or two based on how things are going. And I cannot wait to not only have a good conclusion for this arc, but to move on to the next one. As we spent a good amount of time with these other characters, it's about time we move on to the rest of the main cast. So that's said and done, let's get on with the chapter. And we start off with a nice color page, moving into a full color spread. So the opening of this chapter is Nazianz holding back the Spirit Spear as Tiore and Myrtle are wondering how he's able to do this and what exactly is he. And the 2-page color spread for the chapter of 150, Hope of a New Generation, is literally just the entirety of King Diane's family, all their kids, just having a whole fun time in the forest. Really nice and wholesome color page, probably one of my new favorites. And it's another layer of just wholesome, knowing that Nazianz finally essentially found his actual true family. So he's got this big family all of a sudden, and I'm pretty sure he most likely figured all this out on his own within these couple of chapters, so it's sweet is what I'm saying. But moving on to the chapter, Worldane is wondering what that kid is for a mere boy to stop the Spirit Spear. But King says he's not a mere boy, he's my child. As Nazianz then forces and wills the Spirit Spear to go back towards Worldane to try and lunge an attack right at Worldane, but they manage to avoid and dodge out of the way, cheering in glee as she's finding this incredibly fascinating, and now he's gone and done it. Honestly, I think Worldane is probably just having a whole fun time just discovering and seeing new things that are beyond her expectations, as a mad sorcerer, mad scientist would, just seeing all these types of just bizarre circumstances that far exceed her expectations. And from this 2-page spread, as we visualize the whole thing, King catches the Spirit Spear and is about to redirect it once more to try and attack Worldane. As she says, "You still want to fight?" as King forces the Spirit Spear to try and hit Worldane as she continues to evade. And she even warns him not to overdo it, as it'll be very taxing on his body. King says, "Don't count me out just yet," as he maneuvers the Spirit Spear, actually creating an ever-long cascade of the Spirit Spear just trying to stab through Worldane. And I just like this image of it just going, twirling and slicing around as Worldane is just dodging every single blow. But as she can't evade it, she casts a perfect cube, stating that this is probably enough to block the Spirit Spear in King's current state, as so far it seems like she can. And as King is trying to continue to push it, the kids are trying to tell him to stop. He's gonna die. And Worldane ends up saying, this is a sorry state. Doesn't a hero know when to step away? but King ends up pleading with the sacred tree to give him the power to protect his children, as then he unleashes an attack called Tempest Tyrant, as he just continues to hit the perfect cube with a barrage of blows from the Spirit Spear. As Worldain is stating that you're expending way too much magic and that could be lethal for you, as we then see the perfect cube begin to crack. As in the next page, we see Chastityful slicing right through the perfect cube, hitting Worldain in the side, as the Spirit Spear crashes into the ground, as Worldain seemingly has been laid down flat on the ground, defeated by King. As King, noticeably exhausted, is flying still in the air after seemingly defeating Worldain, everybody, all of his kids, begin to celebrate, with Nazianz having a whole sigh of relief and Diane running towards everybody, wondering how he managed to stop the spear in the first place. Nazianz begins to explain, saying that he's not sure himself, but he heard this weird voice that he never heard before. As it echoed in his mind, the Spirit Spear then froze in place. As Sierra just says, that was most likely the sacred tree that he heard. So this confirms that the tree essentially helped Nazianz out, giving him the authority to wield the Spirit Spear and extra power. And based off of the previous page, it does seem that the Spirit Spear can be empowered, and King can be empowered by the Sacred Fairy Tree in order to gain extra power, considering the Fairy Kings were created by the tree, same with the Fairy race and all that. So it makes sense that the tree would probably lend power to those that wanted to and would need its power in certain instances, especially in the fairy realm where they're literally in the literal area of the fairy tree. I also found it funny that out of the 3 main deities that were created by Chaos at the beginning, only the Sacred Fairy Tree is the one that actually helps out the beings that it created, unlike the Demon King and the Supreme Deity, who are assholes and just wanted to make their children kill each other on an endless war. Goes to show who's the better creator god out of this entire series, I guess. But back to the chapter, Diane picks up Nazianz and says, "Thank you." As Nazianz says it was nothing special, but Diane, smiling, says, "I wasn't able to do a single thing for you, but you still protected our family anyway." As I think in this moment, with this panel, Nazianz, things probably started to click for him, noticing that this is actually his family, that and the fact that he wielded King's Spirit Spear and heard the voice of the fairy tree. Nazianz isn't stupid. He probably has an inkling of what's going on. Also, just like this image of the end with, like, if you look in, there are tears in her eyes, as she does feel proud of her child for saving their family, as she wasn't able to do anything in this instance. Hopefully the end does something in this arc. She literally did not fight, and I really want to see her just destroy somebody with Mother Earth catastrophe or something like that. It would be fitting if this arc ended with the end doing something and not just King, but it's King, it's fine, whatever. But back to King and the kids, he wobbles over to them, asking them if they're okay. And they end up asking what about him, and that Sixtus can't stop bleeding. As everyone is like slowly getting up, it shows that their injuries were not as bad as we initially thought, but they were still heavily injured. But in comparison to Sixtus, yeah, Sixtus got the rough end of the deal. He literally got donut holed. King apologizes to Sixtus, saying that this wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for his mistake. But Sixtus says, "I don't mind. It's on me for just misjudging my opponent in that instance." And he's right, but then again, who wouldn't misjudge their opponent in that situation? You're fighting a bunch of weaklings and they turned into some stronger entity with a bunch of different tricks up their sleeve and caught you off by surprise. Of course you would essentially get hit like that. But as King says, "Let's go and fix you up, and we'll use the Drug of Yore to make it easy." So King is going to use the Drug of Yore to heal up everybody's wounds. So obviously it is a healing drug, so it would help. But as King goes to pick up the drug, the vial gets grabbed by Worldain, picking herself up with a practically destroyed arm, saying, "I'm not giving you that, you know." And holy shit. After that huge blow she took, her arm, we even see in the next panel, is basically just a bone barely clinging on to her body. Like, that is a massive blow, and she even calls it just a mere scratch. You really think that'd be enough to beat me? So yeah, she was technically beat. She could have just stayed down, but no, she got back up after a massive blow that basically rendered her arm practically useless, and just barely clinging on, just to grab the drug. You can call her whatever you want, but she is persistent. And like in many different series, nothing is worse than a cornered enemy that is literally up in your face. And as everyone's shocked that Worldain is up and running still, she says goodbye Fairy King as she charges up an exterminate ray point blank at King's face. As King, obviously exhausted, just states in his head, "She got me." As in the next panel, it seems that King was just blasted point blank in the face by exterminate ray. And just then, everybody on the ground senses what just happened, and Nazianz asks Diane to let him go. Well, the next page, we realize something. King is completely fine, as it seems, based off the paneling, that King was just narrowly out of range from the exterminate ray. Her arm was more towards the right. Worldane is confused by this, wondering how it was possible for her to miss an attack at point blank range, as he says that this is an utter humiliation, and he tries to launch 2 more exterminate rays. But in the next panel, it showcases that she missed both of them, and she's wondering what's going on, as we get a panel of just a disorientation of King and even Belt, as Worldane then falls flat on her back, as everyone's wondering what's going on with her. She tries to get back up, and saying that this doesn't make any sense, and King bounces away from her. King says, "Don't ask me, I got no idea either. But what I can tell you is that I'll never have a better chance to defeat you." As he unleashes Chastifol's first form, getting ready to attack, King begins to weaken and seemingly is about to pass out. As the Spirit Spear is about to disappear, King expended way too much power and isn't able to keep Chastifold in its current state. But in that instance, someone flies in saying, "Don't give up," as it's Nazianz, now capable of flight, as he tells King that he's going to lend him a hand. And in that instance, the Spirit Spear regains its shape, meaning that Nazianz added his power to King's into the Spirit Spear to keep its shape. As Tiare and Diane are in shock and amazement that Nazianz was capable of flight. And Worldin is like, "You again?" As Nazianz explains that it's his particular poison, Venom Meligaland. And this is literally the poison that he absorbed all the way back in the Leonis arc, which literally activates a nerve poison that is in their inner ear, reducing their sense of direction, accuracy, and evasion skills. And it's a delayed action. And apparently, he coated it in Chastifold right as he sent it back at her, meaning when King landed a blow at the end of that previous encounter, the poison was coated on Chastifold. So Nazianz enchanted a poison on Chastifold. That makes Chastifold even stronger. Just imagine with King's ability disaster, how much worse that could actually end up being. But yeah, I'm just really glad that Nazianz actually used this particular poison that he observed and even created an antidote for, like over nearly 100 chapters ago. It's a nice callback to when he saved the day, essentially, and saved the 4 knights from being killed by Meligaland. It was really nice, and gives Nazianz another really cool high IQ moment. And as Worldane is dumbfounded by Nazianz's explanation, he states that regardless if you think that's a scratch or not, there's no way you're getting to avoid this next attack. As Worldane, in a close-up of her eyes underneath her helmet, states, "I didn't expect this to be easy, but this is just so unexpected." And the way Nakaba draws her eye, it doesn't seem like terror or anything, just more so, I don't know how to describe it, an epiphany or just pure awe of what she has just witnessed. As in the next page, King and Nazianz combine their power, launching Chastifold straight at Worldane, seemingly cutting her square in two on the same side of her body where her arm was destroyed at, ending the chapter. Oh boy. So, not only has Nazianz essentially been given authority to help wield Chastifold with King, most likely due to King's weakened state by the Sacred Fairy Tree, but King was also able to push past the limits of the curse by asking the Fairy Tree for additional power, while completely exhausting him afterwards, being basically unable to really fight, and even hold Chastifold's form without Nazianz coming in adding his own powers to help maintain Chastifold and deliver the finishing blow. And I also like the whole venom mixing aspect of combining it with Chastifold to give that Meligaland neurotoxin from back in the Leonis arc and hitting Worldane with it to make her unable to really keep balance or avoid any attacks. That saved King's life. That probably would have killed him point blank range if that exterminate ray actually hit. So that's really cool. That's very smart of Nazianz to do, especially in the heat of the moment. And I'm really glad that we got more of the stuff from the Sacred Fairy Tree, as it helps out the Fairy Kings and Descendants seemingly by lending it its strength. Worldane is definitely persistent. I do not think she's dead, obviously. She is definitely gravely defeated and wounded, she'll probably escape next chapter or do some big massive thing. But this does give me an idea for a potential video on the four perils and their role in the future of the story, as people were concerned that with Worldain nerfing King, that this kind of was BS or it was an ass pull, but this shows that the sins are still relevant. King was still able to push past his limits to break through Perfect Cube, which is already a very impressive feat to begin with, and seeing him and Nazien do a tag team attack at the very end of the chapter was really great. Worldain, I cannot wait to see more of her, and this chapter was intense and really cool. I cannot wait for the next chapter. But what do you guys think? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below on how you felt about this chapter and what you think is going to happen next. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 151 has honestly been the best chapter of the year. Like, this arc has been really good, but this chapter was probably the best one, and not only giving you a whole bunch of whiplash, but also giving you an incredibly hype ending that just makes you excited because you didn't fully see it coming, but you knew it was coming. If you saw the title and thumbnail, you know what's going on, but in case you haven't somehow, I'll get to it when I get towards that section of the video. I'm incredibly excited with what this chapter means, and I cannot wait to just jump right into things. Before we get into the chapter, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps me, it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. I think we're finally at the final part of this arc, and we're going to move forward with the future of this time skip in Four Knights, and I am all here for it. Now then, let's jump right into the chapter. Chapter 151 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse. Not at all a tragedy. And the first image of this chapter is just King and Nazien's finishing off Worldain with the full power Chastity Fall with their father-child attack. And honestly, that image just looks really great, as the next page just showcases the sheer explosive aftermath, as the last thing we see is just the Drug of Yore, and we then end up seeing Worldain crushed right into a rock, spitting up blood, completely injured very badly, as the Drug of Yore is just inches away from them. And if I'm looking at this right, pretty gruesome too. It might be her intestines on the floor if I'm looking at this image correctly, which might have to blur it, no clue. It could be something else. Either way, very brutal end for Worldain, and not gonna lie, much deserved. But we go forward with the chapter as Nazien's actually manages to use his drugs to heal the rest of the family. As Ziliana, Belt, and Pao end up telling Nazien's that he's basically a genius for actually being able to heal them and feel no pain, as the cuts just turned right into scabs and fell off. DM tells Nazien's that he's a genius, but Nazien says that he's not. And that's when Zana agrees, as she and Sixtus just stay there in immense pain after being healed by Nazien's, and they ask if he can do something about it. But Nazien just tells them that they were hurt pretty badly in comparison to the rest of them, so he put repairing their injuries ahead of just easing their pain. And he used this with his special medicine that destroys the lesions of death and even recreates missing tissue, which he called Percival. So my honest opinion on how he created it is through his experience of being healed by Percival, and he somehow managed to use that in a sense to create a brand new medicine to help people that are very close to death, as a pseudo full revive type thing, which honestly really cool, and it's pretty wholesome that they named it after Percival. Really shows just how much Percival has had an effect on Nazien's and how much Nazien's cares for him. He goes on to say that the pain is pretty hard to endure, but it shows that you're alive and well. Myrtle even says that Nazien's managed to essentially cure his coughing fit too, but Nazien just states it's only a temporary fix right now, it's not permanent. And Tiori excitedly tells her brother that they're gonna go pick some more mullein soon to recreate the pills so he doesn't have to worry about his allergies. Nazien smiles, but then begins to fall over as King catches him, asking if Nazien's okay, as King himself is also incredibly exhausted and says it's best for Nazien's to take his time to rest, as Nazien's controlled the spirit spear for just after the awakening, so it must have consumed a lot of Nazien's magical force. Nazians isn't kind of super sure what he means by awakening, as Deanne and Tiori just smile at him, but Sixtus on the ground just kind of chilling just says, "Too bad, I thought I'd be next after Dad. But seems the sacred tree picked you as the 4th fairy king." 100% confirmation, Nazians was chosen by the sacred tree to be King's basic heir. So, really nice confirmation, and shows that it is just a sacred tree that gives the authority of the fairy realm to whoever it wants. And then Sixtus just says casually, "Guess you really are our elder brother, huh?" As Myrtle just smiles off on the distance, but Nazians just says no. If anyone's your brother here, it has to be Myrtle. But Myrtle, showcasing his growth as a person and just acceptance of everything that's happened, just tells Nazians, "You don't have to be polite for me." But Nazians just says, "Look, I'm not Myrtle. There's no evidence at all that I'm your son." Even Myrtle says, "But you guys look so much alike." And Nazians just tries to brush it off, saying, I just resemble them a bit. These things happen is all. For me, my family is just 2 people, Ordo and Dolores." And while the rest of the family kind of just looks solemnly, as Nazians seems to be essentially ignoring this, not stating it as fact, Sixtus and King hear what's really in Nazian's head, saying that he's really glad they're all safe, his mother, his father, and all of his siblings too. As Sixtus and King just laugh off, as King just tells Nazians is a bad liar, as I just like how the only people that can actually see through Nazians just trying to be polite and just hold things in, despite fully accepting everything as is and happy that everybody's okay and he found his family, is King and Sixtus are the only people that can actually hear people's thoughts. And I just like how Deanne and Tiori are like, "Who's lying now? Tell us, King." And King's just saying he's trying not to hide anything. But then Myrtle brings up the very important question, how King can get back to normal. He brings up Kilbegin, stating that the curse that he's been placed under doesn't seem to be the type to be solved over time, and he flat out admits he let his guard down, letting Kilbegin get close to him, and he sacrificed his own life to put this curse on him. But Deanne just says, "Why not use the drug of yore to completely heal yourself," as all of us have basically stated, since it can get rid of curses. But King thinks that it was destroyed alongside Worldane in that instance with Chasseyfold, which we all know isn't. Foreshadowing. As Deanne just says, what will they do? But Nazians brings up, why not go and see Hendrickson? And I just like King's whole reaction to hearing Hendrickson's name, showing that he just doesn't fully like the guy. Heck, I don't think he's really let go of his grudge against Hendrickson since the beginning of Seven Deadly Sins. Either that or he just flat out doesn't like the guy, and I kind of like that's been consistent since the first season of the series, ever since Hendrickson basically tried to be redeemed, or has redeemed himself. I just like that little piece of information that King just still does not like Hendrickson. Meanwhile, Nazians kind of idolizes him as like the best doctor in Leonis. Nazians then excitedly runs off and says, "Let me handle this, okay? I'll hit straight to Leonis," and he gets cut off as he then gets hit with a laser through the chest, shocking everybody, as Nazians just gets shot by another 4 lasers throughout his chest and body, turning him into Swiss cheese. So, well, yeah, Nazians got basically Frieza death beamed. And to everyone's shock, as Nazians is basically teetering on the edge of death, we see Worldane right behind Nazians, as she just, with all glory, just ends up stating that I figured I'd try out this, as she ends up dropping the vial of the drug of yore from her hand, showcasing that she drank it, and it literally healed up all of her wounds. Also based off of how she's drawn in this section, with how her armor is completely destroyed through her chest. Yeah, that was her intestines in the previous page. So, man, that was a brutal panel if I ever saw one in this series. But right when Deanne is about to do something incredibly badass and actually fight the 4th Knight, the 4th Knight uses Shock Sting, and immediately lunges 9 laser attacks on the entire family right through all their chests. And right after everybody got healed, was dealt incredibly fatal blows in an instance, as everyone is then pushed back. Now, here's my big complaint in this instance. Well, yes, this is a good way to build up tension, and I do like this instance of her just coming back and surprising everybody. I feel like Deanne should have done more in this arc. Look, I like that she got her whole big mother moment, best mom in Shonen and all that, and it was very wholesome and sweet, but she's one of the 7 deadly sins. She literally did not do anything in terms of actual combat. She has Gideon. She could have done something, like I've stated multiple times, and the arc's not over. She could still do something at the end of the day. But at the end, she got blindsided, and this happens a lot with the end, even in Seven Deadly Sins. Some of her best fight moments are in group fights. She doesn't even get any real one-on-ones, and she loses a lot. Many a time, she gets a hole in her somewhere, which I feel like is perhaps Nakaba just showcasing that he doesn't really like Deanne, maybe? I don't know. I just feel like she's getting done dirty even in the sequel series in terms of actual combat, and I think everyone can kind of agree with me on this aspect. Now, I will give a little bit of leeway because this actually was Shockslinger. This was actually the attack that Merlin ended up using to kind of knock Meliodas unconscious while he was in assault mode. It didn't damage him, but it knocked him unconscious. So an attack that is capable of knocking out Meliodas in assault mode, I will give leeway. Does not make me any less angry at this instance. But anyway, the entire family is hit with fatal wounds to the chest, and they're all knocked back and fall to the ground while Nazianz is still staggering. Woldane then says, I really was about to die just now, you know. I still had a last resort, mind you, but I wanted to test this drug too. So it all worked out. Too bad there's just one dose left now. Now this is a very important piece of information, and I think something that many of us theorize Nazianz would do is gonna happen in this arc right now after what's gonna happen in the following chapter anyway. But she also mentioned that she had a last resort, and that wasn't the drug of yore, so maybe it was Shock Stinger, or maybe something else that will get revealed within the next chapter. But yeah, she's back to full health, she knocked everybody out, and now the only one left standing is Nazianz with 5 holes just skewering his body. And I just like this image of Woldane with the shadows and the darkness just staring down at Nazianz, just barely clinging to life, looking like a legitimate actual demon, more so than a lot of the demons in Seven Deadly Sins, and I really like that. She has an air of menace and that she should be taken seriously. And she's surprised that Nazianz is still alive after that. Even gave him a few extra shots for all the trouble that he caused her. But she says, fine, I'll spot you one more blast, as Nazianz is starting to fade, stating that his heart has stopped beating, as now Nazianz is actually beginning to feel the embrace of death at this instance, as everything is going black. Saying, is this death? If I die, will I get to meet you? I never managed to wake you up, I couldn't find a single lead even, I couldn't even become a famed druggist, I couldn't defeat King Arthur of Camelot, and now I fall in a pathetic fashion. Please forgive me. Obviously, trying to speak to Percival in their dying moments. And man, this was really sad, and I would not have forgiven Nakaba if he had killed off Nazianz in this instance. I don't think anybody dislikes Nazianz, and Nazianz has quickly become like a fan favorite character, and this arc in particular really shone a light on Nazianz, so I feel like doing that, while it would have been a big shocking twist to amp up more stakes for the series to kill off an important character, I don't think anybody would be happy if Nazianz had died. But as Nazianz is thinking this, someone says, not gonna happen. Why do you think I went away anyway? It's because I didn't want you and my friends to get hurt. And now you're going to die in a place like this? That'll never happen on my watch. As just in that instance, as Nazianz is beginning to fade away, beginning to cry, Nazianz's eyes begin to light up again, as someone has their hand on his head, stating, I'm the one who needs to apologize. That was selfish of me. You all believed in me, but I left you behind. So you don't have to forgive me, okay? Just let me fight with you one more time. As Woldane, holding the drug, ends up stating, wait, where did you come from? Stating, who are you, with the last picture of the chapter being Percival, standing, holding and healed fully Nazianz, staring down Woldane, ending the chapter. Percival, my boy, is back, and he looks awesome. Granted, he's naked, but the guy got a growth spurt in the last 2 years. No longer like 5 feet tall, if I'm guessing that correct, if I'm remembering correctly. But man, my dude is jacked also, and he's got the mane of a freaking lion. This is honestly a really cool last image to end the chapter off on, and I couldn't have thought of anything better. Now, Percival coming back, he's obviously probably going to heal the rest of King and Deanne and their whole family, and fight off Woldane. Now, let's be honest. Percival coming back this arc was definitely a high possibility, especially with the little mini Percival bubble that we saw previously in this arc when Nazianz's broken arm was healed. But we all figured it would just be a small nudge and a tease until Percival came back in a later arc. But Nakaba decided to give Percival back to us in this arc, and based on how things were progressing, based on how this chapter went, I think he executed this perfectly. Now, would I have liked to wait a bit longer, catch up with the rest of the 4 knights before Percival comes back? Absolutely. But I do think with how this has been portrayed and executed, I'm happy with it. While it's not in a unexpected fashion in terms of him getting up being in the spare mode, this was honestly great. Nazienne's on the brink of death. Percival is actually able to see what was going on with Nazienne's, and right in that instance, goes back to his body and rushes over to save Nazienne's before he dies, and to face off against the would-be killer. And this is going to be Percival's actual full fight against one of the 4 perils, because Pelgard wasn't even an actual fight. Pelgard was just playing around with Percival. Ironside destroyed Percival, and now he's getting his full actual debut fight against a peril, and I think we might actually end up just getting an actual defeat of one of the perils, like fully. And I cannot wait to see how strong Percival might actually be now, and how much of a beatdown he's going to give Worldane. This was a great chapter, and I'm so happy that Percival is back, and now I think we're going in a much different direction than what I was expecting, but one that I'm honestly happy to explore. Also, I just can't wait to see everyone's reactions to Percival being back, whether it be his friends or the rest of the 4 knights. I'm very excited to see how this is portrayed and played out in the rest of the series, and I know for a fact it's going to make me tear up like it did with this chapter. But what did you guys think? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. Did you like Percival coming back? Do you think we should have waited a bit longer? Do you think that this return was executed properly, or did you not like any of this? And once more, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and shows you guys what the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. I've got an idea for another 4 Nights video, but I'm going to wait a little bit for a break before I actually get that one out there, if possible. But with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. 4 Nights of the Apocalypse is back after a break, and man, last chapter was a really big cliffhanger. As we all know, Percival is back, and man, that was a really awesome return for Percival. And now with this chapter, we get to finally see Percival in action post time skip after those 2 years where he was away in the spirit realm, or just being a life spirit in general. And this chapter did not disappoint. This was really good. And a lot happened in this chapter. A bit too quick, if I were to complain. But in all honesty, I think it was done very well. And I cannot wait to see how this series progresses further, now with Percival back. But before we jump right into this chapter, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make on this channel and shows you want to see more. Now, with that out of the way, let's jump right into things. So chapter 152 of 4 Nights of the Apocalypse, titled The Return. And the cover image just puts a smile on my face. It's just all of Team Percival minus Sin, aka Lancelot, as the cover. And I already feel nostalgic for these designs, even though we've barely been a year into the post-time skip. But still, it just feels nice, especially with Percival's return, to just have this image of these characters like this, having fun and hanging out. But we start off in the chapter with Percival's return, as the White Knight Worldane is wondering what's going on, stating that Percival's got green hair, and hair in the shape of a bird. There's just no way, it's just silly. But she says it's funny to see you come out like this just so you can die with him. Tell me, boy, are you a friend of the Fairy Clan? A human from Leonis? As Percival stares down Worldane, holding Nazienne's, just proclaiming with full confidence, I am Percival of the 4 Nights of the Apocalypse. I've come back here to defeat you. As Worldane states, are you joking? The reports all said Percival died a long time ago. If you really are him, let's see some evidence. And on cue, the entire Cayenne family starts getting up from their feet. As this shocks Worldane and everyone involved, as they all thought they had their hearts pierced. So this does confirm from last chapter that Worldane actually just pierced all their hearts with quick pinpoint precision. Now, while I'm still pretty upset that Diane was taken out in one shot seemingly again, we do get a bit more of a more concrete explanation as to why that was the case, but we'll get into that a bit later. Percival then starts to ask Nazienne's about his sword, but Nazienne says, yeah, Tristan took it with him, and Percival laughs, stating, yeah, he would. But then, as Worldane now fully realizes this is Percival, she says, "It is you. In that case, how about you die one more time for me?" As she launches another barrage of laser attacks straight at Percival, as he quickly and effortlessly parries and just deflects all of them, shocking everyone. As all of them were just essentially deflected with a magic blade, as we see Percival standing there firm, didn't even move from his spot, creating a magic blade on his hand. Just like when he was first starting to utilize his hope magic in order to create like weapons and constructs, now he made one so neat, so precise, a clean edge, showcasing a good mastery over his own powers now. And I think this has to do with him fully realizing who he is. So yeah, a really clean, really well and neat blade made from his own magic power. And in that instance, Worldane just dips out of there and starts chanting a spell. But instantaneously, Percival slashes her right across the head, knocking off her helmet as she stares back with Percival stating, "Worldane, White Knight of the Four Evils, I'll give you a warning. Do you still want to resist me?" Okay, I really like Percival just being really calm, cool, and collective, knowing I'm above you right now. I'm gonna possibly take you out. I'm gonna give you an out. Surrender, or you're gonna get effed up right now. I like that post-time skip Percival is just all about the business, no goofing around. And it shows, and I really like it. But Worldane, with that manic look in her eyes, laughs and says, "Well, of course I want to resist you." As then a giant black bolt in between them begins to crackle all throughout the area, as it then breaks and slices up the surrounding area with this black lightning. As this is called Dark Destroyer. As Worldane says, "Let this black lightning burn you away." But then Percival chants Nadula Gemala, which is actually most likely the language of the spirits, which is similar to the language that he spoke when he was in his despair Percival mode all those chapters ago. Almost 100 chapters ago, to be honest, and that's a really long time since Percival's done this, and this is while he's still in his right mind. And after chanting this, Percival drains the life force out of Worldane, turning her from, let's just be honest, smoking hot, into a crumbling, decaying old woman in a blink of an eye. And I think this had to do with him literally coming in contact with her with his magic sword, knocking off her helmet. As in that instance, we see just the power and life force just drained from her in a quick instance, while Percival is just floating in the air. With everyone wondering what's happened to Worldane, King ponders to himself, is this the power of a life spirit? As Worldane, trying to get up after being her life getting drained from her, states, "How dare you?" As the next page we see her as a literal crumbling mess, dried up like a mummy. Like this would have happened to Jade and Shion if Tristan didn't step in a long time ago. As she says, "You killed off the human part of me, didn't you, Percival?" This is very important information, as even Percival's like, "Oh, the human part? Huh, no wonder you're still alive. The other half of you isn't even human, huh?" Which, first of all, Percival literally went for the kill in that instance. When she said no, he was like, "Alright, fine. Bam, you're dead." And she's still alive because she's not entirely human. She said, "Human part of me." So, this could either mean a few things. One, Worldane is also a hybrid like Lance and Tristan and the Cayenne kids, and that other half is human. And it could be some other race from the Seven Deadly Sins world. We just don't know. Or she perhaps had either two souls mixed together, and that's why she said human part of me, and that's what died. And what's left of her is the other being that she is herself. I'm more inclined to think that it's also a hybrid, and this could also end up being the case as to why Camelot kind of has that loophole of hybrids. Because if some of Arthur's elite knights are hybrids, then yeah, of course they'd be allowed in. But I don't think that's the case. I think it's just the fact that if you're part human or part human, you're able to enter Camelot. But that would be an interesting thing to add in if Worldane is just part human, and that's one of the reasons why Camelot lets in part humans. But yeah, that's crazy. Worldane might actually be a hybrid. What kind of hybrid? I got no idea. Maybe she's a wizard from Belialwyn. It wasn't 100% confirmed that they were human. I think they're human. Or she could be some other race that we have no idea about, that we haven't explored in the Seven Deadly Sins world yet. Or perhaps the other part of her is a chaos creature or something. She is a crumbling old woman now, so who knows? There's just a lot to think about. But if she's two different beings mixed and sharing a singular body, that could also explain why she was so strong in the first place. Yeah, she got taken out by a king twice due to circumstances, but even then, she still had enough life force to actually get back into the fight. And the other part was because she had the drug of yore. But now, her human side was killed off, and she's still kicking and breathing. So, that's just a lot to think about. And they could also explain why she's so much stronger than the average human without like an augmentation from chaos or some magical item like Beltrop or whatever. But yeah, just really interesting to think about. And that's a really important piece of dialogue. But moving on with the chapter, Worldane is just laughing it up, saying, "Oh dear, you're so much better than I ever imagined. Too bad you're still a child. You truly kid yourself into thinking you can beat me." Now this does showcase that there's something else in her, as she was still able to create these magical orbs seemingly around her, getting ready to attack Percival once more. And she's still confident enough that she'll be able to fight off Percival in this instance. Obviously, it could just be the fact that she's cocky, but the fact that she had her human side taken from her essentially, and now she still has magic power left in her to fight and even float into the air at minimum, is still crazy to think about. But Percival just smiles and says, "Hold on, not so fast. I'm not going to beat you at all." As we flip the page, King is right behind her, back in his Fairy King mode, launching Spirit Chastityfold right at her. Chastityfold then hits Worldane square right in, and I like this two-page spread where everyone's reacting to King being back in his full power, Worldane getting hit by Chastityfold, as she's wondering, how did you even become your original form? How'd you get out of the curse? Kilbegin's curse grudge should have sealed away your power. He used his own life to set off that powerful curse. It can't be that easy. As Percival says, "Oh, yeah, sorry." As in the next page, Kilbegin is alive, surrounded by Percival's mini golems. He says, "Yeah, I wound up helping him out just before he fully lost his life." This could be a bit of a mistranslation in terms of fully, but in this instance, Percival literally, sometime after King got cursed, used his Percival golems to revive Kilbegin, and because the price in order for the curse to actually be active was Kilbegin's life, reviving him from the dead literally nullifies King's curse, bringing him back up to full health, and subsequently able to fight off Kilbegin at full strength again. That is crazy. I did not expect that to be the case, but that is a pretty interesting thing, and adds a layer into the power system in terms of being like, okay, certain curses have certain conditions, but if the condition is null and void, then the curse is dispelled. Because it does make sense. Kilbegin's life was needed for the curse, but if Kilbegin is alive, then the process of the curse staying active without somebody knowledgeable of curses to break the curse, it actually makes a fair amount of sense if you really get down to think about it, because a lot of things have cause and effect. But yeah, I just find that an interesting thing. I thought we were going to keep King weak for a little bit, keep him nerfed for a little bit until eventually gets to Leonis, and maybe Thetis will help him, or maybe Merlin would show back up. But no, Percival was the key to bringing King back. So yeah, that's crazy, and I kind of love it. And in this instance, Worldane is being pushed at mass force through the gate of the fairy realm and outwards. Now, in one of the previous panels, she was still holding onto the drug of yore, so there's no clear indication that she dropped it again. We'll have to wait and see, because if she still has the drug of yore, then she technically got out of that with a win, because that's what they came to the fairy realm to begin with. But at the same time, she actually made Percival wake up sooner than most likely Percival even planned to. So, a win and a loss. A bit of a net even. But yeah, Worldane isn't confirmed to be dead. She might be, but based on how she survived a literal instant death kill from Percival, and there's another side of her that literally helped keep her magic power going to try and do more attacks, her getting knocked out of the fairy realm, that's something that I see happening. And this also, while getting her defeated, she's still a threat, especially if she goes back up to full health, but not the largest threat in the world. And it still shows that King is still at the top of the totem pole, just like some of the other sins. And Percival is very strong as well. But yeah, King says, oh man, well this time it's over. As he stares off after launching Worldain out into the human realm. And the final panel of the chapter in the last page is Nazians once again grabbing onto and hugging Percival with tears in their eyes, with a smile on Percival's face, ending the chapter. Okay, this is honestly really great. I already dived into my thoughts on certain things in this chapter because there's a lot of info in here that I find really awesome. Biggest thing, Percival not only being able to conjure a magic weapon on his limbs, but make it a very clean construct, but also being able to not just post hitting somebody with his magic power, which I think that's the condition, was able to drain the life out of Worldain using his life spirit powers that originally he only used in his despair mode, showcasing he now has more of a mastery of his abilities. And I think this is primarily due to the fact that he 100% knows who he is and is now fully willing to fight and accept his powers and his role in things. And I think that's amazing. Worldain being part human makes sense for how strong she was. What the other part is, I got no idea. We just have to wait and see. That is if she survived. Again, we have to wait. We have to see a confirmation that she's dead. We have to see a body, or just the Chaos Knights and Arthur saying that she's dead. But either way, she was still a formidable foe, and her being part human, if she is some sort of hybrid creature, hybrid human, would make sense as to why she's so strong, as the hybrids are pretty strong in the Four Knights world as well. So that is incredibly interesting to really think about. And also the fact that Percival essentially undid the curse on King by just making the cause of the curse null and void by reviving the caster. Actually really cool. And now that's how we end things off. Percival's back, King's at full strength, everybody's happy, hunky-dory. We still have the Drug of Yore to account for, as it's still not there in the last page. Worldain could still have retrieved it, and that would still be technically a win for them. But still, awesome chapter all around. Another thing I do want to mention before I cap this video off is that now that King's back in his original state, even though it only lasted for a couple of chapters, this still means that Guinevere's future prediction of Arthur fighting the sins at Leonis and seemingly winning is still going to happen. King getting nerfed was actually a sign of that timeline essentially being rewritten or changing. But now that he's back in his full power mode, at least right now, that future is still going to come. And it seems like we might not be leaving that timeline anytime soon. But yeah, those are just my thoughts. What did you guys think of this awesome chapter? Leave your thoughts, opinions, and theories in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Man, I cannot wait to see more Fortnite's content. We don't have any breaks so far, so we're just going to keep rolling with the punches. I can't wait to see what happens next. Fortnite the Apocalypse chapter 153 is out, and this was a really nice and wholesome chapter, and this also concludes the Fairy Realm arc. Yes, we finally are done with the Fairy Realm arc, which was already a pretty good arc, but the ending itself, very wholesome, and it does tie up some loose ends, and sets us up for the future of part 2 of Fortnite the Apocalypse. And I can't wait to see what else ends up happening from this story. But before we jump right into this chapter, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Now with that all out of the way, let's jump right into this chapter. So chapter 153 of Fortnite the Apocalypse, titled Toward New Adventure. And the cover image is literally just a panel of the manga where Nazians is giving Percival a much needed haircut. Though I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of like the long flowing hair, but in this case, it's unnecessary. So let's start things off with King in the M, stating, well, I never would have guessed it. The only way to wake you up wasn't by medicine or magic. It was your friends being exposed to mortal danger, as they're looking on at Nazianz and Percival, as they're at the gate getting ready to leave, with the entire Cayenne family looking off at them. And we finally get Percival's post-time skip design and outfit. I'm just gonna say this. This is definitely his better looking outfit, but Percival, for some reason, I feel like Nakaba just has no goddamn idea how to give Percival a cool looking design. Granted, I enjoy this design a lot more than the previous ones, especially the second outfit that Percival had in Four Knights, but I don't know, I just feel like Percival's always going to have like the less good character design in terms of his outfits, especially in comparison to like the rest of the Four Knights. Heck, even his own team have better post-time skip designs and outfits than him, which is crazy to think about. But I'll get used to it. It just doesn't feel like it fits all too well to me. King goes on to say, Percival of the Four Knights of the Apocalypse. The King of Leonis told me you were a knight of prophecy that'd save all Britannia. You have a great mission ahead of you, no doubt. But before that, I want you to remember one thing. As he looks over at Nazianz and states, while you were asleep, there was one person out there who kept talking to you every day, who worked tirelessly to make you open your eyes. As Nazianz is kind of embarrassing, that doesn't matter, Fairy King, as Percival says, oh, I know that. As Percival goes on to say, putting in all that work for my sake, the things you said to your father and Tiore, and look, I like now that Percival looks more like an adult now, he looks cooler and a lot more mature. Though, as we'll go on to see, he's still the carefree, lackadaisical Percival we all know and love. Percival says, thanks for all that, Nazianz, as Nazianz just starts to blush like crazy and hides his face in his hat. And Percival says, and now I know why you never took baths with me. And he goes on to just like tease Nazianz about it and be like, hey, look, I wouldn't care either way, so why not just go and take a bath again together? As Nazianz just like, come on, this is so sudden. And Tiore's just like, what a dimwit. And I like we got like chibi Percival again in the comedic moments. I like despite Percival literally being and looking more mature, still is the goofball we all know and love. King is smiling at them as he goes over to Nazianz, telling him to come over to him, as he has something to give Nazianz. As then he points at Nazianz, and then a bright light glows around Nazianz, as now around his neck is a piece of Chastity, a piece of King's spirit spear. As he goes on to state, it's just a piece, but still boasting its fair share of power. The sacred tree will transform in many ways to help you in response to your wishes. As I like that this is a really cool gift that King gave Nazianz, as seemingly he can't give a full-on spirit weapon to Nazianz, but giving Nazianz a piece of the spirit spear will end up helping and giving power to Nazianz when needed. So this is definitely a good way for Nazianz to keep his power boost, meanwhile not having access to the actual spirit spear Chastity. Nazianz asks King if he's sure about this, as it's very valuable. But Sixtus is off on the distance, just like, wow, lucky him, as Tiore is just laughing as well, kind of teasing Sixtus that Sixtus isn't the successor. King says, someday, when you return to this realm and the time comes to succeed me as the fourth Fairy King, I will give you the whole spear. As Nazianz looks at the piece of the spirit spear with a smile, as Nazianz just says, oh, I'm not going back. My homeland's always going to be Britannia. Besides, I have no interest in taking the throne. My mission is to become an even better apothecary than Ordo was. As this shocks King so bad that he turns into his fat king form, and this kind of takes Deanna back and says, wow, that was ruthless, just like someone I know. I feel like she's probably making a comparison to maybe like Meliodas, with how he'll just say some things without any real regard for other people's feelings sometimes. And I think Nazianz didn't even realize it, that he kind of hurt his dad's feelings. As Tiore says, you gotta watch your phrasing on this. As Nazianz collects himself, as Tiore is basically calming down his dad, as he states, I'm sorry, that didn't come out right. I just mean I won't live here. I'll still come by for visits. As Tiore says, well, you better. That's a promise. As Myrtle goes on to say, with the rest of his siblings behind him, all your brothers and sisters will be waiting. As King wipes away the tears from his eyes, composes himself, he says, now Percival, before you leave my realm, do you have anything you'd like to ask me? Whatever it is, I'll answer you. And Percival says, well, you sure it was okay having that drug of yours get stolen? I like that the whole thing with the speech bubbles just go on to be like a hit to just blow King in the heart. So this does confirm that even though he pushed away and kind of beat World Ain to an extent, the Drug of Yore was still technically stolen. And I like how Sixtus also just joins in on the jabbing of his dad, just says, for sure, none of this would have happened if you just gave it to Nazianz first thing. As even though Nazianz is saying like, look, hang in there, Fairy King, but King does say, I'm sorry. I didn't do it because I wanted to spend as long as I could with you. Guess I'm kind of a selfish dad. And honestly, this makes a lot more sense as to why he didn't give the Drug of Yore to Nazianz right away, especially after fully realizing that Nazianz is their kid. He just wanted to spend as much time with Nazianz as he possibly could, and he was being selfish. That tends to be how King is sometimes. He does things for the people he cares about, but sometimes doesn't think things all the way through, or does it in a way that isn't exactly the best. But hey, that's kind of why we love the guy. But after King basically gives his heart out in this instance, Diane claps her hands and says, look, the drug doesn't matter right now, does it? We can just harvest it again in 1,000 years, which to us obviously is like, it's 1,000 years. But we're also talking about giants and fairies that could live for literal centuries, so to them, it means nothing, the amount of time for 1,000 years, so she does technically have a point. It's not that big of a loss for them at the end of the day. But she goes on to say that, family though, if you lose that, there's no getting it back. If everyone's okay, then I think that's the best thing of all. As Tiore cheers, saying that she agrees with her mother. And Nazianz and Percival look at each other and they just laugh. And honestly, very nice, wholesome moment. And that is kind of the important thing. The entire family is perfectly fine. Nazianz reunited with his birth parents and family. And Percival is back alive and well. So, all's well that ends well in a sense. No one died. We're all good. Even though the drug is seemingly most likely in Arthur's hands right now and there's no clue why they needed it. But we all know it's not going to be good. But moving on, Percival and Nazianz are about to head out through the portal to go back to Britannia after all these years. And as Nazianz thanks them for everything, calling them Fairy King and Giant Queen, King says, yeah, sure, no problem. And the aunt says, take care, alright? As the two of them are kind of more or less upset to an extent, sad to see Nazianz go. But Percival just goes to Nazianz and says, anything else you want to say? Nazianz clenches his fist and just tells the two of them to listen, as with a smile on his face says, Mom, Dad, bye for now. As King and Diane start tearing up as their child finally called them Mom and Dad, and is off to go off on their own journey once more. And honestly, a really wholesome way for Nazianz to say goodbye. Met his parents, met his siblings, and has fully accepted everything. And I kind of like this resolution. I really do, and I'm very happy about it. And this also means that we'll be seeing Nazianz possibly popping in to see his siblings every now and again in the future. And perhaps in the future big fight, they'll all get a big moment and hopefully they'll have a power-up. I do expect Sixtus and Tiore to primarily be characters that pop up the most, because outside of Merle, they got the most characterization and focus in the Fairy Realm arc. But with their goodbyes, Percival and Nazianz pass through the portal, and they're finally back in Britannia. As Percival says, okay Nazianz, let's get going. We got King Arthur to beat, as after they exit out of the portal, we basically see a bunch of area from Britannia completely taken away, with just a black void where the land used to be, showcasing once more that Arthur is still destroying Britannia to make Camelot bigger. Percival says, we gotta if we want to save Britannia. As him and Nazianz run towards the edge of the cliff, they jump, and in an awesome and beautiful 2-page spread, Nazianz and Percival are flying through the air over the decimated Britannia. And I like this 2-page spread, and I like that the two of them are now flying. Also, this means that we're basically going full Dragon Ball now for at least for a good chunk of the cast, because Percival can fly, now Nazianz can fly, Tristan can fly, Gawain can fly, and Lancelot in his fairy form can fly. So that's literally like 5 characters that can fly on their own. Put in on and on top of Sylvain, and that's 6 characters. So the majority of the cast can fly now. And Donnie also with his telepathy, so yeah, a good chunk of the cast can actually pretty much fly. So that's kind of fun to really look at. Also, cutting back in here from what I said about Percival's outfit earlier, honestly from this angle, this looks pretty cool, and I do kind of like it. It is my favorite out of Percival's outfits, and I feel like it will grow on me as the series progresses. So for now, I am actually okay with it, and I think it looks relatively nice. I also want to mention that Percival doesn't have his helmet, so it seems like Nazianz only really kept Percival's magic cloak that changes sizes for him, but not his helmet, so I wonder if that is in his grave in the Demon Realm as like a keepsake for Zeldris and Gelda to remember Percival by after his death, or maybe they decided to bring the helmet back to Percival's grandfather's grave or something like that. Who knows? But either way, I do kind of like Percival without the helmet, even though his helmet is kind of iconic for him at this point. But either way, I'm really liking it. Nazianz and Percival are flying in the air, as Percival says, okay, first things first, let's reunite with An and Donnie. Boy, I bet they're really going to be mad at me, as Nazianz says, oh yeah, no doubt they're going to be mad. But Nazianz not really getting the hang of flying. Percival grabs his hand, as Nazianz apologizes as he doesn't have the knack for flying down just yet. But Percival just laughs and says, hey, look, I'll hold your hand while we're doing this for right now. Don't worry about it. As Nazianz smiles. And honestly, I kind of like that Nazianz isn't really fully accustomed to flying yet. He literally just awakened his powers. He doesn't even have his wings. So the fact that he can't really fully fly yet, it's a really nice detail and shows Nazianz still has something to really work for. Also, a cool detail I wanted to mention is that, something I didn't mention in the last chapter, but Percival can fly without unleashing his Hope Aura, which is a big change, showcasing that he can use this ability without the hope of others empowering him or utilizing his magic energy in an external way. So that also shows some growth for Percival. As the two of them are flying, Nazianz tells Percival, I know that this might not be an appropriate time to say this, but getting to adventure with you like this again, Percival, I just couldn't be happier. As Percival just says, yeah, me too. And the wholesome smile, I missed it. I missed the guy's smile. Gives you the sense that everything is going to be okay for the story. But in the very last page of the chapter, Percival just says, so Nazianz, you gonna turn into a guy or a girl? Because yeah, now Percival knows how fairies work, and apparently Nazianz still hasn't become either, so possibly not fully embrace the fact that they're in love or whatever. But I just find it funny that Percival's like, you gonna be one or the other? Nazi's like, which one would you prefer? And Percival's like, why not both? That'd be neat to see. With Nazi just saying, just give me a straight answer, will ya? Ending the chapter. Honestly, a pretty funny interaction. Percival not really caring what's going on with Nazianz, and just this funny little interaction between the two of them. There's also confirms, like I just stated, despite Percival and Nazianz reuniting, unlike how Nakaba drew Nazianz in a more feminine way, like some readers have pointed out, doesn't seem to be the case. So, honestly, pretty funny interaction at the end of the chapter, and now we're off to reunite with the rest of the main cast. And honestly, I cannot wait. We're definitely going to get a reunion with An and Donnie within the next chapter or two. We'll probably cut back to see what's going on with maybe the Tristan platoon. We might see Tristan, Gawain, or Lancelot at some point. It'd be really cool if we get to see what's going on with Meliodas post-time skip, and what's going on with potentially Bon again. But my money is maybe we'll cut back to Camelot, see what the rest of the four perils are going to react when Worldane states that, yeah, the plan to seal away King's powers kind of failed. Also, Percival, one of the Four Knights of the Apocalypse, is alive again. So the prophecy about Arthur dying and Camelot being destroyed, that's still going to happen. So I'm curious to see the reactions to that. And I'm curious to see how Arthur's going to react to this. Whether he'll be upset, whether he'll be kind of nonchalant and puts it off as a joke, as he is still incredibly confident that he will deal with the Four Knights of the Apocalypse in his own way. But either way, all of these possibilities are potentially going to happen in the next chapter, and we'll get the next arc, most likely next chapter 2, with full confirmation. But what did you guys think of this chapter? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below, and if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, it showcases you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. The time skip has been nothing but hits lately, and now that Percival's back, I'm excited to see how this new adventure is going to play out. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 154 is out, and this is probably the biggest chapter in Four Knights of the Apocalypse thus far, and that's saying something considering that Percival was brought back 3 chapters ago. Nazians was confirmed to be King Diane's kid, and how it has access to Chastity. We got to see Bond show up. This time skip this past year has been just exponentially pure greatness. Yet this chapter was honestly not only really cool and foreboding, setting us up for actual real conflicts, but also gives us the true threat that the Four Perils will actually be for, and even gives us a hint, a strong hint as to how Arthur became the way he was. And that is a huge mystery that we've been wanting to see since the very start of this series. So that is a huge deal. But before I jump into this chapter, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Now with that out of the way, let's get right into this chapter. Chapter 154 of Four Nights of the Apocalypse, titled The Parting. And the cover image is us back in Camelot, and I will never get tired of how Nakaba draws Camelot with how just insane this place is. It's really amazing, and I will never get tired of the location of Camelot, and I can't wait to come back here and explore it even more. But we start the chapter off with Arthur in the presence of Ironside and Pelgard as he has called him to his throne room, stating, "I think you know why I've summoned you to my castle again. Why did you ignore my order? I told you time and again to keep away from the 7 deadly sins." But Ironside ends up saying, "If I may, sire, we serve as your dagger in battle. If they may threaten your majesty or Camelot," and he gets cut off by Arthur, as Arthur states, don't you get it? Do you, Ironside? You have no idea what any of them are. As Ironside says, "Oh no, I think I do, sire. That's why we must act quickly." But Arthur then snaps his fingers as the lights go out and shine on one singular area with a white blanket covering something, as he tells Ironside and Pelgard to lift the blanket. As Pelgard notices the smell of blood, Ironside then lifts the blanket and it's revealed, I might have to censor this because this is kind of gruesome, Worldane. After getting hits by Chastity, she is a bloodied intestinal mess on the ground. Now yeah, how this is in a weekly shonen magazine is beyond me, but props to Nakaba for getting away with making this as grotesque as possible because you see all of her internal organs right there. And this is confirmed to be Worldane. As Ironside and Pelgard are in shock, Arthur says, "The lingering magic force in it tells me she fought King, the grisly sin of lust, from the 7 deadly sins," shocking both Ironside and Pelgard. As Arthur continues to rub it in, stating, "This is what happens to fools who rush into battle. The sins are called legendary heroes for good reason." As we get a nice image of the 5 remaining sins, as Arthur states, "Have I made myself clear to you? Their power goes far beyond any human standard." But Ironside keeps on saying, "But should we just let them do as they please then?" As Arthur says, "The way you are now, that's all I can tell you." But Ironside asks, "What do you mean for now?" As Arthur smiles. Now, as we move on, let me just pause real quick. Yes, Worldane was a threat in the previous arc, but the fact that she took a full force Spirit Spear square point blank basically turned her into a bloody mess on the pile, showcasing the strength of just one of the 7 deadly sins. And Arthur is hammering it home to Pelgard and especially Ironside, who is just gun-ho to take on literal monsters in comparison to them. You can't fight them, you stand absolutely no chance. And I really like how Arthur is just telling him flat out that you are dead, you're lucky to even be alive in a sense. Because remember, Bond was only at 1/10 of his power when he just one-shot Ironside. Ironside was still standing, he could still kind of get up, but he was coughing up blood. But it was enough for Pelgard to say, "Let's retreat for now." If Bond was at full force, Ironside probably would have been dead, let's be honest. But as we move back on with the chapter, Arthur says, "There is a way for you to contend with them, with the 7 deadly sins." As they ask Arthur how it's possible. As Arthur says, "It's simple, by climbing up the same level as them. You must do away with your human side," as his chaos eyes end up rearing their head as he goes into his chaos mode. As in that moment, Worldane's corpse begins to swing and twitch, shocking and surprising Ironside and Pelgard. As Arthur says, yes, just as Beltrop and Worldane did, as all of Worldane's broken bones and exposed organs are basically coming back together and physically repairing her. I see with each individual panel, which again, I commend the detail to showcasing her going from a bloody broken pile to back to who she actually is. And even her clothes are kind of more well repaired. As Worldane then just spits out the drug of yore, stating, "Your Majesty, the drug of yore is in your possession." And I'm gonna say this. This is probably what Worldain meant as her last resort before she drank the drug of yore in the fairy realm arc. Seemingly, she reversed time on herself, or did some complete and wholly big regeneration thing. I'm going with reverse time, as she's basically good as new. No damage, nothing. And it was very quick. Arthur states, well done. The White Witch strikes again. How did your fight with King go? As Worldain excitedly ends up just stating, well, he was incredibly strong, yes. As I knew he would be. But yes, there was one unexpected event, as she mentions and turns to Ironside stating, Percival, the Four Knights of the Apocalypse has been revived, shocking Ironside. As he's like, wait, he's alive? How is that even possible? As he thinks about Mortlegend saying, so what did he die for then? With Pelgard not being super surprised and trying to keep a stern face, stating, it's just as An said, truly, truly he is alive. Percival is with us. As we all know, Pelgard has had type of a strong mentor or parental bond with Percival since their first introduction and just didn't want to see anything happen to the kid. But Arthur calls out Pelgard and says, but you too, my dear Pelgard, you are being quite a bother. Pelgard asks, what do you mean, your majesty? As Arthur just says, enough with the act, please, I've long known that your loyalty to me is gone. Despite that, I valued your skill and for your human nature, but I cannot offer as much praise for this betrayal. Pelgard tries to laugh this off as if it was some bad joke and tried to avoid the situation, stating, me, betrayal? Oh come on, sire. As Worldain just confronts and walks past Pelgard, stating, don't make it worse, Pelgard. We've already verified that you let Percival's group go on purpose. We didn't find a trace of their bodies at the site, so we traced the memories in the area, and you teamed up with Gother of all people for your act. As remember, in literally the last arc, Worldain has the magical power to cast a spell that allows her to essentially replay events in a given area because the memories are stuck in the ground of that area. So it was fairly easy to tell that Pelgard had betrayed Arthur. As Arthur is just staring down with his hand over his face, staring down at Pelgard, not seemingly too surprised. As Ironside is asking if it's true towards Pelgard, as we see that Pelgard is trying to grab a hold of his weapon, ready for a potential fight. But Arthur says, you don't need to give me that look. I am not here to dredge up past events. Instead, how about I give the two of you a choice? For it's this business that matters most, as he projects an image of Pelgard and Ironside's family and loved ones from behind them, as Pelgard cries out for his wife Fiona, and obviously Ironside for his son Deordra. As Arthur says, why did you serve me as part of the Four Perils? To protect your loved ones, as well as to protect Camelot, the land they call home, no? But if the 7 deadly sins continue to exist, and now the Four Knights of the Apocalypse are back as well, this place is bound to crumble apart in time, as Arthur, back in Chaos mode, gets very serious, staring down sternly at the two of them. As he goes on to say, will you fight as a human and lose both the world and those you love? Or will you abandon humanhood, become victors, and save both of those things? As Arthur descends from his flowery throne, coming down in thin air, walking towards Ironside and Pelgard, showcasing their loved ones once more. As once he gets behind them, he says, only you can make that decision. I will not chide you for either choice. As he says, but you must take one of two paths. As behind them, he creates a giant chaos monstrosity right behind Ironside and Pelgard. Pelgard states, this is despicable, my liege, as Arthur laughs, stating, loyalty isn't important. Your usefulness to me is, am I wrong? As Pelgard just states without looking at Arthur, I agree. Arthur smiles, as Ironside says, I can protect my son with this, right? As Arthur says, yes, I promise you. As Ironside says, I consent as well. As Arthur says, excellent to hear, as the next panel showcasing this chaos monstrosity entering Pelgard and Ironside as they both scream in utter agony. As this is happening and how this chaos monstrosity is changing up Pelgard and Ironside in a very gruesome way, Worldain says, we should have done this sooner. As Arthur says, the contract required their nod first, as in their approval and their consent. They have much more pride than you do, as Worldain just says in a joking manner, how awful. But Arthur very stern says, but worst of all, I fear I hesitated to pull them into this. the insipid human side of me, I suppose. As the next page, Ironside and Pelgard revert back to their base selves after this chaos infusion, as Roldain asks, "How was your first time, my lad?" And Arthur states, "Now rejoice, for you have both become true members of the Four Perils. I'm sure Diordra is so proud of you." As Ironside is like, "Diordra?" And Pelgard asks Arthur something, as he's staring up at the image of his wife Fiona, and asks, "Who is this woman?" Ending the chapter. A lot just happened in these last couple of pages, so let me go over what this means. That chaos creature that Arthur created and basically infused into Ironside and Pelgard essentially was him giving them the power of chaos. 100% that's what it was. And it's confirmed that he did this to Roldain and Beltrop, the other two members of the Four Perils. But Ironside and Pelgard did not go through this process to essentially abandon their humanity, and based off this, their memories of their loved ones. And for Pelgard, it also means any memory of Percival as well, so any human connection in their humanity is gone in exchange for the power of chaos. And this is something I kind of like. While yes, this is a really quick instant power-up for the two of them, this is actually really good because it comes at a price, at a consequence. What essentially makes them, a core part of who they are and their core reason for fighting and why they came to Camelot and serve Arthur in the first place. So I do think this is a really cool way of showcasing how they got stronger, but at a pretty hefty price. It also confirms why Roldain and Beltrop were built up as pretty powerful opponents in their own rights, because they also had this chaos infusion. And also explains how Roldain was able to reconfigure herself with no issue whatsoever after basically being practically killed by a one-shot from Chastity Fallen King. So now all four perils are basically around the same level of strength, and Arthur states that this will probably get them up to the level of the Sins or to help contend with the Sins. Obviously not including Arthur himself, who was way above them most likely. But what I like about this page, towards the end, we learn that this is probably how Arthur became the way he was. As he said, his insipid human side is why he didn't give Pelgard and Ironside this power originally. Meaning that while Arthur is the king of chaos, he's still partially human. And what this means is that Arthur, in an attempt to probably stick to his convictions and his ideals, to actually go through with fighting his former friends and doing what he's doing to Britannia and others, he had to give up his humanity to chaos in order to become as strong as he was, and to not go back on his convictions. Meaning we kind of have an answer as to how Arthur became the way he is. For power and to not turn back, he gave up his humanity in order to make Camelot his top priority. That is incredible. It showcases the lengths Arthur was willing to go to, and he acknowledged that his humanity was his weakness because he didn't want to fight his friends, but for his kingdom and for his people, he had to do it. And I love that. Now, this isn't 100% confirmation is that the only reason Arthur became the way he is, but this is a very strong indicator. This is a reason why he's the way he is. This also proves that what Percival killed in the previous arc was Roldain's human side. The other side was chaos, which showcases how Percival wasn't able to defeat her and why she still had power left and why she was still alive after that basic death touch. So that is incredible, and I cannot wait to see what boost in power Ironside and Pelgard are at right now, and I cannot wait to see what Beltrop is truly capable of as well, because there's a lot to really consider with this. But yeah, this is a really big chapter. Diordra basically lost his father, Percival lost his father figure out that isn't Zeldris, who is, let's be honest, adoptive actual father, and with the loss of their humanity, they most likely will be a lot more cruel, which means Pelgard won't be himself. And that hurts me to no end because he is still one of my favorite characters in this series, but this was necessary to keep him as a threat and an enemy for the time being. But man, that is a big chapter, and that was a lot of stuff to go through, and the idea that we basically got confirmation on how Arthur became the way he was, just insane. But that's it for me today. What did you guys think of this chapter? How do you feel about the chaos infusion and the price that Ironside and Pelgard had to pay? How do you feel about the idea that Roldain is still alive based on the fact that she has chaos powers? How do you feel about the revelation that this is probably how Arthur became the way he was? And what do you think is going to happen next? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. It really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Man, things just keep getting more and more intense. Nakaba was not joking, and I can't wait to see what happens in the next coming chapters. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 155 is out, and this was another really great chapter, but a very short chapter with only being 13 pages, which is really concerning. However, the main reason I think this is because Nakaba is actually right now going to be at Anime Expo this year, around July 5th, which is where there's going to be a whole Four Knights of the Apocalypse panel involving the anime and a sneak preview of the second season. So if you're going to be in Anime Expo, go check it out. Q&A for Nakaba Suzuki, and I believe the sneak peek of Season 2, Episode 1 of the Four Knights of the Apocalypse anime. So it's going to be pretty hype. And since he is away in the US, I believe that's why this chapter in particular was shorter. The next chapter might be standard length. But before we jump into this chapter, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Also, a quick announcement, I updated my Patreon page. Not only that, I changed what the tiers are, but I also added an additional benefit of doing live watch parties for anime or live manga readings. At least right now I'm going to try to do it every 2 weeks, maybe once a week. That way I can get to talk to you guys a bit more in the community a lot more actively. You also get access to my Patreon Discord server and a whole other load of benefits for the Patreon. Every little bit helps and helps ensure that I make a lot more high quality videos for you guys as well outside of these chapter reviews. But with that plug out of the way, let's jump right into this chapter. Chapter 155 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Back Together, as the cover image is Leonis Castle, as now we're back in Leonis. And we cut to Meliodas and Elizabeth walking with Donnie and An, as Meliodas says, I called you all over just for one reason. I got someone who wants to meet you. As Donnie and An are wondering who it could be, Meliodas opens the door to the balcony as the wind blows. We cut to Nazienz as they're surprised to see Nazienz back again, as it has been years. I think they've been in the fairy realm for about 2 years now, and they're wondering why he's here if he just came to visit. But Nazienz says it's not only me exactly. Nazienz turns to the side as Donnie and An look over, as they are in disbelief as to what they're seeing. Meliodas and Elizabeth smiling. A panel of the side of Percival's head, as Percival says, "On Donnie, I'm back," and a nice full page. And then we get this really cute, funny, and wholesome page of just Donnie and An's just quick reactions, from surprise to total shock to on the verge of tears to Donnie starting to break down and crying and An looking away, as Donnie just rushes over and hugs Percival with all his might, calling him a bastard, saying you made me worry so damn much, and asks when did you wake up, and Percival just says a little while ago actually, with Percival stating that Donnie might have shrunk, but Donnie just says, no way man, you're way too big, you grew in the past few years. I mean, I did too, but you on the other hand. And Percival notices that something's different, and Donnie says, hey, can you tell, as he tries to flex his newly found muscles, and Percival points out that the streak on the side of his head grew back. And I love that this is a nice piece of continuity with the fact that Percival is the reason that Donnie had that streak in his hair, so I found that hilarious, as the two of them are bonding and getting back together. Nazienz goes over and asks on Galahad if she's going to speak to Percival, as An is just clenching her fist, stating, you left us so casually, and now it's all, hi, I'm back, as she yells at Percival, stating, I demand an apology. Do you have any idea how it felt for us carrying you back 2 years ago? And she's right. I know Donnie's being like, An, you gotta chill out a little bit, obviously because his best friend is back, but An does have a point. Percival did just leave like that. We all know and understand his reasons for leaving, but to see someone you care for, someone who you've had your back for, and that you care about so much and believed in so much, just up and leave like that in an instant and have to carry them back home from an entirely different realm, it's heartbreaking and also to an extent kind of traumatizing. So I can honestly sympathize with An in this situation, as most people probably would, because yeah, Percival even agrees in chapters ago when he came back that his decision was pretty damn selfish. While understanding it hits very close to home with Percival's mentality and what he was going through, both sides were in a lot of pain over this. And yeah, you could tell that it was a lot. But Percival walks up to An and hugs her, stating, alright An, I'm sorry, with a serious look in his face that he really is sorry for this. I wish it was kind of worded a bit differently, but just the fact that he hugged her and said I'm sorry as she starts to break down in tears in his arms, while Nazianz, Meliodas, and Elizabeth smile at the sight. Now, allow me to say this. Percival has risen once more. The last arc, literally, where Percival showed up and just held Nazianz in his arms to save their life, and now he's doing it to Anne, just apologizing for his selfishness as she breaks down crying in his arms. First off, the Percival harem is strong at this point. Now we just need Rose Banks. If she's still alive? Question mark? I got no idea how that's going to play out. But either way, Percival is here. I am all here for it. These ships are great for Percival. I love them. Also, offhanded panel, Percival says, Donnie, I'm sorry. But Donnie says, don't worry about it. I wasn't mad anyway. Percival asks if Anne can forgive him, and she says, no, it's not going to be that easy with me. And yeah, it is a point, but I think she did forgive Percival in that instance, but she's just putting up a front, which is just a classic Anne thing to do. With Donnie saying, man, you can be such a pain. As I love Nazianz being like, you can't say that out loud. I miss Team Percival's banter. I grew to love it after watching the first season of the anime and looking back on some of the chapters. I liked their development as a team and a group of friends, very much so, and this just felt super wholesome. But after this interaction, Percival goes back into his chibi mode and just says, oh, but hey, moving on. There's this thing I want to show you guys. As Donnie's like, we're moving on already from this? And Anne just snaps at him saying, are you really sorry about this at all? And Percival just goes over to Nazianz, and in his adorable chibi self just states, come on, you gotta show them. As Nazianz's like, oh, okay. With Donnie being like, what are you gonna show us? And Anne trying to say, you gotta be a bit more sorry, but then they're just in total and complete shock as Nazianz is flying in front of them. As, yeah, Nazianz showcases what's going on. Surprising Meliodas and Elizabeth as well, and they're asking Nazianz what's going on. But Percival laughs, stating, guess what? It turns out Nazianz has the Fairy King for a dad and the Queen of the Giants for a mom, as this shocks everybody. Even Meliodas and Elizabeth are like, well, hold on, wait a minute. So you were the one that was switched out in that changeling incident 18 years ago? And Elizabeth's like, that was such a huge furor. Deanne was beside herself over it. A lot of grief. And yeah, I can imagine that. Your son just got taken away from you, and I mean, granted, they filled the void with Myrtle and treat him as their own and love him all the same. But Nazianz was also kind of happy knowing that Deanne was beside herself in grief because his mother missed him. And Elizabeth goes on to say, but that's great. I'm sure they were both happy to see you. And I just like that, in a sense, Meliodas didn't pick up on Nazianz being King of the Ant's son, because sometimes he could be kind of a goofball and not pick up on certain things every now and again. But I do kind of like that they still didn't know about this, and King of the Ant over these 2 years probably didn't mention to Meliodas. Probably because Meliodas would have blabbed about it instantly. We all know Meliodas can be kind of a troll when it comes to people, and he probably would have blabbed about it to somebody else. And they probably didn't want Nazianz to find out by somebody other than them, most likely. Even though that was kind of the thing that happened in the Fairy Realm arc, but it was from his own family, so it's fine. But Meliodas then asks how King and the Ant are doing. But Percival goes on to say, actually we had some big trouble. Roldane, part of Arthur's Four Perils, tried to steal their drug of yore. They teamed up with King to beat her, but she made off with it in the end. As Meliodas and Elizabeth are kind of stunned by this, as Donnie says, wait, four evils? Is that the same with the guy that we fought, Beltrope? As Percival says, oh, you mean that menace to Herb Gother? Oh yeah, he was real bad. And Donnie's like, wait, how do you know about that? Now, my honest thing on how Percival realized this was, it was in the spirit realm. He probably had an idea of what was going on since life spirits are basically everywhere, and it wasn't until Nazianz was in full mortal danger that he literally came back together. Or, in all honesty, before he left the fairy realm, King of the Ant got the message from Thetis, and maybe Gother did like a quick telepathy thing with his invasion ability to give them information, because that wouldn't be the first time he sent a message to the fairy realm with his magic on important matters, so he probably briefed Percival on what happened. It's honestly one of these two possibilities, if I'm being completely honest with you, and it makes a lot of sense based off of what we've got in the story. But this is where the chapter leaves off, with Meliodas and Elizabeth talking about Worlddane. As Meliodas says, Worlddane, I've heard that name somewhere. And Elizabeth states something very interesting. Oh right, Merlin mentioned her long ago. As this catches Meliodas' eye and tells the rest of them, never mind that, we'll talk more tomorrow, alright? With the last panel showcasing the moon, ending the chapter. So yeah, very short chapter, but what a nice cliffhanger to leave us off with not only answers for Worldane, but also mentioning Merlin. Now, okay, Merlin is literally this series' white whale at this point. She is not in Camelot. She probably knows what's going on with Arthur. She probably has answers for a lot of things in this series. She probably trained Worldane if Merlin mentioned her a long time ago, which could also state that Worldane might have been around a long time ago. Long enough to either meet Meliodas and Elizabeth during the original Holy War, or perhaps it was more recently and that's what they mean by long ago. There's a lot to think about when it comes to this. Mine's racing a million miles a minute because Merlin has all the answers. She is nowhere to be found, and in all honesty, the second we meet Merlin, that's when all of her answers are going to be flooded over. Our questions are going to be answered. And this could be Nakaba's way of saying, you're going to get Merlin soon, maybe next arc, maybe 2 years from now. No clue. But, yeah. Merlin's the only sin we have not seen in this entire series, like, actually being around and not being an actual, like, clone mirage thing that Arthur created for his own fantasies. But yeah, short chapter, but a nice chapter. I like that Team Percival is finally reunited. I'm happy to see the interaction with all of them. I'm glad that Percival apologized. They dropped the bombshell of Naziennes basically being the prince of the fairy realm, more or less, King of the Ant's child, and the whole situation with Worldane, the Merlin drop, and the Worldane connection. A nice, good amount of stuff happened in this chapter, and I cannot wait for next week. But what do you guys think? Leave your thoughts, opinions, and theories in the comment section down below on what you think is going to happen next and what Meliodas will talk about in regards to Worldane and perhaps the state of the world. And once more, if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys know the content I make on this channel and shows you want to see more. Nakaba is just edging us with the Merlin Answers arc. I can feel it in my bones, it will happen soon. So Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 156 is out, and this was another great chapter. We got some nice downtime, we got build up for the next conflict, and a build up for the next arc that's seemingly about to start. We got some breadcrumbs of Merlin, and we got to see Meliodas just to act like a king in a crisis once more, and making some pretty valid decisions. We also got the return of a very iconic looking gag from the beginning of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, which we'll get into everything later on in the video. But before we jump into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. If you want to support the channel more directly, go check out the link in the description to my Patreon, where I will be having a Discord-only Patreon server, as well as early access to videos up to a week early that are in chapter reviews within the first tier, and I'm also going to be experimenting with live stream manga read-throughs and anime watch-throughs to be more connected with you guys as a community, as well as some other perks if you want to go and check it out. Now with that out of the way, let's jump right into this chapter. So chapter 156 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled In Search of Friends. And I love the cover image here. It just shows Percival now and Percival at the beginning of Four Knights, just showing the literal growth spurt he had. It's very surreal despite it being only a couple of months in IRL between Percival and the time skip. It's very interesting to see, and I kind of like it. Now, we actually jump at the start of this chapter with Meliodas and Elizabeth in their bedroom as they are discussing Merlin, as they're wondering where she could be and what's on her mind. And Meliodas states that they've known each other for a while, but he still can't read what she's thinking, stating that the news about her serving at Arthur's side looks to have been a false report. Obviously, as now we know, that it was just a fake that Arthur created in order to just fulfill some kind of fantasy in his head, or to, I don't know, some sort of comforting mechanism, as he does fully trust Merlin to a very large degree. And Elizabeth goes on to say, yes, I'm sure it'd be a shock for her to see Arthur as he is now. Which, yeah, that is something that a lot of people, when getting into Four Knights of the Apocalypse, would question. Why would Merlin let Arthur be like this? Wouldn't she do something to stop it? And so that's one of the questions that Meliodas and Elizabeth are still wondering about themselves as Merlin's oldest and closest friends. Meliodas state that they still don't even have a full grasp of Camelot yet, and they're constantly exposed to invasion. It just keeps getting worse. If they can just tap into Merlin's power and her smarts right now. Merlin, the boar's sin of gluttony. If we only had her, I'm sure we could find a way through even this. And I just love this one singular page just showcasing Merlin in a brand new outfit, a really cool chair, and magical orbs around her, and chains around her. This is honestly a really cool image, literally giving us our first real look at Merlin in Four Knights of the Apocalypse, and this might not even be what she actually looks like in Four Knights right now. And I know Nakaba is really doing a good job of teasing the audience, because last chapter we ended things off with Meliodas making a connection between Worldane and Merlin and putting it off for the next day. And now in this chapter, as he's talking to Elizabeth about Merlin, they're wondering where she is, what she's thinking, and if they only had her around, they could probably solve things. And I really do like the fact that Merlin's been gone for the entirety of the story, and that Nakaba's setting her up as to be like the key to just figuring out stuff that's going on with Arthur and Camelot, and could potentially turn the tide of this ongoing war with Camelot due to her intellect and her just overall skills as a magic user, which I really like. She is the only sin unaccounted for, and probably the most important sin in the story right now, based off of all of her connections and knowledge. Meaning that when we eventually do get to meet her, it's going to be some big revelation, some big reveal, and there's just going to be a whole lot of answers to be paid off, and her being the catalyst for whatever turnaround in this war will end up being. But Meliodas just denies himself and says he can't even gripe about things because Tristan and the others are working so much for them, going on to state that even they're hardly bereft of all hope, aren't they? As we get an image of Percival as he's walking through town. And we get a shot of Team Percival walking through Leonis, as we get to see tense music, festivities going on all around, as Percival's wondering what's going on with this scene, as Donnie states that it's the Harvest Festival and it only comes once a year. So they got a festival going on. But An ends up stating that with Britannia being hollowed out in the past 2 years even more, there are losing fields, trade routes, lives are clearly harder for people here now. But people need to keep themselves bright or they can't hold out. And I do like this instance because, yeah, big blots of land in Britannia are starting to just get disappeared and stolen right out from under people, which would definitely destroy actual trade routes, actual crops and fields for farmers, making things very hard for everybody else in the entire nation. So I'm glad they're really addressing the actual consequences of Arthur literally just stealing actual land out from under people, which is honestly a really interesting thing to go about address, because that's something that a lot of people would think about when something like this would end up happening. Nazians then states that they're taking a huge responsibility and that they need to do something as soon as possible. An then looks over at Nazian stating, "You're not going to blame Percival for this, are you?" As Nazian says, "Wait, do you think so?" As An just says, "No, not really," but then Donnie grabs Nazian's hat, ruffles it, and says, "Yeah, honestly, I was pretty freaked out about how Percival grew, but you ain't changed at all. What a relief." As Nazians and An are looking at Donnie, kind of like, okay, keep going, whatever, stating, "But you've grown bigger, and so has your attitude." As Percival calls over from Donnie in the corner, stating that there's a show going on over there, and Donnie's going right over to him. An looks over at Nazian and says, "Honestly, I think you've changed a lot too." As she states, "I can't exactly put into words how you've changed, but I know that you have. Am I wrong?" As Nazian's like, "I'm not really sure what to say." As Nazian thinks back to when Percival saved him, and then blushes. As An just says, "Well, whatever." Here, holding out her hand, thanking Nazian for bringing Percival back, as Nazian smiles as the two of them shake hands. And Nakaba, don't feel like you're being sneaky. You're very obvious with how you're drawing Nazians in these panels. I know where you're probably going with this. Also, I really do want to state something really quick. Anime Expo was last weekend, and Nakaba Suzuki had a Q&A there. And one thing that was stated in the Q&A was that Nakaba stated that unlike Seven Deadly Sins, the relationships in Four Knights of the Apocalypse are still relatively in a state of flux, as in any and all of the potential relationships that can happen in the story can happen, meaning nothing is set in stone, unlike Seven Deadly Sins. So yeah, Nazian's ex Percival, Nazian's ex An, any of these potential ships for you guys could potentially become canon towards the end of the story. So this adds more potential character drama, more potential pairings and character moments for developing of relationships, so that's a very interesting thing to add into the story, leaving things a bit nebulous. So this shows that nothing is fully set in stone and things could change by the end of the story. We then cut back to Percival and Donnie, as Donnie's just chugging down a glass of beer, as Percival goes over to a game and sees that it's archery. and he tries his hand at archery once more for the first time in over 2 years, launches the arrow, and then, just like in Chapter 2, shaves off a piece of Donnie's hair, returning the iconic hair streak that Percival did in the very beginning of the story. So now Donnie's hairstyle is basically exactly the same, plus a pompadour. Now Donnie is freaking out over Percival, basically doing the exact same thing again, as now Anna and Nazienz basically realize, oh, so that's how Donnie had his old hairstyle. That's how it happened. Honestly, I just feel like now that Donnie actually had a competent, nice hairstyle, now we're just like, let's screw it up again. Honestly, a really nice callback, and I kind of love that Percival still sucks at archery. It's a gag that I will not get tired of, and I love the fact that he's a lot older now, still can't shoot things for shit. But as Donnie's chasing around Percival, and they're basically having just a big old time, and An's trying to get them to just go to bed, they have work tomorrow, the ground starts to shake, knocking everybody down, making them lose their balance. But Chadsival comes in, catches Nazienz and An, keeping them from falling on the ground. I do really feel like he's just playing with the potential relationships and just messing with the audience. Be like, who's he gonna be with? Nazienz or An? Who is he gonna be? I feel like it's gonna be kind of obvious that he's gonna mess around with this now, but I just find it fun. Also, Percival got ungodly riz now for some reason, and whatever, it is what it is. I think it's entertaining. But then someone points out to the neighboring kingdom of Darkmont, as we get a page of this kingdom on the mountain, and in the very next page, it's disappeared, completely taken away from the land of Britannia. And if you don't remember, this is actually the kingdom that Griamore and Veronica have. Yes, Elizabeth's older sister and Griamore, their kingdom, neighboring Leonis, has now been abducted and taken to Camelot just out of nowhere. As when they realize this and see this, Meliodas is furious, being like, even Darkmont has vanished on them. And all the Holy Knights are in a panic and a chaos, and we then see Hauser and Gilthunder around, and Hauser now has a mustache. How do you feel about the Hauser mustache? I'm actually I kind of like it. Kind of looks cool, I'm not gonna lie. And he kind of lost the old basic drunkard look, like he's a drunk at a bar with the 5 o'clock shadow, kind of a bum. Now he actually looks like the head of the Knights now. So Gil and Hauser end up going to Meliodas and ask them for permission to infiltrate Camelot. As Meliodas states, to my Cardinal and Holy Knight Captain, your jobs are to unite the Holy Knights and calm the frayed nerves of the people, you know. And they know that's their responsibility. But Hauser says, if you think so, then we must send a large force over to Camelot at once. With Gilthunder stating, I haven't even heard from my son in over a year. Please allow me to at least go to Camelot. As Meliodas says, I know how you feel, I'm taking measures. We'll revisit our plans tomorrow. And I like how Meliodas, despite obviously being angry in the fact that his sister-in-law is gone now and a bunch of innocent people have just been basically abducted into an entire dimension against their will, he is keeping calm and keeping his composure as he is the king. He's trying to direct his knights, and despite Gil and Hauser being absolutely right on wanting to go to Camelot now that they've essentially lost one of their closest allies now and family, Meliodas is stating that they can't just rush into things. They have to keep the people calm, they gotta keep the kingdom's defenses up in case Arthur tries to do anything. I do like this also ups the stakes as closer and closer the main kingdoms and areas are being abducted and added into Camelot, meaning that at some point when Arthur does have to come to Leonis like we saw at the beginning of the time skip with that future vision, the time is going to come for Arthur to come to the battlefield, and I'm curious to see what's going to happen when this inevitably does come into play. But as Meliodas is trying to calm Hauser and Gilthunder down, someone calls out to him from the corner, as Percival and the rest of his team show up saying, we'll go there right now. We're all ready to head for Camelot, with the final page being Team Percival getting ready and setting out, infiltrate Camelot. As Meliodas states, we're counting on you. Ending the chapter. So, pretty good chapter. I'm glad that we got some tidbits of Merlin and the idea that she has the key to basically understanding everything and probably getting everyone out of these very particular situations. I like how we got the upped stakes of this anytime, anywhere, Arthur will just take any piece of the land and just bring it over to his entire dimension just out of nowhere, and we get the idea with the earthquakes in the area, how the surrounding areas in the country are dealing with these plots of land and kingdoms and trade routes being uprooted literally and disappearing, and how it's going to affect people. We got to see more Chancellor. We got Donnie's iconic hairstyle back. And at the end of the chapter, we're getting Team Percival going on a mission to infiltrate Camelot, meaning we'll see them take on Arthur's forces. We might get a showing of how the new chaos-infused 4 perils are going to end up being, and we might actually get that confrontation between the revived Percival and Pelgar sometime soon. But one concern right now is how is Nazianz going to get into Camelot, because Nazianz is half fairy, half giant, and it's been very clearly stated that the only reason hybrids go in is because they're half human, and Percival is human, and An and Donnie are human, but Nazianz is not. So is Nazianz just going to like stay outside of Camelot? What's going to happen with Nazianz? I'm curious to see what's going to happen, because it'd be interesting if they did something to make it so that Nazianz can go in because they're a hybrid. I'm curious to see how that's going to play out. I wouldn't be surprised if Gother tried entering as well, maybe Thetis to at least take Nazianz's place, because I think Nazianz with a Spirit Spear fragment to boost their power would be a bit too broken in a sense. But I don't know how this is going to play out based off the rules we know about Camelot and the entrance. But that's all we got from now. I'm very hyped for next week, as we're going to infiltrate Camelot once more and get an actual confrontation with Arthur and his forces with the newly revived Percival, and I cannot wait to see Team Percival in action again. This is going to be really fun, and we might even get to see another member of the Four Knights show up at some point. But yeah, love this chapter, really fun, really engaging, and I cannot wait for next week. But let me know what you guys thought in the comment section down below. We'd love to hear your thoughts and theories. And once more, if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. But with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 157 is out, and this was another solid chapter, setting us up with a pretty big cliffhanger at the end, making me question what's going on, as also giving us some more insight on Percival and his whole thing with the life spirits, as we delve right into Camelot once again at, I presume, the start of another brand new arc. And this makes me think of a very possible thing as to where Four Knights of the Apocalypse was going to go with the upcoming chapters and arcs. But before we dive right into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And as a quick thing, I want to thank you guys because we have just hit 20,000 subscribers. Yeah, we finally hit my goal for this year of 2023. Like with half a year still left on the calendar, and I am so happy, and I do think that with everything happening and with what I have planned, we might be able to break 50k by the end of the year. That is my next milestone before this year ends, and I do think we can make it there with all of your help. I very much appreciate you guys checking out these videos, and I know we can keep growing. But with that out of the way, let's jump right into the chapter. Chapter 157 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Lives Pulled Together, with the cover image being a chibi version of Percival. I think Nagba just kind of likes drawing Percival in this form, keep things a bit lighter tone, and just having him be a goofball. It's very nice. But the chapter starts off right into the action as Thetis chants a spell and opens the door to Camelot, as Team Percival walks towards it. Thetis states that she'll close it right after Team Percival goes through Camelot. This way it'll keep Camelot from spotting the portal. Doesn't tell Percival to exercise caution because they still don't know a lot about the world that Camelot's in, and especially the 4 perils. Percival gets serious and looks over towards Meliodas, Hauser, and Gilthunder, as Hauser says, "Don't you mess this up now, alright?" As Donnie's kind of looking away in embarrassment, while the rest of the team is incredibly confident, as Percival calls out his friends' names, telling them let's get going, as they jump right through the portal, and Thetis then closes it after they enter. With Gilthunder stating, "Are they truly alright alone?" as even Hauser states that he's got concerns as well. But Meliodas states that he's got confidence in them, saying that he's kind of surprised. The dodgy kid from 2 years ago has grown into a figure that I'd be able to rely on, as the two of them end up smiling at Meliodas, as yeah, Percival, despite literally dying previously and he managed to come back, and now he's come back as more of a reliable person, and Meliodas can truly feel this in him and how he carries himself. We then cut to Team Percival as they're holding on to Percival for dear life, as Meliodas states that I'm gonna believe in Percival, him and all the others who believe in him. As we then get a really cool page of Percival and his team just standing on top of a giant mountainous pillar, surrounded by all of these chaos souls that lead to different areas of Camelot. Donnie's obviously freaking out they might end up falling, but An tries to get Donnie to calm down, as Nazian is basically stating that this is honestly kind of sudden. But Percival, kind of smiling, states, this tiny little foothold is Camelot. As An just says, not to laugh at all. It's composed of a zillion fragments, some the size of entire countries. So describing Camelot as a whole and how vast it truly is in this dimension. And goes on to explain to Percival what the chaos holes are, these giant vortexes, as they're corridors that randomly connect to other fragments in Camelot. So despite Camelot being a giant everlasting kingdom, we all know it's a bunch of different islands and areas created using chaos by stealing resources and land from Camelot and making all of these different areas, and they're all connected through these chaos holes, but it's kind of random. An then gives Percival a brief explanation, stating that they lost contact with Gawain and the members of the Tristan platoon, Tristan, Isolde, and Xion, a while ago. Nothing very specific, but a while could be like a year for all we know. As she states, if we want to find them all, who knows how much time it'll end up taking. Percival then looks around and says, oh, I see it, as Donnie's asking what that means, as Percival tells Nazians to follow him as he grabs An and Donnie. And I see it, Percival. You've got the riz. Instead of grabbing An's hand like he does Donnie, he grabs her by the waist. Very gentlemanly. And yes, I see the blush that she has. As Percival then rockets up to the sky, carrying An and pulling Donnie up into the nearest chaos hole, with Nazians following right behind them. As we're stating, Percival, are you crazy? Are you really counting on dumb luck to get us wherever we need to go? But Percival says, I could feel it past this point. As he goes on to explain that he's a life spirit, and he's got brethren everywhere life exists. And that explains how Percival was able to figure out what happened with Gother and Beltrub, as Donnie states. But Percival says, I did just get the general outline of things, nothing too specific. So this honestly really showcases that, to an extent, Percival can learn information of what's happened through the life spirits that are in anywhere that there's life. So he can get information to an extent, nothing too specific, but a general idea of things. And so he's using these to find his way through Camelot. As he states, yep, no doubt about it, past here, we have to go in. As they then go right through the chaos hole, and after a brief shock, they rocket out of the portal and crash into some farmland. Talk about a pretty big crash landing. As the group gets up, Percival is staring up at somebody who has a scythe around him. As Percival asks who he is, with the gentleman stating, tell me who you folks are first. This is my orchard. As the group looks around, as Nazians notice that this is in fact an apple tree. Percival picks up the apple, as An says, I'm sorry, we didn't expect to land in your field. The man says that it's fine, and An tells Percival not to just take things without asking. The man says it's all poor misshapen fruit anyway. Hobby or not, I'm hardly good at this. But then Percival then starts munching at the apple, with the old man looking at him, kind of confused. Percival then says that the apple is actually very good and it's packed with flavor, and the spirit inside is nice and lively too, most likely referring to a life spirit, which kinda means that even fruit, since it is part of a living thing like plants, has life spirits like around it, which is an interesting thing for Percival to say. Also, does this mean that he ate a life spirit just now? I don't know, and I feel like this shouldn't bother me, but I feel like it does. I need answers. But the man states that Percival is an odd kid and wants to ask his name. An tells Percival not to say anything because despite other than the Chaos Knights, there are a lot of people in Camelot that are full devotees of Arthur and his cause, so they can't be discovered because it'll end up causing trouble, to which Percival immediately and gleefully states his name, and that they're from Britannia. And we instantly get the comedic out-of-handle crash on the ground for Percival's just naivety, as An and Donnie just scold Percival over, this guy could be an enemy, what are you, out of your mind? As then the man states that Percival, is a member of the Four Knights of the Apocalypse, as he recognized the name. One of those bringing doom to all of Camelot. He asks the question, with Donnie and On getting ready to fight. The man looks at Percival, but Percival is unfazed, smiling right back at him. He then turns around and tells the group to follow him, with Percival following in pursuit, with the rest of the group following Percival. We then cut to some trees, we see a little shack. We then get an outer look at where they are in the orchard, which is a giant disc on top of a tower. And the next page, this little orchard area is on top of a mast of a giant ship-looking area, which I can only presume is part of another ancient city built through Camelot on its own piece of land. This is an outlandish structure and it looks very, very cool. Now I can only wait for the volume release when this is done, because you can tell there's definitely some finer details for the backgrounds in the ship that aren't fully fine-tuned, and Nakaba has been doing this with the future volumes, where he adds extra details that he wasn't able to do within weekly releases. So once the volume inevitably comes out for this having this chapter, it'll definitely look a lot cooler. But the group ends up following the man, as they're wondering, oh, this guy seems kind of suspicious and this could be a trap. But Percival asks for the man's name. The man stops and says his name is Kay Pendragon, son of Uther, the previous king of Camelot, and adoptive brother to Arthur, the current king. As this shocks everybody, as he is Arthur's adoptive brother that we have heard about, and I believe briefly saw in the Seven Deadly Sins manga, as this shocks everybody as to what this could all mean. As then Kay knocks on the door, stating, "Open the door, it's me." As somebody behind just stumbles over their words, stating, "Father, give me just 1 second." As they're like, "Oh damn it, I spilled, just give me 5 more seconds." As they panic to open the door, as they soon open it, with them saying, "What do you need then?" As Kay states, "You have guests, Gawain," with the final page of the chapter showcasing us Gawain post time skip, as she asks, "Oh, now who could that be?" as she gleefully laughs. Ending the chapter, and I just gotta ask this. What happened to Gawain? Like this, I'm not the biggest fan of this design. This is definitely not going to be her permanent design whatsoever. But I got questions. First of all, is this the real Gawain? I say possibly, because people have been speculating on whether or not this is the actual Gawain or an illusion made from Camelot, but with the idea that they lost contact with Gawain a little while ago, and the idea that Percival followed life spirits here, this could very well be the actual Gawain. But with the way she's dressed, her hairstyle, and her demeanor after seeing her father just now, could mean that either there are a few things. 1, she's putting up an act for her father when he's around. 2, she was brainwashed by Arthur so she wouldn't be rebellious and, enact the prophecy. There's a lot to really consider when it comes to Gawain. Especially when she was stumbling to the door, it feels like it was her baseline personality as she was like stuttering and kind of panicking to get to the door for her father. Now this could mean that the household that she lives in is not the best environment, so there's a lot to really dive deep into this, and we don't even know if we're going to meet her grandparents probably. But this does mean that we'll probably get to learn more about Gawain in the following chapters, and I'm excited because Gawain is a character that we do need some more answers to, at least with her life before joining the Four Knights of the Apocalypse. There's also one clear thing where I think the direction of the series is going to go from here. I genuinely think that we're going to reintroduce to the Four Knights in the backwards order. Percival, now that he's back, they're going to probably search for the Four Knights, and they have no idea where Tristan or Gawain are. And right now, the first knight that they find is Gawain. And so, since she was the first one that they found, I feel we're going to get a little bit of time going over Gawain and having her rejoin the group. And then eventually, we'll find Tristan, go through some arc with him, and then finally Lancelot, retrieving all Four Knights of the Apocalypse with their own little arcs, showcasing what they've been through over the last 2 years, how they've developed, how they've changed, whether or not they've gotten stronger. There's a lot to dive into, and I feel like this could be a good way for a opening section of arcs for Four Knights of the Apocalypse, as we already got to reintroduce ourselves to Team Percival and Percival's return post-time skip. So there is a lot for us to do here before we dive into full-on war with Camelot and the rest of the Four Perils. But I also do like the bit of lore that we got with the life spirits, that Percival can understand things and track people through the life spirits, which means he could probably find Tristan in a Tristan platoon now by asking the life spirits around them where to go, as this is how they found Gawain. and this was most likely the actual Gawain if the life spirits don't just register the fake if it is a fake Gawain. But the fact that Kay brought Percival to the house to meet Gawain showcases he has some understanding about what she's going through, and perhaps that they're friends, and perhaps feels like Gawain needs to see these people again and might help her through something she's going through. Now, I don't know if what's going on with Gawain is an act or if she's actually brainwashed, but I feel like this will dive right into her life and what she's gone through. But overall, pretty solid chapter. I enjoyed it, and I cannot wait for the next one. We got a break next week, but I've got some videos planned to replace a chapter review, so look forward to that, because I'm very proud of what I have coming up next. So you guys are going to be in for a treat during break week. But with all that said and done, what do you guys think? Well, how do you feel about the information we got through this chapter? How do you think the future story is going to go from here? How do you feel about what's happening with Gawain with this cliffhanger? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Pretty good cliffhanger in my opinion to leave us off on before a break week. I'm actually pretty hyped. After a 2-week break, we finally got chapter 158 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse. Unfortunately, I have to give you guys some bad news. If you haven't heard already, Nakaba Suzuki is suffering from health issues, so after this chapter, Four Knights of the Apocalypse is going to be on an indefinite hiatus. So the return of the manga is currently unknown. At best, maybe a month or 2 months, or it could be longer. We don't know the severity of his health condition, so be prepared for Four Knights to be on hiatus for a while. In the meantime, I will try and fill the void with either other manga reviews from different series or different types of video discussions about the manga before it eventually returns on my thoughts on things that could happen in the future. But those will be a bit more spread out, as I don't want to throw everything in right away in case the manga comes back by the end of the summer. But we probably got a pretty good chapter to leave us off with, so let's just dive right in. Before we jump into the review, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Now then, on with the chapter. Chapter 158 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled, I Can't Drop the Attitude. And the cover image is honestly really nice. Gawain basically taking up the entirety of the image, with Percival below her, and the rest of Team Percival all at the bottom, with little pieces of rubble in Camelot. Really nice, I kind of like it. With Nazians also floating up in the back as well. Pretty fun. But the chapter starts off directly from the last one, where Gawain is being told that her friends have come to see her. Gawain ends up saying, "Now what do you need, father? I know you're busy," as she has a pretty preposterous laugh. Her father states, "Your friends have come to visit you. Should I not have let them in?" As Gawain's kind of confused, being like, "My friends? I don't have anyone like that." As Kay turns behind him, and Gawain, puzzled for a second, is then instantly shocked. Pretty comedic panel, as we see Percival saying, "Hello, how have you been, Gawain?" As Gawain just has a, honest to God, really realistic reaction to seeing Percival, just screaming and being completely confused, and she's like, wait, Percival, like, it can't be you, can it? As Percival says, "Oh, well, who else could it be?" As Kay says, "I'm sure you got a lot to talk about, please take all the time you need," as he exits the room. Things are quiet for a second, as Nazians and An are wondering if Kay's gonna end up reporting them to Arthur and the Four Evils and the Chaos Knights, as they're pretty sure they probably shouldn't be here. But Gawain assures them that her father won't sell them out, and to trust her on that. She states that she doesn't know why, but her father and Arthur have completely cut off ties with each other. Reasons might have to do with Arthur taking the throne of Camelot. Maybe it's how he's running Camelot, his methods, or because Kay just doesn't trust Arthur now with the power of chaos, or more of a personal thing. We have no real clue. But yeah, they have cut ties, so Kay's not going to sell them out. So we got Gawain's full-on guarantee on that. But lightening up the mood like the meathead he is, Donnie ends up making fun of Gawain and essentially just mimicking her laugh from earlier, stating, "Man, you're actually really cute, aren't you?" As Gawain gets pissed off, and in the next panel, flicks Donnie, has him ricochet all around the room, causing him to hit his head. But in the process, hits one of her cabinets, and a bunch of books, tomes, and scrolls fall out to her shock as she scrambles to get them from being seen by everybody. But An looks down and says that these are all magical tools, tomes, and a bunch of notes written about them. As they then begin to read what was written down on them, as this is Gawain's own words. It said, "There is a way to transplant spirits into an inorganic vessel, but is the same possible for an organic human body? But if he was a baby infused with a life spirit, the failures keep piling up. Summoning is a tricky task, but I can't give up on it now. Not until I can yell at him to his face again." As An and Nazianz look at each other, with Donnie saying, "You did all that for Percival?" As Percival looks down at Gawain, as she says, "Just inviting yourselves in here, how insensitive can you be, you bunch of trash?" As, well, An kind of really does sympathize with this, as Percival just shows up like it's nothing now. So she can attest to how kind of stupid this was, and just happening all of a sudden. But Percival goes on to say, "Hey, we're going on another adventure to save Britannia." As Gawain says, "Come on, like I can trust a man who might just up and disappear again." But Percival says, "I won't, okay? I won't vanish on you again. I promise." Gawain gets up, shouts, saying, "I don't need any half-hearted promises." That's an absolute order, alright? As we see Gawain tearing up after saying this to Percival. As Percival says, "Okay." Honestly, this was kind of similar to what I was expecting to happen with Gawain's reintroduction with Percival. Her kind of being happy to see him, but also being kind of, demanding about it, telling him, "I don't want you going away again. You better promise me on that front." And I also like that Gawain, just like Nazianz, was spending all this time during these last 2 years studying spirits, transferring them into bodies to find a way to actually bring Percival back to them and just summon him back. And that's just so goddamn sweet. Everything that happened in the Demon Realm arc really did touch her, and having Percival just up and leave like that most definitely hurt her, and she does want to just bring him back and talk to him about everything that happened and just lay into him like she just did now. And it's a very realistic thing to really think about, and I'm just happy that we got some confirmation on what Gawain was doing during these 2 years, especially since now she's seemingly like hiding out in Camelot, seemingly. But yeah, it's nice to show that more than Team Percival, I've been looking for ways to bring him back. We then cut to a little bit later, as we actually get some actual answers on this giant castle boat thing, which I did not expect to actually get, more or less. But they end up saying that this is a ship that can fly. It'll sail anywhere, the seas, the skies, even underground, which is really cool. Percival's standing on the edge as he's taken in the air. Gawain calls out to Percival as he turns around. But in the next page, a passionate sun comes in to hit Percival, as Percival dodges out of the way as Gawain launched her attack square at him. Team Percival are telling Gawain to just cut it out, but Gawain then continues to chant a spell as she creates a spiral hail attack to engulf Percival. But Percival then continuously uses his magical sword enchanting his arm to slice up all the giant pieces of hail in a brief instance with no effort. Gawain chants another spell to teleport, and in the very next panel, she goes into her brand new buff form and then slaps Percival square into the ground in an instant. But it's revealed that Percival is still up, but Gawain actually burned his hands as Percival was blocking the attack, and Percival instantly heals with his hope powers. As Gawain goes on to say, "You always did aggravate me." And look, I do kind of like her new buff form. To an extent, I prefer the older one, mainly because her head is way too small for her body now. It's cool, but also kind of weird. I'm curious to see if this is just her new full power mode to an extent, or this is just her new buff form now that she's older. I got no clue. This does look a lot more like the one Escanor. This might be her version of it for like a brief instance that she's using it to test Percival and fight him. I don't know. We'll have to learn more at some point. Gawain comes down from the air and says, "I trained myself up so hard while you were having your little nap. Why the hell are you so much stronger too, you little sneak?" As Gawain instantly turns back to her original form. Percival says, "But that wasn't your full effort, was it, Gawain?" As Gawain says, "Hell no, I didn't even exercise 10%. Obviously, I'm sure Gawain most likely was not going all out in this fight because it's Percival, her friend, and probably just wanted to test him out to see what's going on, to see if she is stronger than him. But her saying 10%, yeah, she's most definitely blustering on this aspect, but I still like the idea that she's not going all out against Percival. We still gotta see her in an actual fight to see how things go off. But Percival just gleefully goes back to chibi form and just says, well, when I was a spirit, I recalled a lot about using my powers, kinda. I'm still getting used to this body, though. Which makes sense, but he's also an absolute monster. Like Donnie just said, and I find that hilarious. Off in the corner, An just yells at the two of them, saying that their fight almost gave her a heart attack. Gawain says, sorry, but I have to say, you've become much more ladylike in the last 2 years, as she snickers. And Percival's like, yeah, and her boobs are bigger. I'm not gonna lie, this is probably one of the few things, outside of maybe pudding and snacks, that Gawain and Percival can weirdly bond over. I know it's weird, but again, Gawain's into girls, she is a bit of a perv. Percival did end up being a bit more of a perv thanks to Donnie's influence. So, I don't know why I'm trying to dissect this weird conversation, but it is what it is. But, with everything that just happened, we stop and Gawain begins to explain the situation for their future direction in their mission. Donnie says that right now they're going to have to hunt for Lancelot and Team Percival, right? Which does show that they don't know where Lancelot is, which is something that was never stated in the previous chapters since the time skip. I and many others have always assumed that he's just been hiding out in Benwick, going through his own depression arc. So I'm curious to see what's going on with Lancelot if they have to say that they have to hunt down Lancelot. Maybe he's just trying to avoid people, maybe he's going out on a revenge spree, who knows. But Tristan and his team definitely is something that has been teased, and it seems like we might actually be getting this soon. Gawain says yes, and for that, there's a place we'll have to head for. As she states, the Cauldron of Anvil. I can't pronounce this goddamn name. But yeah, the very prison that An and Donnie were looking for at the start of the time skip, when we first got their introduction and when they ended up encountering Beltrop, this is their next destination. And we got an actual design for it. A literal giant cauldron. You know what? Yeah, we'll leave it at that. I have no comment. But Donnie asks the obvious question, how do they get there? An says that they know about the cauldron, but they don't know its exact location. But Gawain says to let her handle it. As she ends up saying, so yes, I believe Team Tristan is being held in this cauldron, but the issue is the person who runs it, which is Beltrop, the Green Knight of the Four Perils, and their mission is to take him down. And I just love this image of Beltrop with a bunch of crosses and crucifixes in the background. Oh man, this man, ever since his introduction, has exuded aura and was definitely a threat, and I cannot wait to see him actually fight now. But yeah, seems like their next mission is to actually take on Beltrop in a manner and find Tristan and his team and bring them home. But this does obviously trigger An and Donnie, and Percival gets serious for a moment. Donnie says, wait, are you serious? The guy's a literal monster. As Gawain says, yes, I know what he's capable of, but we're about to have our best chance yet of defeating him. As Percival's asking, this is our best chance, Gawain gets serious once more and says, the cauldron is the perfect place to lock up those against the paradise of Camelot. Beltrop is going to hold an event to pick out the best prospects from those yearning to crawl out of it. He calls it the Anvin Gladiator Festival, with the final page showcasing a bunch of gladiators and warriors fighting to the death. Am I hearing things right? Is it what I'm thinking? We're getting a tournament arc in Four Knights of the Apocalypse. Honestly, if you told me what you'd expect from Four Knights of the Apocalypse, the very last thing I would think of is a tournament arc. Due to the very nature of Four Knights of the Apocalypse and how things are being presented, I didn't think we were going to get any sort of tournament arc in this series. But, lo and behold, Nakaba surprising us with a tournament arc. Not only getting us reintroduced to Gawain, but we're going to get a pseudo-tournament arc. We're going to have to revisit Tristan and his team, seemingly being held captive there. And seems like we're going to have our best chance for the team to take on one of the four evils in a full-on fight, outside of what happened with Roldane in the Fairy Realm with Percival. What a way to end off this chapter. What a way to end things off before going off on a hiatus, and that really gets me hyped up. And with this setup, we might actually get Tristan versus Percival round 2. And this time, Percival will be in his right mind and more control of his power, and Tristan might be in a blind rage over what Percival did and betraying him and his father's expectation. Basically abandoning their mission and abandoning everybody. That's my whole thing on how Tristan's going to react to seeing Percival again. It's going to be interesting. I'm happy to see what we got with Gawain. I loved her interactions with Percival. She basically confronted Percival about him leaving. She was trying to find ways to bring him back. She got stronger. She had a brief, very quick fight with Percival, showcasing her new buff form. Honestly, I got everything I wanted in this chapter. And I can't wait for the next chapter whenever Nakaba comes back from his hiatus when he's feeling better. But those are my thoughts of this chapter. Let me know in the comment section down below what you guys think and your theories for what's going to happen in the future. I will do my best to make Fortnite's content every now and again during this hiatus to see what topics I will end up doing for the future of this channel until the manga eventually comes back. And if you want to give me some suggestions on potential videos to talk about, let me know in the comments also. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Fortnite the Apocalypse is back with another brand new chapter. Now, when we initially got news of a sudden hiatus for Fortnite the Apocalypse due to Nakaba Suzuki's health, we all assumed it would probably take a while. Heck, I was in the process of planning out videos for a bi-weekly release to plan stuff out in case we were going to be in for a long haul. But lo and behold, 2 weeks later, we ended up getting a new chapter, and this was a really good one and really started to feed us more into who Arthur is as a character. We get to see more of Gawain's home life. We get to see more of Kay, Gawain's father, and Arthur's stepbrother. A lot was given to us in this chapter, some really funny moments, as well as setting up the next arc, and really solidifying that I feel like Fortnite is in a very good spot right now, and it can only go up from here. Before we jump into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. There's also no news of another break or hiatus at the time being, so for right now, seems like we're back to regularly scheduled chapters for Fortnite the Apocalypse, and I really hope Nakaba Suzuki is taking his health into account for future chapter releases. And if you want to support the channel more directly, go and become a patron on my Patreon. For just $2 a month, you get access to my Patreon-only Discord server, early access to videos up to a week early that aren't chapter review videos, and other details where you can recommend me stuff to review. And I'm currently setting up stuff for potential live readings or watch parties on a bi-weekly basis once I get things figured out for that. You also get your name at the end of videos starting in September, and you can potentially get a shout out at the end of the video. I'm planning to make the Patreon and the Discord server as fun and as engaging as possible to make it worth your while. And also, if you want, go and use my referral link down below for Advanced GG and use my code GreekWeeb10 to get up to 15% off at checkout for some really nice supplements, shakers, and thermoses from Advanced GG. Really great flavors for focus, energy, and just straight up hydration. You will really enjoy it. Now with that out of the way, on with the video. So chapter 159 of Fortnite the Apocalypse, titled Within His Arms. And we start things off directly from last chapter, where Gawain tells them about the Gladiator Festival that Beltrup is hosting very soon in Camelot in that prison. And Gawain says yes, an event where those who want to escape prison wager their freedom and fight each other. The festival winner is granted both their freedom and a single wish from Beltrup himself. Just the two of them before a huge crowd of onlookers. And so Percival and Nazians realize that it's a good chance to strike Beltrup. Don even says that man's gotta be on his guard. But Gawain proudly proclaims that no, he wouldn't. You don't get it. He's supremely arrogant. In all honesty, makes sense considering what happened with the previous introduction with Beltrup, where he literally cut down Gother and just didn't treat anybody in that general area, even one of the 7 deadly sins, with any real regard or caution whatsoever. Could also be because he gave up his humanity for power in the power of chaos, but that's also a strong possibility. I also just like that Donnie cracked a quick joke saying that Beltrup is just like Gawain with how arrogant they are. And I just love how Gawain literally just partially turned her left arm into her muscular form and just bonked Donnie on the head. Gawain can now seemingly just enlarge or make any part of her body at will just for partial power boosts. That's actually a pretty fun detail. And for all we know, that can end up saving her life in the future. But An says, how are they going to reach this place? And Gawain says, oh, you doubt me too, An? Well, we take this boat, of course, as we get a wide shot of the boat that they're currently on. And apparently, it can go anywhere. It was stated in the previous chapter, and I did not think that they would use this to go to that Colosseum, to that prison, for this tournament. But Gawain then smiles and says, but why don't we fortify ourselves with a good meal first? You can't have fun in a fight on an empty stomach. And so she calls for her grandparents to come in as Percival just loudly proclaims, finally time for some real food. Is that a quick jab at the fairy realm? Did you not like King Indian's food in the fairy realm, Percival? Huh? Okay, moving on. An then asks if Gawain's father will be joining them, but Gawain just tries to brushing it off, saying, we all eat when we want to, that's just the custom right now. Not that I know why, but it always feels kind of awkward when father and I are alone. But she then breaks up the tension and says, let's talk about you, shall we? How are you going to join a gladiator festival when you have no weapon? And I cannot believe this did not appear right now. I did not think of this because I'm so used to Percival after his return to just use his magical aura to create weapons for him, to create a blade and stuff. It's so easy. But it makes sense that if there's going to be a tournament, a gladiator tournament, that Percival would actually need a literal weapon, and he doesn't have his sword anymore. So, they're going to have to grab a weapon for Percival to use in this tournament, because everybody else has a weapon in Team Percival, and I believe Gawain, if she also ends up entering this tournament, will most likely use her Divine Sword Rita. So that's a pretty interesting question and topic that Gawain brought up. I'm really happy this was brought up, because I feel like somebody would have mentioned this, and I'm glad this was brought up, because now they can prepare. Now, I also like, after being told this, Percival is just like, oh yeah, I kind of popped out in the spur of the moment, so I didn't really think too much about it. And I love this little panel of just Nazians being like, it's not a big issue, and An just telling Nazians not to spoil Percival. Kind of funny. Nazians being the doter of the group, and An just trying to make sure he isn't, like, spoiled to hell, and just gets too full of himself or does the stupid decisions. I kind of like that interaction. But Gawain states that you're pretty lucky that you came to me first, though. I'll be sure to hook you up with a weapon. As there's a knock on the door, as Gawain calls out for her grandmother, stating that they're starving. And the next panel is a doll, or a golem to be more specific, just walking out to Gawain and everybody in the group, and I have the same reaction as Percival and the gang, as we just shouted out in utter fear and confusion. As Gawain is just being like, can you all just quiet down, you're way too noisy. As the puppet then begins to creak, eyes bowling around, waving up their arms, and everyone's wondering what the heck is going on with this golem, as then a bunch of amazing food is plopped on the table. And the golem states, your menu for today is flying stingray and cream sauce, kraken salad, dusk bison steak, chicken matango pie, and boar berry cream pudding. As Gawain jovially says, thanks grandma, as Donnie's like, wait, what the heck? Oh man, this is kind of hilarious. As someone else also comes in off the corner, as Gawain calls this her grandfather. As this is a T-Rex skeleton in a suit, bringing in tea and silverware, saying here are the condiments as well as silverware. Okay. And the conversation just keeps going on with, but hello to you, my guests. I serve the lady of the house, as you see. Thank you for being so kind to the cutest young lady in the world. I do hope that you will continue to be good friends to Lady Gawain, as Gawain is actually starting to get embarrassed and start shooing them away as they tell them to enjoy their food. And, Gawain waves them away and says, okay, eat up. Doesn't it all look lovely as if nothing happened? And Percival is just like, curious set of grandparents right there. As long as like, curious, what the hell, man? Those are freaking terrifying. And yeah, so, tangent time. So, either this could be incredibly sad and depressing, or honestly, this is probably a bit sad and depressing, because This gives us a more clearer picture that Gawain has been very lonely in her life. Now, the chances are that maybe these golems were made by maybe Merlin or Arthur to kind of keep Gawain company or to help serve Kay in the house or whatever the heck. That's one thing. That's possible, and Gawain got an attachment to them when she was younger, started calling them Grandma and Grandpa, seemingly because she doesn't have grandparents in her life and her only actual family is her father and kind of Arthur. Or, with, as Gawain stated, it's awkward when her and her father are together, so she might have created these golems to kind of take on the role of her grandparents, to kind of have some positive reinforcement in her life, have people to talk to and kind of dote on her, which honestly feeds into her whole superiority complex and arrogance as well. This is kind of sad and a bit depressing in either of these scenarios, because either way, Gawain has no friends or family other than her father to talk to and just open up to. And this is the only real way she can express genuine joy and emotion. And now she has actual friends that she can express this to. They're also incredibly creepy, let's be honest. The grandma doll golem is very creepy. The T-Rex grandpa, kind of goofy and silly, I don't mind that. But yeah, this is a lot to take in, and makes me think of how kind of sad Gawain's personal life has been before meeting everybody in the story. So, kind of a good thing she ran away from Camelot, because otherwise, I shudder to think how her mental state would have gone if she was just alone with these things for more time without interacting fully and honestly with other people. But we get a brief few panels of everybody beginning to chow down on some of the delicious meals that Gawain's grandparents created for them, and everyone's just waiting around and wondering what happened to Percival, as he might have joined to the bathroom but got lost. And then Gawain's like, I'll go look for them, as she begins to fly off looking for Percival, wondering how could anybody get lost here. As he then cuts to the top of the mast of this ship house thing, as we see Kay cutting and trimming some branches, as Percival appears from right behind him. As Kay states, "Oh, you again. Did you come to stop me from reporting to the authorities?" As Percival's like, "Nah, I'm not worried about that." Kay asks Percival why he's here, and Percival asks a actually pretty genuine question that honestly I think would have been asked. You're King Arthur's brother, right? As Kay says, well, not by blood. Percival then asks him, I was hoping you could tell me what Arthur is like as a person. We just know far too little about him. As Kay pauses for a second and says, I'm afraid I never had much love for him. As we got to the past, with a nice transition. As he goes on to say, when I was young, my father brought him in as a child. Your brother from now on, he said. As we see a young Arthur getting led in to seemingly in front of Kay in the royal palace. That's how he met Arthur. We then get some more instances of their lives going by. As he states, Arthur got used to life on the court fairly quickly, even won over his father's love as well as trusted nobles and servants. As he goes on to say that not even he had earned that respect and love. Until one day an oracle, probably Merlin, came to Camelot with a sword embedded in a stone. It was the holy sword Excalibur. They said anyone who pulled it out would succeed the previous king of Camelot. Famed knights, strong men, and power-hungry fiends all tried their luck with it. As did Kay as well, but no one was successful. Until one day, when Kay had given up, we can get a nice transition of someone grabbing the sword, and it begins to be pulled out, as the next page is Arthur with Merlin in the background, see? Merlin, pulling out Excalibur. As Kay states, that mere boy of 14 pulled the blade with barely an effort. Obviously alluding to the fact that Arthur would have the power of chaos and was also the chosen knight of the sword Excalibur. And Kay was starting to break down when he was younger. He states, nobody could ever understand the unease and despair I felt that day. At this rate, not only would everything I knew be taken from me, I'd be forced to wait upon Arthur hand and foot my entire life, as a young Kay begins to get increasingly frustrated. He states, so I tricked him. I snatched the sword away from him and claimed to my father that it was I who pulled it. But the lie didn't last long. As I cut to the previous king of Camelot beating Kay to the ground, as Kay states, no, I shamed myself in front of him, and then I was thrown in the dungeon. When Arthur came to visit my cell, I ranted and raved at him. You're a pox upon this land. You should never have been born. As we get a panel of just Kay just utterly unloading on a young Arthur. But then Kay is stunned, as the next panel shows a young Arthur beginning to cry, as Kay realizes that it was actually a sorcerer, again, probably Merlin, most likely Merlin, 100% Merlin, that saw Arthur draw the blade, who exposed my lie. No, he neither told my father nor anyone else about my folly. In fact, he begged my father to release me from imprisonment. He said I wasn't at fault. And when my father stopped feeding me as punishment, Arthur ferried his dinners over to me untouched, as we transition back to the present. As Kay states, that is the kind of person Arthur is. There's never been a king so kind and so noble. As Percival then begins to ask a honestly pretty mature question and obvious question, so why then? Why aren't you going to report to him? As Kay states, because what you see now isn't at all the Arthur I know. I would make any effort possible to get my old brother back, even if it means lending a hand to those hostile to him. So this is really, really good, because Kay, and fully admits in the past, he despised Arthur. Heck, there were even bonus material in the Four Knights of the Apocalypse volumes, bonus chapters, showcasing some of Arthur's early life and how Kay mistreated and didn't like Arthur in their younger years. But in this chapter, we see not only the full mental breakdown of Kay and how he wanted to just take down Arthur and how he was afraid of Arthur succeeding him, but when he did something pretty unforgivable, Arthur never sold him out on his lie about pulling Excalibur. In fact, it was, again, most likely Merlin, and even then, Arthur continued to plead for his brother, and ended up stating that it wasn't Kay's fault, showcasing the Arthur that we got to know in Seven Deadly Sins, his origins as the kind and compassionate person that he was in the past, that fully won over Kay, as Kay then, in this instance, fully saw Arthur as his brother, respected him, and perhaps even began to love him as his own brother, like he probably would have over the years if he had let go of that resentment and hatred for him. But now, this is the reason why Kay doesn't talk to Arthur, or more or less kind of cut ties with him. The Arthur right now is completely different from the Arthur he saw and got to know over the years. He changed, and he is fully wanting Percival and the Four Knights to fight Arthur, because he wants his old brother back. He wants the brother that he grew to love and respect with all of his heart. And this is beautiful. I love it. This really does show in the past Arthur's life and who he was, as well as his relationship with Kay and how Kay grew to fully love and respect Arthur. That's great, and showcases why now, obviously, Kay wouldn't come to respect Arthur or want anything to do with him, because he's completely different than the person that he was and began to love and respect in the past. That's great. That's great character growth, even though it's very small in regard, but this showcases a lot into the life of Arthur in the past, and I'm very happy that we got this. Moving on, Kay states, Percival, please take Gawain with you, as Gawain manages to, just in time to hear all this, is hovering over the apple patch. As Kay says, I'm a small, servile, clumsy parent. I'm not sure I can say I gave her enough of my love. But still, I am sure she can be of some use to you. But Percival says, well, maybe it looked ugly, but that apple you grew sure tasted good. And I'm sure that's kind of Percival's way of saying, you might not think you did well, but Gawain turned out to be a very good person at the end of the day anyway. And I know Kay is taking responsibility. Chances are, yeah, he probably didn't give Gawain enough love and compassion as he raised her. Heck, the grandparent golems paint a very bleak story for Gawain. But Percival goes on to say, and Gawain's an incredibly reliable person. I can trust her all the way. As Gawain hears this and begins to blush, and it's just kind of nice. Gawain fully hears Percival saying that he trusts her no matter what, and then Kay says, you truly are a strong young man. As Gawain looks away, while hovering in the air, says, well, you said it, as that ends the chapter. Honestly, really great chapter that we got after a nice break. A full 20 pages too, which I'm happy with. But we got a sliver of Arthur backstory in his life as a young boy, and his whole relationship with his brother, that whole plotline development, a bit of Gawain's home life with the grandparents, setting up a bit more for the tournament, and Kay and Percival coming to understanding, And Gawain, 100% in that moment, that I fully believe, places all of her trust back into Percival. As Percival fully trusts Gawain, and I guess that's also something that Gawain, at the end of the day, truly, really wanted to hear him say once more, to really affirm that they're friends for life, and that they can have each other's back no matter what. This is a great chapter. A really good one after a full-on 2-week hiatus. And I can't wait to see what happens next, because if we get chapters like this from now on, this only confirms that since the time skip, Four Knights has been nothing but good. I have had no real complaints, maybe some nitpicks, but overall, the story has been progressing at a rather smooth pace. It doesn't feel rushed. It doesn't feel like we're rushing towards the end. It feels properly paced. We're getting some new growth with the main cast, and we're beginning to slowly get back to Four Knights and build out the rest of the world, and more of Arthur as a character, even not by him directly. And needless to say, I think Four Knights has a very strong and good future ahead of it, and I cannot wait to keep covering this series on a weekly basis for you guys as things continue. But what do you guys think? How do you feel about this chapter? How do you feel about the tiny bit of Arthur and by extension Kay backstory and the relationship of their past in this chapter? How do you feel about the interactions with Gawain and a bit more of a look into her home life? Let me know in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. It really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. I'm so happy and excited for the rest of Four Knights, and it feels so good to be back. 2 weeks was just felt like way too long to not talk about this series on a weekly basis, let me tell you. Four Knights of the Apocalypse Chapter 160 is officially out, and this was just a boatload of reveals this chapter. Just unexpected front-loading of information and just character introductions that I wasn't expecting to come in just one singular chapter. But hey, I'm happy, and it actually didn't feel bloated whatsoever. It felt completely natural, and it was actually kind of fun to see these particular characters be shown up in this chapter all at once. Team Percival and Gawain have some funny interactions and moments, and they're already on their way to the Cauldron to participate in the Gladiator Festival. And where we left off last time, they were in need of some weapons that would actually help them in this festival. And we also got a bit of Arthur's backstory in the previous chapter, thanks to Kay and realizing his relationship to Arthur and why they're so strained nowadays. But before we jump into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. It really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And if you want to support the channel more directly, go and become a patron on my Patreon. For just $2 a month, you get access to my patron-only Discord server, early access to videos up to a week early that aren't chapter review videos, and other details where you can recommend me stuff to review. And I'm currently setting up stuff for potential live readings or watch parties on a bi-weekly basis once I get things figured out for that. You also get your name at the end of videos starting in September, and you can potentially get a shout out at the end of the video. I'm planning to make the Patreon and the Discord server as fun and as engaging as possible to make it worth your while. And also, if you want, go and use my referral link down below for Advanced GG and use my code GreekWeeb10 to get up to 15% off at checkout for some really nice supplements, shakers, and thermoses from Advanced GG. Really great flavors for focus, energy, and just straight up hydration. You will really enjoy it. Now with that out of the way, on with the video. So Four Knights of the Apocalypse Chapter 160, titled Off to Enwith. I cannot pronounce this goddamn name. I'm just going to keep calling it the Cauldron from now on, just to make things simpler. And the cover image is Percival flying into the distance. Honestly, this kind of reminds me of Goku or Gohan from Dragon Ball, and this probably is just another one of those Dragon Ball references that Nakaba does every now and again to showcase how much he loves that series and how much it's inspired him. But going on with the start of the chapter, we get a bit of the giant island-like sailboat flying in the sky as Team Percival is walking with Gawain as they're wondering what's going on, and based on their conversation, they're basically talking about what Percival learned about Arthur and Kay's past that Percival learned in the very last chapter. And we are actually following Gawain as she is taking the group somewhere. Also, just really quick, Gawain is in her pre-time skip outfit. The only thing that's changed has been perhaps slightly her height maybe, and also her hairstyle. Was honestly kind of hoping for a better outfit, because I'm not gonna lie, I kind of not a big fan of it anymore. Mainly because everybody else got new outfits. Post time skip, I was kind of expecting Gawain to also get one, but I guess we'll have to make do with the haircut for now. But as everyone's wondering where Gawain's taking them, Gawain states that they're going to be leaving in 1 hour, and that the ship, when it leaves, will be at the cauldron in the blink of an eye. So in the meantime, they gotta wrap up what they can here. As they end up walking into the kitchen, as they know there's a bunch of food and cooking supplies. Gawain then shouts out, "Yo Dubby, sorry to interrupt you while you're making dinner, but I got stuff to do." As everyone's wondering who is this guy that Gawain is asking for, maybe they're just a chef. As we then see in the steam clearing away, somebody saying, "I truly wish you wouldn't do this." As when Team Percival looks out, we see a giant in the kitchen working for Gawain. As he says, "I keep telling you not to enter my sanctuary without my okay." So upsetting. As Gawain just says, "Stop whining, I got urgent business with you." As I love everybody in Team Percival just crawling together to cling on to Percival, just being kind of freaked out that they're seeing a giant here. And yes, by the name, this is Dubs, the master craftsman of the giants, just casually cooking meals for Gawain and her family. How this is a thing, I got no clue, but this also kind of explains why Lancelot could not find him, probably because he somehow, someway, Gawain found him and brought him to Camelot. Maybe somehow through the barrier, for all we know. I need to know how this is possible, because unlike Nazi-End, who's a hybrid, Dubs is a pure giant seemingly, unless he somehow is also half human. In that case, that would kind of make sense to how we would get into the barrier, unless Gawain found a way to just do a, I don't know, bypass the barrier to Camelot so Dubs can get in. I got no clue. But yeah, this kind of explains why Dubs was so hard to find for Lancelot, and why simply nobody in Camelot really knows where he is if they were getting him. So yeah, Dubs was in Camelot the entire time, just being Gawain's personal chef. So I just kind of like we got a casual reveal of one of the most important characters in the series, and I am so glad we got this reveal before I even started making a Dubs potential video for what this could happen. So that's a video out of the list. But back to the chapter, Dubs says to Donnie, saying that he's huge, says, "Thank you, but I'm on the smaller side of my kind, you know." But then Dubs looks over at his pot and says that Gawain interrupting him basically made his dish a few seconds over the time limit, and if it's over that time limit, it doesn't taste as good, so he's gotta start from scratch. But Dubs just says, "Alright, fine. Just tell me what you want. I can't have you messing with my cooking again. Want me to make you some new pudding, right?" Nazians asks if Dubs is actually a giant, as Gawain says, "Yeah, you got a good eye." As she basically introduces him as Chef Dubby. I don't know why that's his nickname, why she gave him that nickname. It's also kind of funny. But that would be something that she would do. He says, "Here's the pride of my household," but he's also a hobbyist blacksmith. So dedicated. As he's just like, "Come on, you're upsetting me. That's my main job. Cooking is my hobby. I did forge the 7 deadly sins sacred treasures, you know." As this catches Gawain and everybody else off guard, except for Percival, who just honestly did not catch any of that, acting like you're such a good chef and this is just a hobby, as he is probably one of the slowest people in his entire series to actually come to any conclusions. Yeah, I'm honestly, any doubts that I had this wasn't the actual Percival are completely cleared up in this instance. Only Percival would be so slow on the uptake to just completely go over an entire bombshell of information. And it's An who frustratingly has to tell him that this is the man who made the Coffin of Eternal Darkness that ended the war 3,000 years ago, the master craftsman Dubs. And after finding this out, Gawain is freaking out, being like, your real name was Dubs?" As he just says, "Yeah, Dubby was the nickname you gave me." And that makes sense, going to be so far in her own head that she would just assume that the nickname she gave the guy that ended up being a blacksmith, a cooking job, would be his actual name. That actually kind of tracks, and I find that kind of hilarious. And while they're talking, Percival's like, "Dubs, that rings a bell." As man, Donnie also asks the important question, "Is your head okay, man?" Gawain just ends up privately saying, "Right, I wanted you to craft some weapons for us. The best you can make, perfectly suited for all these guys. Can I count on you?" As Dub just plainly says no. As this just annoys Gawain, and she just bangs on his head saying, What was that? How dare some hired chef refuse the commands of his master? But Dubs says that he was hired as a chef, not a blacksmith. But he goes on to say that he's not interested, and money won't change his mind, as everyone's kind of like, pretty moody guy. And then Percival finally puts the pieces together that he's the world famous blacksmith. Classic Percival shenanigans. But he then goes up to Dubs and just talks to him about his friend Lancelot, about how he's been looking for him, and that he needs a weapon made for Lancelot because his magical power is so strong that he can't find a weapon that can actually handle his immense strength. And Dubs thinks, weapons can't withstand his magic force? Huh. As he then honestly says, are you kidding me? That's the most exciting thing I've heard in ages. As he starts laughing maniacally, trying to hold it in. As he then gestures for Naziens to go up to him, as he then begins to feel up every inch of Naziens to get an idea of their body, their muscle type, and their magic, all just from basically touching every instance of Naziens, noticing the necklace that they have being from the sacred tree, as Naziens just runs away. But Dub says, when making a weapon, I need to know not just height, weight, and muscle, but also your handiness, your type of magic, if any. So, after hearing that, Percival just yoinks Naziens from hiding behind him and says, oh, okay, so that's it, huh? I'm saying, I would very much like to meet this Lancelot also. Can you tell him that I'll be here? Obviously, setting up some potential meeting between Lancelot and Dubs in the near future once we inevitably get to seeing Lancelot again post-time skip. Now, just a quick thing. I actually mentioned in an older video that's well over a year or two old at this point about how I found Dubs and making the sacred treasures for Seven Deadly Sins kind of a weird thing. I'm going back to the manga myself little by little, but to my knowledge, it's never been stated how Dubs met the sins, how he gained their weapons, because based off of this literal text that he said, he needs a ton of information about the people that he's making weapons for before he can make appropriate weapons that would be best suited for them. So this either A is being like a retcon for Nakaba to try and like find a way to like make it so that all 7 sins have met Dubs at some point while they were holy knights in Britannia, or this is just further makes a plot hole bigger than I can honestly entail. I'm more towards the latter, hopefully. And I'm probably just missing something. Let me know in the comment section if it's ever clarified in the manga whatsoever. But from what I remember, it was never fully explained how Dubs made the weapons for the sins and how the sins gained the weapons. So just wanted to say that in this instance. But after Naziens, Dubs ends up beckoning over Anne as she refuses. You got some weird thoughts in your head for wanting to do this, right? But then after he says no, she realizes that her magic isn't affecting him, as he's actually genuine about what he's doing. He has no ulterior motives for what he's doing. And she's not really too keen on it, and this kind of angers her that this is going to be how she gets her own special weapon. But Donnie's like, oh, stop being insecure, as he goes up to be first, but Dub says, after you take a bath, because he smells so bad. That's kind of hilarious. Donnie's going to be the last person to actually get a weapon. Classic Donnie luck. So yeah, this basically seems to show that all 4 of Team Percival, and maybe Gawain might get an upgrade to her weapon, might actually all get Sacred Treasure class weapons, which will actually be a very big benefit in the future and could definitely up their power for the future of the encounters in the story, and maybe give them an actual chance at fighting the 4 perils of Arthur and maybe stronger Chaos Knights. This also does kind of confirm that Gawain's sword was most likely created by Dubs. So this might actually be somewhat confirmation that Gawain's divine sword Rita was made by Dubs. I also think that Dubs being in Camelot and with Gawain, call me coping, but it might have something to do with Merlin maybe? I'm just gonna say, who else can find a way to get through the barrier to bring in an actual giant? That shouldn't be possible unless Arthur allowed it. I'm just saying. But moving on with the chapter, there is an announcement over the speaker from the grandmother golem that we saw last chapter, stating that they're finalizing their route to the cauldron and they're going to depart in 10 seconds. So expect turbulence and grab onto something solid. And apparently, yeah, Gawain says, yeah, this is a piece of cake for her. She taught me all of my magic, you know. Which, yeah, I'm starting to really go into the fact that these grandparent golems that were left to Gawain were probably made by Merlin. Because if Gawain learned all her magic from a golem, I'm there's a 99% certainty that those were made by Merlin as a roundabout way to help train up Gawain. The pieces fit a lot more the more I think about it. I might be overthinking things, but that just makes so much sense when I say it out loud, actually. But yeah, the ship then begins to shine and then disappears as they head on to the cauldron. We then cut to somewhere most likely still in Camelot. There is no indication of where they are, so they might still be in Camelot, but somebody is running away, about to jump into a hole in order to hide. But then this giant lizard-like creature, probably a purgatory beast, appears in front of this young lady. As then someone comes up with one sword in each hand, one of them being the Coffin of Eternal Darkness handle, and instantly destroys this monster. Placing his sword back, after destroying it within an instant, hair flowing in the wind, someone calls out to this person named Tantris. As this guy says, "There are sweeper beasts lurking all over here. I keep telling you it's dangerous to go out alone." As the girl apologizes, saying that she just wanted to pick a flower for him. He grabs the flower and says, "Look how dirty you are now. I'd never want you to sully your soft hands for me. Never, Isolde, my love." Fully revealing Tristan back into the story, dual wielding, and one of them being the Coffin of Eternal Darkness sword that Percival once had. Well, not only confirming Tristan is somehow still in Camelot, he might not be a prisoner, also showcasing Isolde is with him, looks and acts completely differently, also stating that he loves Isolde, so for all we know, a few things might have happened over the 2-year time skip, and that Tristan seemingly might be in his right mind, for all we know. And that ends the chapter. So outside of us getting to finally see Dubs in Fortnite: The Apocalypse confirm his location and being with the most unlikeliest person in the world, being Gawain, being her personal chef, and is also actually willing to give seemingly all of Team Percival seemingly sacred treasure class weapons most likely before the tournament, we also get reintroduced to Tristan and Isolde seemingly at the end of the chapter. But there is something off, primarily with Isolde. She's not acting the same as she would. She would have tried to fight that monster. She wouldn't be in a frilly dress right now. She's seemingly like more so accepting of her circumstances and herself being a knight. But at this time, perhaps Camelot or something has altered her perception of things and Tristan's perception of things. Or maybe Tristan knows something's up with Isolde and he's just trying everything he can to protect her. And maybe he did realize his feelings for Isolde over the last 2 years, for all we know. But yeah, Isolde's acting strangely differently than normal. And Tristan might actually be in Camelot. It might seemingly not be in the Cauldron prison like we initially were led to believe. Now, whether or not he'll actually enter in this tournament, I got no clue. But if he hears about this, it might lead him to the tournament. Also, I'm just going to say this. Him fighting with the Percival sword, the Coffin of Eternal Darkness handle, while it is cool that he's keeping it on his person, it's also a downgrade from one of his swords. Because from what I see, he is using his Goddess Blade, Mael, and the Coffin of Eternal Darkness handle, which means he's not using the Estarossa blade, and it does not seem to be on his person, at least not from the illustration we've been given so far. So, he has one blade that can defend against mental attacks, but he ditched the magical blade that can cut through magical defenses. I'm just saying, it's smart to keep the handle on him, but it's such a downgrade in terms of a weapon. But hey, that's just my personal opinion on the matter. But yeah, this is a really big chapter, some really nice revelations about Gawain, Dubs, and Tristan showing back up, being badass, and just being somewhere in Camelot seemingly. But I still gotta think what's gonna happen with the next couple of chapters, because Team Percival's on their way to the Cauldron. I'm not sure what Tristan's gonna be doing right now, if he will be at the Cauldron when this whole tournament ends up coming in. But leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below on what do you think is gonna happen, as well as your thoughts on the chapter. And if you haven't already, once again, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Helps and shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. I'm happy so far we're getting consecutive weekly chapters of 4 nights again. I really do hope that Nakaba's health is a lot better and that he's not forcing himself to bring out chapters. But with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day.
それなら僕と踊りませんか Bye bye baby my 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 life だってそれは退屈の合図
Four Nights of the Apocalypse Chapter 161 is out, and this was a really good setup chapter as we follow a bit more of what's going on with Tristan, and we get Team Percival showing back up in this chapter, and the full-on setup for the actual tournament is underway. Now, not a whole lot of big things happened in the chapter, but again, this was set up, and I actually really liked how things progressed in this chapter as it raises a bit more questions. But before we jump right into the chapter, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And if you want to support the channel more directly, go and become a patron on my Patreon. For just $2 a month, you get access to my patron-only Discord server, early access to videos up to a week early that aren't chapter review videos, and other details where you can recommend me stuff to review. And I'm currently setting up stuff for potential live readings or watch parties on a bi-weekly basis once I get things figured out for that. You also get your name at the end of videos starting in September, and you can potentially get a shout out at the end of the video. I'm planning to make the Patreon and the Discord server as fun and as engaging as possible to make it worth your while. And also, if you want, go and use my referral link down below for Advanced GG and use my code GreekWeeb10 to get up to 15% off at checkout for some really nice supplements, shakers, and thermoses from Advanced GG. Really great flavors for focus, energy, and just straight up hydration. You will really enjoy it. Now with that out of the way, on with the video. So chapter 161 of Four Nights of the Apocalypse, titled A Strange Reunion, with the cover image being Tristan retrieving the dragon handle from a long dead Percival shortly after Percival abandoned and gave up on life, essentially, back before the time skip. So we cut to this vast open area from the previous chapter as we go down a crevice, as Tristan begins to lead Isolde down a flight of rock stairs, as he talks about this flower, which is called a sepia flower, and it only grows on cliffs that he knows, asking how Isolde got it, as he uses his powers to heal her leg injury. As he goes on to say, taking all this risk, what if something happened to you? As Isolde apologizes to him with her saying, I just wanted to do something for you, which makes Tristan happy as he says, are you afraid of me entering the Gladiator Festival? As he says, I'll be fine, Isolde. I promise I'll win and get you out of the cauldron, which does confirm that this area here is the cauldron. It's not necessarily a prison, but it's like a giant plot of land in Camelot, which is an interesting piece to really note. So this does confirm that we are still in Camelot, and we are actually in the cauldron, which is incredible to actually see what it looks like at the moment. Tristan goes on to say the winner earns any reward they want, and they could even get medicine for Isolde's illness. We hear a bunch of booming in the distance, which are presumed to be fireworks, signaling that the tournament is about to begin. As Isolde says, if it's with you, anywhere is fine. As she then begins to cough uncontrollably as she begins to fall down, with Tristan grabbing her, telling her if she's not feeling well to say something, and for her to lay down right now, leaving her in a bed over at the bottom of the cliff, stating, I'll be back soon, with some good news too, I hope. As she is just staying in bed, trying to get some sleep, Tristan hears this strange noise, as he's not sure what exactly it is, because it's not fireworks, and there's some shaking, as he exits the crater. Now, before we go off on this, first off, Tristan, I'm calling him Tristan because that's his name, but he goes by the name Tantris for some reason, and we'll begin to think of what this actually means later on. But right now, him and Isolde, if this truly is our Isolde, which I don't think it is, she's not as tall, and her attitude is definitely different. So there have been theories that this is like a dream version of herself and perhaps Tristan that Isolde created while in Camelot, perhaps subconsciously. Who knows? It's very possible. And perhaps Tristan's mind is being altered some way, somehow. And this version of Isolde has some sort of disease or illness that is giving her intense pain and coughing fits, which is very interesting to really note. So yeah, I want to see how they ended up in this situation, because this is a very interesting situation that we're in with Tristan and Isolde, with them acting and being completely different people, essentially. Though Tristan's still the kind-hearted person that he is, so it makes a lot of sense. Moving back with the chapter, Tristan exits the crater as in a nice 2-page spread, we see Gawain's flying boat house just pop out of nowhere through magic, as Tristan is in awe of the flying boat, with a nice panel of some people in the distance seeing the boat. As Gawain's grandmother states that they kind of stick out as like a sore thumb here, and that they will hide and wait for their return. As Gawain says, "See ya, Grandma and Grandpa," as her grandfather also says, "Take care and good luck." Gawain begins to float down and says, "Okay guys, ready to set foot on the cauldron?" As Donnie is in awe of just how big and empty this place actually is. As Gawain begins to chant a spell, Percival ends up noticing something on the ground. With the entire group, minus Percival, teleporting to the ground of the cauldron, Donnie shouts out for him to get down there, but he instantly leaps forward ahead of them, as they're wondering why he's landing over there as they realize something. He just leapt down to Tristan's location, meeting him face to face. As we get this really cool looking panel of Percival looking at Tristan, stating, "Great to see you again, Tristan. You're probably still mad about back then, aren't you?" As Tristan is just staring at Percival, as the rest of the group come running in at Tristan, all asking what's going on. Is that actually Tristan? Why'd you fall into contact with us? Where's Isolde? Meliodas and Elizabeth were worried about him. Nice to see him again. But Tristan's kind of dumbfounded and confused, asking them who they are. Donnie and Gawain think that it's a joke, as, yeah, of course you wouldn't recognize us. We did some growing over the last few years. And yeah, I would assume that as well. It's been a while since Tristan's seen any of them. And Percival's even like, "Come on, Tristan, you know me, it's Percival." But Tristan says, "I'll have you know, my name is Tantris. I certainly don't have a name as stupid sounding as Tristan," which kind of confuses and dumbfounds the entire group. And I find it hilarious how Tristan, going by the name Tantris, thinks Tristan is a dumb name. I'm just going to leave that there. I find this hilarious. The group huddles back and is wondering what's going on. Why is he reacting like this? Is he having some weird sense of humor? But Percival's like, "By the way, where can we find Chion and Isolde?" As An's like, "Right, that. Isolde is the only person who would ever understand Tristan's jokes." That is 100% true. As Tristan is wondering, "Wait, you know Isolde? Who are you guys?" As they're trying to explain that they're all friends and that they've known each other for a while. But Tristan says that's odd, because I don't know any of you at all, and Isolde doesn't have any friends or family. As everyone's wondering what's going on, Tristan picks up his bag and says, "Quit with the jokes already. I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. I don't know who you are, but if you're here to watch the Gladiator Festival, it's straight ahead. If you're joining in, though, that'll make us rivals." As Tristan goes off towards the Gladiator Arena, stating, "Either way, I hope you find that Tristan as dumb as his name sounds," as he walks away from the group, with everybody dumbfounded by what just happened, as they're wondering what's going on and what his deal is. They're trying to run through possible scenarios, like this is Tristan's long-lost twin, An's magic didn't react to him, An's wondering but he looks just like Tristan, but Gawain confirms that's definitely Tristan. The Confident of Eternal Darkness sword on his back is the same one that they gave him 2 years ago. As Percival says, "Yeah. Plus, one look at his soul and his magic, and I can spot him a mile away. It's Tristan." So this is 100% Tristan, as we all kind of assume. But as we see Tristan walking towards the arena, I presume based off this, Team Percival is just following him, with Tristan just trying to avoid them. As they're all talking, what's going on? What's his reason for acting like this? Is he under some sort of surveillance? We are enemy territory, we can't discount any theories yet. But they'll just follow him for now, as Tristan's like, what is up with these people? But yeah, they're heading towards the festival, as we then get to see something coming out of the distance. As we head to this giant pillar of rock in the middle of the cauldron, as someone is stating, which I believe is Peldrup, "How is our roster of participants looking, Caperdonchi?" With this new knight stating, "We're seeing confident challengers gather from across the Lancer, as well as onlookers. The festival's a great way for the residents to blow off some steam, and it's also their only hope for escape. Those wishes will become another source of energy to build Camelot with." So that is interesting. That piece of dialogue makes it so that their wishes to become free, or to get their wishes granted, will just subconsciously be some sort of fuel to keep Camelot going and ever expanding. That is an interesting way, making a Camelot, and by extension the power of chaos, using Camelot as like a parasitic area to make dreams come true, to keep it as stable as it is, as like an infinite source of energy. That's my whole theory of what this dialogue is going for. Or it is just some passing dialogue and it means absolutely nothing. But as we end up getting a collage of varying fighters, which I'm sure at least two or three of them will end up being some sort of important or relevant characters, the dialogue goes on to state, "For it's those most willing to struggle their way to the top here that are truly worthy of joining our Chaos Knight ranks." Or you could say the warriors who will serve us in time. So this is also a recruiting ground to take these people and to convert them into Chaos Knights. Most likely getting the strongest among them to become Chaos Knights, which I'm pretty confident in seeing that is a possibility. I really hope we get some really interesting characters for this tournament arc that could become later enemies or rivals for the main four Knights of the Apocalypse, and we'll get to see some really cool fights. As we see Beltrup at his viewing platform as he laughs, stating, "Well, let us enjoy this event then," as the knight beside him says, "Absolutely, Lord Beltrup," as the chapter ends. So, really good chapter, very quick chapter. Team Percival finally reunited with Tristan, but it wasn't the way they expected it to, as it seems like Tristan, whether he knows it or not, has been altered in some way and doesn't remember his friends. Like we all stated, the possibility that Isolde ended up subconsciously created some sort of Camelot dream world which has affected Tristan's mind might be the case, and so he's becoming her perfect knight in shining armor who is doing everything he can to help her get out of the cauldron. That is something very interesting. And also the fact that we see the cauldron just this wide open area where people are living, and the only way to get out is through this tournament. And Beltrup is setting this whole thing up to just have a good time and find potential new people to join the Chaos Knights. The interactions with our main group and Tristan was also incredibly funny, and I really enjoyed it. I cannot wait to see more interaction, and I cannot wait to see the most likely rematch of Percival and Tristan, which I wouldn't be surprised if that ended up jogging Tristan's memories once they come back into play. I'm also expecting at some point familiar faces to be brought in. There is one Chaos Knight that I do want to, or at least one knight, in that collage towards the end of the chapter, during that big monologue about all the participants. I would be curious, based off of how the armor is set up, that knight that we see in that collage of challengers, maybe that might be Rosebank, because I think there's like a flower type or rose type emblem on the center of the armor. So maybe that's Rosebank and she'll make her return. Maybe she's in the cauldron for failing her mission. Who knows? The possibilities are endless, and who knows? Might get some other familiar faces from Seven Deadly Sins popping up. Heck, Cheon might end up being one of the participants in order to find a way to save Tristan or find Tristan. But either way, I'm really excited for this tournament. I really hope this ends up being incredibly hype, and we get some really cool fights and characters, and I'm excited to see where this arc is going to lead us for the future of the story. But what do you guys think? How do you feel about this reunion between the characters, and how do you feel about Tristan's basic alteration of his memory? Leave your thoughts and opinions and theories in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe, and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you want to see more videos, and shows you enjoy the content I make here on the channel and want to see more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 162 is out, and this was a great chapter as we finally get to start our grand tournament arc with our main cast members. And this chapter not only gave us some good bit of action, but also gave us a bit of how this tournament might end up panning out, and also giving us some teasing for the future weapons that our main cast will end up getting, with a surprise character at the very end that I did not expect to show up in this arc. But before we jump into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And if you want to see me talk about more anime and manga, go and check out my anime podcast, Shonen Pulse, on the Panel Focus YouTube channel, link in the description below, where me, Papa Traffy, Yantogami, and Nox, as we discuss different manga that we have read during the week, as well as discuss anime and manga news when it comes up. We're already uploading on a weekly basis, and it's just so much fun to talk about more anime and manga with some other creators. So if you haven't already, go check it out, you won't be disappointed. And if you want to support the channel more directly, go and become a patron on my Patreon. For just $2 a month, you get access to my Patreon-only Discord server, early access to videos up to a week early that aren't chapter review videos, and other details where you can recommend me stuff to review. And I'm currently setting up stuff for potential live readings or watch parties on a bi-weekly basis once I get things figured out for that. You also get your name at the end of videos starting in September, and you can potentially get a shout out at the end of the video. I'm planning to make the Patreon and the Discord server as fun and as engaging as possible to make it worth your while. And also, if you want, go and use my referral link down below for Advanced GG, and use my code GreekWeeb10 to get up to 15% off at checkout for some really nice supplements, shakers, and thermoses from Advanced GG. Really great flavors for focus, energy, and just straight up hydration. You will really enjoy it. Now with that out of the way, on with the video. Chapter 162 of Four Nights of the Apocalypse, titled Those Who Yearn, and we got a full color spread for Four Nights of the Apocalypse with Tristan, Gawain, Percival, and the rest of Team Percival down in the corner in this image. And first off, really cool image, I love it. My only gripe is that Percival's true color for his outfit is green. I would have preferred black, but green is okay. Still his best fit though, I'm gonna have to admit it's still his best design in the entire series, so I'll let the color slide. Tristan looking cool and mysterious in the back, and in all honesty, Gawain's outfit has grown on me. It could be because she might be slightly taller and her hairstyle is different. That might just be it. Or it's just been a while since I've seen Gawain in the manga, so it could be multiple different things. But let's move on with the chapter. We start things off with a brief exposition on what we are seeing right now at the location of the festival. A 9,200 foot tall and 3,100 foot wide giant cane-shaped crystal structure is going to be the site of the festival, and it is something like a mirage only visible during this event. And Percival's obviously incredibly excited over this. As Gawain says, nothing ever did make you nervous, did it? And we end up looking at the crowd with so many people gathered for this fighting festival. As Donnie says, these guys look kind of slimy looking, as we get a pretty brief panel of some of the disturbing looking characters that look obviously incredibly evil and kind of sketchy. An ends up saying, okay, so now that we're here and all, what's up with our weapons, as she's asking Gawain. She then teleports in a giant box, stating that Dub's gonna end up sending them once they're all done. So I love the reaction to that, as everyone's like, wait, hold on, what's the point of us asking him for weapons if we're not gonna get it right away? Gawain just says, look, the guy is pretty meticulous. If you got a complaint, take it up with him. Which I actually like that decision. Making it so that Dubs will just magically transport their weapons once they're done, so they can grab them by some point in the tournament, so they can use it, is pretty clever build up and hype, because we want to see their weapons, which will most likely be sacred treasure class, that will end up boosting their overall power. Gawain's sword will probably end up getting some sort of upgrade. We might get an upgrade for Tristan's once he officially joins back up with the group. And the cover page, I didn't say this, but behind the logo, Percival's holding a new sword. So that is most likely Nakaba just teasing us with Percival's new blade design. So I'm looking forward to seeing it when it comes out. But this does end up making us believe that these weapons will be done when they're absolutely needed. Most likely before the actual final tournament with the brackets and stuff like that. And it also makes sense that Dubs wouldn't be able to just craft these weapons on the fly, as literally once he took their measurements and everything and understood these characters, they instantly teleported straight to the cauldron. So it makes sense that he would need time to craft their weapons. Now obviously Nazianz is kind of, and justifiably, concerned because weapons are kind of the key for us right now. But he states before that, wouldn't it be trouble if Beltrop and his Chaos Knights discovered our identities? Well, as we get a panning shot of all the, scummy individuals, questionable individuals in the area. As everyone does realize that this is a big and good point, because the Four Knights and their comrades are wanted criminals in Camelot. I also like how Nazianz just brings up that they've been in the fairy realm for 2 years, and so just trying to dance around the fact that the others just kind of made some trouble for them. But Gawain then laughs, as before they left, she prepared for this very same situation, pulling out a couple of rings, saying that these are special, magical, anti-awareness rings, infused with a mixture of mentalist and deceiver magic, as these things will cast a mental fog on those hostile to those wearing them. So now, as they wear them, their identities will not be sniffed out by anybody with any real hostile intent towards them, which will essentially hide them from Beltrop and the Chaos Knights from recognizing Percival in the group. But Donnie just thinks that they're just straight up camouflage and invisibility, and be like, oh, I can just go and take out Beltrop myself and sneak up behind him. But Gawain tells him not to. They shouldn't be reckless with these rings. They provide basic camouflage against outside hostility. If the person wearing them has murderous intent for someone, they can't cloak that. So any actual bloodlust will leak out, and the illusion that this is basically creating will end up not working. So that is a good limitation, a good double-edged sword. You can hide yourself, but if you have actual like bloodlust and murderous intent for somebody while you're wearing this ring, it ain't gonna work. So I like it. We got a good limitation for this. It's not broken. Perfect. And it'll help the main group just not stand out and get Beltrop and the Chaos Knight's attention. Gawain gets really big points for thinking ahead on this one. If there's one thing I love about Gawain, it's her craftiness. But after giving everybody their rings, Beltrop then makes a large announcement as everybody in the area begins to hear his voice. He says, "Well met, my little dung beetles crawling around Anvine." I still can't pronounce it very well. "What is that you seek? Freedom, fortune, or perhaps glory?" As Percival says, "What I want is to defeat you all." I love it when Percival is serious and his main goal right now is to take out the Four Perils. Freaking awesome. Pure MC energy. Beltrop continues by stating, "Now, if you want to win this festival and obtain your most fervent wish, you must proceed to the tower at once." As everybody begins walking to the tower, Percival tells the group to just hang back and let him and Gawain take on this challenge, as it's incredibly dangerous to go beyond this point. As Percival and Gawain start heading to the arena, the rest begin to follow. And he says, "I told you guys to wait there." Balin just says, "Look, we're Team Percival, aren't we? The Knights of Prophecy's top allies. Don't forget we chose to follow you knowing full well the danger involved." Nazien goes on to say, "The more people join the festival after all, the better our chances of winning. Besides, I have a thing or two I'm hoping to try out as well." Holding up a little vial, I'm looking forward to see what else Nazien has created in terms of his poison mixing ability from his time in the Fairy Realm, and to potentially start using the piece of chastity fold that he got from King. Donnie then just smirks as well, saying, "Yeah, don't count me out this soon, Percival. Better watch yourself before I go and win the whole thing." And we just got a really awesome and wholesome moment where Percival sees his friends in his eyes, and he just says, "All right, we'll go in together then." Because this is something I really like. Percival apologized for just leaving everybody behind and kind of not trusting them to handle the danger after hearing everything that basically just shattered his entire worldview of who he is and sense of identity. And now that he's back, everybody has gotten stronger over 2 years. So he was basically about to go back into the classic Percival thing of wanting his friends to not be in danger. But now, all three of them, without any hesitation, continue to follow Percival. As this is Percival truly accepting that his friends are by his side no matter what, and that he can rely on them to handle what comes ahead. And that does give us some really great character development for Percival, which I honestly really love. But as everybody's walking to the festival, they're wondering how the heck they're going to get to the entrance to the tower. As then everybody begins to be teleported to the very top of that crystal-like structure. And apparently there's at least 300 to 400 people, so that's going to be a lot of people. As Beltrop then begins another announcement, stating, "First, we'll pare down the numbers. You may use anything you like, weapons, magic, your honed muscle, and everyone else is your enemy." As in an awesome 2-page spread, we see everybody in the Gladiator Arena beginning to fight each other non-stop with no mercy. As Beltrop states, "Now fight. Fight for the sake of your desire. Only the final 16 Titans left standing in the end will advance to the Gladiator Festival's final battle." So we already got a set number of people that are going to move on to the actual, most likely, bracketed tournament-like structure. Now, a Battle Royal isn't really a new thing for this series, because Seven Deadly Sins did have like a little Battle Royal, King of the Hill type preliminaries for that for the Visal tournament arc, where the last 8 people standing would be in the actual official brackets. We seem to be doing the same thing here, only with twice as many people for the final pairings. So I'm looking forward to see who's going to be in this pairing, because at least 6 of those spots are going to go to Percival, Tristan, Gawain, Nazien, An, and Donnie. The other 10 could be interesting, and it seems like we might get one of those new pairings towards the end of this chapter. With everybody beginning to start their attacks, a bunch of these guys think that Percival's gang are just a bunch of kids and that they'll end up being easy picking. But Donnie then gets serious, waves his hand out, picking up all of these guys into the air with his telekinesis. He then crushes his hand, forcing them into a ball, and then forces them back, hitting a large number of other participants in the way like a game of pinball, as this gravity-confused ball of people ends up heading towards a certain person in particular, Tristan, as he basically just used that opportunity to just knock out 5 guys with a single hit. As Tristan states, I will dedicate my victory to you. Obviously referring to Isolde. So yeah, that was honestly pretty fun. If that was actual teamwork, that would be really cool. But that was most likely just Tristan taking advantage of the situation. So, really cool usage of just a literal battle royale and taking advantage of other people's hard work to make things a bit lighter on yourself. Even if that might not be what Tristan was going. But we then get to see Beltrup as he is looking through the looking glass at the participants. As he notices something. The magic is a mix of light and darkness. And Gawain then realizes, oh crap, I forgot about him. As she then teleports one of the rings to snip around Tristan's hair in order to fog up his presence. As Beltrup then gets confused, he's like, that's weird. My eye is just playing tricks on me. Since Tristan doesn't have any real murderous intent right now, his presence is going to be masked like everybody else. So I do like how Gawain just instantly just remembered, oh shit, I forgot to make Tristan undetectable. This'll be worse if they find him out. But Gawain, being Gawain, is having way too much fun taking out the fodder, as she laughs while launching a bunch of mini sun-based attacks on the literal fodder in the area. Honestly, those 2 years researching, she probably just needed some way to let loose just a bunch of frustration. She probably feels a lot better now. We got the Percival side of things, as he is about to be rushed by some other participants. But Percival casually just speed blitzes everybody, and then seemingly just pressure points everyone that attacks him as they all fall to the ground. As Percival has no actual care for these guys, as, again, they're fodder. What's interesting is what these guys state, that they are totally drained, and are they gonna die? Percival just says, hey, don't worry about it, you'll be fine. Just give it about a day of sleep, and everything will be back to normal. Now, this will either be Percival just doing the pressure points, or what Percival did was just lightly using his life spirit powers to drain the strength and vitality of his opponents. Which is honestly really cool and incredibly broken, because if he manages to touch someone in any manner, even the slightest, depending on the person, he could drain their power, if not temporarily. So yeah, that's pretty broken. But right as Percival knocked out some fodder, one of the knights that we got in that collage in the previous chapter tries to hit Percival from behind, as Percival turns his left hand into an energy blade and begins to parry every single hit without even looking. The knight ends up saying, I just want to win, I have no personal grudge against you, as Percival quite quickly and easily just parries every single one of this knight's barrage of attacks. Percival notices something. This fighting style, he's seen it before, but in that instance, the knight then begins to collapse onto the ground, breathing very heavily, unable to stand back up, as Percival asks if they're okay. But two people off in the distance say, we're on our way to help Sir Diodra, revealing that Percival is now meeting his brother. Well, technical brother. Ironside's actual legitimate son, which is a crazy way to end this chapter. So I'll take the L. I thought we were getting Rosebank back in some way, shape, or form, even if that did not make sense whatsoever. But having Diodra come in this arc, and just not realizing it, meeting his brother, the person that his father Ironside was doing everything he can to kill 2 years ago, is insane. And I'm curious to see how they're going to interact. Whether his aides with him are just going to say that that's Percival. Is the ring just still going to work no matter what, since Percival has no murder to tend towards him? And my whole thing is that I actually think I know what Diodra is doing to enter this tournament. He wants a wish granted, and it's probably to see his father. Because after what happened with Ironside gaining the power of chaos, perhaps there was some lies saying that he couldn't see Ironside anymore, or maybe he wants to wish to cure his illness so he can be a proper Holy Knight of Camelot. There's a whole slew of things that we can think about for Diodra to enter this tournament. It could be to wish his mother back to life. It could be to learn more about Percival, for all we know, to understand why his father was so vehemently opposed against him. We have no clue yet. And I'm excited because the Percival family drama, kind of, was honestly one of my favorite parts of the series, with Percival and Ironside's whole beef. Everything with Mortlage in part 1, and now we're getting Percival coming face to face with the last member of his pseudo-adoptive family. I cannot wait to see where this leads in the future of the story. But what do you guys think? Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below about this chapter, the setup, Diodra being here, and the whole thing about the weapons. And if you haven't already, like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel, and shows you want to see more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 163 is out, and this was another solid chapter. Not only do we get to see more of Deodra and why he entered this tournament, which I do credit, it was very obvious, but the way it went about giving us this information and his reasoning was definitely very interesting. I'm curious to see how this will play out a bit in the future. We see Percival's full-on reaction. We get some more of the rest of Team Percival taking on these randoms in the area with some honestly not too great humor. And then a revelation at the end with some really awesome returning characters from post-time skip that we haven't seen in a while. So needless to say, we got some good stuff this chapter. Before we jump into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. It really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And if you want to see me talk more anime and manga, go and check out the Shonen Post podcast, where me, Yatogami, Papa Trophy, and Nox talk about manga from multiple different magazines every week over on the Panel Focus YouTube channel. Link in the card above and the description below. And if you want to support the channel more directly, go and become a patron on my Patreon. For just $2 a month, you get access to my patron-only Discord server, early access to videos up to a week early that aren't chapter review videos, and other details where you can recommend me stuff to review. And I'm currently setting up stuff for potential live readings or watch parties on a bi-weekly basis once I get things figured out for that. You also get your name at the end of videos starting in September, and you can potentially get a shout out at the end of the video. I'm planning to make the Patreon and the Discord server as fun and as engaging as possible to make it worth your while. And also, if you want, go and use my referral link down below for Advanced GG and use my code GreekWeeb10 to get up to 15% off at checkout for some really nice supplements, shakers, and thermoses from Advanced GG. Really great flavors for focus, energy, and just straight up hydration. You will really enjoy it. Now with that out of the way, on with the video. So chapter 163 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Whirling Amid the Uproar, with the cover image just being the utter chaos that is literally the Gladiator Festival. As we start things off with a flashback at Ironside's house, asking who this child in his house is. Letting yourself into someone else's home, didn't your parents teach you anything? But Ironside's apprentices are kind of questioning what he means by this. Same with Deodra, wondering what's got it into Ironside. He even tells his apprentices to take the child out at once. Deodra is asking what's going on, asking him what's happening, but Ironside just looks at his son square in the eyes and says, "Quiet. I have no son that I know of." So this is definitely directly after the events of what happened with them getting the power of chaos. Obviously, the whole trade-off with them losing the memories of their loved ones is definitely a big price, and now Ironside is literally saying this straight to his son's face, the person that he has been fighting to protect this entire time. So definitely a bit of irony there, and it is kind of heartbreaking knowing this because Deodra idolizes his father. And to see him like this, yeah, something definitely isn't right. Also, this is the first time we're seeing Deodra post-time skip. Obviously older. Design is relatively the same. But we then cut to a little bit after this interaction, where it seems that Deodra and the apprentices that are, kind of the aides to Deodra, are talking with Arthur, as Arthur is like, "Oh, so your father's acting odd, huh?" But what Arthur says to Deodra is interesting, because he flat out lies, saying that Ironside has concerned him for a while now, as he is a serious person, one dedicated to his mission. And with a somber look on his face, tells Deodra square in the face, "I am sure it has broken the mind of your father. His obsession over the repulsive Four Knights of the Apocalypse claimed him." As Deodra gets incredibly angry and starts to cry. So Arthur is manipulating Ironside's son to be another soldier for him to an extent. For all we know, he probably, now that he knows that Percival's alive, he might need more people in his forces, especially close to Percival, to try and deal with him on a more emotional level. Because now, he's flat out just lying, stating that the reason Ironside is the way he is right now is because he's so obsessed with taking out the Four Knights of the Apocalypse that he literally forgot everything due to stress or just his laser sharp focus, which is complete and total BS. But he's doing this to a distraught son who wants someone to blame, deep down, and by pointing the finger at the four Knights of the Apocalypse, this gives Diordra the motivation to basically go after the four Knights of the Apocalypse right away. At least harbor resentment, and this is definitely going to play into the rings from last chapter, as remember, only people with actual hostile intent towards these specific people will end up knowing who they are. It's only really affecting the Chaos Knights, because they know what the four Knights look like, primarily Beltrup, but Diordra doesn't know what the four Knights look like. And if he learns that Percival and Gawain and Tristan are three of the four members of the four Knights of the Apocalypse, this will end up breaking through that illusion from those rings and cause some actual trouble. So I'm curious to see where this is going to lead further down the road. But we cut back to the present, with Diordra just on his knees due to his sickness. As he states in his mind, the reason he entered this tournament is to get a wish granted. He wants his father to go back to normal, and he truly believes that Beltrup will be able to do it. As he states, he must win here no matter the cost. But Percival, in utter shock, asks him if he is Diordra, as then Diodra's two attendants end up trying to attack Percival to get him away from him. Percival dodges easily as they ask if Diordra is alright. As more gladiators end up trying to charge the group, as one of the guys with the goatee ends up saying something called Salvan and ends up having a giant handprint in the ground, and then all of the gladiators in the area are just blown square away, as they're wondering what kind of spell he's casting. But Percival can see it. It's not a magic spell. They're souls of life spirits. They're alive. And Percival tries to fight back, but even his, energy sword is starting to crumble because it's very tough. Which means this guy is also a type of spirit user like Ironside, and he's directly influencing life spirits in order to use this magic. Whether he knows this or not, we have no clue if the caster knows it or not, but that is very interesting. Percival basically fighting his own kind in that instance, so that is very interesting. But Percival does get blown back by this explosion from the life spirits, as we then cut towards Naziennes in a giant skirmish, as the people he's fighting end up having trouble lifting their weapons, but then it's showing that their weapons are growing. But in reality, they're shrinking, as Naziennes unveils another new ability from his Misty Rain, Chicken Matango. And he says that drug will last about an hour. Enjoy being little until then. So my idea is that this is probably something that was used to create those pills that Diane eats so she can actually shrink down to human size. And Naziennes is using that to just make people shrink even more, because if it turns a giant like Diane into a human in terms of size, imagine what that would actually do to a regular person. So, pretty smart. Naziennes doesn't really have to do much fighting if he can do this. So all of his adversaries in his general vicinity are quite literally turned into little people right now. So they can't really fight or do anything. Naziennes won without having to actually fight a lot of these people. Now some of the randoms are like, oh, he uses poison. Let's cover our faces and go after him. And as they charge, Percival crashes in to basically throw those guys away, thanks to that explosion that knocked them back earlier. So he inadvertently saved Naziennes from a pretty tricky situation, which Naziennes probably wouldn't have been able to handle anyway. Percival gets up, laughs, and says, I just kinda got blown away there, huh? Naziennes is concerned for Percival, if he's okay. Percival says he's fine, but he notices that he doesn't see Donnie or Anne anywhere. They all kind of lost track of each other. But Naziennes notices Percival just in deep thought, wondering if something did happen. Obviously, Percival's thinking about what's going on with Diordra, why he's even fighting in this tournament, especially considering now that he knows the full backstory and context. Diordra has, actual health issues, and he's entering a pretty deadly tournament right now. So he's probably wondering why he's doing this, what his whole goal is. So, yeah. Also, people in the comments were like, with Percival's abilities, he might be able to heal Diodra's condition, which that is possible, and it would be pretty interesting if Percival does that to kind of help get Diordra on his side, or to come to an understanding, for all we know. But, yeah. This is definitely weighing on Percival, because he's literally meeting his, pseudo-adoptive older brother to an extent, so that is definitely interesting to see, and I want to see an actual interaction between these guys. But Percival is just playing it off like it's nothing, as he says, for now, let's just focus on getting into the final 16 of this tournament. As the fight continues, we then cut to Anne, as she is holding her own against a huge group of gladiators, taking them out one at a time, as they just don't let up. Anne says, look at you guys. A bunch of guys ganging up on a singular girl. Don't any of you find that shameless? As then just one or two guys in that crowd just get thrown down to the ground based on her ability. And since they refuse to answer, her lying ability literally makes them like just crumble under that weight. As, yeah, a lot of these guys are kind of actual criminals. Of course, they wouldn't feel any actual shame in what they're doing, outside of a few people with some sort of morality. So yeah, Ann's ability is definitely overpowered if it's done in the right conditions, which we'll see right now. But Ann, kind of getting frustrated over the situation, just says a line I'm not going to say, saying that they're villainous, also potentially showcasing that some of these guys have, I don't know, women or mommy issues. As once she says this line, which I'm not going to say because I honestly don't think it's that funny of a joke, a bunch of these guys just end up getting pummeled to the ground under that weight. And she's like, huh, that many want that, huh? As then Ann's hit from behind, but is then saved by somebody else in clothing, bring their face. As this guy says, that was a close one. I'm on your side, I came to assist you in the fight. Ann says, I don't remember asking for any help, who are you even? As the guy just scoffs and says, no one worth remembering, as obviously he plummets under the weight of his own lie and refusal to answer due to the passive ability of Ann's magic. As she just says, stop acting cool and just give me your name, she lifts the obvious poor disguise and realizing it's Boris. And if we don't remember, at the start of the time skip, when we entered Camelot and first met Ann and Donnie post time skip, this was the guy from Camelot who was trying to escape and eventually learn the truth of what Camelot was truly about in terms of bringing people back from the dead. Now what's interesting is that I can't find an official English translation, but in volume 18 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse that literally got released about a week ago, I believe, 1 or 2 weeks ago, it wasn't revealed in like a post story that it seems like not just Boris, but also seemingly Pelio, Hauser, Gother, and maybe Gila, and hopefully Thetis, are actually also entering this tournament to kind of figure some stuff out and get information, and they probably assume that Percival and the gang will probably enter this tournament as well. Now, I'm just getting this based off of accounts that kind of no one understands Japanese, but we haven't gotten an official fan translation for this. I'll probably make a separate video at some point on this. But if this is the case, then we basically have our full 16 for the most part, as we'll get into the last remaining members at the end of the chapter. But it will definitely be huge, because then this whole tournament will literally just be people who are essentially on the same side, except for maybe like 3 or 4 people, which would definitely be pretty interesting to go for, unless we get some late game twists. But back to the chapter, Boris is unconscious due to Ann's ability. She tries slapping him awake, but as more and more people try and charge them as they're outnumbered, she picks him up and tries to go away. As then a massive explosion engulfs all these people in the area in an awesome 2-page spread, as these gladiators are wondering what's going on. As then some strange liquid then goes around some other people's faces as they all seem to drown, as 2 figures come walking in, saying, tight scrape, huh? You were part of Leonis's weakest core after all. Talking to Ann, as she just responds, hey, is that how you greet someone after all this time? As the person who did this water attack says, right, I'm sorry. But Ann, wiping away some tears in her eyes, smiles and says, but wow, I'm so glad to see you're safe, Chion and Isolde, as the final page of the chapter showcases the remaining members of the Tristan platoon, here with their post-time skip designs. Now then, I actually like these designs. Isolde, for obvious reasons, I don't know why Nakaba decided to cook with this design, as she looks more or less completely different from the pre-time skip. Like, god damn, man. That's really all I gotta say. I'm calling it now. This design, if it goes on Twitter, it's gonna get a bunch of simps at this point. And I wouldn't blame people. Isolde giving off some actual, like, Dami MILF energy at this point, which is just crazy to actually think about considering the type of character she was pre-time skip, which makes me question what happened during those 2 years, but hey, we'll just see what happens. And Chion cut that ridiculous hair. It's not that iconic, it's kind of a standard haircut, but he's got a scar over his left eye. He doesn't look nearly as annoying to me, which is crazy to think about. And he seemingly has his weapon on his back, which might be a a lance at this, I believe. But I just gotta ask, why make Shion of all characters look cooler? It's gonna make it very hard to shit on this guy whenever he makes stupid decisions. And if he doesn't act like a prick, I don't know what I'm gonna do with the biggest running gag I have on this channel. It just baffles me to this point. But yeah, Isolde has the best design out of anyone post-time skip. I'm dying on that hill. You can question my reasoning, go ahead. It should be fairly obvious. But yeah, with the events of this chapter, we got conflict risen. We basically have all of Team Percival and Team Tristan here, plus Gawain, Boris, and Diordra's group. That makes 12 people for this whole confrontation right now that could potentially be in the final 16, with the remaining 4 either being other Chaos Knights, or, like I stated, if what I saw and was told about the extra chapter, bonus chapter of Volume 18, that we might see Gother, Gila, Pelio, and Hauser in this tournament, in this bracket as well, so that'd be pretty interesting to see how that would play out. But yeah, and Percival going through a lot of stuff right now after meeting his brother, a whole bunch of stuff, and also Arthur just continues to be a dick in what he's doing, and incredibly manipulative, and he's really building up being a villain right now. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen next. But that's all I got to say about this chapter. Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. And once more, if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. I will never get over Isolde's time skip design. It is just that good. When Tristan gets his mind back, he needs to just literally go for it right now. Also, I didn't say this at the start of the review. This basically confirms that the Isolde Tristan was with previously is not our Isolde. Maybe a manifestation, maybe a fake. Who knows? So 4 Nights of the Apocalypse chapter 164 is out, and with this chapter, we officially got the final tournament brackets for this arc. And I called most of this, but also some characters we got introduced to, I'm liking the designs, but we'll get to those when we get to those. Either way, I'm excited to see where this pans out. There's also one character left all the way at the bottom of the corner of the final bracket that I'll get to at the end of the video, who I think I have a pretty good idea of who that character is. And also, if you're noticing anything different, which is pretty obvious, I'm not using my avatar this time. I got a brand new webcam, and so I wanted to try and test it out, see if this new format is something you guys would actually like to see, and actually see my face a bit more often outside of, let's say, TikToks and the occasional short that I do. And if this also makes it a bit easier to edit the videos in the future. And also, I'm planning on covering Hunter x Hunter on a weekly basis once that manga returns, and I kind of need this to kind of help avoid copyright issues like the last time, which almost got this channel taken down. So, yeah, let me know if you guys like this format for at least the 4 Nights chapter reviews, and maybe Fairy Tail chapter reviews. I'll give that a shot. Also, see how that part of the subscriber base ends up enjoying that also. But, yeah, let me know. But before we jump into this chapter, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And if you want to support the channel more directly, go and become a patron on my Patreon. For just $2 a month, you get access to my patron-only Discord server, early access to videos up to a week early that aren't chapter review videos, and other details where you can recommend me stuff to review. And I'm currently setting up stuff for potential live readings or watch parties on a bi-weekly basis once I get things figured out for that. You also get your name at the end of videos starting in September, and you can potentially get a shout out at the end of the video. I'm planning to make the Patreon and the Discord server as fun and as engaging as possible to make it worth your while. And also, if you want, go and use my referral link down below for Advanced GG and use my code GreekWeeb10 to get up to 15% off at checkout for some really nice supplements, shakers, and thermoses from Advanced GG. Really great flavors for focus, energy, and just straight up hydration. You will really enjoy it. Now with that out of the way, on with the video. So, chapter 164 of 4 Nights of the Apocalypse, titled Who Remains, with a really beautiful cover image of the entirety of the main cast with the subsequent extras for the tournament bracket here, and the colors are great. I'm loving the color schemes for everybody, and look, let's be honest, Percival looks a lot better shirtless outside of his actual outfit. The guy's got gains, and I gotta respect it. But moving on to the actual chapter, with Isolde, An, and Shion meeting up once more, with Isolde essentially seeing that An is entering this tournament as well. And when An goes up to say hello, she ends up asking what's going on with Tristan. But then, out of nowhere, they notice Tristan stroll up. As he states, "Your imposters imposing to be my friends." As Tristan goes up, once again, with the false name. So Tristan ends up saying, "Sorry to say, but if we've met here, that means I have to defeat you all for the sake of Isolde, my beloved." Which obviously the real Isolde is getting teary-eyed over, with An defending her, saying, "How can you say that? Open your damn eyes." But they end up saying leave it be for now, because something's definitely up with him. As Cheon, out of all characters, ends up stepping up to try and perhaps snap Tristan out of it, and Tristan is wondering what's going on. Cheon goes up and says, "Prince Tristan, remember the scar over my left eye. I'm afraid it might awaken some trauma inside of you. But if it'll bring back your memories, I don't care. I don't care how much abuse you hurl towards me, so see when we are still young." But Cheon gets cut off from entering a potential flashback. Tristan lunges at him to try and knock him out immediately. But An ends up saving him at the very last second, and so Tristan, in a beeline, ends up heading towards Isolde as she doesn't dodge and just prepares to be hit. But Tristan just stops mid-flight and just lands back down. As he's wondering why did he stop, he knows that this is someone as an imposter posing as Isolde. So obviously, he is still thinking that deep down he knows about his actual friends, but something is up with his head. Probably have to do with that fake Isolde or whatever, because apparently in Arthurian legend there are 2 Isoldes, so seems like Nakaba's going with that direction for this potential storyline, with Tristan having kind of messed up memories for all we know and care. But I'm curious to see where this ends up leading out. Either way, as the chapter continues, as Tristan's doubting himself, a big gust of wind shows up, basically shocking everybody, as a giant tornado is literally appearing in the middle of the battlefield, just scattering all the random participants all over the place. And so everybody's wondering what's going on, and Tristan ends up turning away from Isolde and leaves, saying, "So I don't need to take action after all. This will be the last time we meet, I think," as he flies off. So obviously, again, he definitely still has his goddess powers, but at the same time, I'm wondering if he knows he also has demon powers as well. Once again, the mental changing of Tristan is something that I am honestly kind of curious to see how this happened. Like I said, probably from the actual imposter from the previous chapter. But as Tristan's flying off, we end up checking up with everyone just being blown away by the tornado, as Cheon ends up summoning golems, huge golems mind you, to essentially protect him, An, and Isolde from being sucked up into that giant tornado and basically getting disqualified. Now, before I move on, let me just mention something. When Tristan was mentioning his left eye, something did occur to me. We've never seen Tristan's left eye throughout the entirety before the time skip. So this might have to allude to the second time Cheon was abducted by Vivian. Maybe this is the lead up to it, because what we do know is the only time I think we've seen Cheon with 2 eyes, showing both of his eyes, was during that bonus chapter flashback where he was abducted as a child. So yeah, trauma. There's going to be a lot with this, since Cheon is going through the initiative to do this. Yeah, I got nothing else to say to this. I'm presuming something fucked up is going to be revealed with that, and who knows, maybe Tristan was the one that caused that scar. So, yeah, pretty important piece of information that I didn't realize until looking back. So, yeah, that is something very interesting that I'm curious to see what's going to happen when it comes to that eventual reveal. Either way, Cheon, so far, not being a pretentious prick. So, oh god, he's not being a prick. It's going to be very hard to hate him post-time skip. Please, Nakaba. For me and for everyone else. Make him an insufferable prick so I can just shit on him for the rest of the series. Don't make him likable. Please?
Anyway, moving on to the chapter, Nazians and Percival are noticing the giant tornado, as Percival definitely recognizes this magic for who is casting it. As we then see one of these participants, who I don't know their hair color, but ends up having this very identifiable streak in their hair. Now, a lot of people in the subreddit for 7 Deadly Sins and 4 Nights, this is literally like a reference to Urame from Jujutsu Kaisen, now that manga ended. That's actually kind of funny. And I'm like, oh, they died. They're reincarnated into an entirely different manga, an entirely different magazine. I mean, it's literally just the hair color. Or at least the hairstyle to an extent. But it's a funny meme if we really get into it. But moving on to the tornado, we actually get to see Donnie notice it. And him not noticing that it's probably his Uncle Hauser just uses his telekinesis to just pelt it with a barrage of rocks. But as he pelts it to no avail, we hear a lot of laughing. As we cut to the inside of the tornado, revealing that yes, Hauser is there, but also something that I wasn't expecting, the other participant that's with Hauser is Edlin. And if we remember, he is actually Donnie's childhood friend and former apprentice of Hauser that we met back in the Cant arc from the beginning of the story. So I am very glad that we are not getting that he was just tossed out of the story just to be there for background decoration. He seems to be actually participating to a small extent in the plot, so that's very interesting. So Hauser goes on to say, "That's right, bring it on. That wimp Donnie doesn't realize it's me. He's resisting at full force," with Edlin just telling him to just kind of take it back a bit. What will he do if he winds up taking out one of the 4 knights? Which is definitely a very obvious and reasonable concern, but Hauser just doubles down and is like, come on, if they get knocked out by this, then they're not meant to save the world, which also a fair point. It just tells Edlin just not to be too close to the tornado and stay closer to the center because he doesn't want to get thrown out of the tournament. But just then, a shadow from within this gust of wind ends up appearing, and it is the person that we saw a page earlier sneaking up behind Edlin, stabbing him in the back seemingly as he collapses to the ground, with this character going seemingly disappearing, with Hauser just disengaging his tornado to check on Edlin. And we see Edlin's spirit hovering above him. And he's wondering, wait, am I dead? With this new character waving at Edlin's spirit seemingly going to the afterlife. So, many questions, but before that, Percival shows up to help Hauser and Edlin. He just goes on and taps Edlin's forehead, and his spirit just gets dragged back into his body. Basically bringing Edlin back to life. Several questions. One, is this only capable for people who literally die within a few seconds? Because we all know Percival's a life spirit. He's can do stuff with giving life, taking it, whatever. It's a whole thing with Percival. That's his power set. I'm curious to see what limits we'll see with him so far, because otherwise if we can just revive people just like that, then that's going to be a lot of removing stakes. But hopefully it's just for people who literally just end up dying before their spirits can pass on. I kind of hope that's the case, because otherwise he's literally a living Dragon Ball Deus Ex Machina, free revival wish. But yeah, that is something. Also, this character that killed Edlin, seemingly, kind of saw his spirit waving goodbye. They might know something about just spirits in general. Maybe is a conjurer or a spirit controller, similar to Chion and Ironside, but maybe much closer and can actually see people's souls. That'd be an interesting way to go about this and make this new character a bit of a threat. But back to the chapter, Percival ends up blocking this hit as this character tries to sneak attack Percival. Percival just blocks it effortlessly with his energy sword, but as they continue to parry and Percival knocks his character back, they seemingly get excited and are wondering who this person is, stating that he's not bad, obviously referring to Percival. So this is definitely an interesting character that perhaps might be Percival's opponent, at least first opponent, for this whole tournament. But moving on with the chapter, as Percival is confronting this new character, Gawain is causing explosions as she does, with Percival looking over and getting distracted, with this character just disappearing, this brand new character just up and disappearing once Percival looks away, perhaps wanting to wait to face him for a later period. Cutting back to Gawain just utterly eviscerating a bunch of fodder characters with a boatload of explosions, she just keeps going and just having a fun time. but somebody ends up just surviving, just kind of does this motion, kind of being like, come on, as Gawain smiles and starts chanting a spell to unleash another barrage of attacks. But in the next page, another attack cancels out the attack Gawain goes for, which is an Exterminate Maximum Ray, which is literally like a giant energy blast that Gawain not manages to just block and survive, but it seemingly cancels out her own spell. Now, obviously, this isn't Gawain going all out. She's just having fun, taking out a bunch of nobodies. At least what she assumes to be a nobody in this instance. And this does shock Gawain. As in the next page, we get another brand new character introduced for this tournament, waving his fingers, being like, not yet, or aha. Now, if you noticed, this character looks a lot like Garo from One Punch Man, which is a really, really cool reference if that's the case. Here's the thing. I would expect a reference like this maybe from Hiro Mashima, because I know him and Yusuke Murata, the artist for the One Punch Man manga adaptation, are pretty close friends. They go on Twitter lives together, they comment on each other's posts and stuff like that. They're pretty good friends. I don't know if Nakaba and Yusuke Murata are friends, to my knowledge. Either way, this is a really cool reference if that is the case, because I love Garo, I love his story in One Punch Man, so seeing a blatant reference like this with a pretty damn cool gladiator / wandering bandit knight vibe is really, really cool. And seemingly, with this instance seemingly to be Gawain's potential matchup for the tournament, is insanity. And seeing as this guy has a sword, and he seems to use spells similar to Gawain, I'm looking forward. This is probably going to be a big matchup. But after this dissipates, another participant just says, this is absurd, as he then faints, with the announcement saying to stop the fights. As in the final page of the chapter, we have every single one of our participants for the final 16 of the tournament. As we see Percival, Chion, the character that we've seen previously, Naziens, Gawain, Donnie, Gawain, On, Diordra, this mysterious Garo character, one of, I believe, the attendants to Diordra, two of them actually, Hauser, Tristan, a hooded character which I think is Edland, and lastly, a character in a scarecrow type mask. Those are our final 16. Now, obviously, our main character is going to make it, and I also called that Hauser would be in here. But I did not think of Edlin showing up for this. But here's the thing. The character all the way at the bottom with the scarecrow mask, I'm calling it now. It's Gother. The shirt looks very similar, and only Gother would come up with some stupid disguise like that to just blend in. The stature from this one image and the fact that Nakaba added this guy in all the way in the corner definitely wants to do it as some sort of surprise for the audience. And like I said in the previous review, in the bonus chapters for Volume 18, it was stated that Hauser was planning to go to this gladiator tournament to basically figure out what's going on with Camelot and see what's going on there. Infiltration mission. Now, I was hoping that Gila would show up, but then again, you can't exactly leave Leonis without some of its strongest knights. You'd argue Gil Thunder, but what has he accomplished since the first arc of Seven Deadly Sins? That's right, nothing. God, I really hope he gets a moment. Everybody's gotten some sort of moment from the previous cast that was relatively important, except for Gil Thunder. I mean, I'm not even getting into it. But yeah, Gother showing up, I really hope that's the case. But either way, these two new characters, this Garo guy and this, I'm just going to say, Urame character, I'm incredibly excited to see what they're going to do for the future of Fortnite: The Apocalypse and how these tournament brackets are going to pan out. But either way, this was a really fun and engaging chapter. I had a lot of fun, some really cool action sequences, and the setup is amazing. I cannot wait to see what happens next. And next week is going to be pretty insane because we're definitely going to get the official brackets and invites for the tournament. I'm looking forward because it seems like so far Percival and Gawain have their seeming matchups set up. I'm curious to see who Tristan's going to fight. This is going to be very fun. This is going to be very engaging. And I really hope that with this tournament being more of a traditional tournament arc, seemingly now with a Final 16, I really hope that Nakama makes this a great tournament arc that we could look back on and see as probably one of the best. Because I liked the Vital Festival arcs, they were fun, but I wouldn't exactly call them some of the best tournament arcs ever. They had some fun fights and moments, but nothing too noteworthy for me, at least. But that's all I gotta say for this week's chapter of Four Knights of the Apocalypse. What did you guys think of this chapter? How do you feel about these brand new characters that seemingly are gonna fight Percival and Gawain? How do you feel about Hauser showing up? How do you feel about Edlin showing up for the first time in like 130 chapters, which is crazy to think about? Do you think Gother is that Scarecrow mask guy? How do you feel this whole tournament arc is going to pan out? And what do you think that prediction I made in that Tristan versus Percival video round 2 that I made a month and a half ago? Will Beltrop end up deciding, I'll fight Percival and Tristan? Like, once he figures out that maybe the Four Knights are in this bracket, maybe he'll decide to fight all of them at once just to kind of flex on the rest of the Chaos Knights and the Four Perils. I would love that if that was the case. But for the time being, that's really all I gotta say for the matter. Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. And once more, if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps me, it shows you guys enjoy the content I make on the channel and shows you want to see more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day.
それなら僕と踊りませんか Bye bye baby my 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 life だってそれは退屈の合図
Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 165 is out, and we got a really good chapter once more this week. Not only do we get all the names of all the participants for this final tournament, we had a bit of downtime and characters finally converging and meeting each other during the in-between for this tournament. And we actually get to see a bit of what happened to Team Tristan once they entered Camelot, seemingly. So yeah, this one is a heartbreaker, if I'm being honest with you guys, and I'm very happy with it. And I'm curious to see where this is going to lead to with future chapters. But before we jump into the video, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Now then, let's get started with this chapter. So, chapter 165 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled The Final Group. We start this chapter off, Gawain is floating up in the air after her failed attack against that Garo-looking guy from before, as Donnie lets her know that they're all part of the final 16, and Gawain kind of acts like a troll again, and just like, oh, so a minion like you ended up entering this tournament's finals. Man, talk about dumb luck. Look, I love Donnie, but I love how Gawain will always find a way to just put him down in the most nonsensical way possible, just because it's funny. The comedy dynamic between these two characters I really do enjoy. But before they get to talk more, we actually get to hear a voice asking for their attention. As in a 2-page spread, we get one of the Chaos Knights, the one that is with Beltrop, coordinating this entire tournament. As he congratulates the participants, he introduces himself as Caberdonch. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Also, let me know in the comment section below if this is a type of liquor. For the majority of this series, a lot of the Chaos Knights, from the Demon Realm Walk onward, have been named after liquor or types of alcoholic beverages. Let me know. I'm really curious to see if that is the case once more. He ends up congratulating them for entering into the final 16 and making it through, and so they're going to be given a brief day of rest to kind of get themselves together and all that, so they can enter the tournament the next day fully fresh for the next battle. And this whole giant thing is just a giant illusion created, and he's able to communicate with the participants out on the battlefield, so that is very interesting to see. But we then get the full-on reveal of all the participants and all the names for the characters entering, as everyone has to give their names. Say something about this in a second. So, confirmation: Percival, Hauser, Nazienz, the character with the colored strand of hair is called Gareth. We have Gawain, we have Isolde, Chion on Galahad. The guy in the covers was revealed to be Pelio 100%. I figured it was, but I left it ambiguous because I couldn't quite tell, so this does confirm that Pelio is there. The Garo-looking guy is called Balin or Balin, whichever one is funnier. Balin sounds funnier, but I'm just going to say Balin for now, because I think that might be the correct pronunciation. We got Donnie, Tontris, Diordra, and finally get the names of the two assistants, well, people that are looking after Diordra, Bothus And Turtrit and the person in the Nightmare Scarecrow costume mask just says, and I quote, "Mystery package." Gother, at this point, just say it's you. Okay, honestly, I would love it if this character was just somebody completely different. Or hell, it'd be hilarious if this was Merlin. But look, I'm sticking with Gother. It just seems like something Gother would do to mask the identity without using his memory manipulation magic. But either way, we got our final 16 for this tournament. And so, Cameron ends up thanking them for their names and says that their matchups will be picked at random tomorrow. Now, everyone's going to have a nice trip back to the surface, and so they're teleported back to the start of where they were, at the bottom of the pillar. They were teleported in an instant. But then, another announcement happens. As Beltrop has decided to be generous and provide an entire underground town for everybody. Winners, losers, they can all eat and drink to their fill. They can rest and prepare for the fight, or watch tomorrow's battle. As we see, the main group just walking into a town at the bottom of this whole area, underground, with everybody that was just eliminated from the tournament. Everyone's eating, everyone's kind of relaxing now, being served food. And a really nice detail that I do want to say is that the characters serving the food are those like hollow armored knights that Death Pierce used in the Grudge of Edinburgh movie. That's a really nice callback. I kind of figured Arthur also gave him that, considering that Arthur gave Death Pierce the Chaos Wand, the Chaos Staff in that movie when he used it. So seeing these things again is really cool, and I'm curious to see if they'll just be mindless soldiers once more to just attack the main group. That would be fun, but again, they're kind of easy to take down. But moving on, everybody's starting to eat their food, and Team Percival, along with Gawain, are sitting down and ordering food, as they're talking over the fact that this whole area doesn't really seem like the hellscape the rumors painted it to be, and things seem relatively, well, okay. Well, Donnie and Percival and Gawain end up ordering all their food. As it's then Shion and Isolde make their way over to the group, reintroducing themselves and reuniting. As they're going to say, there's no getting out of the cauldron. There's no getting out of here. They neither kill you nor let you live. For this place will feed upon your very desire to live or escape. As Donnie and Nazienz finally reunite with Shion and Isolde, as Isolde is happy to see that Donnie and Nazienz are here. And then we get a funny panel, as in the next page, Shion and Isolde are greeted by Percival, as he's cheerfully saying, "Yeah, and so did I," as the bug eyes of them, and sheer surprise that Percival is back in the story. Oh man, I was waiting for this. I was waiting to see more people react to Percival's return. And the two of them are freaking out over Percival being back, as he's just stuffing his face, being the innocent guy that he is. Oh man, I love these interactions. And the fact that Nakaba, despite Percival being jacked as all hell now, we still get Chibi Percival in these comedic moments. I love it. I don't know. I love seeing Percival happy. After what happened at the end of Team Realm, just seeing him happy and having him reunite with everyone. Perfect. But it's then that Hauser shows up with his tagalongs. I'm calling them tagalongs, but Edlin and Pelio end up showing up. Hauser, I didn't say this previously, but Hauser's got a pretty good mustache. I kind of like it. It'd be hilarious if he ended up making his mustache. The next time we see Hauser at a later point in the series, that he has a mustache like Escanor's as just a way to just honor the guy. I don't know. This is just something that came into mind, because I put this off for a long time, but I really need more people to acknowledge Escanor's existence in Four Knights of the Apocalypse. I really do, outside that point where people compare to Gawain to Escanor when it was just Galen, and that was like 100 chapters ago. Hauser says how much everybody has grown, and Shion's dad is worried about him, obviously, Gilthunder. Isolde and Shion are like, look, more importantly, it's Percival. Look, he's here. But Hauser laughs and says, yeah, he only woke up a few days ago. I wouldn't be surprised if you would be shocked at this. It's then that Edlin shows up, saying that Percival saved his life in the previous chapter, and Donnie's surprised that Edlin is here too. But Edlin lost. Obviously, last chapter, he got stabbed and was basically killed in that instance. And I like how Edlin's just being cheeky and being like, but Pelio managed to squeak his way into the final 16. As Pelio's like, who are you saying squeaked his way in? As he tells Boris to just get up and say something, as he's just sulking in the corner, possibly a bit drunk. drinking away his uselessness as he basically got instantly knocked out. Which, it's still funny. That is still funny. He's going to fade away into the background, probably. Unless he somehow gets important, because I don't see him being important. But look, I'm going to be honest. I'm actually glad Pelio is here. A lot of people forget this, but he was actually inspired to become a Holy Knight by Gother in Seven Deadly Sins. This was covered more so in the manga than the anime. But also the fact that even though Pelgard was holding back, Pelio was holding his own against Pelgard in the Leonis arc, despite Pelgard holding back, which isn't a small feat at all, because Pelgard, even holding back, still is relatively strong. So, Pelio, plus the fact that Hauser allowed him, actually had him come along, he'd probably be strong. Edlin he probably figured that Edlin was enough to take care of a bunch of ruffians, and I guess Boris probably just begged his way to come in. But Percival ends up saying that they're in the middle of assembling the 4 knights, and they came here, found Tristan, but Gawain ends up stating that right when we got here, he said his name was Tantris and he pretended not to know them. All kinds of other nonsense too. What the heck happened to him? We're finally going to see what exactly happened during the 2 years and how Tristan is the way that he is right now. Chion ends up begrudgingly stating a flashback, how this happened, saying that Prince Tristan, Isolde, and himself had just embarked on an undercover mission to go to Camelot. So yeah, based off of them being in Camelot right now, we all kind of surmised that they went on a mission to Camelot. He goes on to say, there, we did something that we never should have. We saw the bizarre things that happen in Camelot. We had lost something precious in our own reality, so we tried to escape it. As everybody realizes what they mean, with Isolde looking down. We cut to a flashback as Chion says, yes, we wish for him to come back. As it's then that a young Team Tristan ends up seeing that Camelot revived Jade. As it's in this instance that Chion's grabbing Jade and ends up just saying, why are you so stupid? All of them, these 4, are so happy to see Jade seemingly alive and well again. As Chion keeps on saying, seeing and hearing Jade, something we never expected to do again, brought us all to tears. All we could do was praise the miracle that Camelot had brought us. As we get more montages of everybody just talking, going on this mission in Camelot, interacting with each other, it's so sweet and also very sad. They fought every single Chaos Knight that they found, as they were still Team Tristan, defenders of Britannia. As they continued to go forward, their minds began to wonder if Camelot was truly deserving to be fallen, to truly be destroyed. And yeah, they just lost their friend prior to the time skip. By the time, I'm guessing about a couple of weeks to over a month or two, by the time they ended up doing their mission, they went to Camelot, and Jade's death was still fresh in their minds. So it makes a lot of sense that once they go to Camelot, they'd honestly wish for him to come back, and seeing that made them want to stay and question their whole mission in the first place. But something else ended up coming on. As we continue, Tristan in this flashback ends up stating that this was another hard day's work, and Isolde says once things calm down, that they should all return to Leonis and for Jade to see his mom and dad. Now look, as we all know, at the start of the time skip we learned more about Camelot's true nature. The Jade that's here can't leave Camelot. He can't leave. They can't go home, as he was a creation from Camelot. But it's then that Jade, the Jade that was created from Camelot, ends up looking down and just asks, what are my parents like again? As they're asking, why are you asking these questions, man? We're helping you. You're supposed to tell us. And that Jade ended up bragging about his parents a lot all the time. But as time went on, they realized the true nature of what happened with Camelot. Anything that Jade knew and they didn't know, the Jade that they talked to right now didn't know either. As we continued, in this flashback we continue, as Jade ends up saying to Isolde, what? I tried to tell you something back in Walneck when I stepped up to defend you? And this is something that's been on Isolde's mind since that happened, since his death. He sacrificed himself to save her. We know this because Jade loved Isolde. He would do anything for her. And even though Isolde had a smile so she could finally hear the words that he wanted to say, Jade says, I'm sorry, I don't recall any of that. And so it dawns on everybody that he was nothing more than their own hearts and memories reflected back at them. It's not the real Jade. We all knew this, and this is Team Tristan really taking this in real time in this flashback. Seeing all this happen as they realize that the Jade that they're seeing is a fake. As Jade ends up asking, why are there all these things I can't remember? This is weird, right? Don't just stand there. Say something. Xion, Prince Tristan, as everybody's getting angry and Isolde beginning to tear up and cry, Jade begins to disappear, calling out Isolde's name as he has tears in his eyes. Everyone has to witness their friend disappearing all over again. As this happens, as Jade disappears, a hole opens up beneath them, swallowing them up as they were taken to the cauldron. Before I continue on, this hit me in the feels. I wasn't a big fan. I wasn't too attached to Jade, but I liked Tristan. I was getting to like Isolde. I despised Xion, but he's a good character. But seeing this, I felt for all of them. They had just lost their friend, and then they spent time with a revived version, seemingly, for days, if not weeks, even months, in Camelot, taking on Chaos Knights, fighting to protect Britannia, and even to an extent thinking, maybe Camelot's not so bad. Maybe we can bring Jade back with us. And then as time progressed, they realized that Jade had no memories of things that they didn't. And as this Jade was beginning to basically ask what's going on, how he doesn't know certain things, dawns on everybody that this Jade isn't real. And when that realization happened, he started to disappear in front of them. I mean, just imagine the type of trauma to hit these kids. They were kids. They were still teenagers. They had to witness one of their closest friends just gone from right in front of their eyes. And this time, Tristan and Xion saw Jade seemingly die a second time. For Isolde, this is her second time. Tristan and Xion only saw his dead body. He didn't see how he died. Isolde was the one that was protected by him and literally saw the life leave his eyes. So, that definitely hit her the most out of all of them. Same with Xion. I mean, oh, look, they're all best friends since childhood. But look, that's gotta hit you very hard. But yeah, once they realized that it was all a sham and a fake, they ended up getting swallowed up and brought to the cauldron. Isolde says that the rage and despair for Camelot that they felt in that instance erased the vision of Jade, and then they were plunged right into the cauldron. She states that that's their punishment for believing in Camelot even for a moment, doubting their mission and realizing and thinking for a second that Camelot might have been a good thing, but they were proven wrong. Anne ends up comforting Isolde, stating that if they really did truly lose Percival, they would have done the same thing. And that's the thing. Anybody in their situation probably would have done the exact same thing. And the same thing would have happened all over again. We continue on with the flashback as Isolde wakes up in a corner, somewhere in the cauldron, stating that she found Xion instantly. But they were tracking down Tristan, and it was a lot harder than they thought. But by the time they finally found him, over a year had passed. So this was halfway through the time skip, and by this point, Tristan was already going by the name Tantris and protecting this other Isolde. As yeah, this is crazy. And to see his two closest friends just ignoring them, saying that he doesn't know them, and just going off with this other girl that's seemingly named the exact same name as Isolde, it's crazy. And that definitely would have hurt them as well, especially a year after having to lose their friend the second time, worrying about Tristan the entire time. Now, this is a very interesting point of information as well. Isolde mentions that Tantris is an alias that Tristan would assume whenever he had undercover work, and that she fears that that is the one memory that he was left. So when he was brought to the cauldron, his memories were stripped from him. Just the only memory that somehow stayed was his undercover name. Now look, I have a theory, and many others have a theory, that maybe Gother ended up doing something that messed with Tristan's memory and go undercover unbeknownst to everybody else to find out what's going on in Camelot. But based off of this instance, that doesn't really seem to be the case. And falling through into the cauldron, maybe for Tristan, since he was different from everyone else, and so he wouldn't be a threat, they erased his memories. And maybe this other Isolde was created to basically keep him there. To essentially keep him from doing anything that would be a threat to Camelot. That's very possible. Also, let me just say this. Tantris is a stupid name, and this is literally the same equivalent as, well, Meliodas and Bon giving their fake names to literally the Visel Festival. If not a lot more, just as obvious. And it's, man, there are some instances where Tristan takes certain aspects of Meliodas into account, like his dumbass names. But I digress. Moving on with the chapter, as this heart-wrenching story is being told, Donnie and Percival are just munching down on food and beer. Percival is just like, well, Tantris is like the most obvious fake name in the world, huh? As on his scold, I'm saying, can you guys just shut the hell up? But now they're just setting everything aside that they should probably rest up for the night and get ready for tomorrow. But Percival wants to eat a bit more, as he probably has a 2-year-old appetite, I guess. You know, being asleep for a year, your body probably needs a lot more water despite being perfectly preserved, a lot more food. But Percival showed him protagonist gut. He's got that appetite, so I'll allow it. But as Percival gets up to excitedly get even more food to try things out from that menu, he bumps into Gareth, spilling their food all over his face. As that ends the chapter. There's a few things I want to say that I want to go back over. And I know this video is a bit longer, but I like that we got the answers for what happened to Team Tristan as during the 2-year time skip and how they were in Camelot. They went in for an undercover mission. Camelot ended up giving them Jade back. They went on their mission with this fake Jade. They thought that it was fine. They thought it was Jade, that he was fully revived, that maybe Camelot wasn't a bad thing. Then they realized that it was a fake. This Jade didn't have all of his memories. Just what they knew and loved about Jade reflected back at them and acted just like Jade, to the point of even crying while disappearing when they all realized that he was a fake. And so Camelot saw no need to keep him around. And now Tristan seemingly got no memories outside of that dumbass undercover name. And, yeah, that's kind of heart-wrenching considering that they're seeing one of their best friends basically die a second time. Yeah, trauma is a bitch. But here's another thing. First of all, the names for the two brand new characters that we got introduced to in the previous chapter, Gareth and Balin. I like their designs. I'm interested to see where they're going to play out. I'm pretty sure they're in Arthurian legend, but I haven't had the opportunity to look that up. I might take a look, but let me know in the comment section down below if you know about these characters in Arthurian legend, if they have connections to any of the characters in the main cast's Arthurian counterparts. But I do want to say, what was the point of the freaking rings? And I defended the decision about the rings, when, in fact, they were going to give the real names anyway. Bit of a perception filter. The names, at the end of the day, don't fully matter. People can have multiple different names. It's possible. Maybe the spell is just being used to kind of, warp the perception. Okay, they have the names, but they might not be who we're looking for. They don't fit the bill. So, obviously, it could still play out, but I'm like, you could just get fake names. You really could. It kind of irks me a little bit, but either way, despite that, this was a really good chapter, and it was a heart-wrenching one at that. And I'm so excited for the brackets, because I feel like next chapter we're going to get the brackets, and then we'll see the official matchups. And I can't wait to see some really cool fights, and to see more about Gareth and Balin. See what they're about. Next chapter is definitely going to open up with the whole Percival-Gareth interaction, see what's up with them. And who knows, that might be the first fight in the tournament, and I'm excited for it. This was a good chapter, and I want to hear what you guys thought of it in the comment section down below. How do you feel about everything that happened with Jade and Team Tristan during the 2-year time skip and their time at Camelot? How do you feel about, everyone's reactions to all this? What do you think is going to happen with the tournament? Who do you think is going to fight who? Because definitely, friends are going to fight friends. And also, what do you think this tournament's going to play out with in the future? Leave your thoughts and comments in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Now, with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day.
それなら僕と踊りませんかバイバイベイビーマイマイマイライフだってそれは退屈の合図
So Four Nights of the Apocalypse chapter 166 is out, and this was another really cool chapter. We got some pretty cool conversations between Percival and Gareth after their basic reunion, kind of, with the end of the previous chapter. We got some developments with the tournament and how this is going to be laid out. And Percival, a lot's going on in Percival's head is all I'm going to be saying after the events of this chapter. And we had a pretty sweet moment between him and Anna towards the end of it. But before we jump right into the chapter, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps me and shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Now, I am doing the face cam more often because I kind of like doing it. And I'm not going to lie, I kind of prefer this over the avatar, but the avatar is not going anywhere. I'm probably going to throw this in there whenever there are times where I don't feel like using the face cam or whatever. So that's not going away. Larger videos are going to have the avatar, so I've seen the comments. Don't worry, that's not going anywhere anytime soon. So the avatar is coming back. But with all that out of the way, let's just get right into the chapter, shall we? So chapter 166 of Four Nights of the Apocalypse, titled Tension in the Air. Cover image, Edlin and Boris just drowning their sorrows away by drinking as much beer as they possibly can. Edlin kind of got taken out kind of unfairly. I mean, it was a battle royale, I shouldn't really say unfairly. After literally getting stabbed in the back, Boris deserves to just drink his sorrows away. The guy got folded instantly. It was just humiliating. It was borderline useless. So, I feel bad for the guy. Moving on. So the chapter starts off directly from last week, where Percival crashed into Gareth and basically spilled all of Gareth's food on his face. But after saying, what are you going to do about the fact that you just ruined my dinner, Percival immediately just eats every inch of food that just landed on him, saying how good the food is. And so he apologizes, saying how he lost track because of all the food in the area. He mentions how Gareth ended up beating Edlin earlier, but Gareth has no idea what Percival's talking about and who that might be. Percival says it was his friend and that Gareth even slashed him earlier. But Gareth doesn't seem to recall any of that. Could just be the fact that Gareth has maybe a split personality thing. Could just be the fact that Gareth just didn't memorize any faces of anybody that he tried to literally just kill in the previous chapters, for all we know, or just can't be bothered with whoever they end up fighting. So it might be that, because Percival's also kind of confused. But anyway, they both introduce each other and they both begin just chowing down on some food as they begin talking about why they're basically here in the cauldron. Percival says that he's here to find somebody and that's why he broke in here. Percival says that he's doing that to find somebody, but also one more errand that he needs to do. So, obviously referring to finding Tristan, and perhaps he's referring to Lancelot maybe. There could be something else going on here, but I'm not sure what this other errand Percival really means. I just think it's just the fact that he came for Tristan and to find Lancelot. Could also be the sacred treasures that they're basically going to be getting from Dubs also. But yeah, Gareth says, so that's why you wanted to break into Anven, this giant cauldron with no escape. You're really going to extremes for a party of all things, is all I'm going to say. Percival says he likes festivals, he can't wait to see what kind of strong people he's going to see in this whole place. But Gareth basically just exhales in sighs, stating, man, sarcasm really goes over your head, huh? But Gareth lays down some pretty interesting information. They've lived in Anven. They've been there since they were born. So this is the first instance that we know that people can be born in the cauldron, that people have been here long enough to have kids here or have families in this whole area. So that's an interesting piece of information. It could also show why Gareth has been so ruthless in that fight. Being raised essentially in this area could showcase some ruthlessness. Who knows, it might be the same case for Balin for all we know. That is an interesting piece of information. Now, this does potentially paint a time frame because this story takes place 18 years after the very end of 7 Deadly Sins, after what happened with the Demon King and Chaos and Arthur reviving and all that. So, Gareth can't be older than maybe 16, 17 to be born in the cauldron, is all I'm going to say, because everything that happened with Percival happened 18 years ago. In this time frame, there's just a lot to really consider when it comes to Camelot, the cauldron, when this was created. We have no idea, but yeah, that's kind of an interesting point to get across. Percival says, wow, you're kind of like me. I only went into the world 2 years ago. Before then, I was living with my grandpa up on God's finger, the giant mountain that part of the clouds. And as Percival's getting chatty and talking to somebody that has a similar situation in terms of being stuck in the same area for basically their entire life and not knowing the outside world, says, man, I was shocked when I first saw the outside world, you know. But it's then that Gareth gets frustrated and slams down on the table and starts yelling at Percival, stating, are you even listening? Unlike you, I can't get out of here even if I want to. So, I mean, yeah, this whole thing is literally, it's a prison. So, yeah, Percival can seemingly get out of here thanks to Thetis and thanks to Gawain. So he's got an out. They can just get out whenever they want to. They just came for Tristan and some information. Gareth can't. Percival does offer to, like, once everything's said and done here, they could all leave together. But Gareth just slams food in Percival's face to kind of shut him up, and also to kind of just show how much he doesn't like Percival at this point. But Percival also immediately, once again, eats the food that was just thrown on him. Gareth says, "You look like such a goddamn hero." But then goes on to say something that definitely shakes Percival to his core. "I can smell it all over you. The smell of death and all the misfortune that befalls those close to you." And that image of Percival of shock is just insane, because the last time he thought about this stuff, back when he basically committed self-deletion at the end of part 1 of the story before the time skip. Now, we all know he was in spirit realm, all that stuff. He was basically kind of somewhat being able to get the general gist of what was going on over those 2 years. But those feelings never truly went away. Even when Nazians came back, there was always the chance that what occurred in the past, Percival still holds on to. So, yeah, this shows that Percival still 100% still holds on to the fact that he thinks the fact that he's around is definitely going to cause misfortune and death for everybody. And, yeah, man, if you're going to say something to Percival to kind of shake him up, that's definitely going to be it. Gareth leaves saying, "You made it to the finals, right? If you draw me, I'm gonna whip your ass and wipe that insipid smile off your face." So yeah, definitely frustration from Gareth after everything he heard from Percival. But this also shows that perhaps Gareth has some sort of attunement or is able to read people in some way, shape, or form. Because you don't just say, I can tell there's death and misfortune befalling anybody around you. Moving back, Percival just sits there and just repeats what Gareth said. Misfortune close to me. As yeah, he's just slumping there over the bar, just kind of thinking about it. So yeah, he's definitely thinking about the fact that this could potentially be true and how this is still bothering him 2 years later, and the fact that this could still technically be right. But it's then On that shows up, asking if Percival is still eating. She was looking for him up and down all over the place, and as Percival's asking why she's looking for him, she says that it'd probably be better off for everybody to kind of sleep in the same room together to an extent. Keep each other safe, keep an eye on in case anybody tries to pull something at night to kind of push things to their favor for the tournament, for all we know. But then On notices that look in Percival's eyes that kind of seems like he's kind of depressed or sad. So it really goes to show how she is kind of in tune with Percival, can kind of tell when something's up with him, which is kind of nice. We then cut to the two of them outside of town, looking up at where the battle arena is seemingly going to be, and showcases that Camelot has 3 moons. So yeah, Arthur created his own mini dimension with stars and moons. Makes sense. It's chaos. It's basically the god of that universe, so it kind of makes sense that that's the case here and there. But On says, "Man, look at the 3 moons. We're liable to go crazy if we stay in Camelot." Probably referring to what happened to Team Tristan, but also the fact that with how things are in Camelot, that if they stay there too long, they'll probably lose it or just not want to leave. But Percival brings up that he ran into Diordra, his brother, and this shocks On. Ironside's son, you met him. As Percival goes on to say, he was exposed to the Demon King's poison from the moment he was born. Camelot's the only place he can actually live in, and that Percival was meant to be the body he'd take up. And he doesn't know why he came to the cauldron for, but he has a feeling it might be because of him. So yeah, obviously we all know this. We all know why Ironside essentially put a life spirit into Percival's basic dead body to move his son's soul into this revived body so it wouldn't be plagued by all the disease and the poison from the Demon King back when it was literally trying to destroy the world. So yeah, Percival's definitely still going to hold on to some guilt, even though it's not none of this is his fault. But I like On here, as he just literally just yells out at him, who cares about any of that? You've done nothing wrong, it's all Ironside's fault. As Percival just stares at her as she continues to say, besides, Diordra is under Camelot's so-called benevolent protection, isn't he? And even though Percival says, I don't know why he's even here, On just says, why should you even care why he's here is what he should be asking in the first place. He smiles and laughs, saying, yeah. As On just is kind of annoyed about everything that Percival just being oblivious to certain things and having to just hammer some stuff into his head, which I don't even think she kind of minds. But On wastes no time right now. She says now that they're alone, it's fine if he wants.
basically reminding him about the promise that they made 2 years ago, involving some, I'm gonna be honest with this. While this is kind of, to an extent, kind of heartwarming, it's also kind of funny considering the fact that Percival was just being like a goofball over 2 years ago when this whole thing happened. So yeah, she mentions that Percival can do basically whatever like they promised. But as she looks over, Percival has no goddamn idea what she's referring to in this instance, that she's basically embarrassed. But then Percival's like, oh yeah, I remember now, and as he begins to start, she just embarrassingly leaves, sorry, you ran out of time. As she just walks off to go join the others, completely embarrassed, wondering what she's even saying. And as she ends up just running away at this point, Percival, as honest being like, hurry up, everybody's waiting for you, Percival just smiles and thanks her. Now, literally, I do kind of like the fact that even though it is, to me, kind of cringeworthy what the literal dialogue states about something that I found kind of meh back before the time skip in terms of the dialogue and execution, with the knowledge that no relationship in this series that is going to be 100% solidified for the main cast showcases that Percival could end up being with anybody else. And I do think that with what Anne knows about what happened with Naziennes, she probably felt a bit jealous, perhaps. And maybe the fact that Percival's finally back after 2 long years without him, her feelings were starting to actually, like, take surface, especially now that 2 of them actually had a moment by themselves for the first time in a long time. They're both adults. Anything could happen. But still, I just like the fact that these two can just have, like, regardless of everything that happened, a nice, wholesome moment where they legitimately just cheer each other up. And I find that pretty nice. Anna's emotionally mature one in their entire group dynamic. And now that everyone's gotten older, they're a lot more mature, she can kind of vibe out when anybody in that whole group has something on their mind and something's troubling them. And the fact that it's Percival and she's the one that kind of goes over to kind of just talk him out of his little funk that he's having with literally everything that just got trauma dumped on him and revisited in that one brief interaction, and meeting his kind of brother, also kind of the person that he was supposed to be the host for. It's a complicated situation. It was a nice moment, and I will give my flowers to that. But we then move over to the next day, as the announcer goes on to say good morning to everybody, and that today is when the official Festival of Gladiators kicks off in style. And so they are going to be at the top of the tower for this actual fight, so there's definitely going to be some cheers all around. And it's going to have a special arena, and it seems like we're going to have like an actual audience to watch it in this whole stadium. So that's really cool. And so now it's time to announce the matchups of the final 16, and here we go. Ending the chapter with a 2-page spread with the actual tournament brackets for the A block and the B block. So let's break down each of these blocks. Battle 1 for the A block will be Percival versus Gareth. Battle 2 will be Donnie versus Mystery Package. Now look, if all our theories are the fact this is Gother in disguise, RIP Donnie, you're done, you're not making it past like the literal first punch. Battle 3 in A block is An versus Diordra. Next up in Battle 4 is Naziennes versus Rothes, one of Diodra's aides. Next we got Battle 1 of B block, which is Gawain versus Turret, I believe that's the name. The person that was using life spirits seemingly to attack Percival, and is also another one of Diodra's aides. Battle 2 of B block is going to be Hauser versus Balin. And since the previous chapters were setting up for Balin to seemingly be the person that Gawain will fight, unfortunately Hauser might end up losing. Battle 3 is interesting. It's going to be Tristan versus Gian, so that's going to be interesting. I don't like Gian, but I also can't wait to see what he's going to do in battle with his new spirit arts and his new strength over the last 2 years. We're then going to get Isolde versus Paleo. I want to see Paleo fight a bit more, but I do see Isolde winning and it being her versus Tristan. Now look, based on all these interactions, a lot of these fights can go in unexpected ways, but I do expect to see the finals to be Tristan versus Percival, because I really, really
want that to be the case. They deserve a literal round 2 in their fight to be an actual fight, and I really hope that it's something that within Tristan's 2 fights with Shion and Isolde, his old memories stir up and awakens. And once he sees Percival again, I really hope he's like actually pissed off and goes full demon mode to try and take him down as a way to just relieve all the anger and disappointment over the last 2 years. Though that would also mean that he would have to beat Gawain. There is the possibility that he can in fact beat Gawain, but we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, these are the final brackets. I'm excited for it, and I really, really cannot wait for this tournament to finally begin in the next chapter. Let me know your thoughts, opinions on this chapter in the comment section down below. How do you feel about Percival's whole thing with Gareth? What do you think is going on with Gareth? And what's going to happen with Percival? How do you feel about the moment On and Percival had in this chapter? And how do you feel about these whole brackets? Let me know in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really shows that you enjoy what I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And one quick thing. Maybe I'll make a full-on, in-depth prediction video for this tournament going on at some point. I can't guarantee anything, but it'll definitely be more of a discussion-based. Probably won't really be heavily edited. It'll just be me talking to you guys. So if you want to see that, let me know in the comments below. All that's said and done, I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I hope you all have an awesome day.
それなら僕と踊りませんか Bye bye baby my 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 life だってそれは退屈の合図
So Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 167 is out, and we officially get the start for the tournament. 100% first matchup, Percival against Gareth, and this was actually pretty fun. The chapter went by relatively quickly, so it wasn't too much for me to really like super dive into, but I think we're off to a good start, and the way the chapter ended, I am actually excited to see where this pans out, because this could end up being a not too short fight, but I'm excited to see where it goes. And there's also a piece of dialogue in here that I'm curious to see if I understand who Beltrop ends up talking about at the start of this chapter. Before we get into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. It really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Also, is this background better? I'm doing this in my room this time, and this might be a bit better, and the lighting might be just a bit nicer. So let me know for future facecam videos. Let's jump right into the chapter. So chapter 167 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Percival versus Gareth, with Beltrop on the cover, and he just keeps looking so goddamn cool. I really want to see him in an actual fight soon. But the chapter starts off with Beltrop being incredibly happy, because it seems like things are about to be fun and is about to begin. As Beltrop states that the winner from last time is back, still searching the cauldron for a strong opponent, despite earning the right to leave. That's an interesting thing, because he also says that that sharp-eyed kid has some rather neat power. Let's hope this time provides the kind of action I need to make my blood boil. So this first page already gives me something, either talking about Gareth or Balin. Based on this chapter, Beltrop might be talking about Gareth, but based on how Gareth was talking in the previous chapter about not being able to leave, I do think it's Balin, and it would be pretty interesting if Balin entered the tournament to find a strong opponent, ends up fighting Gawain, and probably views Gawain as an awesome opponent. Or it is Gareth, and it has something to do with the reason for not being able to leave, despite quote-unquote having the right to leave. I find that interesting. If there is someone in this tournament, Balin or Gareth, probably Balin in my opinion, that is just choosing to stay in this prison because he just wants a good fight. That'd be pretty interesting. We then cut to the actual stadium, where Edlin and Boris are just kind of watching in the actual stadium. And this feels very Dragon Ball, the way the stadium is set up, as like an actual martial arts ring. So, stadium is packed with all the prisoners and stuff like that, watching, getting ready to see what's going on with the fight. And yeah, pretty interesting. And it's just Edlin just saying how disappointed he is that despite the fact that he came along for this mission to sneak into the festival to help the Knights of Prophecy, he kind of feels bad that he wasn't able to enter, yet Donnie ended up entering instead of him into the finals, like making it to the finals, and his masters in the finals. But yeah, he's just kind of sulking a bit that he wasn't able to make it through. But it's a pretty interesting and fun conversation between the two of them. As then, we actually get the competitors for the fight entering the ring. Percival and Gareth enter the arena. And I am really happy, because this looks really fun. Also, I do like how
in this chapter, Edlin is just off on the sidelines. This is shown in a few other pages, but Edlin's just off on the sidelines, just telling Percival to take out Gareth for just jumping him. So, yeah, that'd be pretty interesting. And I like how Percival just high-fives a random guy in the crowd, just getting all hyped up for the tournament. I find that pretty fun. And the main group is behind him, just rooting for him off on the sideline, as they're all waiting for their chances to fight. But we then see Tristan behind all of them, most likely either being kind of wary of Percival or feeling some sort of connection to Percival, with someone wrapped up in rags shouting tantras that just makes it to the stadium right where Boris and Edlin are. Hey, really quick, post-editing Chris here. Just want to let you guys know I did not mention this for some reason, but the person wrapped in the cloth is most likely the fake or second Isolde from the start of this arc. That was with Tristan, probably sneaking here to see Tristan fight, and this will probably play a big role at some point with Tristan's initial fights. So just thought I'd mention it here because for some reason I did not mention it and did not come to mind upon initial recording. So, yeah, sorry about that, but I'm curious to see where this part is actually going to go with this character and see how it'll affect Tristan with future fights. Now back to the actual video. Also, really quick, one of Tristan's swords, it is the sword Estarossa. I initially thought, I do like that this is a confirmation that he has the Estarossa sword, because that's a very powerful magic sword that cuts through magical defenses, or at least makes it easier to cut through magic-based defenses. So that's really cool, and also without the Mael's sword, it shows how his mind could have been warped throughout all this. Then the announcer tells everyone to be quiet as Beltrop has a statement to make for the festival. As then crystals begin to rise from the ground with Beltrop and the announcer, Chaos Knight, whose name keeps eluding me for some reason, end up rising high up into the sky, as everyone notices that it is Beltrop at the top. As a chair generates and he sits down with, honestly, he has a shit ton of aura being like, okay, to all the vermin who I care not in the least about, I hereby allow you to enjoy the Gladiator Festival alongside me. The way this guy has such arrogance, I think it almost rivals that of Escanor. But if Escanor was a total dick, that's all I gotta say for Beltrop. And I really want to see him fight, because he's the only one of the four perils that I legitimately think is cocky towards the sins. Was the only one that truly actually managed to do any lasting damage outside of Worldane, but that was mostly due to a curse and nerfing. And I like how Gawain instantly notices off in the distance that Beltrop is incredibly wary of everybody. He's very cautious and careful. He put up a barrier using those four spikes where he's sitting in order to give himself a protective barrier to protect himself so no one does any sneak attacks. And I guess Percival was kind of planning to potentially catch him off guard and take him down. Guess winning the tournament is the only real way he'll have a chance to meet up with Beltrop. And Gareth says get ready to be beaten like I said yesterday. As we get a quick instance of the rules as a full page is shown of Gareth and Percival getting ready to square off. As the rule states, if you kill your opponent, knock them out or make them give up, or throw them into the pit on the outer edge, you win. Okay, so basic tournament rules. When times like this, kill them, knock them out, have them give up, or they fall into the pit. That's pretty standard for a gladiator tournament. And I like how Boris is off on the crowd, just being like, so that's Percival the Knight of the Apocalypse. As he remembers back at the start of the time skip in Camelot, when Anne told him about Percival and how in high regard she sees him someone as pure and caring as him. And so he's like, okay, let's see how much of a man he truly is. Let's see for ourselves if he really is worth all this praise by Anne, because basically worships Anne at this point. So anybody that she praises, he wants to see if it's the case. And so the battle begins. As we cut to Gareth just instantly doing barrage of slash attacks, counting 7 instances where Percival with his bare hands just parries and knocks him away like they're nothing. Basically pulling a Goku against future Trunks and just blocking the attack with his singular finger. Only Percival's just moving it aside with his bare hands, which it's really cool. Percival's incredibly overpowered. And then he pushes Gareth away after parrying so much, shocking the crowd. And I like this instance because Anne says that Percival blocked 7 slashes in a single instant. Same with Gareth launching 7 slashes in a single instant. And I love how Donnie's like, wait, you could actually see all that? It makes sense for Anne. She uses a rapier, so she's used to fast and precise movements with a sword. But I like how it's also Donnie because he's mostly brute force and telekinesis for his powers, mostly with a brawler type for a knight to an extent. But all makes sense. She can follow it. She's trained to that degree. And I love how Nazians is just gassing up Percival, parrying all those blows, getting super excited to see it. But also, this is definitely something that Percival can do barehanded now, in comparison, and a lot easier and no nonsense in compared to 2 years ago when he fought Mortledge. And that was with a sword. So yeah, that's pretty interesting to see. And this also shows that Gareth does have some skills to do a good number of attacks in an instance where Percival is just outclassing him at this point. So Gareth tries to swing in for another a swing attack, but Percival instantly grabs their stomach, and in that instance shoves them aside. This seems like a pretty interesting shockwave type blow, as this causes Gareth to have to just tumble around to try and catch themselves from falling to lose their momentum. As Percival reveals that was a Gurren move, which, as you remember from the start of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, is a type of Celtic wrestling that Percival used to do with his grandfather. And a part of me feels like Percival's just happy to do something like that, because probably hasn't done that in a long time, obviously due to being dead. But the fact that this is something he used to do with his grandpa all the time, he probably just got a crap ton of memories from that. But Hauser states that he notices that Percival did that and didn't mean to damage his foe. That wasn't the purpose of his attack. So Percival's definitely not trying to be like super damaging to his opponent to an extent. Probably can tell the difference in strength in this instance perhaps, or he's being careful. But An points out that this is most likely something to do with range. And then Gareth looks up into the sky, noticing a bunch of spirit hands created by Percival, utilizing all the life spirits and just slamming them down as he names a meteor hand to try and hit Gareth with a barrage of attacks. His leg does get caught in it, and he then gets slammed to the ground. And I love this huge impact from here, because this is a callback to the fight with Talisker at the very beginning during the Echo Gorge arc, where they met Nazians, when Percival first did the magic aura hand to slam him down to the ground, which I love that callback, and I love how Percival's still using his aura, his magic attacks to create things, and the way he's doing a sheer number of them, multiples of these, without them being fully connected to his own hand, but can motion them for an attack, is honestly really cool. And the fact we're seeing more of Percival utilizing his life spirit abilities in more creative ways is amazing. I love Toolbox-like abilities, and Percival's is just insane. Percival keeps launching a bunch of attacks with Gareth trying to evade every single one of them. But then Percival, after going through all of this, creates a giant smoke screen, and Gareth tries to hide in it. And Percival hovers the hand over, and then he notices Gareth's force and sees him, most likely seeing through life spirits, as we see little tiny Percivals jiggle out of it, and then he slams down for the final blow. And once that lands, Percival notices something. It seems like Gareth wasn't damaged at all, standing with a sword, as the magical souls seem to be just dispersing and osmosing right through Gareth's body. As then someone else, as there are two people in the ring with Percival now, looking like Gareth, as this person says, "That sure was a close one, Gareth." Yeah, thanks for that, Lure. As the final page of the chapter shows Gareth and another character named Lure, who look identical, shocking Percival that there's two of them in this fight, ending the chapter. So, I got a few things. Like, I talked about the possibility that Balin won this tournament a long time ago. He does seem like the gladiator type that would enter these tournaments and maybe want to test his strength against strong opponents, and maybe that's why he didn't leave. But, perhaps, it might actually be Gareth, because based on what we've seen from this last section, this second Gareth, Lure, appeared out of nowhere to save Gareth from a potentially deciding blow. So for all we know, either this is a twin thing, or it's a magical ability that personifies a split personality, and the fact that the life spirit seems to not do anything to it might have to do with life spirits as well. So this might be Gareth's magic, and based on the attitude that Lure is giving off, it might have been Lure did that backstab to Edlin, seemingly killing him, and maybe that's why he was able to react to Edlin's soul. Lure might be either a spirit, a conjuration of Camelot that Gareth can now manipulate and bring out whenever he wants, or just the magical ability of Gareth to split himself into two separate personalities to fight. And while this probably isn't if this is the case,
that'd most certainly not be a violation of the one-on-one rules that Beltram is going to play into. Or if it is, Beltram's going to be like, this is more interesting. I'll allow it. And I can see him doing that, because legitimately, this is hype. Percival's now in a 2v1 with Lure seemingly not super affected by Percival's life spirit abilities. So I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. And I'm really, really excited to see how this pans out, because this now lasts another 2 to 3 chapters, depending on if we get a backstory. We'll see how this pans out. But yeah, really solid chapter. I like the choreography of the fight. Percival was dominating. I like the utilization of his powers. Gareth was holding his own in the reveal of Lure at the end of the chapter, and explaining the difference in personalities from the preliminaries is definitely interesting to see. But also, I'm curious to see what Lure is and how it just appeared out of nowhere. And that's definitely going to show up within the next chapter. But let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below, and your theories on what could potentially happen for this whole series, and how things will pan out. And once more, like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel, and shows you want to see more. And if you want to support the channel more directly, go check out my Patreon. I'm gearing stuff up for some exclusive videos on there as well, and you get access to my Patreon-only Discord server once you become a member of Patreon. All that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day.
それなら僕と踊りませんかバイバイベイビーマイマイマイライフだってそれは退屈の合図
Fortnite's The Apocalypse chapter 168 is out, and oh my god, this one was a doozy. A lot happened that I really, really did enjoy, and just took me completely off guard. Obviously, the thumbnail probably gives you an idea, but either way, this chapter was awesome, and we got the conclusion to Percival versus Gareth with some really interesting stuff in here. But before we jump into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on my future videos, as it shows you enjoy what I do here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Yes, I'm back to the avatar after a month of face cam. I'm switching back and forth, and I just don't feel like being on camera today, so I hope that's alright with you guys. But anyway, let's head straight into the chapter. Chapter 168 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled The Twin Swordsmen. Starting directly from last week, where Percival is shown up as there are 2 Gareths seemingly in the arena, as this surprises everybody, even the announcer. But not Beltram, as he says, that is the lad's fearsome hidden power, the power that let him reach the final last time. Confirming that in the last tournament, Gareth managed to make it to the final round, but he didn't win. Because obviously, if he won, then he wouldn't be there, obviously. And he wants to get out, so my money is still unbalanced, still being the person that won the whole thing last time. But seeing these two side by side, you can definitely tell the difference in personality with their facial expressions, with Gareth being very serious, and this other Gareth having a bit more of a cocky attitude, similar to how we saw Gareth at the beginning of the previous preliminary rounds. And this hits Percival on the head. He's like, oh, so this is why you were able to, like, travel so quickly, and how you didn't remember Edlin or him at all. But he's wondering how this works. Donnie and, like, some other people in the crowd are being like, hey, you gotta disqualify him. That's gotta be against the rules. It's supposed to be one-on-one. Even with the crowd worked up, Beltram is just laughing this off, as he states this is not illegal. At its core, it remains a one-on-one duel. As this is said, Percival's like, wait, what does this mean? As Gareth and the other Gareth begin to try and launch attacks on Percival with a pincer assault. But instead, when Percival tries to counter the other Gareth, his leg passes right through him, which prompts Percival to block with his energy sword on his hand. And it's like, something's definitely weird with this sword that he's got. As this other Gareth states, you've got some odd magic too, don't you? You blocked my blade yesterday even. My blade should go through any weapon, no matter how well honed or magical. Obviously, the fact that Percival is able to block this definitely shows the fact that his magic, that being that of a life spirit and powered by hope, is definitely incredibly stronger than most magical defenses and magical attacks. So yeah, this is definitely something that will get explained for what's going on with this other Gareth and the sword, which I'm excited to get into. Anna and Donnie are wondering what's going on, who is this guy? But Beltram, all he says is, there you have it. As the announcer says, a stunning development. The other Gareth you see is a ghost. Yes, it is Dareth, the twin brother of Gareth,
who died when they were both very young. As I like the singular page of Dareth, and the fact that we actually get to see through Dareth, showcasing 100% that Dareth is a ghost. Now, I did say that potentially the magical ability of Gareth was maybe he had two souls, maybe he had split personality, and he's able to personify that and have it fight with him. And while I was wrong, I was a little close, so I'll give myself a little bit of a W. And I forgot who said in the previous comments. I believe someone said this exact thing that's happening right now in the previous comments. But as everyone's wondering what's going on, that it's a ghost, and Edlin even like, oh, so that's how he's able to bypass Hauser's tornado in the first place. We get the explanation that Garrett's magical ability is called Conjuration, which summons and controls his ghost brother. So he's literally able to summon the ghost of his twin brother whenever he wants, thus allowing his brother to fight alongside him as a ghost. And by having two people, obviously since they're twins, it will end up confusing and disorienting some people, and even help with sneak attacks, as physical attacks won't hurt Dareth since he is a ghost, and so seemingly the only way to block anything or to basically fight him is with spiritual power, or be a spirit type character, or use spirit arts like Percival, and perhaps Chion might be able to actually fight the ghost. Perhaps. I'm guessing on this last part with spirit arts, but since Percival is technically a life spirit, that does track. And with that, Gareth and Dareth are both on the move. Gareth tries to slash Percival with a barrage of strikes, as now Gareth is a lot faster and stronger than he was acting before, as he's fully locked into the fight. No more holding back, he realizes that Percival is definitely a threat. Now during this clash, we get Gareth's backstory as he tells us to Percival, saying, while you people were living it up outside without a care in the world, we lived a hopeless life in this hellish place. He died protecting me, and even after death, he's still trying to guard me, and for his sake, I'm going to live and get the hell out of this cauldron. And while we don't get a full panel of this showcasing the entirety of the events, it seems like while they were young in the cauldron, Gareth's brother Dareth was essentially died protecting him from the monster that we see in this panel, and so after that, Gareth gained the ability to conjure the dead, and allows his brother to fight alongside him. And so, yeah, they definitely been through a hell of a lot, and the fact that they were raised in the cauldron, which is literally like a prison and a hellscape to an extent, does definitely show why he wants to get the hell out of here. And this definitely showcases why Gareth just unloaded on Percival the night before, not really understanding what Percival was truly meaning to say, while acting all happy-go-lucky, which, obviously, who would? If you grew up like that, you'd assume anybody being all jovial and stuff like that would have had it easier compared to you after you literally watched your own brother die protecting you. So I don't blame Gareth for assuming stuff at this instance. But with the announcer stating that it seems Percival doesn't have the ability to stage a counterattack with all the barrage of blows that Gareth is going for, look, we all know that Percival's kind of holding back as he's not trying to kill him, and Percival is definitely just kind of going about nonchalant with all this. Beltrop actually ends up stating something very interesting, that it's Gareth's blade that's the real menace in this situation. And Percival notices something as Dareth is appearing behind Percival with a pretty cocky smile, stabbing Percival in the back. The same thing that happened to Edwin. And when this happens, Beltrop states that its nature is not the same as mine, but his sword can also kill in an instant, as Percival falls to the ground. As Percival ended up getting hit with the same sword that hit Edlin in the preliminary rounds. Now, I like Beltrop stating this, showcasing that the sword that Dareth has is incredibly, dangerous. Especially considering that Beltrop said his sword is dangerous and can kill in an instant, as we saw at the start of the time skip that happened with Gother. He was able to split a freaking dimension. And the fact that he's giving props to somebody else's sword, saying that it can kill in an instant like his, but it works very differently, showcases how dangerous that sword actually is, but while also propping up Beltrop's sword as well. And I really like that. And everyone is reacting to Percival falling to the ground, wondering what the heck just happened. Is he alright? How did he fall forward, or did he lose the first round? You can lose the first round right off the bat, as Percival is down with seemingly the life out of his eyes, as seemingly Percival is, kind of dead again. And we then get the explanation that the name of this sword that Dareth holds is called Soul Free, and it chops the tail off the soul that clings to a physical body, stating that the soul attached to the body, it resembles an umbilical cord, so he calls it a tail. So yeah, just chalk it up to bad luck,
It's also my beloved brother can survive and make it out of here. Now, this is really interesting. We actually get to see a representation of souls and stuff like that, and the fact that this can literally sever anybody's soul from their body. And that's what happened to Edlin. It's not that he was just killed in an instant, but this literally showcases how not just Dareth was able to just react to Edlin's spirit, but also showcases how he was able to kill him in an instant without any blood or anything. That is an incredibly powerful blade that manages to stab you, and that is instant death. That is overpowered. As Percival's lying on the ground, Gareth thinks what Percival said the night before about after all the business is done, Gareth can basically leave with them. But Gareth turns around, facing Beltrop, as Dareth says, "Hey, does this mean that we won?" An is definitely reacting as anybody would react, basically worrying for Percival, but Nazian stops her, telling her to wait. As the ref ends up taking a look, stating, "I cannot make that call yet," as Percival's legs are up in the air as he is standing on his hands, as he jumps up and stands himself back up right in front of Dareth and Gareth. And he says, well, I sure understand why you two want to win the Gladiator Festival now. As wondering, wait, what the heck happened? You shouldn't even be able to reattach your soul. It can't happen that easily. You can't do it yourselves. What in the world are you? And while based off of the rules of that sword, Gareth was up against Percival, which was Gareth's bad luck, because Percival is a life spirit, and this isn't the first time his soul basically is gone from his body. And since Percival was able to return of his own will, his soul getting separated doesn't really mean much, because once that happens, he can just plop right back into his body like before, unless his body is absolutely decimated. That might be a way to take out Percival for good. As far as I can guess. But yeah, bad matchup, bad luck. Went against somebody that they wouldn't be able to be with their usual methods. But Percival says square to Gareth's face. But I'm not about to sit here and let myself be beaten either. As he points to Gareth, saying sorry about that. As in a singular page, we see a very foreboding and nearly demonic looking look on Percival's face as he chants the spell Nadula Gimala. The exact same thing he stated and did to Worldane during the Fairy Realm arc. As in the next page, we see Gareth floating in an empty black void. As now everyone's wondering what's going on. Nazians recognizes that this is what Percival did to Worldane, and Dareth's wondering what's going on with Gareth. What did you do to my brother? As you look at Percival's face, completely darked out with a dark shadow and glowing eyes, saying, I thought this would be a faster approach to defeating both of you. If Gareth dies, then you will disappear too, released from his magic force. And my god, this is incredibly menacing for Percival, as he's literally seemingly going in for the kill in this instance, or is at least scaring Gareth to an absurd degree. As in subsequent panels, we see Gareth being aged up and decayed in real time, stating, I don't want to die. I want to live. And not just that, he wants to live his brother's share too, as Gareth is seemingly turned into a skeleton, completely composed and shattered in this void, with the dark, eerie image of a skeletized giant Percival looking like the vestige of death hovering over him. And my god, this is one of the coldest looking panels in the entirety of the series. We called Lancelot a god of war with how great he is at combat and his combat skills and all that. Percival, now in post-time skip, he is 100% the god of death. He is the Knight of Death. He is personifying this in an instant with his life spirit abilities, seemingly in an instance, or at least mentally, killing Gareth in order to get the win. And I don't know if Percival is literally just doing this as a quick bluff for a surrender, or if he's legitimately trying to kill Gareth because he has no choice but to make it through this tournament to fulfill his goals without any real setbacks. I don't know. I can't tell with that image. And let me just say, to the people in comments ever since Percival's return, is like, Percival might not be the same. With this instance, I kind of agree. He's definitely not the same person as he was before, despite all the evidence suggesting otherwise. Percival is just fully going into the Knight of Death aspect of his character, and he's seemingly living up to it. But this does give me concerns if we will fully see Percival become Despair Percival like we saw during the Leonis arc, because this might be Nakaba teasing us that Percival, if he loses it again, he might have relative control, but he won't be easily snapped out of things maybe, and this makes me nervous to see how things go, because my god, was this just horrific image of this guy literally dying incredibly quickly within seconds decomposing as just stating that he wants to live for him and his brother's sake. That is just fucking brutal. My god. Now, back in the physical plane, Dareth is panicking and telling Percival to stop and not to kill him, saying that he's gonna give up and that they forfeit the match. Now the dichotomy of Donnie just cheering that Percival won, not sure what happened, but with An and Naziennes looking on just like, what did he just do or was trying to do, with an image of Percival's back not showing his facial reaction. Like I was saying just a second ago, this is incredibly foreboding and I am incredibly nervous to see what's going to happen with Percival. Dareth is obviously happy that Gareth seems to be fine, as Gareth says, I'm sorry, and Dareth says not to worry about it, as Gareth just plops onto the ground, phasing through Dareth's arms as he's seemingly unconscious now. Now, what fully happened, I got no idea, but this might have been just some genjutsu, or maybe Percival was actually trying to mentally kill the guy in order to get the win and stop the ghost match. But with that, it's official. Percival won the first fight of Block A, and now he moves on to the next round, with the final panel of this chapter being Beltrop being like, what an oddly fascinating man, capable of rejecting death out of hand, or is he himself death? Ending the chapter. Yeah, I'm incredibly nervous for what's going to happen for the future, because maybe my predictions on maybe Tristan going berserk or just going dark at the end of this arc, if he fights Percival, might be different. Maybe Percival will just go ballistic and dark, and maybe Tristan will have to snap him out of it, which would mirror their first encounter, which I would actually kind of like. But either way, the fact that even Beltrop is like, perhaps he's death himself, being able to do all that in this recent arc, in this recent fight. And for all we know, Beltrop might have picked up on the fact that this is the night of death for the Four Knights of the Apocalypse Percival. He might have picked up on it, but just wants to see what else is happening. If he reveals that he knows that the three of the Four Knights are there, and just letting this go on just for fun and shits and giggles, and then to take him out himself, I wouldn't be surprised. But either way, this was an intense chapter. Not only was this fight, while short, fun to see, we got to see Gareth and Dareth's whole backstory, their whole deal, how Dareth took out Edlin and bypassed Hauser's tornado, how the sword works, how the fact that this is how Gareth was able to make it to the finals in the previous festival, the previous tournament, and Percival's whole incredibly chilling death god type aspect that we just got in this chapter, which, oh man, a lot's going through my mind with this. I don't know if I'm going to make a full video on it at some point, but my god, I want to. Let me know in the comments. I might just make a just face cam, barely edited discussion, just giving my thoughts on Percival in the future. Just let me know if you want to see that and talk with me in the comments. But yeah, this was a crazy chapter, and I cannot wait to see what happens next. The next fight is going to be Donnie versus Mystery Package, so I expect that to be relatively quick. And then we got on the Naziennes fights, and then we'll move on to Block B, and I'm excited to see how this total tournament's turning out. So far, very strong start, getting Percival's stuff out of the way. Now I'm hyped to see everybody else fight. But yeah, what did you guys think of this chapter? Leave your thoughts, opinions, and theories in the comments section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day.
それなら僕と踊りませんか Bye bye baby my 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 life だってそれは退屈の合図
Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 169 is out, and this chapter honestly went by in a flash, because we got Donnie's fight with Mystery Package, and we also got a bit of just foreboding moments with Percival at the start of this chapter, to an extent that I'll get into when we start. Also, in case you guys didn't know, there was a break last week and I didn't have a video prepared, so let's just try and get back into the swing of things with this new chapter. And I got some questions for the latter portion of this chapter. But before we jump into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Now then, let's get started. Chapter 169 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Donnie versus Mystery Package, with Donnie on the cover, fixing his hair. He wants to look as good as possible for his matchup, I guess. Now I start things off directly from the last chapter with the announcement that Percival has won the first match of Block A, and so he will end up advancing to the next round. Edlin and Boris are basically at a marvel of how strong Percival is, and Edlin especially over how strong Percival's gotten and is so different from the person he was 2 years ago. Now Dareth is trying to wake up Gareth from the unconscious state he's in after the basic death experience that Percival gave him. But Dareth, being a ghost, just passes right through his brother, and he's unable to really shake him up. But then Percival grabs Gareth and pulls him over his shoulder. Dareth tries to get him to put him down, but Percival says, look, I have to take him away so he can have some rest. Which confuses Dareth because he literally just asks, didn't you try to kill him a second ago? As Percival walks off the arena. Donnie, not really caring too much about what happened, says, wow, you made that match look super easy for you. But Percival says, nah, Gareth was actually a real threat. And the two of them high five as Donnie heads off to his match to face Mystery Package. Now Percival looks over at An and Nazienz as the two of them are both angry and concerned for him. As Nazienz asks about that move just now, and that was the same one that he used against Worlding. Percival says, yeah, it releases the life spirit from my opponent's body. As this shocks the two of them, as An confronts him stating, wait, you were trying to kill him? As Nazienz is trying to defend Percival, as he's saying, look, don't jump to conclusions, his opponent's still alive, so he must have stopped it before it activated. Which is what a lot of people were thinking, especially myself, towards that chapter's end, with Percival's declaration of victory. But no, Percival, with a smile on his face, acting like it's nothing, says, nah, I fully activated the thing, and also, but before anything, things kind of just silence for a sec. Before I move on, let me just say this. Percival literally just said, with no real concerns or any actual pause in his demeanor, or changes as into the second guessing himself, just said flat out, no, I used my spell full force, I was killing him in that instance. Now, obviously, he got cut off, as Nazien's like, wait, is it really you, Percival? As An goes up to him, grabs his face, yelling at him, stating, you were never like that as a boy, were you? Answer my question. Did you intend to kill him with that technique? With that, we zoom in on An's eye and on Percival's face as she let go of him. But on the next page, Percival just says, I did it because I knew it'd turn out okay, which shocks the two of them, because Percival ends up explaining what he was doing. He said, he can't pull the life spirit out too easily if it's in a vessel that truly wants to live deep down. So essentially, Percival had a feeling, seemingly, that Gareth had a very strong reliance to live based on how he talked, and so to end the fight very easily, he used his ability to try and force his spirit out of his body. But since he had a strong desire to live, it was hard to do so at the beginning. And Percival just states, look, I knew things would turn out like this if I went with that ability. And based off of not just the paneling, but how things are presented, and obviously An's ability to tell lies, the fact that Percival didn't fall under the weight of that shows that Percival truly believed that the fight would end with Gareth essentially succeeding the match thanks to his brother Dareth, as Percival was killing him. But he didn't fully kill him because of his strong desire to live, so there was still a chance for him to stay alive. And these concerns are still definitely going to be in the back of their minds, because Percival being so ready to kill someone based off of him believing that things would turn out like this at the end, and also just this explanation of his ability, is definitely still concerning due to how nonchalant Percival was about literally basically admitting that he was actively killing his opponent in that instance. Now, An and Nazienz are definitely concerned over Percival, but Percival also goes on to say that outside of what he just did, he also had a promise with Gareth, telling Gareth that he would get them out of the cauldron once everything was over. Now, Gareth didn't fully, agree to this, but in Percival's mind, he probably felt like it would be best to just help him out. Probably saw that Gareth was suffering and wanted to get him out after this instance, after hearing out Gareth. Now they ask, he did do that promise? But Percival ends up saying, yeah, so I gotta go help him rest, and you guys can watch the next match. And just like that, Donnie's fight with Mystery Package begins. As he's looking at Mystery Package and is like, man, this guy's gonna be such a breeze. He's going down in the blink of an eye. As Edlin is praying for Donnie's defeat so that he wouldn't be too embarrassed over him losing the preliminaries. Edlin, you're kind of petty, but it's also kind of hilarious. And Hauser is just looking over at Donnie. He's like, good lord, he's judging his opponent off of how he looks. God damn it, Donnie. And yeah, that's what Donnie is doing as he's laughing, saying, so, what'll excite the audience the most? Some telekinesis to throw him out of the ring? Nah, that'd be too anticlimactic. And as the match begins, Donnie gets ready to go in for some in-battle boxing. Close quarters combat to actually spice things up. But the Mystery Package is pulling something out from under their cloak as they're saying, what'll it be? What'll it be? Pulling out a sword. as this scares Donnie for a second. Okay, no boxing then, he's got a weapon. But then Mystery Package just slams it on the ground for a bit and Donnie's confused. Seeing this as a chance to just take out someone who just doesn't know how to fight, he goes in to try and do some close quarters combat to knock out his opponent. But then Mystery Package instantly hits him with a barrage of stabbing attacks from his sword, which Donnie pathetically just runs away from. On essentially scolding him from the sideline, saying he could actually dodge this, what a wimp. As Nazians is stating that he can and is dodging, but just going in faster and faster as things go on. Donnie tells his opponent to stop screwing around, but then he's like, okay, playtime's over. You'll pay big time for startling me. As he uses his telekinesis, finally, to break up the arena into multiple rubble pieces to launch square at his opponent. Well, the announcer is like, oh, this is a really cool ability. Why didn't he use this from the start? As Donnie then uses his Blast Rush attack to try and take out Mystery Package in one singular go. And once again, we now have Hauser stating, would you just start with that big barrage first, you dumbass? Now, Donnie still thinks he won this, but it's revealed that Mystery Package ended up blocking all these attacks seemingly effortlessly, as it's shown that all the pieces of rubble were getting reflected back, as it's revealed that he pulled out a shield out of nowhere. Now, I feel like I have seen this shield design or a similar design to it before, but I can't for the life of me point it out. Same with the sword. And I'm going to say this, if anybody remembers anyone with these types of weapons, let me know in the comments, because I feel like this is a hint to who this person's true identity actually is. Mystery Package then flicks their finger, launching the shield right at Donnie, knocking him off, throwing him towards the edge of the arena. And I just like how An just has her palm over her face in just sheer disappointment and embarrassment over Donnie about to get knocked out in one actual hit. But as Donnie's about to fall over the edge, he grabs the edge of the arena, stating he's not going to lose that easy and he can't let his friends down. Mystery Package then looks over at Donnie from on top of the arena, but in a surprise, takes out their hand, saying, don't worry, your friends will be thankful for you. And he's like, wait, what the heck are you talking about? And I also like how the announcer's like, what a heartwarming scene we are seeing here, as Mystery Package is offering his hand to pull Donnie off from the edge of the cliff. It's then Donnie, very stupidly, grabs his opponent's hand, saying, man, you're a nice guy, as we get a ominous look at Mystery Package, as in the next page, something is happening, and Donnie is seemingly starting to feel cold, as his hand seemingly is getting frozen. Percival rushes back as he's wanting to see what's going on with the match, asking if it started yet. And An's utter disappointment, Percival ends up walking out to see the match, as he is dumbfounded to see in the final page of the chapter, Donnie is completely engulfed in ice, with everyone saying that the fight is over, with Mystery Package being declared the winner. And that's the chapter. Look, we're not gonna lie, we all expected Donnie to lose this fight. We had a brand new opponent, and he wasn't one of the title characters, or the strongest character in this entire tournament, but I did like we actually got a bit of serious Donnie trying to do something in a fight towards the end, but it's also in character for Donnie to get over cocky and very confident over just seeing someone that just looks absolutely ridiculous to the point of underestimating them and then just getting fooled in this instance and getting frozen in an instant. I just found that hilarious. Now again, the identity of this person is still unknown. Based off of what we've seen them pull out, it has to be somebody that was seen in the previous series, whether they be minor or a relatively decently seen character, unless it's someone completely new. In that case, it'd be an interesting reveal if that was the case. Again, I have no real clue where I've seen the shield and sword before, but they look very familiar. Give me your best guesses as to who Mystery Package can be in the comments below. Also, it's still very unnerving that Percival was literally just admitting to just trying to kill this guy in the instance that he thought, yeah, things would still turn out with him still being alive and me winning at the end of the day, with such a nonchalant look on his face. Like I stated in a previous video, it's very possible that his sense of morality to an extent, or just viewing of life to an extent for other people, since he's a life spirit, kind of got diminished to an extent, because I feel like the old Percival wouldn't have done something like this, or at least would have struggled and would have felt some doubt over doing this. The excuse he gave was a relatively good one, but at the end it just still felt kind of
bizarre for this character, for Percival, someone that we know for the longest time, has just done this just with no real qualm to do it whatsoever or second guessing of himself. So again, I feel like there is something there that we're going to explore in the future, and I really do hope that's the case. But with that, we're halfway through the matches for Block A, and next, An's match is going to be up against Diordra, and then Nazien's going to fight against one of Diordra's attendants. So we're going to see at least these two advance, though it would be an interesting turn if Diordra ended up beating An. That would be pretty interesting to see, to showcase that he is relatively stronger than we give him credit for. And I'd love to see that. And then Block B will probably be the most fights we want to see coming up. But how do you feel about this chapter? Let me know in the comments section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. With all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day.
それなら僕と踊りませんか Bye bye baby my 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 life だってそれは退屈の合図
Fortnite of the Apocalypse chapter 170 is out, and we got a really nice chapter with some setup. We got the weapons for Team Percival for the most part. We know who Mystery Package is now, and we got the next fight with An and Diordra. And honestly, this is a really fun chapter. Quick chapter, but I have a good amount to say, and I cannot wait to get right into it. Before we jump into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Now, let's jump right into the chapter. Chapter 170 of Four Nights of the Apocalypse, titled An vs. Diordra, with Mystery Package being on the cover. We start things off on the side with the crowd cheering as Donnie is thawed out and regains consciousness as he's staring up at his friends and Mystery Package looking down on him. As Donnie's freaking out, being like, what the hell is going on? As they tell him that the battle's already over and he lost. Donnie then goes up to Mystery Package, starts yelling at him, saying, don't give me that, putting me off guard by saying, your friends will be thankful for you and crap. I can't believe you tricked me like that. But Mystery Package says, well, that's upsetting. Your friends will be thankful, that much is very true. As everyone's confused by what Mystery Package is saying, as they ask who he is, as he talks like he knows them. But Percival's like, wait, you mean you guys didn't pick up on this yet? Which means Percival instantly found out who Mystery Package was, which is explained in this singular panel, as Mystery Package says that they doubt that his friends would have noticed unless they were able to identify people by their soul's color, like Percival can since he's a life spirit. And then Mystery Package removes their sack over their head, shocking everybody, as we see Dubs in like a very short form in boots, seemingly shrunk down. But as he removes this, he then begins to stretch and go back to his original size, shocking everybody. As he says that the mask that he was wearing is magical, and it can make him up to 3 times bigger or smaller than normal. And it's called the Wonder Hood, but it wouldn't work on the head, which is why when he took it off, his head just looked a lot bigger than the rest of his body. So to all of you in the comments of the previous video saying that Mystery Package was Dubs, congratulations, you guys are right. I didn't want to mention this, but honestly, with what we got in this explanation, it makes sense and it's honestly a pretty cool reveal. Now, Donnie asks why Dubs disguised himself in the first place to join them in this tournament, but Dubs just says, well, there are people in Camelot that are out looking for me, and if they found out, it'd be a real drag, which, yeah, makes sense. After everything that happened pre-time skip, everything with the Captain of Eternal Darkness, everything going on, it makes sense that Camelot would want to find Dubs, the master craftsman, the person who made the Captain of Eternal Darkness, who made the sacred treasures for the 7 deadly sins, this and that, and yeah, it makes sense why he would want to stay hidden. Granted, they're off on the side so no one can see him right now, but yeah, makes sense. But he also says that he's completed Gawain's order, so he was about to send them to her, but he needed to test out the quality of these weapons first on the battlefield. And that's what was being used in the fight previously. So the sword, the gloves in that one panel that froze Donnie, and the shield, all of those were weapons that Dubs created. Again, props to everybody who guessed that was the reason why these weapons looked familiar, or what these weapons actually are. So congratulations again, you guys are smarter than I am. As we then get the reveals of An and Nazienza's weapon. For An, she gets the Mirage Stinger, a magical rapier that creates after images of itself. With the right skill, the wielder can generate even more after images, which fits An's fighting style incredibly with how fast she is
at drawing her blade and striking her opponents. And with adding in the mirages and after images, that'll just make fighting her even more difficult. So really cool idea for a weapon for her. And for Nazienz, he gets the twin pole gloves. These gloves have the capability to switch between heat and cold. Applying this temperature can change the poisons and can also alter their nature. It can heat up to 3,000 degrees and cool down to negative 240 degrees. So, yeah, upon touching Donnie, that's why he turned to ice instantly. But this is really cool. This adds a layer to Nazienz and using their poisons. Because while Nazienz can enchant their blades with poisons and end up using poison mixing to create different varieties of poisons and even antidotes, by adding these gloves in, you also give Nazienz the ability to alter their natures with heat and cold, which can give more different alterations to the desired outcome. Also, it would just be really cool if Nazienz can just have flaming and cold and ice fists. If Nazienz has to fight hand to hand for some reason, that'd be pretty fun to see. Not to mention, I just like how these two weapons fit perfectly with just enhancing the current fighting capabilities of the people that these weapons were made for. That's one of the things I liked about the Seven Deadly Sins Sacred Treasures for the most part. They all complemented the Sins' fighting styles and abilities, and this is doing the same for Nazienz and An. An mainly for her fighting abilities and her experience, and Nazienz for their magical powers and how it could help enhance it even more. But now, I just like how Donnie just realizes that he was the guinea pig for these, as An and Nazienz are super giddy over their new weapons, thanking him for getting taken out and testing out their effectiveness, and it is just hilarious. I love this moment. But we also get confirmation from Dubs that the shield that was used to block Donnie's attacks is called the Old Guard, and it was made just for Donnie. And with this, he won't have to worry about blocking and guarding, so he can fight with both of his hands and utilize his powers and fighting ability to his full potential, while the shield guards him automatically. Also, kind of a useless thing is that the shield can somehow talk, asking Donnie to scratch its nose, which is kind of hilarious. It figures Donnie gets the one that will annoy him, but it does fit Donnie's fighting style and his abilities, which fits into the motif of what the Sacred Treasures are. And now what we all wanted to see, Percival's Sacred Treasure, but Dub says those are still in progress, so you gotta wait a bit longer. Nakaba is teasing us for this. I feel like we will get the brand new weapons for Percival at the very least by the semifinals, by the finals, for all we know. That's something that is almost guaranteed. Then we saw it in the color page that we got when this whole tournament arc started, which is I'm using right now as the background for this video. You can see it behind me. But yeah, we're getting teased with Percival's Sacred Treasure. I wonder what it's going to be used for to boost Percival's powers. That's the interest. But then we got the announcement that the next match is about to begin with An versus Diordra. And An is incredibly excited to break out her brand new weapon, as she just joyfully passes off her old rapier to Percival to hold on to. As everybody wishes An luck, we then head towards the fight with the announcer starting to announce the fighters as An and Diordra enter the ring, with both sides for these two just cheering them on and telling them that they got this in the bag. And I just love how one of Diordra's aides is just like acting all smug, while Team Percival is just gritting at them and like, oh, she's gonna take this guy down, getting all competitive on the sideline. As the two face each other, the match begins. An pulls her rapier and Diordra raises his sword. As Diordra charges at An, she dodges out of the way and then uses a few of the after images at the start to start attacking Diordra. A bit of it grazes his helmet as he falls to the ground, and An realizes that, man, just one strike and so many after images. That's really cool. She created about 4 after images with those quick thrusts, which was honestly really cool. Also, I just like how Boris is just like simping over An at this instance, which is kind of hilarious, little unnecessary, but it's kind of fun. As with the fight, An and Diordra begin to constantly fight once more, An trying to launch a bunch of barrage attacks again, but Diordra swings his swords to try and deal some damage to An, with neither side letting up. But Beltrup tells the announcer, Campernache, doesn't he see it? There's a clear difference in skill and experience. I can already see how this one will go. And in a bit of seemingly a misdirect, An gets some cuts on her arms, a bit on her head, and her ponytail is cut off, allowing her hair to just flow outward. As this shocks everybody, that Diordra was able to land some hits on An, who is an incredibly experienced fighter and has been fighting for over the last 2 years in life or death battles. Now that is in fact important. Diordra tries to get An to give up because he doesn't want to hurt a girl any further. An laughs a bit as her arm's bleeding, stating, "You want me to surrender after something this small? Don't make me laugh." As then Diordra's helmet splits in half, revealing his face. As Cavendish ends up explaining that An was focusing on one singular point constantly thanks to all of her afterimage attacks throughout her barrage of assaults, and just cut Diordra's helmet in two to showcase her skill and efficiency. An then ends up stating that Diordra has talent with a sword. In fact, he's got years of diligent training, no doubt, and it's likely that this is his first actual taste for real combat. Okay, also, I'm just going to say this really quick. An in this panel looks a lot like Elizabeth. Is it just me? Or is it like the first time An actually looks a lot like Elizabeth from the Seven Deadly Sins in this instance? It's small, but it's just something I wanted to point out. And as she's talking to Diordra, she ends up stating, "You've never truly risked your life in battle before. I'm sure you were loved and cherished growing up." But all this does is piss Diordra off. Obviously thinking back to his life with his father, as all he tells An is, "What would you possibly know about me, woman?" Diordra really shouldn't talk like that. You're gonna get your ass beat most likely after saying that. But An says, "I don't know anything about him. How would I? But you know nothing either. Especially not about the boy who suffered thanks to you." As we got to Percival in this instance, and I love how An, despite fully blaming Ironside, is subtly letting Diordra know that because of Diordra, Percival had to suffer a lot, especially 2 years ago, which she is ride or die for him. I know she is in love with him, but at the same time, he's one of her best friends and someone that she cares for and doesn't want him to just keep thinking about all this. Because earlier in this arc, he was still kind of mulling over and having a bit of guilt over the fact that Diordra was very sick and Percival originally was supposed to be used as a replacement body. And so Percival still feels blame over that, and An's still trying to subtly tell Diordra kind of some of the messed up stuff that Ironside did and caused Percival to suffer. But in this instance, Diordra tries to launch straight towards An, launching 1,000 cross, which actually feels reminiscent to how Mortlich fought against Percival. But Percival smirks as in this barrage of slashes, An stares firm, as she then launches her Squall Stinger version 2 attack, unleashing a barrage of a huge number of after-image strikes, showcasing all the different strikes she's done in this quick instance, as she strikes multiple quick, powerful blows against Diordra as he falls back. With his aides calling out his name, and with the last panel of the chapter, Diordra thinks about his father. And that's the end of the chapter. Now, it's not stated that An won this. Here's the thing. Obviously, Beltrop was talking about An in terms of telling about experience and how things will play out. An has more battle experience, she risked her life. Diordra was sheltered, despite him having some actual talent for the blade. He never had any reason to go out and fight for his life against an opponent who could potentially kill him. Makes sense. It's obvious that An would outclass him. Now, what I think things are going to play out for is An potentially revealing the truth about Percival to Diordra, and eventually Diordra talking about what's going on with Ironside, and then realizing what's going on in this instance. Now, Diordra will probably, once finding out that they're the Four Knights of the Apocalypse, will probably swear revenge, still blaming them for what happened to Ironside for all we know, but eventually it'll come to light about what Ironside was doing in order to save Diordra. But with how this chapter ended, I don't think this is the end of the fight. This feels similar to the fight between Percival and Gareth, where it ended up having a bit of a cliffhanger, and then we resolved the fight in the next chapter. So I think that's where we're going to go with this. The next chapter, Diordra will get back up, fight through his illness, and try to beat An and potentially awaken to his own magical ability, but I still think An would win this. Obviously, she just got her Sacred Treasure. She's using it to insane proficiency. I doubt she'll lose, but it would be cool to show Diordra not backing down in this fight and continuing to push forward. And this will give us more of a chance to really dive deeper into Diordra's character, an excuse to cut back and explore what's going on for him once this arc is over. Though I still think it would be a pretty cool instance if An somehow lost to Diordra and Percival would face Diordra, and the two of them would end up essentially having a confrontation that needed to truly happen. And I would love to see that, but that would require An to lose, and I don't realistically see her lose unless Diordra has some broken magical ability that he awakens in this fight. But Let me know in the comment section down below what you all think of this fight, and if you think it's going to be over in the next chapter, if Diorja will 100% lose like I believe he will. How do you feel about the Sacred Treasures? Did you end up guessing that Dubs was mystery package to begin with, and that these were the Sacred Treasures that he was creating for Team Percival? How long do you think until we get Percival's Sacred Treasure? Let me know in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe, and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Now, with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day.
それなら僕と踊りませんかバイバイベイビーマイマイマイライフだってそれは退屈の合図
Four Nights of the Apocalypse chapter 171 is officially out, and this was another great chapter. And man, do I see people getting very upset with this chapter, and I can see why, but at the same time, it's still a pretty damn good chapter in my opinion. And sets up for a fight that I'm curious to see how it'll pan out and how things will progress going forward. Before we jump into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Also, want to make an announcement. If I make it to at least 30k by the end of the year, I will 100% start doing the 7 Deadly Sins manga retrospective reviews, as well as Fairy Tail manga retrospective review. That will be throughout the course of 2025. So if I make it to 30k by the end of the year, I will do these retrospective reviews 100%. So the ball's in your court. But with that out of the way, let's jump right into the video. So chapter 171 of Four Nights of the Apocalypse, titled Rage. And cover image is just Chibi Team Percival walking around the corner with Percival literally holding Nazien's hand and An just hanging onto his arm. Look, the harem allegations ain't going away anytime soon. We got it. It's just fun at this point. But we start directly from last week's chapter after An unleashed a barrage of blows, knocking Diorja back, as this is concerning for his two attendants. As Diorja slammed onto the ground, everybody's incredibly impressed with how well An has done and how strong she's gotten, as well as the fact that in such a short span of time she's gotten so used to her new weapon, and it's nice seeing Dubs very impressed. But Diorja refuses to lose as he tries to swing it on, but she manages to block it effortlessly with her rapier. He then runs away to try and get some footing. Now then, this is where we start to get on doing a bit of an interrogation, asking Diorja if his father is Ironside of the Four Perils, with not really an answer, but kind of confirming it. Diorja actually asks, "What do you know about me?" As An says, "So it is true." She then goes on to ask more, stating, "Then do you know about him? The boy who was forced to walk a sad, cruel path this whole life because of you." Now, last chapter, people were kind of saying that what An was stating to Diorja was definitely uncalled for and kind of unnecessarily cruel and dumping the blame onto Diorja. But at least in this chapter, we get a bit more of an explanation, as An is actually asking Diorja if he actually knows about Percival's circumstance. And Percival is still kind of wondering why she's doing this, because still at the end of the day, Diorja isn't fully at fault at this anyway. It's all Ironside. But that's then when Diorja gets angry, as he says, "I don't know anything about that," as he continues to try and land a blow on An, and she keeps parrying blows with a barrage of afterimages due to her sacred weapons abilities. Now we get a bit on the sideline of Diorja's attendants, with one of them trying to pep him up from the side, telling him to look out for everything, but the other one with the goatee ends up stating that there is a huge difference in their combat level, as Diorja is falling down on the ground, breathing heavily. As An says, "I just don't understand. You have a caring father, a privileged upbringing. You wanted for nothing in your life. You had everything. So why are you in this prison where the discontent and doubtful are sent?" Also, I just like that there's like one panel of the inmates being like, "What is she talking about?" Diorja ends up asking her, "What would you, of all people, even know about me?" Now, before we get into that, I just want to say I think it's interesting that An is saying this to Diorja, because remember, she was a noble of her hometown. She basically didn't really technically need anything in her life. She had her father who loved and cared for her. She had her citizens that she was looking out for. She had a relatively privileged life. The only thing that was missing was her mother, and what kept her going was her drive to become a holy knight, which is kind of similar to Diorja in a sense. So if we really take a step back,
they're kind of similar in a way, and so I think An is trying to see what's driving Georgia, because she probably sees a bit of a similarity to him, as well as also kind of her own viewpoints of just like, this guy is partly to blame for all the shit Percival's gone through, even though it's 100% Ironside's fault. She still kind of, at this moment, wants a way to just tell Diordre about all the shit his father has done. Or I'm just digging too deep into things. Let me know. But that's then when Diordre ends up yelling at An, saying, I'm under no obligation to provide an answer to someone I've never even met. Fair. But by refusing to answer her question, he ends up falling victim to her ability interrogator, as he then is forced down onto the ground by refusing to answer her questions, as he's being pinned down by the weight of his own technical lie and inability to answer. Now, I like that we get some images of Beltrup as he's going over the information in this fight, slowly picking pieces of information and putting things together, saying that this effect triggered after the question was asked and essentially not getting an answer. And it could be the spell that he's heard of, rumors for Interrogator. And he states that she might be a part of their team. But as he says this, he's wondering, wait, how odd. I can't seem to recall whose team I'm referring to. And obviously, as we get an image of An, and An saying, if you don't answer me, that's fine. Soon you'll just pass out and then I win. Obviously referring to a close-up of the ring. So this confirms that the rings do kind of mask any recollection of them while they're wearing the rings in close proximity. So, okay, rings do definitely have their usefulness once again. I complained about that in the past with everything that's going on with everybody using their abilities and such, but now this makes more sense. But the fact that Beltrup is slowly putting the pieces together, he might be able to break through this eventually, depending on how big of a force and attack he ends up seeing, and it might break through the spell eventually. I'm not entirely sure. But Beltrup finding out that the four Knights of the Apocalypse, well, three of them and their allies are in this tournament, is definitely raising higher and higher in terms of the possibility of them being found out. So that adds a bit more tension and stakes to this section of the story to see how this will play out. Now, one of his attendees asked the other one that if this keeps up, then he'll lose. And they're frustratingly watching as Diordre is being pinned down to the ground, as Diordre is lamenting over everything, saying, I was privileged, I wanted for nothing, I had everything. Yes, I am the son of Ironside, but that is all I possess. No power, no magic, not even a sound body. I'm only able to survive thanks to my father in the land of Camelot. Which, yeah, a big distinction from what I said with the relatability between him and An is the fact that Diordre has a very sickly body. He has no fighting capabilities in terms of magic or pure strength. He does have good technique thanks to Mortlage's training, so there's that, but other than that, he doesn't really have what it takes to be a capable fighter in this incredibly chaotic world. And it's only thanks to being in Camelot and Ironside that he's actually able to live a life. He then calls himself a worthless human being, but states that his father didn't mind. He just smiled kindly at him, stating, as long as you're with me, son. Showcasing that, yeah, Ironside is a terrible piece of shit, but we all know that to his own actual son, he is the kindest person in the world to him. And this is when Diordre lets it slip that now Ironside completely forgot about him, their lives together, their life experiences, all of it. Doesn't even know that Diordre even exists. And he blames it on the Four Knights of the Apocalypse, and now he is here to get those memories back, as An is now realizing everything that's going on. Now, the guy off on the side grabs onto the goatee attendant who is named Turret, as he then casts a spell as Percival in an instant senses something. As in the very next page, part of An's body warps as she's then flung to the side like a rag doll as she's plopped right down onto the ground. As beyond anybody's real knowledge of what's going on, An just seemed to have just been flung across the arena by seemingly something invisible. Now everyone is flabbergasted by this. Diordre instantly realizes what's going on, and that Turret did something. An tries to get up as she's trying to talk tough, saying, oh, you've done it now. But Diordre tells her to stay down, as this invisible force hits her from the behind again, in this one panel showcasing how bent and just destroyed her left arm holding her rapier still is just kind of brutal. As in the following pages, we will see An get brutalized by this invisible force. And Percival's trying to have the fight stopped because there's an invincible creature in the ring. But the announcer's like, does this thing even exist? How do you even know that's the case? Now, Rothus, this is the other guy's name because I just learned his name now, tells Turret to call it off. But Turret says,
do you want to win this though? As An keeps getting flung off to the side, trying to get up, as she's continuously pounded down by some monstrous force, continuously slamming her into the ground, smashing her bones, as she coughs off blood, and is then beginning to fade and lose consciousness, as she continuously gets flung across the arena, with everybody just watching on in horror, asking for someone to stop this, otherwise she's going to die. And as we continuously see these invisible footprints going towards An, we then hear a thunk. We see an image of An in her old rapier stabbed into the ground in front of her, as everybody looks up, seeing Percival floating in the air. As he then touches down, goes to An, picks her up, and we see this one singular panel of just An completely beaten down and broken, unconscious, with Percival holding her in his arms. Now, Diordra, in this situation, said something that he really shouldn't have, at least in this context, or the way he said it, says, "I can't afford to lose this fight no matter what, but I'm sorry. I hope you'll forgive me." And Percival says something that I did not expect him to really say to Diordra of all people, but my god. Percival says, "I won't, no matter what the reason you have," as Percival looks deathly at Diordra as the chapter ends. So, the battle between brothers is going to happen in the following matchups in the semifinals, but my goodness was this brutal. An got done dirty in this fight. She was dead to rights going to win, but the guy just used the loophole, the fact that his power was invisible, to kind of assist on the sidelines, and nearly kill An in this instance. Now, An definitely couldn't fight back due to the fact that that thing, whatever it was invisible, but still, that is just crazy to think about. I like the interaction An is having with Diordra, kind of finding some middle ground, trying to learn more about him, seeing that he didn't understand or know anything of what happened with Percival, had no knowledge of it, and is now gotten the information that Ironside has lost his memories, so there's definitely going to be something there in the future, hopefully, to see how things will play out. But while this fight was really cool, An got done dirty, and the fact that people are upset, I fully understand. I don't like that she got done so dirty, but it's the only logical thing we could do, unless Diordra had some overpowered magic ability awaken in this chapter and take her out, and I think at the same time, we all would have been upset. So, Nakaba definitely wants to get the fight between Diordra and Percival to happen, but this was the only real way he could do so. And I cannot wait for Turret to get taken out, because I think he's fighting Gawain, and you betcha Gawain is going to utterly destroy him. I wouldn't be surprised if Percival is not the one to take this guy out, because it's going to be Gawain. It is going to be brutal. I wouldn't be surprised if Gawain would be out for blood in this instance. Same way that Percival is. At the end of the chapter, he knows that most likely that Diordra didn't really have any control over it, but he still is pissed that An got done so dirty and was nearly killed and brutalized in this fight. So, I think he's just seeing red at this point. It isn't taking shit from anybody right now. Also, the fact that Beltrop is slowly putting the pieces together as these fights go on, he'll definitely figure out that Percival and the rest of the knights outside of Lancelot and their allies are all fighting in this tournament. So, yeah, things are going to be ramping up even more soon, and I cannot wait to see what happens next. But that's all I got for this chapter. Let me know in the comments section down below how you feel about this chapter, what happened with An, everything going on with Diordra, and how you think things are going to pan out for the future for these fights. And what do you hope will happen to Turret once Gawain gets a hold of her? Let me know in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. With all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day.
それなら僕と踊りませんかバイバイベイビーマイマイマイライフだってそれは退屈の合図
Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 172 is officially out, and this was a really good chapter, giving us some little bit of downtime, but also immediately starting the next matchup with Naziens against Rothis. And this is going to be a much more interesting fight than I was initially thinking was going to happen, and Naziens might actually get to have a real challenge on his hands. But before we jump into this chapter, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And if I make it to 30,000 subscribers by the end of the year, I'm going to start doing retrospective reviews for 7 Deadly Sins' manga, as well as Fairy Tails manga. So if you want me to go and do all these immediately towards the start of 2025, then give me the 30k subscribers, and we'll instantly get this stuff started and on the way. But with that out of the way, let's jump right into the review. Chapter 172 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Naziens vs. Rothis. Cover image is honestly just a really beautiful image of Ann. And if we all know what happened in the previous chapter, yeah, she went through a lot. So, yeah. But this chapter starts off with us zooming into the actual arena as somebody is on the phone. And turns out it is Gawain on the phone with her grandparents kind of bragging that she's in the finals of the tournament and is just thinking that she's going to dominate everything. And her grandparents, the puppets, are telling her that she'll be fine and they know that she can do it. And, fun thing, a conch shell is being used for this magical cell phone talk. And this is what Gawain was doing during the entirety of Ann's fight, just like talking to her grandparents. So Gawain ends up telling her grandfather if she can have the usual hug. And he says, yes, hug, as Gawain says hug in an adorable voice. Same with her grandmother. And, Gawain, I love you. But why you gotta do something so adorably sad? I'm sorry, but my god. This just shows how lonely she was as a child, oh my god. Again, sad, but also kind of adorable that she's doing this to who she views as her grandparents, I guess. But she then hears the large bang from the arena, as this is from her perspective now, as she's wondering what's going on, as it is declared that the Yordra has won the fight. And Gawain goes over to the entrance to wonder what's going on, because that's the match where Ann was at. And she is in shock as she sees Percival walking in with an unconscious and broken down Ann as he is healing her with his magic. Gawain asks what happened to her, as Percival says that she was hurt in the most awful way. She needs to rest easy for now. And as Percival walks away, with Gawain saying nothing, Turret, the guy who basically was responsible for cheating and taking out Ann with an invisible monster, says, the natural result of the weak daring to tackle the strong. I see no reason to be that emotional about it. And Gawain, oh my god, her fury is definitely being bottled up right now. As he says, you think I'm gonna ignore that? With Turret saying, did I say anything hurtful at all? As he walks away, with Gawain glaring at him from the distance. We then cut to Yordra as he is slamming the wall in frustration. As Turret asks him what's wrong, Yordra just explodes at him, telling him, why did you have the Purgatory Beast attack her? Do you think I want that? Also, really cool. Once again, showcases that we knew already, but they used Purgatory Beasts, and this guy was a Purgatory Beast controller, so that's an interesting thing to go about for that ability that Turret has in his commanding. That's really interesting. Turret's standing there in silence, taking in what Yordra is saying without talking back to him, as Yordra says, you better have a good excuse, Turret. What would my dad say if he saw such a cowardly move? But then he's interrupted as Turret says, it is for the sake of your father, that you seek to win this no matter the cost. Didn't you say so, Lord Yordra? As Yordra just goes back and says, yes, I know, but still, that was going too far. As then Turret gets annoyed, saying, good for nothing boy. He goes on to say that what Ironside would say is, if you face an enemy, you must snap off their fangs and crush their soul. That is what Lord Ironside taught us all. And he then says that Rothis will be up next, and I'm sure it's going to be in for the back for him, so rest for now. I like that the Yordra is frustrated over his win despite what he said at the end of the previous chapter. He is obviously did not want to win like that, but Turret is obviously going with a more brutal route of how Ironside would do things for the most part, and it shows with how his methods were done. And I feel like Ironside would probably approve of this, even if it was relatively cowardly. But yeah, this does showcase that the Yordra is going to have a bit of a rift between his retainers to the most part, for all I know, with their methods. By the end of this arc, there might be a bit of a rift, despite them going for the same goal. But I like to see that the Yordra just has his sense of honor and didn't want things to go that way, but he has to advance for the sake of his father. So, definitely good character growth and conflict for Diordra, which will help him grow as things progress. And I'm very much looking forward to see what Nakamas has in store for what Diordra's story is going to end up being in the future. But we then cut to the start of the match, Naziennes versus Rothis, as it instantly begins, with Rothis charging at Naziennes, saying, "How about we wrap this up real quick? I want to check up on Lord Diordra." Naziennes gets ready as he blocks Rothis' hit, saying, "I saw you and your partner conversing during that last match. You did something, didn't you?" as he bounces away Rothis' blade, and Rothis continues to charge at him as Naziennes parries all of his moves, and he says, "You got any proof?" As Naziennes says, "That reply is the most damning proof of all. I don't know how, but I'm sure the two of you interfered in that battle." Now look, here's the thing. If you, in a confident, cocky tone, like Rothis is doing, says to an accusation, "You got any proof?" that is basically a confession to the most part if you answer in that regard. That's going to make you even more suspicious. Now, Rothis responds to Naziennes' question saying, "So what if we did do something in that match?" And Naziennes ends up saying, "Then I will do this," as he then activates his gloves and uses his venom mixing, using Misty Rain and Snow Coral, engulfing Rothis in a giant mist. As he's like, "You call this an attack? It doesn't even tickle at all." As then we get a bit of an info dump on what this is. As Naziennes says, "This comes from a plant growing in a cold fairy realm cavern. Inhale it and it will slowly paralyze you from the limbs up. What's most fascinating about this is its pollen, as Rothis instantly recognizes, wait, you mean it's poison?" Naziennes says, "You see how vigorously it reacts in normal temperatures, but what happens when exposed to a hotter environment? Fire is taboo in the fairy realm, so I couldn't test it. Instead, I'll experiment it on you." Really quick, nice piece of information showcasing that flames are taboo in the fairy realm. I wonder if that has to do with the fact that the Fairy King's forest was burnt down by a demon's fire, or it's just the fact that shit's easily flammable maybe? I have no idea. It's interesting to think about. But it's then Naziennes activates their twin pole gloves in heat mode, as in the instance, he ignites all of the Snow Coral in the air with his Misty Rain, as he engulfs Rothis in a giant engulfing field of flames. And this 2-page spread is fucking awesome. I am not gonna lie, Naziennes got a big glow up with this, and it is already a really cool utilization of Naziennes' Sacred Treasure class weapon, with the combination of Naziennes' magic, perfectly complementing everything. It is so cool, and I like Naziennes using things in a very cool and inventive way. A bit off in the crowd with Donnie in shock, Dub says, "Well, I gotta say, good job towards Naziennes." And Naziennes is actually kind of befuddled, as he didn't expect things to go with that much of a reaction in the first place. Now, with this giant field of flames from this giant explosion, the announcer is thinking if we might have an early victory in our hands, and Rothis might have been dead from the flames or unable to battle. But it's then that Rothis lunges out from the flames, saying, "Don't end this on me yet," as he lunges towards Naziennes as the flames fade away from him, as he then kicks Naziennes in the face, knocking Naziennes to the ground. As Naziennes is in disbelief, as Rothis is out of the sea of flames, basically completely unscathed outside of the fact that his clothes have soot on them. Which is an insane feat, because once we get to learn more in this section, Rothis might be stronger than we initially gave him credit for, as Naziennes is asking how he can emerge unscathed from those flames. For that matter, Snow Coral should have made it so that it was tough for him to even walk. Rothis has a grin, as he goes on to list a bunch of sicknesses and conditions, like nausea, visions, paralysis, memory loss, lethargy, breathing difficulty, corrosion, multiple organ failure, death. You know a poison which can do all that? As Naziennes says, "I am an expert in this field. You won't find such a thing in Britannia, the fairy realm, and likely not even in the demon realm either." It's then Rothis with a sinister smile says, "Oh no, it does exist. Trust me. Just not in a world all of you would be familiar with." As he then says, what he's describing lies in purgatory, the great corridor, some call it, linking our world with the afterlife. A world of searing heat and frigid cold, of poisonous air and horrid fearsome monsters. And I like this silhouetted image of what purgatory is. We all visited purgatory for a brief period in 7 Deadly Sins, and we know what happened there with Bond's experience. But what Rothis is saying that he got specific poison from purgatory. And Nazienz is like just completely confused as he's saying purgatory. It's then that Rothus makes a hand sign 3 times, and he says, "This magic creates a rift leading to it. Gatekeeper. And I also have resistance to the heat, cold, and poison that streams out from it." As a crack then begins to form behind Rothus. As Rothus says, "Your luck's just run out." As in the last page of the chapter, we see a giant black ball seemingly being an opening to purgatory in front of Nazienz and behind Rothus. As he says, "You don't have a single weapon that could work against me," ending the chapter. So, Rothus can open gates to purgatory. He is resistant to all the shit that happens to someone in purgatory, and he can casually open a gate to purgatory. What the hell? Like, look, we all know what happened to Bond due to his immortality and how long he stayed in purgatory. He became like a god amongst men. He was immune to practically everything. He was the toughest man around, one of the strongest humans ever in existence that didn't have chaos, obviously. But my god, Bond was a beast after purgatory due to the unique condition of him having immortality. But with Rothus, it seems like his innate magical ability seemingly might give him an immunity to purgatory's environment as a whole, and he can open up gateways to purgatory. And this could be one of the reasons, or at least a reason, how they keep getting purgatory beasts to Camelot and Britannia, and the Chaos Knights have been using them so frequently. Or at least, maybe this is a byproduct of Arthur potentially having a way to access purgatory with chaos. There are so many implications from this one ability that we can really think about, and the fact that Rothus is immune to all this shows that he's a lot stronger than the average Chaos Knight, despite him not being part of the 4 perils. At least that's what I'm thinking. Now, obviously, Nazienz is going to come out on top if things line up in a way that I'm suspecting it would be, and that is this poison that Rothus is describing that's coming from the purgatory. He opens the gate to utilize it so that Nazienz can be inflicted with this poison. But with Nazienz's magic ability, venom mixing, Nazienz can intake that and then end up becoming immune to that poison, and then utilizing it in his own arsenal. So if things go the way I think they will, Nazienz will have a broken ass poison on his hands and use it in a very creative way alongside of his pole gloves to help experiment. And hell, for all we know, this will be the fight where Nazienz activates the piece of the Spirit Chastity, revealing what he can do with it. Because we all want to see Nazienz use that piece of the Spirit Spear and what it will take shape into for Nazienz as the chosen successor of the Spirit Spear and next King of the Fairies, if Nazienz decides to go and do it, for all we know. But yeah, we have a lot of potential for this fight. It'll either end next chapter or the following chapter, depending on how things progress and how Rothus' ability is explained and explored a bit further. And after that, we'll get to the end of this batch and then go on to Block B with Gawain, Hauser, Tristan, and we'll continue onward to see where that goes. All I know is this tournament is becoming a lot more fun every single fight, every single chapter, and I very much look forward to every matchup that we're going to see thus far, and I am so freaking excited. This arc's going to last a little while longer, and I cannot wait to see how things play out in the future. But what did you guys think of this chapter? Let me know in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. It really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day. Fortnite the Apocalypse chapter 173 is out, and this was another fantastic chapter. The battle between Rothus and Nazienz ends. We get a massive reveal and showcase of Nazienz's true strength in this chapter, and my god, was the art great, and I cannot wait to jump in and start talking about it. But before we jump into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Now, I previously set a challenge. If I make it to 30k by the end of the year, I'm going to do retrospectives for 7 Deadly Sins and Fairy Tail for their manga. But with the time we have left, I highly doubt we're going to get there. but we'll just make it for whenever I reach 30k in general. So once I hit 30k in general, even if it's next year, I will begin my retrospective reviews for Fairy Tail and 7 Deadly Sins, so look forward to that when the time eventually comes. Now then, let's jump right into this chapter. Four Nights of the Apocalypse, chapter 173, titled The Dialogue, with the cover image being Percival and Naziennes planting some plants and herbs. And look, we all know about Naziennes' situation, but the way Nakaba has been drawing Naziennes in a lot of frames, and especially here in this cover image, is incredibly feminine, so it's safe to say that's the direction Nakaba's going to go with Naziennes. Though I do feel like he's dragging it out a bit too long at this point, and I feel this constant teasing of how he's drawing Naziennes right now is just dragging out too long, so at this point just commit. Because I think the fans aren't really going to care that much, because Naziennes is already a great character, and we've already established stuff with Naziennes, so I feel like Nakaba should just lock it in, and just make a decision, because regardless of the fact, we all love Naziennes. Now then, on to the actual chapter. We continue from last week, where Rothus ends up opening a gateway to Purgatory, saying that he was Naziennes' worst possible opponent. And as we cut back to Beltrup and the announcer, Beltrup says that portal leads to Purgatory, a world of searing heat, frigid cold, and lethal poisons. Simply touching the miasma that's seeping through could kill a person. As then see a panel with Rothus as the actual miasma is starting to disintegrate the arena around him. As Naziennes recognizes that is the miasma coming out from Purgatory, Rothus ends up saying, "What will it be? If you're meant to feed like a sportsman should, I'll close the rift. But if you want to keep going, you're going to end up dying, so I won't stop you." Now, Naziennes is contemplating over absorbing just a small bit of the miasma in order to neutralize its toxic effects with the venom-mixing power that they have. But it's then that we get a flashback to the time Naziennes spent in Leonis training under Hendrickson, as Hendrickson tells Naziennes to avoid overconfidence, as a single misstep could lead to their death, so they have to proceed carefully, so he wants to make this clear to Naziennes 100%. The ability to neutralize, create, and combine poisons within their body is an amazing magic that even Hendrickson is jealous of. But he does say that this ability does pose a risk, because Naziennes has to actually take in a bit of the poison to capture that very component, to turn it into a medicine, or to use it himself. And even Naziennes says that I do try to take as little of it as possible to avoid the danger. But Hendrickson nails it home to Naziennes, saying that that doesn't mean it's still not risky. With some poisons, even the tiniest grain of it can be lethal. Even with the incredible immunity that Naziennes has, it's still too unpredictable. And that the same is true for memory blockers too. Without that magic, you're just a regular boy. I don't know what that means by memory blockers. I feel like I have heard that phrase before. Let me know in the comment section, because this feels important and I want to know about that. Let me know in the comments if this rings a bell. But Naziennes receives the advice and message. And I like bringing Hendrickson back into the equation because he's a doctor. He specializes right now in poisons and medicines and holistic medicine in Leonis, and he does it to help Dreyfus. But having Naziennes spend that time to learn more about it under Hendrickson, someone who has a lot of experience with this type of stuff, is a really nice thing and helps add more to Naziennes' time in Leonis, showcasing their initial growth. So it's nice bringing in previous characters that are teaching something to the newer generation, which is something I always like in any type of sequel. Especially in this case, Hendrickson nailing home to Naziennes the dangers of their ability, considering that it's poison we're dealing with, and depending on the type, even though Naziennes takes precautions, the smallest bit could still kill him. So that is really good clarification, showcasing that even Naziennes could potentially die from a poison if it's too strong. Now, back in the present, Naziennes is contemplating over taking a sample of the poison from Purgatory, but it'd be for nothing if they died in the process of it. But Naziennes still states that they can't just sit there and do nothing, because they want to get at least a little bit of revenge for An. And Naziennes knows that Rothus was involved in what happened to An, even though not directly. He didn't really stop Turret from basically cheating and pummeling on to near death with a Purgatory beast. So there's that. But we see that Naziennes keeps walking away from the miasma, but Naziennes makes it to the edge of the cliff. Now Donnie in the stands is freaking out over the fact that Naziennes isn't going to be able to use their specialty to actually win this, and Dubs is stating that, well, this was definitely a terrible matchup, saying that the Fairy Clan in general just has really bad luck, which, looking back on King, Helbram, Elaine, even Gloxinia, as well as the second fairy, King Dahlia, they've all just had really, really bad luck. Even Sixtus in the previous arc, if we really think about it, which, wow, that is just insane to really think about. Dubs has actually got a point on this one. Nazians is at the edge of the arena as Rothus gives the option to give up or just plummet to their death over the edge of the cliff. It's then that Nazians comes to a realization and jumps off the side of the ledge. And as everyone's thinking that Nazians is forfeiting by committing unalive, we see Nazians fly up into the sky, showcasing that he can fly and float. And Nazians is still like, oh yeah, I completely forgot I could actually fly, can I? Which, honestly, I'm going to say still kind of makes sense. Nazians is still getting used to being able to fly, and Nazians just learned and awakened to their abilities less than, like, 2-3 days ago, less than a week ago. So makes sense that Nazians, over 18 years, never knew how to fly, now has that ability. It makes sense to forget about it until the very last minute. So I'm not going to give any criticism. It makes complete and total sense to me. Now, Nazians floating up in the sky is told by Rufus that regardless of flying up into the sky, the miasma goes up and down and all around, so it'll reach Nazians eventually. And Nazians is thinking of their options, because they can't use poison, and they can't fight up close with their daggers. So it's still not really sure how Nazians can win, as Nazians then hears a voice in their head, saying, "You ain't gonna use me?" As Nazians is wondering who's talking to him, and is wondering if this is the effects of the miasma, but the voice keeps saying, no, it's the pendant you have on. The pendant. As Nazians looks down at the pendant that King gave to him, a piece of the Spirit Chastity, a piece of the sacred fairy tree. Nazians is wondering why the pendant is all of a sudden talking to him and sounds familiar, but the pendant says, yeah, that's because it's the second time you're talking to me. As Nazians realizes that it's the sacred tree speaking to him. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I am so glad we're actually getting the fairy tree actually encouraging the next generation of the fairies for the next fairy king and speaking to Nazians, because in Seven Deadly Sins, it doesn't seem like King actually was able to somehow communicate with the fairy tree, but now Nazians can, which is interesting to say. This is probably not about adding something in, but this also shows that compared to the three primordial deities of the world of Seven Deadly Sins, the Supreme Deity, the Demon King, and now the Great Fairy Tree, and, well, I guess Lady of the Lake also, so 4 technically, not counting Chaos, the Sacred Fairy Tree is the most kind and compassionate to their creation, so yeah, it is actually willing to help the people that it essentially created, so already the best god in that universe. And I just love how all this conversation between Nazians and the Sacred Fairy Tree is in his head. Meanwhile, everyone's like, is Nazians going crazy? He's just talking to himself. As Nazians is wondering, how can a piece of jewelry talk to me? It's then that the Fairy Tree says, in that case, picture me in whatever way you want. After giving it a quick thought, Nazians opens their eye, and we see a little fuzz ball with an afro and a weird non-leg ghost-like appearance. As Nazians is kind of dumbfounded, slapping their face like, this looks ridiculous, and even the Sacred Fairy Tree is like, what kind of image is this? You couldn't make me look more divine than this? Which, same. This literally took me by surprise reading it for the first time. But this is just that type of humor that I would expect Nakaba Suzuki to do. And I guess if you're going to have 2 decks for deities in this universe look cool and awesome, having the only helpful one look kind of goofy and ridiculous based off the mental image of one of the characters just feels like a nice juxtaposition, I guess. Pretty fun gag, though. But now we have an actual image of the Sacred Fairy Tree that isn't just a giant-ass tree that we cannot see the top of that spans an entire realm of existence. And they've got a personality, which is honestly really cool to see. So the Sacred Tree says, anyway, you're chosen by me and all. You gotta shape up fast for me, kid. As Nazian's wondering, why did you pick me? There were other fairies far more qualified than I. Obviously talking about their fairy siblings like Sixtus and Tiore, so makes sense, Nazian's never felt worthy of that type of power. But it's then that the Sacred Tree just laughs and actually gives the reason for picking Nazians in the first place. A pure, upright kid who doesn't like conflict, but will commit to it if it'll protect what's dear to them. Saying that Nazians is just like their father King, which I am so happy we got this type of clarification. While this wasn't anything super needed, after Nazians gained the powers to utilize Chastity, this was a criteria that I think we all wanted to know what made Nazians worthy besides being the firstborn of King and Diane. And this makes complete and total sense. Even going back to Seven Deadly Sins, despite everything that's happened to King and his relative poor decision-making, King never really gave up on protecting the people that he cared about, regardless of his obviously weird and dumb decisions sometimes, where he would fumble every now and again. he didn't like to fight or hurt people, but would do it to protect the ones that he cared about. Which, despite his relatively slothful nature, for the most part, that's King in a nutshell. Someone that will protect those that he cares about, but just wants to goof off and do nothing and doesn't really care much for fighting. So this is nice that we got this clarification and shows why Nazianz was chosen to be King's successor in the first place, which I absolutely love. And with that, the secretary says, that's why I chose you, and now's the time to start using me in return. As they're talking, Ruthless called on Nazianz to come down already. You can't just mutter to yourself up there all day. If you don't want to fight, then forfeit. And as even the announcer's like, we can't keep going on like this, surrender or just fight to the point of your death, I guess. But that's then Nazianz raises their hand with a finger up as we see the pendant begin to spiral away and change form, shocking Ruthless. As Nazianz like, I don't even know how to use the Spirit Spear, but the Sacred Tree is guiding Nazianz through it, saying it's really easy. Like before, it's all how you picture it. What kind of power are you looking for right now? Of course, with this sliver that the second form can use, this is the best you're able to do right now. Ruthless is in shock as we see the Spirit Spear Chastifol's first form in regards to Nazianz being Sponge Percival, like a giant chibi Percival made out of moss. That is hilarious. Now honestly, I feel like this would fit more as a second form Guardian for Nazianz, which would fit a lot more, but maybe the particular forms are like different for Nazianz in particular, which would be interesting to see. But anyway, we see this Sponge Percival that Nazianz created, which even Donnie's like dumbfounded, like, the hell is this? As Nazianz then slams Chastifol on top of the Purgatory Gate. Now, Ruthless ends up dodging out of the way, but then we see something interesting. After smashing down on the gateway, it seems that this giant Chastifol is actually sucking in all the Purgatory miasma that has been released and is beginning to darken and be clouded by the miasma. Nazianz, acting quickly, ends up changing the form of Chastifol again to use this energy from the miasma in order to take out the actual root of it. As Nazianz then changes Chastifol into its second form, Spirit Spear Chastifol, second form, Spirit Spear. As we see, this version of the Spirit Spear that Nazianz created also looks like Percival in the shape of a literal two-pronged spear, and then lunges it square at the Purgatory Gateway, destroying it in a singular blow, knocking Ruthless back, as Nazianz places their blade right in Ruthless's face, shocking everybody, and with the blade to Ruthless's head, Ruthless forfeits, giving Nazianz the victory, as the pendant changes back into the Sacred Tree avatar that was created by Nazianz, as the two of them smirk with glee. And that is the end of the chapter. Honestly, this was another great chapter. I'm so glad that Nazianz ended up using their Spirit Spear. This was a perfect opportunity to utilize that ability. I would have also liked a bit of a combo with the Sacred Treasure gloves that Dubs created, but that'll be for a different time. And based on what was being said, we can surmise that right now Nazianz might only be able to use two forms of Chastifol's Spirit Spear, but it could be more and we just haven't seen full utilization of it. And the fact that this is a small piece of the Sacred Tree means that if Nazianz gets the whole thing, the power will be a lot more immeasurable. But still, being able to destroy a gateway to Purgatory is still a pretty good feat. And Nazianz is getting direct advice and help from the actual Sacred Tree that his weapon is forged from, so there's already a massive boost to Nazianz already, and I'm really excited to see what happens next. Because now, this just means that now this sets up Nazianz to take on Diordra, and unless there is some cheating, Nazianz is going to absolutely destroy Diordra, or again, Diordra unleashes a brand new ability in the midst of battle, or cheating occurs again that knocks Nazianz out of the fight, which would not be good for Percival's good graces because he's already had enough with what happened to An. If this happens to Nazianz, then yeah, the guy's going to be out for blood. But that is it for chapter 173 of Four Nights of the Apocalypse. This was honestly, again, really good chapter. I liked the fight. I liked getting more insight into the Spirit Spear and the whole reason why it chose Nazianz in the previous arc to begin with. And it adds more credibility to King's whole character as well, so you'll always love to see that. Nazianz winning, also really good to see, makes a lot of sense with what happened in this chapter. And I'm curious to see what's going to happen next, and I'm looking forward to how Nazianz will go stronger to the future and slowly unlock more of Chastifol's full power. And it'd be pretty fun to see if they were all Percival themed. which fits so well for Nazien. But let me know in the comment section down below what you think of this chapter and all the revelations we had in this, and what you think is going to happen in the future. And once more, if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And unfortunately, we have break for the chapter next week. So the following week is when we're going to get chapter 174, which will be the last chapter of the year. So I'm planning to get a discussion video out next week to fill the slot of the chapter, so look forward to that because I want to keep discussions going. But with all that said and done, I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I hope you all have an awesome day.
それなら僕と踊りませんか Bye bye baby my 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 life だってそれは退屈の合図
So Four Knights of the Apocalypse chapter 174 is officially out, and we get Gawain versus Turret beginning in this chapter, and it was so much fun to read. We get to see Gawain flexing her might. We also get to see her just be incredibly cocky towards an absolute asshole that is Turret, while also seeing Turret's big sense of own ego and overconfidence completely get diminished over the course of this chapter with just how Gawain is outplaying him in the most simplest ways and just so easily. But we'll get into it when we get into it, and we have a really decent cliffhanger for this chapter. But before we jump into things, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. And again, I will be doing a retrospective review of the 7 Deadly Sins manga and the Fairy Tail manga once I hit 30,000 subscribers. So once I hit that goal, look out for that on its way. Now with that out of the way, let's jump right into the chapter. Chapter 174 of Four Knights of the Apocalypse, titled Gawain vs. Turret, with a really cool looking image of Gawain facing off against Turret. And we're just going to describe how happy I am that we're finally going to get some more Gawain action. But this chapter starts off in the waiting room as Anne finally opens her eyes to Percival just staring blank at her at close range as she yells at him that he is too close. Percival says that she's in the waiting room, and she's like, oh wait, Naziens is up next, right? But Percival says that there's no problem with that, as Naziens and Donnie walk over to the waiting room to meet Anne and Percival, as Naziens is so glad that she's awake, and Donnie praising that Naziens kicks some major ass. Anne apologizes for not being able to watch Naziens fight, but Naziens says that they ended up fighting one of the people that kind of pulled that cowardly move on her, and Naziens got some revenge for her. She thanks Naziens, but then gets a bit sad, saying that she feels kind of bad since she's the only loser in the room. But I like how Donnie's like, what about me? Honestly, she's probably not really paying any mind to Donnie after how he lost, but to her, she is legitimately a loser. But Percival ends up saying that that's not true, because she won in his book. Even when she was down, she never let go of her rapier. And Percival thought that was the coolest thing out there. Anne obviously gets a bit blushed and embarrassed as she's still holding onto her rapier as she thanks Percival. A sweet and heartwarming moment amongst these characters. Naziens also has one of the biggest and most wholesome smiles on his face looking at the two of them right now. But Donnie's still like, hey, what about me right here? I like how this just is running gag that no one really acknowledges that Donnie lost first or is even been a part of the tournament to begin with, just a running gag. I find that kind of funny. But we then cut to Rothus meeting up with Turret, as Rothus is beating himself up over losing like that. And Rothus is being told that he is very pathetic, and even to be someone by Ironside's side is just laughable by Turret. But Rothus says, look, I messed up. I made a little mistake, okay? It happened. But Turret isn't having it. He says, even if it does, little mistakes aren't allowed in a real battle. And as that said, Gawain makes her appearance, laughing up a storm, as she says, if you dolts can't tell the difference between a little mistake and fate at work, you can't even win at this festival here, much less in a real war. Turret is absolutely pissed off, looking at a smug Gawain. Honestly, every time Gawain acts like this, and right now, it is very much earned for her regardless at this point. Like, she can back up her tough talk. I'm excited to see everything that happens from this point onwards. Now, the next fight is about to get started, but we cut over to Beltrup in his viewing area, as he recognizes Gawain being next, and knows that this Gawain is Arthur's niece, and was always told that she was a wild child, but not wild enough to join this, he was thinking. But he then brings up something important. He wonders, I feel like I'm forgetting something quite important about her. Something's felt odd for a while now. The announcer knight, whose name I keep forgetting, asks Ironside if he wants to take a rest, but Ironside says, no, I'm fine. Start the next match. Now, this is obviously another piece of important information that Beltrop will most likely break out of the enchantment that the rings are using to kind of disassociate Percival, Gawain, and everybody else entering the tournament as the Four Knights of the Apocalypse, as well as their allies, from, Beltrop, one of the Four Perils. And the fact that Beltrop knows that Gawain is there, and that this is Gawain, the niece of King Arthur, he can't remember that she is part of the Four Knights of the Apocalypse. That piece of information is still very much alluded to him. So that is a really nice thing about these rings. He could potentially recognize some of these characters, but the important pieces of information to really showcase their danger to him and how important they are eludes him thanks to those magic rings that Gawain made. So thankfully, they're not entirely useless or easy to break. But I do think Beltrop, within the next few matches, is going to break through this bit of illusion and realize what's actually going on. But the first match of Block B begins pitting Gawain against Turret as Percival and the gang make it to the arena to watch the fight. As now, this matchup begins. Turret takes out his weapon, saying, "Usually I let a kid like you off the hook after 100 lashes on the rear." Okay, Turret, reel it back a little bit. We don't want to have that imagery. But he says, "But if you keep insulting the Holy Knights, child or not, you won't leave here alive, girl. You will regret being foolish." Gawain casually chants a spell and unleashes a giant-ass fireball, causing a massive explosion. As with a comedic gremlin look, she says, "You talk too much." As everyone's like, okay, that was a big way to start off this match. But yeah, this is very much Gawain. She's just not having any of Turret's bullshit. He's like, dude, you talk too much. Boom, giant fireball in the face. But it shows that Turret hasn't been injured by this attack, and we see those little footprints in the ground showcasing the Purgatory Beast that he summoned previously. As whatever this was, it blocked the massive burning fireball that Gawain launched. And Gawain recognizes this weird feeling, and Percival points it out that this is the exact same creature that was used to take out On in the previous matchup. And obviously it's invisible, so it is definitely a very difficult thing to fight. After being told this, Turret says the word Sylvain, which is the name of this creature, and it begins to swipe at Gawain, but she dodges and flies into the air at the last second. She says, "An invisible creature, so that blocked the fireball just now, huh? Well, it can't do much up here, can it?" Now, as Gawain is hovering in the air, we then see the image of this invisible creature launching itself into the air behind Gawain and slamming her towards the ground. But Gawain manages to catch herself relatively quickly and lands on the ground. She says, "So it's invisible. It flies and fire doesn't work on it. What a freak of nature." Turret says, "See the spare you're in now? Exactly, you're doomed to a torturous death." But then Gawain begins to chant a relatively long spell, revealing that she has cast a thunderball. But not just one, but did this 10 times, creating a multitude of electric thunderballs all around her. But in an instance, they seemingly just vanish in an instant. And the crowd is wondering what's going on, that the magic just vanished. And Turret, the cocky bastard that cannot back up his shit, assumes that Gawain just instantly used up all of her magical power just chanting the spell that many times and saying that she misjudged her own skill. He gets serious, saying that now stop with the needless effort and accept your punishment, as he tells Sylvain, the mysterious creature, to attack Gawain from behind. And as we see that it's coming from Gawain on top, in an instant it is lit up by a large blast of electricity. And look, this panel of Gawain just looking resolute, not fazed by this giant thing that she just electrocuted like it was nothing. It looks so cool. I feel like I'm going to put this in the thumbnail. But this surprises everybody that a burst of lightning happened in the air, and then everybody heard this mysterious roar. Now, Turret tells this invisible creature to get away from that electrical ball, but Gawain snickers and says, "No matter where your invisible pet goes, it'll be pursued by invisible balls of lightning." As we see, this creature ends up getting hit and blasted by another 6 thunderballs and then falls onto the ground. And in total, Gawain only ended up using 7 out of the 10 thunderballs that she cast and are now invisible.
that she ended up casting an invisibility spell on these magical attacks. So in the next page, we finally get to see what this purgatory creature looks like, as it has essentially been fully defeated and is no longer invisible. Honestly, really cool and unique design, I gotta admit. Purgatory beasts are always a mix of either nightmarish, horrific, weird, bizarre, or goofy, or just kinda cool. This is cool and bizarre. I like it. And Gawain now gets chibified and just ends up being incredibly cocky and very happy that she just pulled one over Turret. As she says, it'd take a purgatory beast to have flight, invisibility, and fire resistance. It's clearly strong against flame and ice, so I tried a little electricity instead. Looks like it sure did the trick. And I like how Gawain instantly put the pieces together and came up with an instant countermeasure for this purgatory creature, and basically beat it instantly with a well-placed trap. And honestly, this shows her own battle IQ has truly evolved over the course of the series and even the time skip, because before she would just mostly go muscle form or just try and mess with people during the Demon Realm arc when she isn't in her buff form, but now she's more strategic than she normally is and is really taking full control over these situations. Now we're off in the crowd as Balin, of all people, comes up and says that's quite the fervor out there, as he meets up with Hauser, surprisingly enough, and Hauser says quite the wild child too. As Balin, I assume, is the one saying this, like, oh, that young lady? I was like, oh, so that lady is the one that is causing all this commotion? And I'm curious, this is definitely not by saying, yeah, Gawain's definitely going to win this fight relatively easily to fight Balin, but definitely going to set up what we're going to see from Balin and setting up an actual potential dynamic once the two of them end up fighting in the next round, because this was set up during the literal preliminaries, so definitely seeding intrigue between them. As Gawain hovers over Turret, she says if a pet acts out of line, it's the master who has to atone for it, prepared to get a major beatdown. But Turret puts away his weapon and begins to pull out a flute, as he says, did you think I only had that one? As he then pulls out his flute and seems to play a song, saying, my magic force lets me call creatures from Rothless's purgatory rift to do my bidding. As he chants adjustment, and in a flash, we end up seeing him summoning more purgatory beasts. As he keeps saying, if you hadn't been a would-be sorcerer just now, you would have died without a mark on your cute little face, as he laughs with Percival acting concerned. As in the final page of the chapter, we see 3 brand new, bizarre, grotesque looking purgatory creatures standing over and facing Gawain. As Turret says, now there won't even be any bones left to pick up, as the chapter ends. Now this was honestly a really fun and engaging chapter. Gawain was basically dominating this whole fight once she figured out how to literally counter that invisible purgatory beast, and wiped it off with little to no effort once she figured things out, as she just more or less dominated the fight against Shooting Turret like a literal ice sword that he is. But I like that Turret is actually the perfect partner for Rothus. It makes sense why they fight together. Rothus opens up a gate, a rift to Purgatory, and Turret uses his flute, his adjustment ability, to summon forth purgatory beasts that he in fact can manipulate and control. And it shows that even though Naciens probably destroyed that purgatory gate, there might have been just a small enough residual for Turret to call more purgatory beasts out from that rift, which is interesting to say. But yeah, next chapter is probably just going to be Gawain taking out all of these purgatory beasts, maybe using her new buff form and just a powerful sun-based attack to wipe them off the face of the map and beat Turret relatively easily, because I doubt he's gonna push Gawain that much unless these purgatory beasts have some bizarre conditions and resistances that I'm gonna have to make Gawain think a lot more in this upcoming fight. But either way, with that two panels of Hauser and Balin talking about Gawain really quickly, it's very obvious, especially with the setup that we had when this arc essentially started, that Gawain and Balin are gonna fight. So Gawain's definitely going to win within the next chapter if we go by the exact same formula and the exact same pattern that we've been seeing and pacing of these last 4 matches of Block A. But what did you guys think of this chapter? How do you feel about Gawain in this fight, how she's handling herself, and how do you think things are going to go in the next chapter? And what do you think is going to happen next going forward, now that Beltrip is slowly but surely putting the pieces together that he's being manipulated by some sort of perception spell within the upcoming chapter? Let me know in the comment section down below. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell for updates on future videos. Really helps, and it shows you guys enjoy the content I make here on the channel and shows you want to see more. Look, I'm just so looking forward to seeing more Gawain in action. It has been over a year since we've seen Gawain do anything in the manga and in this time skip, and I am all but excited to see her fight seriously and just dominate some utter fools. And with all that said and done, I hope you all have an awesome day.
My life それなら僕と踊りませんかバイバイベイ